On the main street of Ember City, a variety of psionics bustled about. There were bold women draped in animal skins, slender figures cloaked in black robes, and burly men clad in heavy armor. Even a small, frail old man accompanied by two robust skeletons stood out conspicuously. Their powerful auras made ordinary passers-by step aside, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. On the stone steps beside the road, 10-year-old Zhan En gazed at these guardians, shadows, rangers, and harbingers, realizing he had indeed transmigrated into the dark era. In this world, psionics with mysterious powers were humanity's strongest protectors, eliminating monsters, warding off the dark mist, and safeguarding the last embers of human civilization with their lives. Zhan En, do you think we'll become psionics one day? Asked a bright-eyed little girl named Kathy beside him, her voice full of hope. Zhan En remained silent, his emotions complex. This innocent and adorable childhood friend would end his life 6 years later. In his previous life's memories, he was the sole male heir of the Charles family, but was misled by a traitor disguised as a handsome genius. In pursuit of power, he joined the dark mist, ultimately being slain by a tearful Kathy. Zhan En, don't you want to become a psionic? Kathy raised her voice. We will, we both will. Zhan En replied evasively, while contemplating how to prepare before his spiritual awakening at 15. Suddenly, he remembered a place in the city where he could obtain a demigod's chance early, and a slight smile crept onto his face. Just then, a pair of delicate hands descended from above, pinching his cheeks. Zhan En, you've got some nerve, skipping classes, huh? Do you still want to awaken as a psionic? Do you still want to inherit our family's glory? The young woman in silver-white armor was Zhan En's sister, Isi, the current head of the Charles family. In a fierce battle 7 years ago, their parents and clan members died heroically, leaving only this brother and sister as the direct descendants. Seeing Kathy sneak away, Isi squeezed harder. Oh, not only did you skip class, but you also brought Kathy along. Zhan En had to explain that Kathy followed him willingly, but when he turned around, she was already gone. Isi was both amused and exasperated. Though she raised her hand as if to hit him, she ultimately let it fall gently. As the family's only male heir, Zhan En bore the responsibility of continuing the bloodline, and Isi naturally doted on him. Because of this, Zhan En in his previous life, though a genius who awakened a year early, was not as strong as those in later generations. Yet, he still enjoyed his sister's indulgence. The next day, Zhan En slipped away from class again while Kathy was unaware, heading straight for the city center. Although the family had declined, there were certainly guardians protecting him in secret. Along the way, many psionics greeted him warmly, and older women wanted to embrace this delicate boy. But Zhan En couldn't stop for pleasantries and hurried to the giant white sacred oak tree. This ancient tree, which required dozens of people to encircle, was said to be the incarnation of a fallen demigod, containing a legacy that led straight to demigodhood. Here, demigods were not mere myth, but legendary beings at the pinnacle of psionic paths. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhan En's eyes as he finally discovered the legendary holy oak. The white oak tree was indeed, as the first part of the legend suggested, a manifestation of the residual power from a fallen demigod of the forest path. However, the latter part of the legend had been somewhat exaggerated. The tree did not provide a direct lineage to the demigod, but it still contained a precious trace of the demigod's original power. Zhan En thought to himself that no demigod would easily bestow their original power on someone else, as it was tied to their own strength and life. Any loss would inevitably lead to a significant decrease in power. He recalled that to extract this trace of original power, one had to perform the ritual dance of the demigod in front of the holy oak to evoke resonance. In his mind, he remembered the original timeline. About 20 years later, a descendant of the demigod's priest traveled here, replicated the ritual dance, and acquired this trace of original power, thus gaining a powerful initial constitution. At that time, a lucky player captured the dance on video and uploaded it online, where it briefly became a trending topic. Zhan En closed his eyes, using his extraordinary memory to replay the video clearly in his mind. Opening his eyes, he began to dance the ritual dance according to the movements he remembered. Initially, his movements were stiff and awkward, lacking any grace, attracting the attention of onlookers. Some recognized Zhan En, and a kind-hearted person quietly left to inform Isi. However, Zhan En paid no mind to the surrounding gazes, focusing on repeating the dance moves over and over. Gradually, his movements became more fluid and precise, until he perfectly replicated the ritual dance he remembered. At that moment, Zhan En felt his soul resonate with the holy oak. He witnessed a deep green light descending from the top of the white oak, gently touching his forehead before vanishing instantly. This all happened in a flash, unnoticed by anyone. Zhan En immediately felt a surge of energy within him, nourishing his body and filling him with vitality. Overcome with the joy of success, he couldn't help but leap for joy, his youthful exuberance momentarily overshadowing his mature mind, as a youthful smile spread across his face. However, Just as he leaped into the air in excitement, a hand grabbed his collar from behind. Zhan En, skipping class again, a familiar voice called out. Zhan En sighed, having anticipated someone would inform on him. EC, clad in silver armor, turned Zhan En around. Just then, a breeze lifted the hair from Zhan En's forehead, revealing the green mark. EC's pupils narrowed as she quickly pulled Zhan En into her embrace, pressing his head against her right shoulder with her arm. Ouch! Zhan En exclaimed as his forehead collided with the hard armor. He instinctively tried to lift his head, but was firmly held down by EC. Realizing something significant might have occurred, Zhan En immediately calmed down. EC maintained her stern expression, scolding as usual. Let's go home, and I'll give you a proper talking to later. With that, she naturally walked out of the crowd, heading towards the Charles estate. The onlookers chuckled good-naturedly before dispersing. Inside the Charles estate, EC carefully set down Zhan En, her face etched with seriousness. Zhan En, what's with the sub-god mark on your forehead? EC's voice carried a hint of unease. Sub-god mark. Zhan En feigned confusion. EC quickly retrieved a crystal mirror from her pocket and handed it to Zhan En. In the reflection, a vivid green oak leaf-shaped mark was clearly visible on Zhan En's forehead, emanating a strong life force. Zhan En pondered silently. In his memory, the person who gained this trace of sub-god energy 20 years later did not have such a mark. After a brief analysis, he understood the reason. He had acquired the energy 20 years earlier, and the source energy within the sacred oak was far more potent than in the future, enough to form a sub-god mark. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon, indicating that on the day of his spiritual awakening, he would surely step onto the path of the forest and become a psychic. Sister, I don't know, what is a sub-god mark? Zhan En continued to feign ignorance, as the current curriculum hadn't covered such advanced knowledge. EC breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly without doubt about Zhan En's words. A sub-god mark is bestowed by a sub-god to their favored ones. With it, you are destined to become a psychic. Her face lit up with a joyful smile, dispelling years of worry about her brother's inability to awaken. However, this unexpected windfall left EC feeling slightly uneasy. Have you encountered anything unusual lately? She pressed. Zhan En pretended to ponder deeply before answering uncertainly. Today, a voice guided me to dance in front of the sacred oak, and it seems that's when the sub-god mark appeared. The sacred oak? Could the legends be true? EC mused. She swiftly retrieved a white headband from her soul space and personally placed it on Zhan En, covering the vibrant green mark. Zhan En, from today on, you must not remove this headband or mention the sub-god mark to anyone. EC instructed sternly. Remember the human traders I told you about? If they find out, they will stop at nothing to take your life. Zhan En nodded solemnly. I understand. EC gently ruffled Zhan En's hair, her tone softening. That's good to hear. Now, hurry back to class. As she watched Zhan En run off cheerfully, EC immediately bolstered the covert security around the area. Then, she quickly made her way to the residence of Constance, the half-elf commander and one of the senior figures in Ember City, who was her superior. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhan En did not seek other opportunities but focused on his studies and training, striving to unlock his potential in preparation for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Other opportunities either required the status of a psychic or were located in the outer ring worlds, which were beyond his reach for now. Inside the Charles family mansion, 15-year-old Zhan En stood in the center of the hall. His 5 years of effort had transformed him into a handsome, tall young man with a strong, lean physique and a maturity that belied his age. Sister, I want to participate in this awakening ceremony, Zhan En declared with determination. EC's eyes were full of affection. She was well aware of her brother's abilities and readily agreed. This was already part of her plan. 7 nights later, a mysterious fog enveloped the skies above Ember City, with a blood-red crescent moon hanging high, seemingly hiding endless darkness and mystery. Since the invasion of the dark mist, the blood moon had become a constant presence in this world, and people had grown accustomed to it, forgetting the moon's once ethereal and elusive nature. The Ember Valley, one of the important facilities surrounding Ember City, was the site for spiritual awakenings. Typically, the awakening moments were heavily guarded by the defense forces to prevent attacks. However, this ceremony was unusual, with only 7 half-elves in charge of security. Dozens of 15-year-old apprentices who met the basic criteria gathered here, ready for their first spiritual awakening ceremony. Among the crowd, Zhan En stood with arms crossed, his expression indifferent, his mature aura making him particularly noticeable among the apprentices. Zhan En, do you think anyone from our group will succeed in awakening on their first try? It seems like there hasn't been such a prodigy in the past few years, said Kathy, who had grown into a graceful young lady, though her brows showed a hint of anxiety. There will be, Zhan En replied succinctly, while silently adjusting his breathing to ensure his body and mind were in optimal condition. Every year, Ember City selected 15-year-old apprentices who met the criteria for their first awakening ceremony. Those who succeeded on their first try were undoubtedly true prodigies. If they failed, they could continue to train and wait for a second chance at 20. However, if they failed the second ceremony, it was almost certain they lacked the potential to become a psychic. Zhan En was confident about this awakening. Over the past 5 years, he had trained diligently, and his body and soul had been strengthened by the essence of a demigod, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Even if something unexpected happened, the demigod's mark would ensure success. Zhan En, you wouldn't be talking about yourself, would you? Kathy giggled, knowing that if anyone could succeed in awakening this time, it would be him. Unnoticed by the two, a girl quietly passed by, eavesdropping on their conversation. Kathy caught a glimpse of her and immediately became alert. Heidi, what are you sneaking around for? Kathy demanded sharply. The girl, with delicate features and dressed in luxurious attire that marked her noble status, was petite, only reaching Kathy's chest. She masked her guilt with anger, retorting, Kathy, this isn't your house, you know. True, but I can't ignore the schemes of a certain shorty. Kathy shot back without hesitation. Golden Retriever, are you looking for a fight? Heidi glared. The two girls were on the verge of a confrontation when a slender arm suddenly intervened, stopping them. It belonged to a beautiful and graceful half-elf, the psychic responsible for the awakening ceremony and the leader of the 7-member psychic team. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Prepare yourselves, she said coldly. The girls ceased their argument but continued to glare at each other. The half-elf leader didn't immediately leave but stood in front of Zhan En, her gaze scrutinizing. Zhan En gave a slight bow and said, Sister Elsa, it's an honor that you are in charge of this awakening ceremony. Although Zhan En wasn't well acquainted with the half-elf sister, having only met her a few times, he knew his sister was the captain of the half-elf guard, and they likely had a good relationship. Elsa did not respond to Zhan En's words but nodded at him with a smile before turning away. In the heart of the Valley of Fire, an arch-shaped altar stood majestically, with mysterious patterns covering the entire valley. The blood moon quietly unveiled from behind the clouds, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the patterns one by one until they all shone brightly. The altar emitted a strange energy, seemingly resonating with the blood moon. The half-elf, Elsa, wore a solemn expression as she took a deep breath and retrieved a scroll from her storage space. May the holy fire protect us, she whispered in prayer, gently unrolling the scroll. A pure white flame descended onto the altar, instantly igniting the entire platform, with the flames swirling around it. Seeing this, Elsa breathed a sigh of relief and turned to announce to the apprentices below, the awakening ceremony has begun. Step forward in the established order, and the holy fire will protect you. The apprentices were both excited and anxious as the first young boy stepped onto the altar. The pure white flame enveloped him, guiding his spiritual awakening. Moments later, the flame dissipated, and the boy descended with a dejected look, evidently having failed to awaken. This was a blow to the others, who silently prayed for success. Time passed quietly, and a third of the participants had completed the ceremony, yet none had awakened. Among the 7 potential awakeners, a short half-elf murmured, Captain, it seems no one will succeed this time. Elsa's expression was stern as she warned, stay focused and vigilant. She had a vague sense of impending danger. At that moment, a strong girl clad in animal skins ascended the altar, instantly enveloped by the pure white flame. Within seconds, the flames on the altar surged. The 7 potential awakeners exchanged glances of joy, as the first successful awakening had finally occurred. As the flames receded, the awakened girl in animal skins was revealed. Her transformation was evident. She had suddenly grown to a height of 1.8 meters, appearing to mature from a girl into a woman. Her exposed arm muscles exuded strength, and she emanated a powerful aura. Zane was amazed, recalling from past memories that this girl had embarked on the berserker path. Realizing her successful awakening, the girl let out a roar akin to a beast, echoing through the valley. She walked down the altar with pride and confidence. While Zane's expression remained calm, his eyes shone with barely contained anticipation. The success of the animal-skinned girl, Grace, rekindled hope among the apprentices, who each took their turn, only to return with disappointment. Finally, it was Kathy and Zane's turn. Zane, I'm so nervous, Kathy confessed, lacking confidence. Zane reassured her, it's okay. Believe in yourself. You will succeed in awakening. He thought to himself, in the past life, Kathy succeeded, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should succeed again this time. The determined look in Zhan En's eyes gave Kathy a hint of comfort, easing her nervousness. The young girl bit her lip gently and said in a low voice, Zhan En, I trust you. With that, she stood on tiptoe, lightly pecked the boy on the cheek, and then, gathering her courage, walked resolutely up to the altar. Zhan En wiped the remaining moisture from his face expressionlessly, feeling no emotional stir. He had seen such small gestures countless times since childhood and was already immune to them. He thought to himself that if he remembered correctly, Kathy had chosen the jungle path. Sure enough, The pure white flames on the altar suddenly surged, and Kathy's successful awakening caused a commotion around her. Zhan En, I did it! Kathy exclaimed excitedly, jumping down from the altar, now covered in a layer of golden fur, with a pair of small canine ears sprouting atop her head. Congratulations, Zhan En replied succinctly, and then stepped onto the altar, having no time to celebrate with Kathy. In an instant, the pure white flames flared up, completely enveloping Zhan En's body. He felt waves of strange power continuously flowing into him, his soul constantly ascending, gradually revealing its deepest essence. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in Zhan En's mind. Awakening imminent, please choose a path. In his soul's vision, the success rates for various paths were clearly displayed. Death path, awakening success rate 100. Secret path, awakening success rate 80. Arcane path, awakening success rate 75. Watchtower path, awakening success rate 30. Jungle path, awakening success rate 100. Zhan En understood that the high success rate of the jungle path was influenced by the subdivine mark. The 100 success rate of the death path, however, made him feel a pull of destiny. In his previous life, he had embarked on this very path. Without much hesitation, Zhan En decisively chose the death path. In the virtual world of his past life, he had been one of the top players on the death path, familiar with its various secrets and advancements. He was confident he could reach the pinnacle once again. In comparison, the jungle path seemed much more unfamiliar. More importantly, by choosing the death path, the subdivine mark could still grant him any spirit skill from the jungle path, which was a huge advantage. In the Dark Era, psionics could only awaken various skills after reaching a certain threshold of spirituality, and the further along, the more powerful the awakened skills became. Conversely, if he chose the jungle path, Zhan En's initial advantage would be significantly reduced, at least losing the opportunity to acquire powerful skills from other paths in the later stages. Awaken the death path. Zhan En shouted firmly in his heart. Immediately, he felt his soul and body interweave and ascend once more, as strands of pale death energy began to form within him. His skin took on a pallor, a result of being infused with death energy. Awakening successful. The system prompt sounded in Zhan En's mind, displaying his various stats. Name, Zhan En Charles. Path, death path. Spirituality, 101,000. Health, 150. Constitution 50. Psionic energy, 40. Spirituality, 10. Mind 10. Attributes, strength, 3. Speed, 3. Constitution, 3. Mind 3. Skills, none. Special, subdivine mark, 1. Jungle path skill point remaining, 1 attribute point remaining. Zhan En clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He knew clearly that for ordinary psionics, after awakening, the initial attributes usually only had 1 or 2 reaching 1 point, with others not even reaching 1. His initial attributes all reaching 3 points were enough to rival psionics with spirituality levels of 3 or even 4. This strength filled Zhan En with anticipation for the journey ahead. Zhan En stood at a crossroads of skill choices, his gaze sweeping over the ethereal list before him. Skeleton Revival, Bone Spear, and while weakening, these 3 initial skills represented the 3 main branches of the death path: summoning, bone, and curse. With each increase in spirituality, he could enhance or learn a new skill. However, as spirituality became harder to improve, it forced psionics to carefully plan their core skill set. After much deliberation, Zhan En decisively chose Skeleton Revival. This level 1 skill consumed 2 points of psionic energy and could raise a skeleton warrior from a corpse to fight for him. With each level increase, the number of summoned skeletons would grow. Zhan En's choice of the summoning path was not by chance. The bone and curse branches required teamwork in the early stages, making it nearly impossible to tackle the dark mist creatures outside the city alone. Although the summoning branch also struggled to solo these creatures, Zhan En had a plan in mind. He recalled the later stages of the virtual world in his previous life. Many Death Path players pooled their ideas and eventually discovered a way to continually evolve the skeleton warriors, enabling them to match the dark mist creatures and even other psionics of the same level. This was the decisive factor in Zhan En's choice of the summoning branch. After mastering Skeleton Revival, Zhan En quickly checked the skill data, confirming it was the same as in his previous life. At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Use the demigod's mark, Zhan En called out in his mind. Suddenly, a surge of ancient power from the forest demigod coursed through him. This was the last remnant of the demigod's glory left in the world, granting Zhan En the chance to inherit a skill. Several options appeared before him: Heart of Nature, Shape-Shifting, Bear Transformation, Earth Power. These skills spanned various levels of spirituality, and under the influence of the demigod's mark, all learning restrictions were lifted. Zhan En knew the best use of this skill was to compensate for the shortcomings of the death path. As a psionic who chose the skeleton summoning route, he understood his greatest weakness: his fragile body. Even in this life, psionics were aware of this vulnerability. History was rife with powerful death path practitioners who, due to a moment of carelessness, fell to hidden assassins. Faced with this rare opportunity, Zhan En's mind raced, weighing the advantages and potential development paths of each option. Driven by hidden opportunities and secrets, Zhan En decided to act alone. His goal was clear: to inherit the skills of a powerful entity. He skipped over the low and medium spiritual skills, focusing intently on selecting from the high spiritual skills. It's you, child of nature, Zhan En thought to himself. This was one of the 3 major sub-god skills of the jungle path. At max level, it could boost the final power of jungle skills by 200, and each point of spirituality could passively enhance 1 point of physical constitution, significantly improving self-healing abilities. The system notification chimed. Special status detected, restriction waived for inheriting child of nature. Commencing inheritance. As Zhan En confirmed his decision, the emerald green sub-god mark on his forehead suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping his entire body. The immense power of nature surged through him, dispelling the pallor from his face and replacing it with intricate green markings that spread across his body before quietly fading away. Congratulations on a successful inheritance. The system notification sounded again. Zhan En snapped back to reality and checked his attribute panel. His physical constitution had increased to 4 points, and he added 1 more point to strength, also bringing it to 4 points. Unlike conventional Deathbringers, Zhan En chose to prioritize strength, complemented by the passive effects of the Child of Nature. This strategy would maximize his attack and defense capabilities in the early and mid-stages, effectively minimizing any weaknesses. As for his psychic abilities, he planned to follow the path of the Skeleton Warrior Ascension, relying initially on the psychic energy gained from spiritual advancements to summon skeleton warriors. With his attribute adjustments complete, Zhan En's awakening finally concluded. The raging white flames on the altar returned to calm. He opened his eyes, the green markings on his skin disappearing from view. His already remarkable features underwent a stunning transformation, as if meticulously crafted by divine hands. The natural charisma inherent to the Child of Nature instantly drew everyone's attention. Zhan En, is it? Asked Hetty, the noble girl who had earlier clashed with Kathy, her cheeks now tinged with a blush. Looks pretty strong, exclaimed the first successfully awakened girl in animal hide, her sharp fangs gleaming in the light. Another success. Half-elf Elsa was delighted by the emergence of another talent, though she harbored some doubts. Jungle path? No, the essence is the Deathbringer path. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar situation. As Zhan En descended from the altar, Kathy immediately approached him, her delicate face lit with joy, her large eyes curving into crescents. Zhan En, I knew you would succeed. We've both awakened successfully. Sister EC will be so happy. Yeah, Zhan En replied simply. The two chatted casually as the awakening ceremony continued. With 2 consecutive successful awakenings, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. Even Elsa and her 6 companions harbored a faint hope that more newcomers would awaken. However, hope remained just that, as no new awakenings occurred until only 1 person remained. 3 apprentices successfully awakened for the first time, exceeding Elsa's expectations. She nodded in satisfaction, secretly delighted by the emergence of 3 geniuses. Zhan En stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, recalling memories of New Fire City from his past life. The last to step onto the altar was the noble girl, Heidi. Nervous, with sweat on her forehead and trembling hands, she took a deep breath and stepped onto the altar under everyone's watchful eyes. The pure white flames surged once more, then gradually subsided after a few moments. Heidi descended the altar, her expression excited, her eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Another successful awakening. The 7 psionic guards marveled. The number of first-time awakeners this year set a new record for recent decades. Elsa stood before the crowd, her gaze piercing. Grace, Zhan En, Kathy, Heidi, congratulations on your successful awakening as guardians of humanity. Her voice was full of praise, making the 4 feel immensely honored. The eyes of the apprentices who had not awakened successfully showed envy, then they lowered their heads in dejection. Some even showed signs of giving up. Elsa keenly noticed this, her gaze sweeping over them like a sharp sword, making those who had lost their spirit unable to meet her eyes. First-time success in awakening is always rare, Elsa said with firm conviction. Most will succeed on their second attempt. Now, put away your disappointment and strive to train hard for the next opportunity. Yes, they responded in unison, their previously low spirits replaced by renewed determination. Elsa nodded in approval, pleased with their response. Zhan En glanced at the enthusiastic crowd beside him, his mouth twitching slightly. Too practiced, he thought. How many times has she given this speech? As the time was about right, Elsa crossed her arms and announced, I now declare the awakening ceremony successfully concluded. At that moment, a wave of heat suddenly descended from above. Elsa looked up sharply, her pupils contracting as she exclaimed, Not good. We're under attack. In the sky, several streams of pitch-black flames appeared out of nowhere, shooting like arrows toward the apprentices in the valley. Without a moment to spare, Elsa conjured an ice crystal-colored longbow in her hands, quickly gathering her energy. Sevenfold ice arrows, she shouted. 7 arrows, exuding a biting cold, shot through the air, colliding violently with the black flames. After a thunderous explosion, smoke filled the air, successfully intercepting the flames. Elsa's expression was grave as her 6 companions vanished, reappearing around the apprentices to form a protective barrier. Although unsure of the enemy's identity, the apprentices felt the tension and dared not act rashly. Zhan En watched the valley entrance with interest, sensing a powerful presence approaching. Finally, they've come, he mused. Suddenly, a playful laugh echoed from afar, growing closer. Ha ha ha, little Shasha. It's been years, and you're still the same, with no progress. At the canyon entrance, a tall figure gradually appeared. Her appearance was both strange and alluring, clad in bright red leather armor, with a fiery figure that made many bashful apprentices avert their eyes. Most striking were her hands, which were 2 crimson snakes, flicking their tongues. Her exquisite face bore a pair of vertical golden snake eyes that emitted a chilling menace. It's you, Blood Serpent Empress. Elsa gritted her teeth, swiftly drawing her bow and releasing a flaming arrow. The crimson snake on Blood Serpent Empress's right hand suddenly enlarged, opening its massive mouth to swallow the potent flaming arrow whole. With a boom, the arrow exploded in the snake's mouth, yet it caused no harm to the Blood Serpent Empress. Elsa and the Blood Serpent Empress locked eyes, and the air instantly filled with a tense, confrontational atmosphere. The Blood Serpent Empress curved her lips into a playful smile and softly said, "Is an old friend meeting so eager to start a fight?" As her words fell, a terrifying aura spread like a tide. The apprentices present immediately felt an intangible pressure descend upon them, as if a palpable killing intent weighed them down, rendering them immobile. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Elsa and her 6 companions felt a foreboding as the Blood Serpent Empress effortlessly deflected their fire arrow. Among the crowd, Zhan En's mind quickly recalled the intelligence about the Blood Serpent Empress learned at the academy. 20 years ago, she was one of the human geniuses, possessing formidable talents in the jungle path, especially in transformation. Her transformation abilities had evolved multiple times. For unknown reasons, after a successful campaign against the Black Mist creature, she suddenly betrayed humanity, turned to darkness, and killed 6 comrades, with only one surviving by luck. Her power was at least at the peak of a mid-level psychic with a spirit of 29. As someone well-versed in the dark epoch, Zhan En understood the truth. Rather than betrayal, it was possession. During that campaign, the Black Mist creature wasn't destroyed but secretly possessed the Blood Serpent Empress, controlling her body and causing the tragedy. The Blood Serpent Empress glanced around, her lips slightly raised. Wow, there are so many of you. Unfortunately, I have quite a few as well. As she spoke, a snake on her right arm spat out a pitch-black stone, which was immediately bitten and crushed by the snake on her left arm. The stone transformed into smoke, quickly dispersing around. Suddenly, a chorus of squeaking sounds filled the air. From the distant darkness, one gigantic figure after another approached, and the faces of Elsa and her group turned grim. Damn, how are the swarm creatures from the desolate lands here? The eerie sounds were coming from massive beetles. Most were black and red, with 12 sturdy legs covered in sharp spikes, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Most terrifying were their patterned compound eyes, filled with bloodthirsty rage, devoid of any reason. Information about the creatures flashed through Zhan En's mind. Black beetles, spirit level 1. Black beetles, spirit level 2. These were the lowest level creatures of the desolate lands, and the psychers like Elsa weren't afraid of them. But their numbers were overwhelming, and each one was beyond the capability of the unawakened apprentices. Any failure in protection could lead to a significant setback for the new generation. Elsa's face darkened as she muttered through clenched teeth. Damn it. Where's the garrison? Weren't they supposed to be hidden nearby? She turned to her comrades and decisively ordered, "Quickly, get the apprentices out of here. I'll hold her off. Especially those 4 awakened apprentices, they must be safely escorted back to Ember City." Being the only surviving teammate of the Blood Serpent Empress from years ago, Elsa understood her opponent's power better than anyone. Despite years of driven training fueled by hatred, which had rapidly advanced her own abilities to mid-level, she knew the Blood Serpent Empress's power was even more terrifying. Sevenfold Ice Arrow. Elsa launched her attack first. Twin Serpent Bite. The Blood Serpent Empress quickly countered. The two clashed immediately, igniting an intense battle. The remaining 6 team members exchanged a glance, quickly reaching a consensus. Let's get the apprentices to a safe area, then return to aid the captain immediately. They nodded in agreement and commanded, "Stay calm. Follow us closely." The apprentices, aware of the dire situation, obediently followed the guardian's instructions, preparing to evacuate the battlefield. Attack! Charge! The furious shouts of 2 guards pierced the air as the massive shields in their hands gleamed brightly, like two raging beasts carving a bloody path through the dense swarm of black armored insects. The low-level bugs shattered into pieces under their onslaught, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The rest of the psionics followed closely, each unleashing powerful skills. Ice arrows rained down like a storm, flaming arrows traced fiery arcs through the sky, and earth spikes erupted from the ground, forming deadly barriers. Every monster that approached the team was reduced to ashes under the relentless barrage of these abilities. The team advanced towards the canyon entrance with astonishing speed, yet Zhan En's frown deepened. An inexplicable unease welled up within him. With the strength of these psionics, these low-level creatures should pose no threat at all. The psionics protecting the awakening ceremony had a spiritual strength generally above 6, and if not for safeguarding the apprentices, they would have broken through the encirclement long ago. Zhan En's gaze swept around, observing the creatures easily held back by the mid-level psionics, and his confusion grew. According to his past life's memory, after the Blood Serpent Empress attacked this awakening ceremony, only the 4 awakening apprentices survived by luck, while everyone else perished. But the current situation didn't seem to match that expectation. Despite this, Zhan En didn't feel overly worried, because this time, he had informed others in advance. At that moment, a shout filled with murderous intent interrupted Zhan En's thoughts. Blood Serpent Empress, today you must die here. Elsa's voice was filled with determination. She exhaled a chilling breath, her sky-blue pupils quickly focusing. The water vapor in the air condensed under her control into countless small ice arrows, each radiating a piercing cold light. 3,000 ice arrow storm. With Elsa's shout, thousands of ice arrows shot out like a torrential rain, instantly enveloping the Blood Serpent Empress above, densely packed to the point of suffocation. Faced with the overwhelming attack, the Blood Serpent Empress remained unperturbed. She slightly parted her crimson lips, her blood-red forked tongue hissing. Little Shasha, don't be so hot-tempered. Her voice was seductive, yet carried a hint of danger. As soon as she finished speaking, the Blood Serpent Empress's snake eyes suddenly narrowed, and 2 red lines flashed like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded continuously as the overwhelming ice arrows were effortlessly destroyed, turning into a flurry of ice crystals. The temperature in the valley suddenly dropped, biting cold. Elsa's heart sank. Her most powerful psychic skill was so easily neutralized. Yet she didn't give up. Her resolve to stop the Blood Serpent Empress only strengthened. No matter what your goal is, I won't let you succeed, even if it kills me. In her perception, the apprentices, especially the 4 awakening prodigies, were about to break through the valley under the protection of their teammates. Elsa continued to shoot ice arrows with her longbow, determined to block the Blood Serpent Empress and prevent the tragedy from happening again in front of her. However, the Blood Serpent Empress's power far exceeded Elsa's expectations. Her twin serpents danced, effortlessly destroying every ice arrow. Little Shasha, don't be naughty. The Blood Serpent Empress's voice remained indulgent, but the hidden threat sent chills down one's spine. In the next moment, the Blood Serpent Empress's crimson figure vanished in an instant. Before Elsa could react, she felt a soft chin gently rest on her right shoulder. 2 serpent arms wrapped around her body like iron bands, rendering her immobile. If you keep this up, sister won't be happy. The Blood Serpent Empress's voice was still indulgent and seductive, but her snake tongue lightly licked Elsa's cheek, sending a bone-chilling cold through her heart. You've reached high level. Elsa felt despair, but she didn't give up. The psionic energy within her rapidly gathered, preparing to explode all her psionic energy, sacrificing her life to stall the Blood Serpent Empress. However, the Blood Serpent Empress had already seen through her intentions. So naughty, she sighed softly, and the snake heads on her serpent arms suddenly opened their bloody mouths, biting hard into Elsa's snow-white arms. No, don't. Elsa's voice was filled with pain and despair. A surge of scarlet, chilling, corrupt psionic energy flooded into her body like a tide, instantly shattering the psionic energy she was about to gather. Intense pain radiated from her organs, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Elsa's consciousness quickly blurred, her face turned as pale as paper, her brows furrowed, and she soon fell into unconsciousness. A flicker of heartache flashed deep in the Blood Serpent Empress's eyes, but quickly vanished. She looked down at the unconscious Elsa in her arms and softly murmured, "Little Shasha, I'm looking forward to your transformation." The Blood Serpent Empress gently kissed Elsa's forehead before setting her down, her eyes filled with interest as she looked toward the valley entrance. Her gaze locked onto Zhan En's group, moving too slowly to escape. The breakout team felt an immediate sense of danger, as if a predator had them in its sights. 6 apprentice guards shouted in despair, "Captain!" Realizing the Blood Serpent Empress was rapidly closing in, they knew there was little hope left. The captain made a quick decision. "Masha, Finley, take Zhan En and the others and go. We'll hold her off." The 2 women gritted their teeth and agreed, each grabbing 2 people and darting through the monster horde like phantoms, quickly distancing themselves from the main group and escaping the valley. Held tightly by Finley, Zhan En looked back at the receding valley, puzzled as to why his sisters hadn't yet acted. Meanwhile, hidden within a spiritual array in the valley, a female scout with a flaming bow whispered anxiously, "Captain, should we intervene now?" In the center, the female knight EC stood with commanding presence, her silver armor shimmering, a large sword on her back exuding a sacred aura. She watched the blood serpent empress toying with the lower-level psychics, recalling her brother's warning, and decisively ordered, "I'll go first. Stay hidden. She might have a backup plan." With that, she drew her greatsword and stepped out of the concealed magic array. Meanwhile, Zhan En, Kathy, Grace, and Hetty were placed in a spacious study room. Kathy quietly prayed for their companion's safety. Zhan En closed his eyes, thinking about the blood serpent empress's weaknesses, while Hetty occasionally stole glances at Zhan En. Grace, however, lay sprawled on the desk, snoring loudly in the otherwise silent room. Hetty finally lost her patience, irritation flashing in her purple eyes. She stood up and slammed the table, shouting angrily, "Hey, you just can't shake off your crude nature, can you?" Her eyes inadvertently noted the stark height difference between them. Grace looked up dazedly, her white hair in disarray. Quickly composing herself, she stood abruptly, her nearly 2-meter frame blocking the sunlight from the window. Clenching her fists, which creaked ominously, she retorted, "Shorty, do you want a beating? I could knock your teeth out right now." Hetty felt her status was being challenged and instantly bristled like an enraged leopardess. She agilely leapt onto the table, her long purple hair swirling in the air, as she summoned 3 psychic flames in her hand. Despite her awakening, she remained a small, unattractive dwarf. Grace lowered her gaze disdainfully, pretending not to notice. Her nostrils flared with hot breath, her red lips parted slightly to reveal gleaming white fangs. Violent psychic energy gathered within her as she shouted, "You filthy, disgusting gorilla." Hetty was infuriated by the insult, and the 3 mystical flames in her hand flared vigorously. Amidst the tense standoff, Kathy finally lost her patience due to the constant interruptions of her prayer. "Stop it. You're disrupting my prayers. Take it outside if you want to fight," she scolded sharply. "What's the use of fake prayers? Why do you need us psychics then?" Hetty and Grace retorted almost simultaneously. Kathy was momentarily speechless, her anger boiling over. "You're driving me crazy. Just watch how I deal with you." A layer of golden fur swiftly covered her skin, and her nails grew long and sharp in ability from her jungle path awakening. She leapt onto another table, confronting the other 2 girls. "Mangy dog, ugly dwarf, gorilla." The 3 girls glared at each other, their taunts echoing back and forth. Yet, having just awakened, they were evenly matched and hesitant to make the first move, quietly waiting for someone to slip up. Jan sighed inwardly, ending his meditative rest. He opened his bright green eyes, his powerful presence immediately drawing everyone's attention. Kathy nimbly jumped into the boy's arms, complaining, "Jan, they're bullying me," she said, pointing at Grace and Hetty. Jan found himself in a dilemma. Although his relationship with Kathy suggested he should support her, he felt it was best not to intervene considering their future interactions. This conflict was essentially a way for them to vent their inner frustrations. Hetty looked disdainful, while Grace eyed Jan with interest. "Jan, I've been wanting to face off with you," she taunted. Just then, the door swung open. A half-elf entered, surveying the room scene with puzzled eyes. "It's all over," he said. "The other apprentices have been rescued. You can go home now." The 4 of them collectively sighed in relief, and the girls' agitation subsided. Hetty shot a fierce glare at Kathy, nestled in Jan's arms, then left with a huff. Grace yawned and followed suit. "Let's head back too," Jan said to Kathy. "Okay." Kathy nodded in agreement. With that, Jan and Kathy set off on their way home. After returning to the Charles family estate, Zhan En anxiously awaited his sister EC's return. When she finally appeared, she was clad in silver-white armor, marked with the scars of battle, clearly having been through a fierce fight. "Sister, your injuries?" Zhan En asked with concern, his eyes fixed on the damage to her armor. EC smiled indulgently and casually removed her damaged outer armor, revealing the intact inner layer. "I'm not hurt. That blood serpent lady is no match for me," she said confidently, which eased Zhan En's worries a bit. "Did you kill her?" Zhan En pressed on. EC shook her head, a trace of frustration in her eyes. "Damn it. She got away. If it weren't for a sudden appearance of a group of human traders, she wouldn't have escaped." As she spoke, she cast a grateful glance at Zhan En. "Thanks to your warning, I was vigilant enough." "She escaped?" Zhan En pondered, as this was information that hadn't existed in his past life. He recalled that in the original timeline, the blood serpent lady had easily killed most of the apprentices, achieving her goal, thus making further support from human traders unnecessary. Seeing Zhan En deep in thought, EC assumed he was still worried. "Although I didn't kill her, she won't be able to show up again anytime soon. I gave her a serious blow," she said, taking a vivid red serpent arm from her storage space. Under her psionic control, It moved as if alive, but was unable to act. Next time, she won't escape. Zhan En instantly recognized it as one of the blood serpent lady's arms. He knew that her two serpent arms were the cornerstone of her core spiritual skills, and losing one would weaken her strength by at least a third. Silently admiring his sister's prowess, Zhan En first showed a look of shock, followed by a gaze filled with a bit of admiration, which EC quite enjoyed. Zhan En, what path have you embarked on? Why do you have the powers of two paths? EC finally returned to today's main topic, awakening. She looked at her brother with curiosity, having never encountered such a peculiar aura, which contained both the life representing jungle energy and the death representing death herald energy, two opposing forces that surprisingly coexisted without conflict. Zhan En pointed to his forehead and explained, I've actively awakened the death herald path, and the jungle energy comes from that mysterious sub-god imprint. Ah, it's the influence of the sub-god imprint. EC realized. No wonder, it's the power of a sub-god. It not only predicts danger, but also balances life and death. Zhan En nodded in agreement, secretly relieved that he had attributed the early warning about the blood serpent lady to the sub-god imprint, which EC accepted without question. After marveling at the sub-god's power, EC took Zhan En's hand. Come with me, she said with a mysterious smile. Sister, where are we going? Zhan En asked, following obediently. You'll know when we get there, EC teased. They walked through the backyard, with servants bowing as they passed. They traversed several magical arrays, eventually stopping in a deep part of the family estate. Before them was a bronze door, pulsating with immense psionic energy, interwoven with various magical guardian arrays, clearly marking it as a secretive place. Isis gently caressed the bronze door with her hands, whispering, Isis Charles, the 13th head of the Charles family, opens the family's secret treasure as the rightful heir has successfully awakened. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of light flashed across the door. She turned to signal Zhan En to place his hand on it as well. A gleam of joy appeared in Zhan En's eyes as he thought about how unexpected it was that his sister brought him to the legendary Charles family vault right after his awakening. He placed his hand on the door and immediately felt a surge of energy enveloping his entire being. Zhan En, just walk through, Isis said, taking her brother's hand again. The two of them passed through the bronze door, laden with protective enchantments, as if it were merely a veil. Beyond the door was a winding cave tunnel descending downward. Upon reaching the end, the space opened up to reveal dozens of bronze pedestals arranged neatly, each bearing a piece of extraordinary equipment. Isis began to introduce the place to Zhan En. Every piece of equipment here represents the foundation and glory of our family. She pointed to a long sword glimmering with a cold light. For example, this is the sacred scythe sword, which our grandfather used to slay the dreadful monster, the Heart-Eater rock demon. Zhan En listened attentively, his gaze sweeping over the rows of equipment. When he saw 12 black great swords, a peculiar sparkle flickered in his eyes. He quietly recalled how players in his past life described this vault, knowing it provided many with powerful early-stage gear. Isis continued, besides the primary weapons used by past warriors, there are also some precious trophies here. With a wave of her hand, she disengaged the protection on one pedestal and handed Zhan En a black crystal earring. Like this blessing of the departed, which is perfect for someone like you who walks the path of death. Zhan En took the earring, noting its intricate skull design, entirely black and shimmering, emitting a strange bone scent. He silently examined its attributes. Purple quality. Wearing requirement. Spirituality 1. Special death path bonus. Skeleton resurrection level 2. Upon wearing the earring on his right ear, he immediately felt the symbol of skeleton resurrection deep in his soul become more intricate. This purple gear instantly elevated his skeleton resurrection ability to level 3, equivalent to the effect of increasing 2 spirituality points. Impressive, isn't it? Isis asked with a smile. Very fitting, Zhan En nodded, then inquired. Are there any other items that enhance skeleton resurrection? Though he recalled there might only be this one. Isis glanced around, furrowing her brow and sighing. I'm sorry, little Zhan En. You're the first in our family's history to take the path of death. The powerful equipment of our ancestors isn't suitable for you, and there are no related items among the trophies. She explained, the stronger the equipment, the stricter the requirements. Especially those main battle weapons, which not only demand a level of spirituality, but also have attribute and path restrictions. Isis looked around the vast treasury, feeling a bit frustrated about not finding many items suitable for her brother. It's all right, sister, Zhan En reassured, a determined light in his eyes. Guided by the sub-god's mark, I have a feeling that an extraordinary spirit weapon is waiting for me at the destined place. EC's mood, which had been low because she couldn't provide her brother with a powerful spirit weapon, improved a bit. She took a deep breath and whispered gratefully, Thank the great sub-god. Then, turning to Zhan En, her tone became serious and earnest. Zhan En, let me first teach you how to unlock the seal of the secret formation. This way, If you encounter someone with a suitable spirit weapon, you can easily exchange it with those from our secret treasury. In her heart, EC silently added, after all, the entire Charles family only has the two of us left. These spirit weapons should be ours to handle. Her intention was clear. She was fully opening the secret treasury to Zhan En, allowing him to use it as he wished. This indulgence was profound. Despite Zhan's unsuccessful awakening, he was still an unranked psychic. The treasury contained purple and pale gold spirit weapons coveted by high-ranking individuals and even controllers. I won't misuse them, Zhan En solemnly promised, though inwardly grateful for the memories of his past life. He distinctly remembered how, in the original timeline, he had been deceived into giving away precious spirit weapons or selling them cheaply, all to satisfy his vanity. Hearing this, EC's opinion of her brother rose even higher. She was surprised to find Zhan En so composed in the face of having control over so many rare spirit weapons. Blessed with a photographic memory, Zhan En quickly mastered how to use his bloodline to unlock the secret formation. After learning, he walked straight to a pedestal, and under EC's puzzled gaze, picked up 12 gleaming swords. Rare swords of the unknown legion, Zhan En murmured. Blue quality, sharpness 25, requirements, spirit 15, strength 5. He looked up at his sister. EC, I need these. Do you need anything else? EC asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Not for now, Zhan En replied. Although she didn't understand why Zhan En chose these seemingly ordinary swords over other rare spirit weapons, EC didn't question him further, assuming it was the sub-god's guidance. These swords, though blue in quality higher than white but lower than purple, were considered rare spirit weapons but lacked any special enhancements, ranking at the lowest level of blue quality. Inwardly, Zhan En was thrilled. These 12 rare swords, he thought, might be the most valuable spirit weapons in the treasury. While they were currently dormant, once awakened through a special ritual, their quality would soar to pale gold, with incredible enhancements. This secret, Zhan En planned to keep to himself, even from his sister EC, as revealing it served no purpose beyond vanity. All right, EC said. Remember how to access the treasury. If you need anything in the future, you can get it yourself. I understand, Zhan En nodded, eager to leave and officially start leveling up, with dreams of the Armored Knights' resurgence lingering in his mind. EC donned her silver-white armor again and led Zhan En out of the treasury to the parlor. With a stern expression, she advised, Zhan En, you should know that while the creatures in the barren lands have low spirit and no particularly strong monsters, only those like you with low spirit can enter. Especially for someone like you who has just awakened, you must team up for safety. If you don't want to team up with others, you must take the family's guards with you. EC earnestly insisted on the importance of teamwork for Zhan En's safety. The desolate area, akin to a dungeon, is known in reality as the region shrouded in black mist. Here, monsters appear endlessly like a tide, and defeating them can enhance a person's spiritual power, essentially leveling them up. Sister, I must go alone. It's the guidance of the demigod, Zhan En insisted, attributing his decision to divine direction once again. However, EC, concerned for her brother's safety, firmly opposed the idea. With no other option, Zhan En demonstrated his astounding strength and physique, comparable to spiritual levels 4 or even 5. Such power was more than sufficient for self-preservation in the desolate area, leaving EC both shocked and delighted. She had never encountered someone with such immense initial strength, and her heart was filled with surprise and joy. If it's the demigod's guidance, I won't stop you, EC conceded. But you must take this teleport scroll and these alchemical potions with you. A scroll shimmering with purple light and several bundles of alchemical potions floated in front of Zhan En. The purple quality teleport scroll could transport him back to a designated location, while the potions were primarily used for healing injuries and restoring spiritual energy. These items were extremely precious. The method to craft the teleport scrolls had been lost long ago, making each one invaluable, with only a few remaining in the entire city of Xinhua. The alchemical potions were equally priceless, beyond the means of an ordinary spiritual practitioner, and even the Charles family had invested a fortune to acquire them. If there's danger, activate the teleport scroll immediately, EC instructed. Zhan En realized that this scroll wasn't from the Charles family's secret vault, but likely a rare treasure EC had come across, which she unhesitatingly entrusted to him. Feeling deeply moved, Zhan En solemnly accepted the scroll and potions, storing them in his spatial storage or spiritual space, a point of interaction between a spiritual practitioner and another dimensional spiritual realm with storage capabilities. I will definitely restore the glory of the Charles family, Zhan En declared resolutely. Zhan En, your sister believes in you, EC said, relieved as her brother accepted the items. She carefully went over the precautions for the desolate plains, ensuring all supplies were ready before allowing Zhan En to embark on his journey. The desolate area lay on the outskirts of the Black Mist region, closest to Xinhua City. The land was cracked and barren, with only swarms of giant beetles roaming. These creatures were bloodthirsty and frenzied, attacking any living thing they encountered. Their numbers seemed endless, or rather, they were manifestations of the mist itself, destined to persist as long as the source of the black mist remained. This is it, a figure clad in black armor muttered as he arrived at a massive, peculiar rock in the desolate area, eyes gleaming with excitement. It was Zhan En, fully armed and ready to train. His white armor was a spiritual outfit, offering no special abilities but providing 1 point of durability, enough to withstand numerous attacks from lesser monsters. This equipment required only spiritual level 1 and strength 1. With his past life's knowledge of the desolate plains, Zhan En skillfully avoided all monsters, eventually reaching this optimal training spot. The massive rock was unique, with 3 sides smooth as mirrors and 1 side featuring a narrow natural stone staircase, allowing only a single person or monster to pass. It was perfect for luring monsters without being overwhelmed. Despite this, Zhan En remained cautious, determined to leave nothing to chance in this defensible location. He climbed the stone staircase, quickly reaching the top. After a brief rest, he retrieved a simple longbow and arrows. These were not spiritual weapons, merely tools for attracting monsters. Zhan En's storage space was well stocked with various spiritual equipment, but he needed monster corpses to summon skeleton warriors. Using spiritual weapons might kill the monsters before they could get close. Aiming at a distant giant beetle, Zhan En drew his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The wooden arrow flew, striking the beetle's black shell but failing to penetrate. Before the beetle could react, another arrow hit its carapace. The beetle's crimson eyes lifted, instantly locking onto the figure on the rock. It immediately moved its 12 thick legs, rapidly approaching the rock. Zhan En set down the wooden bow and drew a large sword. This wasn't one of the 12 blue spiritual swords from the secret vault, as he didn't meet the usage requirements, but a white spiritual weapon. As Zhan En expected, the weak attack from the wooden arrow only attracted a single black beetle. The giant insect, after probing around the rock, finally took the path Zhan En had meticulously designed the narrow stone staircase and approached at an alarming speed. Zhan En stood at the end of the stone steps, gripping his white spirit sword with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. A black beetle darted towards him, and he struck swiftly. Swoosh! With the support of 4 points of strength, the sword easily pierced through the beetle's hard shell, killing it instantly. With the beetle's death, Zhan En sensed a slight increase in his spiritual essence. The panel displayed, Spirituality 10.11000 essence. He calculated silently that to advance his spirituality, he needed to defeat 9,999 more beetles. Even at his efficiency, it would take over a month. In contrast, those who could only barely defeat the beetle in groups might take a year or 2 to advance by just 1 point. Suddenly, a symbol of skeletal resurrection flashed in Zhan En's mind. A pallid energy enveloped the beetle's corpse, and with a chilling creak, a skeleton soldier wielding a bone knife rose. This process seemed like a standard assembly line, capable of reshaping any creature's corpse into a similar skeleton soldier. Zhan En immediately activated the summoning space, absorbing the skeleton soldier into it. He sensed a soul connection with the skeleton, allowing him to issue simple attack commands, though complex orders were beyond its comprehension. The skeleton's attributes were extremely low: health 10, strength 0.3, constitution 0.2, speed 0.1, making it the epitome of cannon fodder. Without further thought, Zhan En drew his bow again, attracting another black beetle. He swung his sword, and with the aid of 4 points of strength, easily severed the beetle's 12 thick limbs. Black insect blood spurted out, leaving only the torso writhing weakly on the ground. Attack! Zhan En commanded the skeleton. It creaked and swung its broken bone knife repeatedly at the dying beetle. After a few chops, the beetle finally expired. Another 0.1 point of essence gained, with 9,998 more to go for a spiritual upgrade. Meanwhile, Zhan En sensed a wisp of pallid death energy drifting from the beetle's body, absorbed by the skeleton's soul fire, slightly strengthening it. The skeleton's path to ascension, the first step, is feasible. Zhan En rejoiced internally. In this world, spiritual skills could be enhanced not only by skill points, but also through ascension for a qualitative leap. Like the arms of the blood serpent empress, which could transform into serpents, evolved from ordinary snake people, granting her formidable power. Unfortunately, she encountered her stronger sister Isi and had to flee after losing an arm. Zhan En knew well that the path to ascension was fraught with challenges, and most spiritualists never achieved an ascended skill in their lifetime. But at this moment, he seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. The path to the ascension of skeleton warriors is fraught with challenges and obstacles. Zhan En stood in the dim underground cavern, the eyes beneath his helmet shining with determination. He knew that for these skeletal soldiers to truly grow, they must first survive battles and continually absorb death energy. Each time a skeleton warrior fell, it meant starting over from scratch. Zhan En recalled the predicament of ordinary death heralds. Even after expending considerable resources on Ascension, skeleton warriors remained the weakest of their kind, often reduced to cannon fodder and bait. Protecting them would occupy precious revival slots, losing the advantage of summoning new skeletons continuously. Yet, Zhan En was convinced he could change all of this. His mind flashed back to the achievements of explorers from a past era, the impressive performance of flame skeletons and frost skeletons in special environments, the unbreakable resilience of shield skeletons in large-scale battles. These diverse ascension paths had once made the summoning faction the mainstream in the path of death, accounting for over 90%. What captivated Zhan En the most was the pinnacle of Ascension, the Undead Armored Cavalry. Each member of this elite force was clad in top-tier undead gear, boasting immense strength and speed that could crush psychers of the same level. Once assembled into a regiment, they became an unstoppable force on the battlefield, akin to a relentless tide of death. However, creating such an elite force required vast amounts of rare resources. Zhan En recalled the scene of top-tier death heralds from the previous era working together, barely managing to form a regiment of undead armored cavalry. He felt fortunate to have been reincarnated early, giving him ample time to explore the world's secrets and recreate that legendary regiment. Gathering his thoughts, Zhan En began preparing for the first step of Ascension. He drew his bow and arrow, luring a black beetle. With a swift swing of his sword, he left it severely wounded, then gestured for the skeleton warriors to finish it off. As the beetle's life faded, Zhan En gained 0.1 spirit essence, while the skeleton absorbed a wisp of death energy, slowly strengthening itself. This process repeated continuously. The second, third, and fourth black beetles were successively lured. The skeleton warriors became increasingly adept at wielding their weapons, precisely harvesting each dying beetle. Time passed until the 1,000th beetle fell, yet the skeleton warriors continued their task with machine-like precision, absorbing every wisp of precious death energy. The skeletal warrior finally reached the threshold of Ascension after hours of swinging his greatsword thousands of times. Now, his body was utterly exhausted. He slowly opened his visor, exhaled softly, and sat cross-legged on the cold stone surface to rest. Beside him stood another skeletal soldier, its bones noticeably thicker. The most striking feature was the pale soul fire burning in its eye sockets, indicating it was on the brink of Ascension. Zhan En knew that with the right opportunity, perhaps in the next battle, this skeletal soldier would naturally ascend to an elite skeletal warrior. However, he didn't want it to take the traditional path of Ascension. After a brief rest, Zhan En steadied himself and commanded the skeletal soldier. Now, follow my movements exactly. Zhan En stood up, holding his greatsword, and began practicing a set of expansive sword techniques. As he moved, the deathly energy within him was stirred, and a chilling aura enveloped his sword. The skeletal soldier diligently followed orders, wielding its bone sword to mimic Zhan En's every move. After one round of practice, a voice echoed in Zhan En's mind, successfully created an unknown sword technique, named bone swordsmanship. The system indicated that bone swordsmanship was a sharp technique tailored for skeletal soldiers. It had a special enhancement. When skeletal beings wield sword weapons, damage is increased by 1 per level. For non-skeletal beings who learn it, the enhancement does not apply. Zhan En repeatedly practiced, and the skeletal soldier, initially clumsy, gradually became more adept. Finally, the system announced, the skeletal soldier has learned bone swordsmanship. Upon hearing the success, Zhan En stopped. The final condition for special ascension was finally met. The first phase of ascension for the undead armored cavalry path was the skeletal sword guard. The conditions included at least 1 point in deathly spirituality, the skeletal soldier meeting the ascension threshold and mastering bone swordsmanship, and the sacrifice of a white quality or higher special greatsword spirit weapon. Zhan En retrieved 12 identical greatswords from his storage space, each a rare blue quality sword from an unknown legion, with a sharpness of 25, requiring 15 spirituality and 5 strength. He placed them into the ground in a special arcane pattern. Standing at the center of the arcane circle, Zhan En released his internal energy, activating the array. The 12 greatswords lit up one by one. Zhan En focused intently, shouting in a special language, "Immortal Thorns." In an instant, the 12 dark greatswords floated upward, their darkness fading to reveal strange purple thorn patterns. Zhan En stepped forward to inspect them, discovering they had transformed into pale gold quality swords of the Purple Thorn clan, with a sharpness of 45 and special enhancements. Thorn Swordsmanship Level 3, damage 10 when using Thorn Swordsmanship, and the glory of the Purple Thorn Bond. The equipment requirements read like a mystical incantation. Spirituality 30, Purple Thorn Swordsmanship Level 10, Bloodline of the Purple Thorn family, Strength 20. This is the true identity of the unnamed great sword, the Purple Thorn family sword. It originates from a lost human era, a time when the sword was revered above all. In that era of swords, swordsmanship shone as brightly as the stars, and powerful families forged family swords as symbols of their legacy. These 12 Purple Thorn family swords hail from the illustrious Purple Thorn family of that age. Their quality gleams with a pale golden hue, ranking at the pinnacle of spiritual equipment quality: white, blue, purple, pale gold. Even more astonishing is their bond, the glory of the Purple Thorn. When these family swords resonate in battle, each additional sword boosts the wielder's strength and constitution by 1 point. This enhancement can be activated once every 24 hours, lasting for an hour. If all 12 swords resonate simultaneously, strength and constitution each increase by 12 points, enough to turn the tide of battle. In the original timeline, this set of spiritual equipment was scattered across the land after leaving the Charles family. Only one sword was accidentally found by the descendants of the Purple Thorn family, revealing their true identity, while the whereabouts of the remaining 11 remain unknown. Zhan En acquired these family swords not for his own use, but with a grander plan in mind: to use them in a sacrificial ritual to enhance his skeleton soldiers. The principle is simple. The stronger the sacrificial great sword, the stronger the resulting skeleton sword guard. Under the mysterious transformative power of Ascension, the special attributes of the great sword would also be bestowed upon the skeleton sword guard. Zhan En began the ritual. He set aside 11 Purple Thorn family swords, leaving one. Skillfully, he drew the Ascension array for the skeleton sword guard, placing the skeleton soldier in the left center and the Purple Thorn family sword in the right center, forming the two cores of the array. He then piled the corpses of black beetles hunted in previous days onto the array to fuel the energy. With everything ready, Zhan En began to chant the mysterious words of Ascension. As the incantation resounded, the Ascension magic illuminated, and the black beetle corpses fused, transforming into pure death energy that soared. The two core pillars of the array emitted pure white light, rotating and drawing closer until they converged into a more radiant beam. Zhan En's chanting grew more rapid, with notes resonating in the air. As the final note fell, the central beam of the array reached its peak brilliance, then suddenly dissipated, scattering into starlight and vanishing. At the core of the Ascension array, a robust skeleton wielding a great sword emerged. This skeleton was distinct from ordinary ones. Its white bones were inscribed with intricate patterns, which upon closer inspection resembled purple thorns. The source of these patterns was the great sword tightly gripped in its right hand, connecting the sword and the skeleton soldier's essence like blood vessels. This was the Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard, boasting a health value of 350, constitution of 7 points, and an astonishing strength of 9 points, with a speed of 3 points. It also mastered the skills of Purple Thorn and Purple Thornbone swordsmanship at levels 13. A full 9 points of strength, 7 points of constitution. This newly born skeleton sword guard's power surpassed the original skeleton soldiers by dozens of times. The skeleton sword guard, born from the sacrifice of a pale gold quality sword of the Purple Thorn clan, boasts impressive strength. This 2-meter-tall skeletal warrior not only inherits the powerful traits of the Purple Thorn clan sword, but also gains formidable abilities. The Purple Thorn's innate talent boosts its bone swordsmanship by 32 levels, allowing it to inflict an additional 10 damage with each swing. Even more astonishing is the unique synergy among multiple Purple Thorn skeleton sword guards. When they fight together, each additional sword guard increases the wielder's strength and constitution limit by 1 point. This resonance effect can last up to an hour, enabling a single sword guard's strength to soar to an impressive 21 points and constitution to reach 19 points. The transformed Purple Thornbone swordsmanship is even sharper. The special 13-level enhancement allows the sword guard to increase damage by 4 with each strike. Adding the original 10 damage boost, this skeletal warrior can inflict a total of 14 additional damage with each swing. Jian carefully examined the attributes and skills of the Purple Thorn skeleton sword guard, calculating in his mind. In this barren wasteland, the most formidable monsters possess only 8 attribute points, unable to compete. His gaze fell on a nearby restless swarm of black beetles, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. See that swarm of black beetles? Go eliminate them, Jian commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the Purple Thorn skeleton sword guard leaped from a boulder, landing heavily on the parched ground without a scratch. It brandished its great sword and charged directly at the swarm of black beetles. The black beetle swarm immediately grew agitated, surrounding the sword guard en masse. However, with their attributes peaking at only 3 points, these weak creatures were no match for the Purple Thorn skeleton sword guard. It swung its great sword effortlessly, slicing the obstructing beetles in half. Each strike absorbed a wisp of death energy, intensifying the flame of its soul. Roars echoed throughout the area, and black beetle blood splattered through the air. The gruesome scene only intensified the beetles' ferocity. They frantically lashed out with their stout forelegs, their sharp mandibles constantly stabbing at the skeleton sword guard. Yet, against this onslaught, the skeleton sword guard's sword swung with impenetrable precision, allowing almost no beetle to approach. In an instant, dozens of black beetles lay slaughtered, their remains scattered at the sword guard's feet. Suddenly, one beetle seized the moment during the skeleton sword guard's sword swing to launch a sneak attack from behind. But the skeleton sword guard was already aware. Its 2-meter-tall skeletal form deftly dodged, effortlessly evading the assault. It then seized the opportunity, wielding its sword to cleave the audacious beetle in two. The remaining black beetles, instead of retreating in the face of their comrades' brutal demise, grew even more bloodthirsty and ferocious. Confronted with these frenzied adversaries, the purple thorn skeleton sword guard let out a low growl, swinging its great sword with force. Instantly, a large swath of black beetles was slain, their blood spraying, and the sword guard, bathed in the gore, stood imposing, impervious to any further attack. On the peak of the boulder, Zhan En's eyes were sharp as he watched the violent spectacle of the violet thorn skeleton swordsman. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, and the continuous notification sounds in his ears filled him with excitement. Spirit Essence 0.1, Spirit Essence 0.2. The spirit essence gained from the summoned creatures slaying monsters flowed endlessly to him through the soul link. This was the key reason why Zhan En spared no effort in pursuing the path of the undead armored cavalry. With a sufficient number of powerful summons, his rate of spirit essence accumulation could multiply, even exponentially soar. Go further and slay more monsters. Zhan En commanded the violet thorn skeleton swordsman through the soul link. The current slaughter location was too close, and the surrounding monsters were constantly being drawn in, severely disrupting his plan to lure more monsters. With a creaking sound, the violet thorn skeleton swordsman obeyed the command, leading the black beetle swarm swiftly away from the boulder. Zhan En looked into the distance, seeing the swarm spread across the sky like a dark cloud. After the swordsman's bloody slaughter, the swarm did not diminish. Instead, it grew larger as more were drawn in by the scent of blood. Knowing the situation was critical, Zhan En made a decisive move, giving the violet thorn skeleton swordsman a new order. Withdraw immediately when your health drops to half. Although the swordsmen were exceptionally strong, facing so many black beetles, they were bound to be attacked, gradually depleting their health. Worse, if monsters interfered during the battle, Zhan En would be unable to recall the swordsmen to the summoning space, risking them being worn down to death. This new command effectively prevented such a risk. Once he confirmed that the violet thorn skeleton swordsman could reliably assist in leveling up, Zhan En decided to use skeleton resurrection again. Now, with the special enhancement of the crystal skeleton earring, his skeleton resurrection had reached level 3, allowing for 3 resurrection slots. This swordsman occupied 1, leaving 2 more. Skeleton resurrection. With Zhan En's low chant, a second skeleton soldier creaked to its feet, possessing the same useless attributes as the first when it was newly summoned. Zhan En expertly drew his bow and aimed at a nearby monster, luring it in, damaging it to a sliver of health, and then letting the skeleton soldier finish it off. Repeating this process inevitably became tedious. If only there were more such defensible terrains in the desolate area, Zhan En sighed to himself. If there were such a prime spot, he could have the violet thorn skeleton swordsman handle the third skeleton soldier while accumulating ascension energy for both, doubling efficiency. Unfortunately, this was the only perfect location. He dared not let an unascended skeleton soldier fight in dangerous areas, as its pitiful attributes would lead to it shattering at the slightest attack, wasting all efforts. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Zhan En diligently replicated the ascension path of the first skeleton soldier. A week later, a pillar of light shot up from the boulder's peak as the second violet thorn skeleton swordsman emerged. Zhan En immediately dispatched it to battle, while he swiftly summoned a third skeleton soldier, continuing the monotonous routine of luring, damaging, and harvesting. Another week passed, and the familiar pillar of light erupted once more on the boulder, as the third violet thorn skeleton swordsman finally emerged victorious. The third one. I can finally take a break, Zhan En thought, just as he was about to relax. Suddenly, he noticed a notification of increased spirituality on his panel, instantly invigorating him. Upon reaching 1,000 points of spiritual energy, Zhan En felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. His spirituality increased by 1 point, and he also gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. As a child of nature, he received an additional constitution bonus point. Without hesitation, Zhan En allocated the attribute point to strength and invested the skill point in skeleton resurrection. He calculated that most of the spiritual equipment he would need in the future required strength and constitution. With the strong passive ability of the child of nature, he didn't need to worry about constitution, so increasing strength was the wisest choice. With the attribute enhancement, Zhan En's status panel updated. Name: Zhan En Charles. Pathway: Deathbringer Pathway. Spirituality: 2. Spiritual energy: 02000. Health: 250 Constitution 50. Spiritual power, 50 Spirituality, 10 Mentality 10. Attributes, Strength 5 Speed 3 Constitution 5 Mentality 3. Skills, Child of Nature max level. Constitution increases by Spirituality 1. Skeleton Resurrection, level 4, 22 levels. Remaining skill points, 0. Remaining attribute points, 0. Zhan En watched the spiritual energy progress bar, relieved that the requirement hadn't doubled. He roughly estimated the killing efficiency of his purple thorn skeleton sword guards. Even with his orders for each to retreat when their health was halved, they could still slaughter over 400 monsters a day. However, as notifications like Spiritual Energy 0.05 and Spiritual Energy 0.1 repeatedly sounded, Zhan En realized that the spiritual energy gained from each monster was decreasing. He remembered the experience penalty mechanism. Due to the rule of condensed essence from low to high spirituality, the higher his spirituality, the less high-level spiritual energy he would gather from low-level monsters, eventually becoming negligible. Realizing that amassing spiritual energy by slaughtering creatures far below his spirituality level was nearly impossible, Zhan En decisively ordered, "You go kill monsters too." The third purple thorn skeleton sword guard leapt into action, sword in hand, heading off to fight for Zhan En's spiritual energy accumulation. Taking a deep breath, Zhan En remarked, "Here we go again." With skeleton resurrection at level 4, he could now summon 4 skeletons. Despite feeling a bit weary, Zhan En activated his Deathbringer ability and began another summoning cycle. A week later, a familiar pillar of light erupted, marking the birth of Zhan En's 4th purple thorn skeleton sword guard. He checked the progress bar, 600-2000, still some distance from his goal. Zhan En quickly calculated. At the current pace, 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard could gather 20 spiritual energy points a day, totaling 80 points with 4. To reach the next level of spirituality, he needed about 15 more days. If the outside world knew Zhan En had advanced from spirituality 1 to 2 in just 3 weeks and expected to reach spirituality 3 in a little over 3 more weeks, it would cause quite a stir. Typically, it takes years for ordinary spiritualists to advance their spirituality. Despite this, Zhan En felt that 15 days was too long. Assessing his combat strength, 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards, each comparable to a low-level spiritualista, was confident they could handle any challenges at the hidden node. Resolute in his decision, Zhan En ordered, "Return, all of you." He decided to tackle the hidden node first to accelerate his spiritual advancement. The command was delivered through a soul link, and the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, who were frantically slashing at the black beetles outside, stopped their actions in unison, like mechanical warriors receiving a silent directive. They quickly gathered around the rock, moving in perfect harmony as if drawn by some invisible force. Before long, 3 dense swarms of black beetles appeared in Zhan En's view, resembling 3 writhing black rivers surging towards his location. At the forefront of each swarm, a violet thorn skeleton sword guard marched proudly, leading the massive insect army. Zhan En understood that these black beetles had been lured by the violet thorn sword guards. He silently acknowledged, "Speed is indeed a shortcoming." As soon as the violet thorn skeleton sword guards entered his perception range, Zhan En immediately recalled them into the summoning space. Bereft of their target, the black beetle swarms scattered like headless flies, quickly dispersing in different directions, just as Zhan En had anticipated. Problem solved. Zhan En breathed a sigh of relief and summoned the 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards once more. Instantly, a thick stench of blood filled the air, as if he were in a slaughterhouse. Each sword guard skeleton was soaked in black beetle blood, covered in a thick layer of bloody foam, silently attesting to the number of black beetles they had slain. Zhan En clicked his tongue in satisfaction at their performance. He issued a new command. Number 4 on guard. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. Accelerate recovery. While they regenerated their health, Zhan En took out a sleeping bag and crawled inside to rest as well. This use of time was the epitome of efficiency. Silence reigned over the rock, with only number 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards standing like a gatekeeper, wielding a great sword, guarding the sole entrance to the massive rock. The other 3 absorbed the surrounding death energy, quickly recovering their already minimal health loss. Time flew by, the red sun set, the blood moon rose and disappeared, and the sky once again turned pale. That was refreshing. Zhan En stretched and emerged from his sleeping bag. He glanced up at the sky, puzzled. Did I sleep for an entire day? Despite this, he felt completely rejuvenated, and the 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards had also returned to peak condition. Ready to move. Zhan En squinted and gazed into the distance, quickly pinpointing the direction of the node. It's right there. With the 4 violet thorn sword guards escorting him, Zhan En descended from the massive rock. However, he did not set off immediately. Instead, he retrieved a peculiar device from his storage space, a metal seat mounted between 2 parallel iron rods. This was the vehicle he had commissioned from craftsmen in Xinhua City, similar to a sedan chair from his previous life, but without a canopy. Zhan En had named it the Iron Sedan. In addition, his storage space contained an even more comfortable palanquin, but considering potential monster attacks, the open-air Iron Sedan was more convenient. Number 3, Number 4, come here. With the command given, numbers 3 and 4 lifted the Iron Sedan from front and back. Zhan En sat comfortably on it and ordered, head west. The group proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the node in Zhan En's memory. Number 1 scouted ahead, the Iron Sedan in the center, and Number 2 guarded the rear, vigilant against potential monster ambushes. Sitting on the Iron Sedan, Zhan En swayed gently, like a young noble on an outing. He leisurely admired the barren land they passed, finding a unique charm in it. Comfortable, he mused to himself. It's just in a gamer's nature to find ways to make any harsh condition or environment more enjoyable. Thanks to his familiarity with the barren area, Zhan En skillfully avoided most monster gathering zones. The occasional lone monster was easily dealt with by Number 1, allowing Zhan En to remain seated on the Iron Sedan. He couldn't help but feel gratified. It was worth the effort to pursue the Undead Armored Cavalry route. Now I'm reaping the rewards. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at a dormant volcano. This is it, head straight to the crater. Zhan En commanded. The volcano was not particularly tall, more like a hill. In less than an hour, the violet thorn skeleton sword guards carried Zhan onto the summit's circular crater. The inside of the crater was pitch black and bottomless, making it impossible for an ordinary person to determine whether it was a dormant volcano or completely dead. But Zhan En knew well that this volcano had been dead for thousands of years, becoming one of the nodes of black mist. It only retained the appearance of a volcano, while its interior was hollowed out, turning into a haven for monsters, home to the most powerful monster boss in the barren land, the Infernal Beetle, with a spirit of 15. The Infernal Beetle was incredibly powerful, with a strength attribute of 8 and a constitution attribute as high as 20. Even more terrifying, it possessed extremely powerful innate abilities. In comparison, the highest spirit level of human psychics in the barren land was only 9, making it difficult for even multiple teams to contend with it. In the previous cycle, players managed to grind down the Inferno Beetle through sheer numbers, sacrificing countless lives in the process. Inside the volcanic node, not only was there this boss monster, but also numerous subordinate creatures guarding it. Hundreds of fire beetles with a spirit level of 10 and a maximum attribute of 6, along with thousands of firebugs with a spirit level of 7 and a maximum attribute of 4, stood like an impenetrable wall on the path. To confront the Inferno Beetle, all these guards had to be eliminated. For humans in the barren lands, breaching this node was nearly an impossible task. However, under Zhan En's command, the purple thorn skeleton sword guards were exceptionally powerful, far exceeding the limits of this region. Despite the node being extremely difficult to clear, the rewards were immensely tempting once completed. Particularly, the fantasy spirit gear dropped after defeating the boss was a highly coveted treasure among players. This volcanic node had a unique trait. Once cleared, the monsters would not respawn. Zhan En recalled that there were 3 Black Mist nodes in the Barren Plains, serving as reserve forces for the Black Mist expansion. In the previous cycle, the failure to clear one of these nodes led to the further expansion of the Barren Lands. Countless Black Mist creatures surged like a tide, and despite humanity's fierce resistance, the losses were devastating. Reflecting on this, Zhan En felt the weight on his shoulders. In the world of the Dark Kingdom, Black Mist served as the invading force, and whenever a region's node accumulated enough energy, it would initiate an expansion. Initially, the Black Mist area was just a small patch, but humanity did not pay attention, nor did they even notice it. This allowed the Black Mist's power to grow, gradually compressing the living space of all creatures. Now, humanity's situation was precarious. Eradicating the Black Mist and restoring humanity's glory to the land became an eternal topic. Human leaders continuously researched, paying a heavy price, yet no breakthroughs were made, forcing them to watch helplessly as the Black Mist devoured their territory step by step. There was a way to dispel the Black Mist, but with humanity's current strength, it was far from sufficient. In the previous virtual world, players took on the role of saviors, clearing one Black Mist node after another, delving deeper into the Black Mist regions. The official storyline revealed that once all Black Mist nodes were cleared, and the sacred fire once again covered the land, the darkness could be driven away. However, not only was finding the legendary sacred fire a daunting task, but clearing all Black Mist nodes was already beyond humanity's current capabilities. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Zhan En refocused his attention on the volcanic node before him. He slowly stepped down from the iron chariot, his gaze fixed on the bottomless volcanic crater. For safety, he decided to send the purple thorn skeleton sword guards to scout first. Although he had detailed strategies in his memory, caution was always wise. Zhan En bent down, picked up a stone, and aimed it at a small gap in the crater, tossing it down. A few seconds later, a crisp collision sound echoed back, confirming the landing spot in his mind. He then ordered the number 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guard to take a pre-prepared glowing stone and jump down through that small gap. A few seconds later, a dull thud accompanied by a creaking sound was heard. Moments later, a sudden burst of light shot up, illuminating the interior of the crater. Zhan En looked down, a knowing expression crossing his face. In the volcanic crater, number 4 stood on a protruding rock, the glowing stone in his hand emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the surrounding rocks of various sizes. This was the first challenge of the volcanic node wall walking. Hidden among the numerous protruding rocks on the volcano's inner wall was a secret passage leading to the entrance of the inferno beetle's nest. The entrance was so cleverly concealed that without prior knowledge, it was unlikely anyone would notice it. Zhan En didn't rush into action. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. After confirming that the environment matched his memory, he retrieved the 3 purple thorn skeleton sword guards by his side, and then leaped down to land steadily on the first protruding rock, joining number 4. Jump to the 3rd rock below, Zhan En instructed number 4, guiding him along the path from his memory, leaping between the protruding rocks. With number 4 paving the way, Zhan En felt somewhat relieved and followed closely. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed as number 4 accidentally dislodged a small piece of rock. The rock fell into the bottomless crater, with no sound returning for a long time. Zhan En's heart tightened, prompting him to exercise even greater caution. He was acutely aware that the abyss beneath was a true chasm, and unless one could fly, a misstep would require activating a teleportation scroll to escape. A fleeting thought crossed Zhan En's mind about an opportunity in the ruins of Sardisan, where he could summon an additional flying skeleton variant. Unfortunately, the black mist region where those ruins lay was beyond his reach for now. In the dark crater, only the faint glow of the stone illuminated the surroundings. Time seemed to stand still as Zhan En silently counted the rocks he jumped over. When he reached the 1008th rock, he suddenly commanded, "Attack the stone wall." Crash! Number 4 swung his great sword with force, shattering the stone wall to reveal a thin layer. Understanding what lay ahead, Zhan En continued to direct number 4 to strike until a passageway large enough to enter was created. Enter. Number 4 was the first to step inside, delving deeper. Zhan En waited patiently for a few minutes, ensuring the purple thorn skeleton sword guards encountered no danger before following. Upon entering, the glow from the stone allowed Zhan En to see his surroundings clearly. This was indeed the entrance to the boss's lair he had been searching for. He immediately summoned 3 purple thorn skeleton sword guards and cautiously arranged their formation. Number 1 to scout ahead, number 2 to guard the rear against ambushes, while numbers 3 and 4 stood by his side. Forward! With Zhan En's command, the group ventured into the deep cave. Initially, the passage was narrow, allowing only 2 people to walk side by side, but it gradually widened as they progressed. Suddenly, Zhan En signaled a halt, crouching low to the ground, listening intently. A faint rustling sound emanated from below, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. They were nearing their destination. Soon, they reached a cliff, from below which the distinct rustling sound continued. Zhan En took out a cylindrical glowing stone, and with a burst of energy, a bright beam illuminated a small area at the base of the cliff. Rustle! Rustle! At the cliff's base, dozens of large, reddish-brown hemispheres awoke under the intense light. Each stood about 2 meters tall, with a pair of sharp sides at the front and 6 sturdy insect legs lined with metallic-looking barbs. These were one of the creatures of the black mist node firebugs. With a spirit level of 7 and a maximum attribute of 4, thousands of them were densely packed below. Zhan En refrained from recklessly sending the purple thorn skeleton sword guards down to fight the creatures. Instead, he cautiously set up a tent he had prepared in advance, ready to face the impending challenge with composure. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 days to completely eliminate all the firebugs. Such a long time is not something Zhan En is willing to spend just watching the sword guardians fighting the creatures. With a brief thought, he set up a tent, sat cross-legged, and took out a table filled with meat. Then, he placed the first glowing stone at the top of the tent to illuminate the surroundings, and the second one was hung midway down the cliff to light up the bottom. Having done all this, Zhan En waved his hand grandly and declared, "Go forth, warriors. Fight with all your might. Offer your blood and glory to me." The 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guardians obeyed the command and climbed down the 4 sturdy ropes along the cliff edge. It wasn't long before they reached the bottom and charged at the firebugs. With a sizzling sound, the purple thorn skeleton sword guardians, boasting a strength attribute of 9 points, wielded their large swords, made of pale gold quality spirit armor, and faced a swarm of creatures with attributes far inferior to theirs, like tigers among sheep. Unstoppable. The sword guardians attacked with incredible speed, their large swords slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, each strike easily killing 1 or even several firebugs. Before long, The ground was littered with the remains of firebugs, and pools of bug blood formed, with a strong scent of blood permeating the air. This further incited the remaining firebugs' bloodthirsty nature, making them even more frenzied, swinging their red scythes fearlessly. However, the gap in strength was too vast, and the purple thorn skeleton sword guardians easily cut them in half. The slaughter continued, with the sword guardians displaying exceptional ferocity, each attack draining a firebug's life force, clearing an area in a short time. However, the thick scent of blood soon attracted more firebugs, and the number around the purple thorn skeleton sword guardians increased instead of decreased. Spirit quality 0.7, spirit quality 0.7, spirit quality 0.8. The prompts echoed in Zhan En's mind, confirming that these were node monsters providing abundant spirit quality. While listening to the beautiful symphony in his mind, Zhan En watched the battle below, akin to mowing the lawn, which made him ravenous. He casually grabbed a piece of meat and devoured it to satisfy his hunger. If another psychic saw this scene, they would surely question if such a scene could occur in the perilous black fog zone, perhaps thinking they were dreaming. Zhan En, however, would say that this is merely a small benefit of pursuing the ultimate path of individual skeleton enhancement. Retreat, he ordered. Although the purple thorn skeleton sword guardian's health was still depleting slowly, it was dropping nearly twice as fast as when battling outside, reaching the half-health warning line in half the time. Monsters with innate spirit skills are indeed extraordinary. The 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guardians grabbed the ropes and climbed back up, their bones covered in a thick layer of charred flesh, emitting a burnt odor. This flesh was naturally from the firebugs, charred due to the firebug's innate spirit skill, Fireblade. Once activated, the scythes on their forelimbs turned red-hot, emitting high temperatures that would burn any flesh that came into contact. However, with their entire bodies made of bones, the purple thorn skeleton sword guardians were unaffected by this heat, which was insufficient to damage their robust skeletons. Not bad. Not bad. In just one day, nearly a third of the 1,500 firebugs were slain. Zhan En opened the panel, noting that this round of slaughter had earned him an impressive 1120 spirit points. His spirituality value soared to 17202000, just a step away from advancement. An excitement surged within him. His decision to come to this point was undoubtedly correct. In less than a week, including 2 days of travel, he was on the brink of leveling up. In contrast, grinding ordinary monsters would have taken at least half a month. Once the health of the thorn skeleton sword guards was fully restored, Zhan En ordered them to return to the base of the cliff to continue the massacre. As the spirit points accumulated, they finally crossed the 2,000 mark. A system notification chimed, indicating that Zhan En's spirituality had increased by 1 point, and he had gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. He skillfully allocated these points, 1 point to strength, bringing it to 6, and 1 point to skeleton revival, raising the skill level to 32, which added another revival slot. With the new revival slot, Zhan En contemplated how to safely farm monsters with his fragile skeleton soldiers in this perilous environment. Scanning the surroundings, he found no natural cover like large rocks. Fire insects were active below, and sending the skeleton soldiers directly into battle would be suicide. Without the support of skeleton enhancement skills, they might not even withstand a single hit from a fire insect. After a brief consideration, Zhan En devised a simple yet effective plan. He instructed the thorn skeleton sword guards not to kill the fire insects outright, but to slice off their sides and limbs, then throw the crippled fire insects up the cliff. The thorn skeleton sword guard selected a fire insect and set to work. With a few precise chops, a fire insect with no attack capability was left before them. Bright red insect blood gushed from its severed limbs, and its health visibly plummeted. One of the sword guards hurled it into the air. Bang! The bleeding fire insect landed heavily on the cliff edge, its health instantly plummeting. Zhan En drew his white quality greatsword and delivered the final blow. Skeleton revival. With Zhan En's low command, a pale skeleton soldier creaked to life from the fire insect's remains. Another bloodied fire insect was tossed up. Under Zhan En's direction, the newly formed skeleton soldier fervently swung its bone blade, dispatching the weak fire insect and finally accumulating its first wisp of death energy. Zhan En felt a surge of joy. The plan was feasible. Subsequently, one weakened fire insect after another was thrown onto the cliff. The newborn skeleton soldiers swiftly harvested them, their soul flames growing more vigorous. However, this method had its drawbacks. To carefully sever the fire insect's limbs without killing them immediately, the thorn skeleton sword guards had to restrain their strength, leaving defensive gaps and increasing the attacks they endured. Especially when picking up and tossing the injured fire insects, they had to withstand attacks from surrounding fire insects. Fortunately, the fire insect's attributes were less than half of the thorn skeleton sword guards, so the damage they inflicted was manageable. Otherwise, Zhan En would have abandoned this time-consuming and risky method. By the end of this round, The 4 thorn skeleton sword guards had only managed to toss up 500 fire insects, reducing their health to a cautious half. In contrast, they had annihilated 1,500 in just one round the previous day. Come up and recover, Zhan En decisively ordered, weighing the balance between efficiency and safety. The 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards climbed back up the cliff, restoring their health. Zhan En's gaze fell on the skeletal soldier beside him. The soul fire in its eye sockets was blazing fiercely, indicating it had accumulated enough death energy. He nodded to himself, thinking that the more powerful a creature, the denser the death energy it releases upon dying. The deaths of over 400 fireflies had met the requirements for Ascension. Without hesitation, Zhan En quickly took out a purple thorn sword and placed it within the pre-drawn Ascension formation. The skeletal soldier, already skilled in bone swordsmanship, was also positioned within. As the formation activated, the firefly corpses transformed into pure energy, and a dazzling beam of light shot skyward. In this blinding brilliance, the 5th purple thorn skeleton sword guard was born. Go, unleash your power, Zhan En commanded. The newly born number 5 obeyed without question, dutifully climbing down the thick rope to begin its killing spree. With everything in place, Zhan En returned to his table, enjoying his meal and drink while watching the battle of the 5th purple thorn skeleton sword guard from above. The scene at the base of the cliff was both bloody and spectacular, as fireflies were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving Zhan En exceedingly satisfied. Once the other 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards had fully recovered, Zhan En immediately directed them to join the fray. The over 2,000 fireflies below were rapidly diminishing in number. Zhan En's spirit essence continuously increased, 0.7, 0.6, 0.8. The 5 purple thorn skeleton sword guards, like tireless war machines, became 5 bloody grinders, relentlessly slaughtering the swarm of fireflies. Strangely, the fireflies did not retreat but instead kept trying to attack the skeletal warriors. Zhan En pondered that these creatures of the black mist seemed driven only by the urge to kill, utterly devoid of fear. If they had any semblance of intelligence, they would have scattered and fled long ago. The fierce battle raged for about 10 hours until all the fireflies were annihilated. Zhan En checked his status panel and found the Spirit Essence progress bar just past halfway. Halfway there, he muttered to himself. Spirit level 3, Essence 156030000. To level up, I need to slaughter over 2,000 more fireflies. No rush, there are still flame beetles ahead, and if that's not enough, there's the boss Inferno Beetle. The boss alone should provide at least 1,000 Spirit Essence. Zhan En recalled the purple thorn skeleton sword guards after they completed their task, waiting for them to return to peak condition. Once everything was ready, Zhan En had a hearty meal, then was carried by the skeleton sword guards as he began descending the cliff. The familiar formation unfolded once more. Number 1 led the way, number 2 kept watch at the rear, and the remaining 3 purple thorn skeleton sword guards guarded Zhan En on all sides, one holding a glowing stone to illuminate the path. Zhan En's boots stepped onto the monster limb-strewn base of the cliff, the thick scent of blood assaulting his senses. Each step felt like treading through mud, leaving deep, bloody footprints. A thick layer of scattered flesh covered the ground, the firefly's compound eyes, bloodshot, and scattered in the bloody mire. As a former top-tier player of the Death's Path, Zhan En was unfazed by such scenes, his expression unchanging. As they ventured deeper, the scattered limbs gradually decreased, the temperature slowly rose, and the surrounding rock walls began to glow red. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, Zhan En's vision was suddenly filled with a fiery red. Several flaming caves appeared before him, resembling the gaping maws of giant beasts, seemingly ready to swallow any intruders at any moment. The path leading into the depths of the nest was a complex maze, with only one route that led to the lair of the Inferno beetles, while all others were dead ends, ending in the bottomless volcanic pit. Fortunately, Zhan En knew the correct path like the back of his hand. He decisively chose the third passage on the left, and skeleton sword guard number 1 led the way, with the others following closely behind. As the passage descended, the air grew increasingly hot. Zhan En silently calculated that they had been traveling for about 5 hours. Suddenly, the passage opened up into a slightly spacious lava cavern. On the pitch-black ground, hundreds of Inferno beetles lay dormant. They resembled fireflies, but were significantly larger. The most striking features were the flame-like patterns on their backs and the dark, protruding spot at the center. This was the organ they used to unleash their most powerful attack, the flame sphere. Zhan En quickly assessed the situation. These Inferno beetles had a spirit level of 9, with a maximum attribute of 6, and there were over 500 of them. Behind the insect swarm, a reddish-brown entrance was faintly visible, marking the true residence of the boss. The cave floor was flat, offering no cover. Zhan En had a clear plan. The number of beetles was within his expectations and could be eliminated in one strike. He decisively commanded, Numbers 3, 4, and 5, go and kill them. Numbers 1 and 2, stay by my side and deal with any stragglers. Despite having sufficient strength, Zhan En proceeded with caution. With his current attributes, he could only hold his own against one inferno beetle. As the skeleton sword guards charged forward, a rapid creaking noise echoed through the cavern. The inferno beetles awoke instantly, brandishing their massive scythes as they attacked. The experienced sword guards accurately targeted the beetles' weak spots. Their sharp swords sliced through the inferno beetles like butter, sending their scalding blood spraying through the air. In the distance, the inferno beetles, realizing the danger, activated the fiery patterns on their backs, and the dark protrusions began to emit flames. Watch out for the flame spheres, Zhan En warned alertly. Though the flame spheres were not expected to pose a significant threat, he remained vigilant. Boom, boom. A series of small flame spheres hurtled toward the three skeleton sword guards, indifferent to their battling comrades. The sword guards were well prepared, wielding their large swords to effortlessly slash the incoming flame spheres apart. The explosion's aftermath had no effect on them. Seeing this, Zhan En was completely reassured. Occasionally, a few inferno beetles noticed Zhan En by the entrance and attempted to launch a surprise attack, but numbers 1 and 2 easily dispatched them. The battle was proceeding exceptionally smoothly, with Zhan En's plan unfolding flawlessly. Spirit Essence 1, Spirit Essence 1. Each flame-armored beetle contributed a whole point of Spirit Essence, and the notification kept ringing in Zhan En's mind. Inside the cave, the number of flame-armored beetles drastically decreased until only a third remained. The defense line formed by the three violet thorn skeleton sword guards was as solid as a rock, and not a single beetle could break through. Seeing this, Zhan En decisively ordered Units 1 and 2 to join the battle. Instantly, the sound of bone swords swinging and beetle shells shattering filled the battlefield, and the speed at which the flame-armored beetles were eliminated increased dramatically. After what felt like an eternity, the cave returned to its quiet state. The battle was over. Zhan En checked his spirit attributes and found that the spirit essence had reached 2067300, with the progress bar surpassing 2/3. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. She was finally approaching the final boss battle. Cautiously, Zhan En ventured deeper into the cave, his gaze fixed on the still, fiery red entrance, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Yet he refrained from acting rashly, as there were more pressing matters to attend to. These scythes are valuable, Zhan En murmured to himself, his eyes scanning the busy violet thorn skeleton sword guards in the cave. They were cutting off the scythes from the flame-armored beetles one by one. Although these parts were no match for the pale gold swords of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards in battle, they were ideal for crafting ordinary equipment, far superior to common iron blades, and could fetch a good price. Zhan En carefully counted and found nearly 600 intact scythes, excluding the damaged ones. Satisfied, he nodded and ordered a rest at the same spot to prepare for the upcoming boss battle. Move out, Zhan En commanded, donning a set of white spirit armor with enhanced defense. The team maintained their original formation and slowly advanced into the fiery red entrance. As soon as Unit 1, the violet thorn skeleton sword guard, stepped into the entrance, a huge shadow suddenly lunged forward. The shadow stood 3 meters tall, charging aggressively. Unit 1, highly alert, reacted in time before the shadow could reach it, raising its large sword to withstand the fierce blow. Immediately, Unit 1's robust arm bones unleashed an astonishing force, sending the shadow flying and crashing heavily to the ground. This breathtaking moment unfolded in a flash. Units 2 and 3 quickly followed suit, entering the entrance and forming a triangle to guard it. For safety reasons, Unit 4, Zhan En, and Unit 5 remained temporarily outside the entrance. The fluorescent stone in Unit 4's hand illuminated the scene inside the cave, revealing the massive Creaturia giant inferno beetle. Standing 3 meters tall, it wielded enormous scythes and had 8 pairs of razor-sharp leg scythes. Its 4 carapace, covered in compound eyes, seethed with fury, bloodlust, and cruelty, mingled with a hint of wariness and cunning. The flame patterns on the inferno beetle's carapace were several times more intricate than those on ordinary flame-armored beetles. More daunting were the 2 rows of thick flame cannons on its back, which were sizzling with fire due to its anger. Zhan En quickly analyzed. Inferno beetle, Spirit 15, Strength 8, Constitution 20. Although its strength was only slightly lower than that of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, its staggering 20 constitution meant it possessed formidable health, stamina, and defense. Zhan En calculated silently, understanding that to safely eliminate the inferno beetle, he must prepare for a prolonged battle. He also needed to ensure the health of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, as losing even one would mean a Pyrrhic victory, even if they managed to kill the boss in the end. Engage in close combat immediately, Zhan En ordered decisively. Don't give it a chance to unleash its flame cannons. The Inferno Beetle's 8 Gates flame cannons are its most threatening ability, boasting high damage and numerous attacks. If all 8 cannons are fired simultaneously, the violet thorn skeleton sword guards would struggle to evade them all, potentially sustaining severe damage from just a few hits. Suddenly, 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards charged forward like arrows released from a bow, their skeletal feet pounding the ground as they rapidly closed the distance to the Inferno Beetle. Sensing the impending danger, the beetle was forced to stop charging its cannons, swinging its 6 scythe-like legs to fend off the imminent attack. The sound of metal clashing and blades scraping against the beetle's carapace filled the air. In an unknown scenario, the Inferno Beetle might have withstood the assault of a single sword guard. However, against 3 equally strong, if not stronger, opponents, it quickly fell into a disadvantage. In mere seconds, its body was covered with dozens of bloody sword slashes, and its scorching insect blood dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound. As a node boss, the Inferno Beetle displayed remarkable resilience. Its 20 points of constitution granted it formidable damage reduction and a massive health pool, allowing it to endure the relentless onslaught of the sword guards for so long. As its injuries worsened, the beetle's fury intensified. It let out a deafening roar, and the fiery patterns on its body suddenly flared to life. Zhan En, sensing the imminent danger, immediately commanded, "Scatter." The 3 sword guards quickly ceased their assault and retreated. Just as they moved back a dozen steps, the beetle's fiery patterns fully activated, and a surging ring of fire erupted from beneath it. Boom! The violent fire energy swept through the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path. The heat wave rolled, rocks shattered, and the power of this attack was terrifying. Fortunately, Zhan En's timely warning allowed the sword guards to retreat to the edge of the blast, avoiding serious injury. With lingering fear, Zhan En thought, the flame ring is a powerful skill the Inferno Beetle activates when its health drops below half, capable of instantly killing any being with less than 4 points of constitution. However, instead of deterring Zhan En, this fearsome ability only fueled his determination to slay the beetle. Continue the assault. It can't release another one anytime soon, Zhan En decisively ordered. The sound of metal clashing once more resonated in the quiet cave, as dense as rain pounding on a tin roof. Scorching insect blood splattered, sizzling as it hit the stone walls. The Inferno Beetle roared repeatedly, its massive body thrashing about in an attempt to shake off the attackers, only to expose more vulnerabilities. A smile played on Zhan En's lips. He knew victory was within grasp. Chop off its scythe legs first, he commanded decisively. The soul fire of Sword Guard No. 1 flickered hauntingly, as dark undead energy swirled around its greatsword. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Slash, came a crisp sound, followed by a sh, as one of the Inferno Beetle's scythe legs was cleanly severed at the joint by the razor-sharp greatsword, sending a fountain of insect blood spraying forth. The loss of a sickle leg left the Infernal Beetle with a significant defensive gap. Flash, crack. The purple thorn skeleton sword guards swiftly severed its sickle from the joint. Waves of excruciating pain surged through the Infernal Beetle, causing it to roar in fury as its back cannons attempted to charge, but were forcibly interrupted each time. Within seconds, the Infernal Beetle was reduced to a bare half-sphere. Even its massive sickles were disassembled under the relentless assault of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards. Now, it was on the brink of death. Zhan En's expression grew serious as he urgently shouted, "Quick, fall back." The skeleton sword guards obeyed without hesitation, swiftly retreating. This is one of the advantages of skeletal summons. They can perfectly execute their master's commands without any personal motives. 3, 2, 1. Zhan En silently counted down. The bloodthirsty compound eyes of the Infernal Beetle gradually lost their color, becoming dull, signaling the end of its life. At that moment, the flame patterns on the beetle's corpse suddenly flared up, and the 8 cannons on its back completed their energy charge in just a second. Boom, boom. 8 massive fireballs shot out in all directions, causing terrifying explosions that shook the cave, sending rocks tumbling from above. This was the Infernal Beetle's final attack upon death. It was all over. Zhan En exhaled deeply and ordered the skeleton sword guards to collect the beetle's sickles, then silently checked the notifications on his panel. Killing the Black Mist node boss, the Infernal Beetle, granted him 1,500 spirit essence, 1 fantasy spirit gear, 3,000 spirit essence accumulation, and an increase in spirituality by 1, bringing it to 4. He received an attribute point and a skill point. A total of 1,500 spirit essence. This massive gain was equivalent to killing over 2,000 fire insects. It instantly boosted Zhan En's spirituality to 4 points, increased his strength attribute to 7 points, and upgraded his skeleton resurrection skill to level 42, adding another resurrection slot. After allocating the points, Zhan En's thoughts shifted, and a formless, pitch-black fluid appeared in his hand. He gazed intently at the dark fluid, which was the fantasy spirit gear. Fantasy spirit gear is a crystallization formed by the convergence of numerous spirit gears and energies under the relentless onslaught of the black mist, possessing incredible powers. Its qualities and special abilities are as follows. 1. In its primal state, it can mimic any spirit gear of pale gold quality or below, perfectly replicating it. Note that replication requires direct contact, and this effect can only be changed once a week. 2. In its growth state, it can devour any spirit gear to enter the growth state, perfectly inheriting all the gear's attributes and special augmentations. This process is irreversible, and the primal state disappears. Note that in the growth state, the type of spirit gear is determined by the first gear devoured, which also decides its specific appearance. The inherited attributes take the highest value, and different special augmentations can stack, with a maximum of 10, with identical effects taking the highest value. 3. In its complete state, upon reaching a certain devour value, it can enter a complete state, granting exclusive augmentations. This is the fantasy spirit gear that was fiercely contested by many players during the Dark Age. Zhan En gazed at the dark fluid in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. This miraculous fantasy artifact not only had the ability to replicate precious spirit gear of pale gold quality and below, but it could also change once a week. In a world where such powerful and rare artifacts were hard to come by, this ability was undoubtedly a ticket to power. His eyes shifted to the earring, Blessing of the Departed, a purple-quality artifact that emitted a mysterious glow. Carefully, Zhan En placed the earring on the dark fluid, watching as the liquid swiftly enveloped the artifact. Within just 3 seconds, the fluid reassembled, accurately replicating the appearance and color of the Blessing of the Departed. Zhan En picked up the replica, inspecting it closely. As expected, this fantasy artifact copy had no equipment restrictions. This was another formidable trait of the fantasy artifact. It could transcend the boundaries between paths, ignoring spiritual and path limitations. Of course, some high-quality armor still required sufficient strength and constitution to wield. Eagerly, he put on both Blessing of the Departed earrings, feeling the crystalline skull pendants shimmer with a mysterious light. Instantly, his skeleton revival level soared to level 8, granting him a total of 8 skeleton revival slots. While Zhan En was busy replicating, his violet thorn skeleton swordsmen were also at work, quickly gathering the scattered scythes and sickles from the ground. After completing the replication, Zhan En approached the corpse of the infernal beetle, channeling necrotic energy, and quietly chanted, "Skeleton revive." Amidst a teeth-grating creak, a pallid skeleton soldier rose from the corpse, awaiting Zhan En's command. To his delight, only a quarter of the infernal beetle's corpse was consumed. He continued to cast Skeleton Revive, summoning 2 more skeleton soldiers. Zhan En pondered silently, realizing that the Skeleton Revive skill essentially used necrotic energy to extract and condense the materials needed for skeleton soldiers from the corpses. No wonder the powerful infernal beetle's corpse could yield up to 4 skeleton soldiers, rather than just 1. This discovery deepened Zhan En's understanding and anticipation of his own abilities. Zhan En retracted the 3 weak skeleton soldiers back into the summoning space and began to make his way back under the strict protection of the Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard. The return journey was long and monotonous, but it was the only way out. Fortunately, this leg of the journey required only focus on traveling, without the need for combat. 3 days later, Zhan En and his skeletal guards finally emerged from the volcano's crater. The rush of fresh air was invigorating. Although the sky was still gray, the earth cracked and harsh, it was undeniably more comfortable here than in the dark underground caves. Zhan En pondered how to quickly elevate the 3 skeleton soldiers. He was not in a hurry to head to the other 2 black mist nodes, understanding that breaking through without detailed intelligence was challenging for an ordinary psychic. Moreover, those 2 nodes were more dangerous than the lava beetles area, requiring more accumulated strength to ensure success. As a cautious and mature Deathbringer, Zhan En believed in strengthening his abilities first to prevent any unforeseen events. However, the current efficiency of luring monsters was too low. Each skeleton soldier needed to kill 1,000 low-spirit monsters to ascend, making it 3,000 for all 3, which could take up to half a month. Moreover, he had to return to the easily defensible large rock to safely lure and kill the monsters. This realization left Zhan En feeling somewhat numb. He opened his visor to take a breath and looked out from the top of the small volcano, trying to relax. Suddenly, he noticed a faint outline of a camp in the distance, with a large bonfire conspicuously visible. Betrayer's camp. Alarm bells rang in Zhan En's mind. In this desolate land shrouded in black mist, no normal psychic would camp so openly, let alone light a bonfire. Only those who had turned to darkness dared to act this way, as they wouldn't be threatened if they didn't actively attack the black mist creatures. Human betrayers usually operated alone and rarely gathered. A camp of this size must be plotting something. Zhan En felt the urge to investigate, but reason quickly prevailed. Although in this barren area, whether normal psychics or betrayers, the highest spiritual level could only reach 9, with the highest attribute averaging around 6, they were no match for the Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard. However, betrayers were smarter than monsters, capable of using tactics, coordinating attacks, and even retreating. Zhan En quickly calculated. With only 5 Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards, 2 of which must protect him, only 3 could actually engage in battle, posing a risk against a considerable number of betrayers. Since they are gathered together, there shouldn't be major changes in the short term. I'll consider how to eliminate them once I maximize my combat power in this desolate area. Zhan En decided to proceed cautiously. Although he couldn't think of a better way to quickly accumulate kills for the skeleton soldiers, Zhan En believed that spending more time was better than taking unnecessary risks. He boarded the iron sedan and began the journey back to the easily defensible large rock. 2 days later, Zhan En stood once again on the familiar large rock, ready to start the long and tedious process of leveling up. Jane waved her hand to disperse the 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards, directing them to hunt monsters with higher spiritual energy than the black beetles. This move would not only help him accumulate a significant amount of spiritual essence, but also store death energy for his next ascension. As his spiritual level increased, killing a black beetle with a spiritual value of 1 only added a meager 0.0125 to his essence progress. He left 1 violet thorn skeleton sword guard to stand vigil at the only staircase of the large rock, tasked with severing the limbs of any monster and tossing them up. Although this method was as efficient as Jane personally shooting arrows and severing limbs, it freed his hands. Jane estimated that in about half a month, the 3 skeleton soldiers would successfully ascend. Determined not to waste this time, Jane took out a white-grade greatsword and began practicing his swordsmanship. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual energy within him, he couldn't fully perform all sword techniques at once, hindering his learning. Now, with 70 points of spiritual energy, he could finally sustain a complete practice. The greatsword traced graceful arcs in the air, each move and stance showcasing the result of Jane's years of diligent practice. These techniques were ones he had been honing since childhood, aiming to master powerful swordsmanship independently as a spiritual energy wielder, without needing to acquire it elsewhere. This was one of the great advantages of being a reincarnator. As Jane executed the sword techniques, his spiritual energy was automatically drawn out, and the subdivine mark hidden by his headband began to glow. This time, the energy didn't transform into the familiar death energy, but into a pure white force. The greatsword was surrounded by a pure white glow, and the already formidable sword techniques accelerated with the infusion of spiritual energy, creating a continuous sonic boom as they sliced through the air. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Jane let out a loud shout and leaped off the rock, landing directly into the swarm of black beetles below. The small sun formed by the rapidly swinging greatsword exploded, dazzling and radiant. The sound of slicing and booming filled the air as the dense swarm of black beetles was shredded into pieces in an instant. In just a few seconds, dozens of black beetles were annihilated. Sensing his spiritual energy nearing depletion, Jane quickly retreated behind the violet thorn skeleton sword guard, returning to the large rock with a joyful expression. He had successfully learned the solar court swordsmanship, a powerful sword technique once practiced by the royal family of the once mighty Solar Empire during the Lost Sword Age, with fearsome power that stood at the pinnacle of the era. The special enhancement effects of the solar court swordsmanship were astonishing. With each level increase, it added 0.5 points to strength, constitution, speed, and spirit, increased sword damage by 1.5 per level, and provided an additional 1.5 per level damage bonus against dark creatures. Currently, at level 1, the maximum level is 10. Upon reaching the maximum level, it would increase attributes by a total of 20 points, equivalent to the enhancement gained from 20 points of spiritual essence. As one of the top-tier sword techniques in this world, the attribute enhancement alone was enough to drive all spiritual energy wielders into a frenzy, not to mention the 15 damage boost at maximum level. However, the solar court swordsmanship wasn't something everyone could learn. The stronger the spiritual technique, the higher the barrier to learning it. Jane's ability to master it was entirely due to the presence of the subdivine mark. Without it, he would have already had his sister, EC, train alongside him. Mastering the Solar King's court swordsmanship is merely one of the conditions to wield the legendary spirit weapon that Zhan En covets. His eyes glimmer with ambition as he seeks the legendary Solar King's sword, the personal weapon of the Emperor of the Solar Empire. This sword is of such high quality that it transcends gold, truly a legendary spirit weapon. Although Zhan En is not yet fully aware of the sword's exact qualities, he knows how to obtain it and the conditions for its use. In a previous life, a player who followed the jungle path accidentally acquired the Solar King's sword, propelling them to the ranks of top players. Out of a desire to show off, that player shared the process and conditions for obtaining the sword online, but withheld the sword's specific attributes. Zhan En recalls witnessing that player unsheathing the Solar King's sword on the battlefield, its cataclysmic power still haunting him. He calculates privately that to wield the Solar King's sword, one needs not only to master the Solar King's court swordsmanship, but also to have 20 points in strength and 20 points in stamina. The Solar King's court swordsmanship has 10 levels, and at full level, it provides 5 points in strength and 5 in constitution. Zhan En calculates that when his spirit reaches 12, he will meet the usage requirements. He has been investing in strength points in preparation for this moment. Though level 10 seems distant, Zhan En believes he can reach it quickly. However, reaching full mastery of the Solar King's swordsmanship is no easy feat. Zhan En worries that while his attributes might meet the requirements, his swordsmanship could lag behind. Besides using skill points to break through, another way to improve spirit skills is through extensive practice, gradually improving over time. This was the way original spirit users in this world mastered their skills before the Black Mist invasion. Zhan En weighs the pros and cons and concludes that while this method saves skill points, it takes too long, potentially years or even decades. Rather than spending so much time, he prefers to slay more monsters to increase his spirit and gain more attribute points. His skill points are intended for the demanding skeleton summoning skill, and he does not wish to waste them on other skills, especially early on. Based on past experiences of others, rapidly improving melee skills requires 2 conditions: proficiency in maneuver execution and extensive combat practice, killing enough monsters. Zhan En confidently thinks that his childhood training has ensured his proficiency. What remains is a lot of slaughter. Zhan En retrieves a bottle of blue alchemical potion from his storage space and drinks it in one gulp. Instantly, he feels his spirit energy rapidly recovering. He is grateful for being reincarnated into a ducal family. Otherwise, such alchemical potions would be unaffordable for ordinary people or even minor nobles. As long as he has enough alchemical potions, his spirit energy can be fully restored in a short time. Zhan En takes a deep breath, thinking, as long as my stamina holds, I can keep training. He leaps back into the swarm of black beetles. The great sword, Radiant Sun, continuously erupts, creating bursts of blood mist among the black beetles. Zhan En notices that the solar sword light condensed within the great sword has become more solid. This method indeed works. His grip tightens, and his sword swings faster. With the terrifying power of the Solar King's court swordsmanship, the black beetles cannot react in time. None can touch Zhan En. They are all reduced to pieces, evaporated by the high temperature. Zhan En moves like a golden lightning bolt, weaving through the swarm, leaving a trail of dazzling sword light. Before long, Zhan En feels his spirit energy depleting. He quickly makes a decision, leaping back to the large rock. Standing high, he surveys the battlefield below, eyes shining with victory, his lips curling into a confident smile. After downing another bottle of alchemic potion to restore his energy, Zhan En took a brief rest before plunging back into the swarm of insects. He repeated this process over a dozen times until he was utterly exhausted and had to catch his breath on a large rock. The next day, he continued his rigorous training while the violet thorn skeleton sword guards slaughtered from afar and the skeleton soldiers worked tirelessly to harvest. Time flew by, and on the 7th day, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the large rock as Zhan En's 6th violet thorn skeleton sword guard was born. He immediately sent it off to hunt, while the 2nd skeleton soldier began harvesting the weakened black-armored insects. By the 10th day, the energy within Zhan En's sword had become noticeably more solid. He heard the mental notification that his solar royal swordsmanship had upgraded to level 2, enhancing all its attributes and damage. This filled Zhan En with a strong sense of achievement, banishing his fatigue and spurring him to fight even harder. On the 13th day, with a spiritual accumulation of 4,000, his spirit increased by 1, reaching a total of 5 points. Zhan En gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point, which he customarily allocated to strength and skeleton revival slots. The time to move to a new node was delayed once more. On the 14th day, the 7th violet thorn skeleton sword guard was born, and Zhan En sent it to hunt without hesitation. Meanwhile, the 3rd skeleton soldier began accumulating death energy. As time passed, on the 21st day, another violet thorn skeleton sword guard appeared. Numbly, Zhan En ordered it to hunt, while the 4th skeleton soldier also started gathering death energy. By the 26th day, Zhan En's spirit had increased again, reaching 6 points. He continued to boost strength and skeleton revival slots. As the number of violet thorn skeleton sword guards grew, the rate of spiritual accumulation accelerated, leaving Zhan En both pleased and overwhelmed. On the 28th day, the 9th violet thorn skeleton sword guard was born. 2 days later, amidst the massive slaughter, Zhan En's sword energy solidified further, and his solar royal swordsmanship advanced to level 3, with all attributes and damage enhanced once again. By the 32nd day, only 10 bottles of alchemic potions remained. Zhan En had to reduce the frequency of using solar royal swordsmanship, relying on natural energy recovery, which significantly slowed down the condensation of his sword energy. On the 35th day, with a numbed gaze, Zhan En witnessed the birth of his 10th and final Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard for the current revival slot. More importantly, he was still 2/3 away from another spirit upgrade. The cycle was finally broken, leaving Zhan En feeling a sense of loss. He ordered all units to return and began recalling all the Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards via their soul connection. The Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards under Zhan En's command have now grown to 10 strong, doubling in size compared to a month ago. Not only has the number of these skeletal warriors increased, but each member has also seen a remarkable boost in strength. Zhan En himself has broken through the 10-point threshold in power and constitution, reaching a new level. Zhan En Charles, a young man on the path of necromancy, now displays the following stats on his attribute panel. Spirituality 6, Spirit Quality 2325600, Health Points 525. His constitution and strength have both reached 10.5 points, while his speed and mental strength remain at 4.5 points. In terms of skills, Child of Nature is maxed out. Skeleton Resurrection has impressively reached level 1064 levels, and the Sun King's swordsmanship is steady at level 3. A power and constitution of 10 points is an overwhelming advantage against opponents below this threshold. This explains why, in the previous battle against the Hellfire Beetle, even with the strength of 3 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards reaching 9 points, it still took a long time to defeat the creature with a constitution of 20 points. That battle lasted a full 3 hours, and if the beetle had known some defensive spirit techniques, Zhan En might have been in real trouble. At Zhan En's command, the 10 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards stood in formation on a massive rock. They were surrounded by an aura of menace, with the purple patterns on their bones glowing eerily and their swords still stained with black blood. Each skeleton was a precise killing machine, chilling to behold. Particularly noteworthy was the number 1 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard. As the first to be created, its eye sockets were once again filled with soul fire, and its bones were more robust and powerful than its companions. Zhan En understood that this meant number 1 had reached the threshold for a second ascension. Other sword guards, especially those created earlier, also had soul fires nearing fullness. Zhan En planned that during the next node clearing, the sword guards with weaker soul fires should go first, while those at the ascension threshold should stay back to protect him. This way, the weaker sword guards could catch up more quickly and reach the ascension threshold. After a night's rest, Zhan En and his 10 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards were in peak condition. They set out southward, with a formation more compact than before. 2 sword guards clearing the path, 2 carrying the iron palanquin, 2 guarding the sides, and 4 bringing up the rear. The scale and presence of this group were vastly different from a month ago. This time, Zhan En no longer avoided larger groups of monsters. His confidence stemmed from the significant increase in strength, and he was assured that he could eliminate any group, whether it was hundreds or dozens of monsters. Along the way, whenever they encountered a group of monsters, Zhan En decisively ordered an attack, demonstrating an unstoppable momentum. The Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards advanced like an unstoppable army, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. They slaughtered the creatures of the barren land with astonishing speed, and almost no living being could withstand their assault. Zhan En watched coldly, appreciating the one-sided massacre. For 3 days, the group traveled across the desolate terrain until they reached a massive chasm. This fissure was starkly different from the surrounding dry land, so wide that its edges were barely visible. Most striking was the chasm's sheer walls, smooth as glass, as if cleaved by some supernatural force. In the center of the chasm stood a giant, ominous black hemisphere, exuding an unsettling aura. From above, the entire chasm resembled a cold black eye, staring intently at the intruders. The pain beetle node is here, Zhan En murmured to himself, then ordered a brief rest. Afterward, he dispatched 8 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards to move along the chasm's edge until they reached the designated location. Stop. Right there, dig down. Zhan En commanded. The skeleton sword guards immediately sprang into action, their sharp bone claws easily penetrating the dry soil, digging with remarkable speed. Just half a meter deep, each excavation revealed a stone disc closely fused with the earth. The disc's edge was etched with 16 different segments, and at its center was a rotatable bronze pointer. The 8-layer Earth Seal Magic Array. Zhan En recognized this ancient seal. He recalled memories from his past life, where the official records did not disclose when or by whom it was established. Throughout history, some had stumbled upon the Black Mist node but chose to seal it rather than destroy it. This powerful seal could theoretically last indefinitely, as long as it drew strength from the earth. Unlocking the seal was easy for those who knew how. It only required turning the pointers on the 8 stone discs to the correct positions. But for outsiders, it was nearly impossible to unravel. The magic array allowed only 3 trial-and-error attempts, and if failed, the discs would vanish instantly. Turn the pointer on disc 3 to the region. Turn the pointer on disc 4 to the region. Zhan En ordered decisively. The purple thorn skeleton sword guards moved in unison, rotating the pointers. With a soft click, the 8 stone discs disappeared abruptly. Moments later, the ground began to tremble violently, and a rumbling sound emerged from deep within the chasm. A ruined castle slowly rose until it was level with the ground. A stone bridge appeared out of nowhere, linking the chasm's edge to this mysterious structure. The castle had a unique design, its top shrouded by the black hemisphere, while the lower part was severely damaged, exposing its chaotic interior. The Castle of Pain, Zhan En whispered, recalling the scene from his memory, yet the real-life sight was far more vivid and overwhelming than he had imagined. Number 9 and Number 10, scout ahead, Zhan En commanded. Under the protection of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, he stepped onto the stone bridge, heading towards the Castle of Pain, ready to face the unknown challenges. Creak. The gates of the Castle of Agony slowly opened under the push of the thorn skeleton sword guards, emitting a sound that grated on the ears. Dust hung in the air like a mist, and dim sunlight filtered through the door's gap, illuminating the ancient castle that had long been untouched. The thick layer of dust on the floor resembled a soft carpet. Zhan En cautiously stepped back a few paces, his gaze sweeping around warily. Number 9, Number 10, use your greatswords to probe the way as you move. Zhan En commanded in a deep voice. The 2 thorn skeleton sword guards stepped into the castle, their shins immediately sinking into the dust, revealing its astounding depth. They wielded their great swords, the blades clashing against the ground with a metallic clang, advancing step by step. Suddenly, a tearing sound shattered the silence. A great sword had stabbed into something soft, and a black, foul-smelling liquid seeped from the dust. Spirit Essence 0.8, Zhan En noted silently. A sword guard leapt lightly, its sword tip lifting a flat creature about the size of 3 plates and no more than 10 centimeters thick. Its back bore a gaping mouth filled with terrifying sharp teeth, pierced through by the sword. Roaming beetle, Zhan En murmured. Spirit 8, Strength 2, Constitution 1, Speed 6. This is the first challenge of the Pain Worm node. He quickly analyzed. They excel in lurking and high-speed movement, targeting the prey's legs. Once the target is immobilized, they swarm and devour. Squeaking noises echoed, the scent of blood awakening the dormant swarm of roaming beetles. From the dust, countless trails surged towards the sword guards and the gate. Zhan En made a swift decision. Number 7, Number 8, support Number 9 and Number 10. Eliminate the roaming beetles. Number 3, Number 4, Number 5, Number 6, hold the gate. Don't let a single one through. Numbers 1 and 2 remained by Zhan En's side as the last line of defense. The battle erupted in an instant. The speed of the roaming beetles was indeed astonishing, frequently dodging the slashes of the great swords. However, their attacks were ineffective against the hard bones, often resulting in them being sliced in half. Those charging towards the gate met their demise, easily cut down by the guards in the confined space. Spirit Essence 0.8, Spirit Essence 0.9. Zhan En continuously recorded the Spirit Essence gained. Through the gate, Zhan En witnessed a staggering sight. The heavy dust was alive with countless writhing trails, each representing a roaming beetle. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 3,000 of them. Number 1, Number 2, replace Number 9 and Number 10, Zhan En ordered. Although Numbers 9 and 10 still had sufficient health, their was noticeably greater compared to the other sword guards. With a creaking sound, Numbers 9 and 10 withdrew from the battlefield, returning to Zhan En's side, vigilantly guarding their master. For safety reasons, Zhan En decided to rotate Numbers 7 and 8 once Numbers 9 and 10 had sufficiently recovered. This would help maintain a steady rhythm and prevent any unexpected incidents. With a spiritual quality increase of 0.8, all roaming beetles were completely eradicated, raising his spirituality to 6, with a spiritual quality of 41256,000. The 3,000 roaming beetles contributed about 1,800 to the spiritual quality, and Zhan En calculated that after completing this node, his spirituality would increase by another point. At this moment, the hall was incredibly dim, with visibility extremely low. Fine dust filled the air, a result of the battle with the roaming beetles. Zhan En patiently waited, deciding not to rush into action until visibility improved. He and the violet thorn skeleton sword guards moved through the dust-laden hall to the end of a spacious passage, where a rusty iron door with a lock awaited. He recalled that the key to this lock was hidden in a secret compartment within the castle, requiring several puzzles to be solved via a tedious process. Frowning, Zhan En instructed Number 10 to examine the rusty lock closely before ordering, destroy it. The dull gold-quality greatsword swung, slicing the lock into 2 pieces instantly. This brute force method proved effective. Normally, Zhan En would follow the strategies from his memory. 10 seconds later, Number 10 opened the iron door, while Numbers 3 to 9 prepared to swing their swords, ready to attack any monsters that might rush out. Numbers 1 and 2 stayed by Zhan En's side. With a strong push from number 10, the iron door slowly opened, and the dim light outside seemed to awaken the lurking monsters. A chorus of squeaking could be heard as the door opened halfway. Number 10 gave a final push, and the door swung open. The violet thorn skeleton sword guards swiftly raised their swords, ready to confront any creatures emerging from the dark Nessa grasshopper-like insect, standing 1.5 meters tall, with powerful legs that gave it incredible jumping ability, leaping to the top of the passage. Having anticipated this, the violet thorn skeleton sword guards quickly struck, and the insect fell with a thud. Spiritual quality 1, spirituality 10, strength 4, constitution 4, speed 7. Zhan En thought to himself that the insect's jumping ability was remarkable, making it adept at ambushing enemies, which could be quite troublesome to deal with in open or outdoor areas. Although the passage was not exactly narrow, it wasn't spacious either, with a height of only 2.5 meters, limiting the insect's jumping ability. However, the challenge would become more severe once they passed through the iron door, as an expansive secondary hall awaited on the other side. As he pondered, more ferocious insects burst out from behind the iron gate. With powerful legs, they lunged at the purple thorn skeleton sword guards. Acidic saliva dripped from their sharp mandibles, creating small pits on the ground. The insects formed 2 rows, with 4 skeleton sword guards at the front as the first line of defense, while the other 4 were tasked with dealing with any that slipped through. 2 guards stood by Zhan En, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Squeak, creak, flash. The purple thorn skeleton sword guards stood like an unbreakable wall, blocking the swarm of insects. Each upward slash claimed the life of an insect. Spirit Essence 1, Spirit Essence 1. As the number of insects dwindled, Zhan En remained vigilant. Suddenly, the insects retreated back inside the iron gate, as if following an order. The pain beetle had awakened. Zhan En quickly deduced that low-intelligence creatures wouldn't retreat on their own. They were born bloodthirsty and frenzied. Even against a formidable foe that could easily slaughter them, they would charge without hesitation. Only under the command of the high-intelligence boss, the pain beetle, would they execute a seemingly rational retreat. Spirituality 6, Spirit Essence 4395600. Zhan En calculated that the insects had contributed a total of 270 points of Spirit Essence, with each insect providing 1 point. This meant he had killed around 270 insects, leaving no more than 100 remaining. Memories of the various monsters in the pain beetle node surfaced in his mind. Units 9 and 10, scout ahead. 2 purple thorn skeleton sword guards, wielding large swords, ventured inside. No sounds of battle emerged, nor did the soul link indicate any danger. With 8 skeleton sword guards flanking him, Zhan En entered. Inside, darkness prevailed. Zhan En took out a glowstone to illuminate the side hall. It was vast and empty, devoid of any monsters, with a foul stench lingering in the air. The corroded pits on the ground were evidence of a large gathering of insects. Zhan En speculated that the remaining insects had been commanded to retreat and concentrate their forces. As for their location, he was almost certain they were beside the pain beetle. The pain beetle had awakened quickly. Had it been roused earlier, it might have gathered all the insects, even the roaming beetles. Zhan En was in no hurry. Thanks to his frighteningly efficient clearing speed, he had already eliminated all the roaming beetles and 3/4 of the insects before the boss pain beetle awakened. Now, only the boss pain beetle and fewer than 100 insects remained in the node. 4 skeleton sword guards would besiege the pain beetle, and 4 would deal with the remaining insects. From every angle, Zhan En was confident of victory. He took a deep breath, deciding to fully restore his state first. His gaze was deep as he looked toward another iron gate at the back of the side hall. The door was long gone, revealing the entrance to a dark passage, the lair of the boss pain beetle. The densely corroded pits in front of the iron gate on the ground clearly indicated that the remaining insects had gone there. The pain beetle boss's sleeping chamber had only this one entrance and exit. Units 9 and 10, guard the passage. Zhan En would not give the monsters any chance to escape. Zhan En had to admit that this intelligent monster boss indeed demonstrated extraordinary patience. It merely dispatched a few fierce bugs to probe, then made no further moves. After some time to recover, Zhan En began to recall the abilities of the pain beetle. He decided not to join the purple thorn skeleton sword guards in battle. The pain beetle had a spirit of 16, strength of 5, constitution of 10, speed of 4, and a remarkably high mental power of 20. This mental power signified a vast reserve of psychic energy within it. Its most powerful psychic ability, Pain Shock, could inflict terrible mental damage on enemies based on distance, causing excruciating pain and ultimately rendering them helpless. Additionally, the pain beetle had a constant aura-like psychic ability, continuously inflicting pain on any creature within its range. In the previous era, most players dreaded facing such creatures, often overwhelmed by pain before even getting close, unable to perform at their best. However, this type of monster with distinct attack characteristics also had clear weaknesses. Its strength and speed were relatively low, and theoretically, if one could endure the intense pain, there was a chance to kill it. Zhan En was in high spirits because the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, who felt no pain, naturally countered such a monster. He then issued orders to them. Numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10 were to besiege the boss, the pain beetle. Numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 were to clear out the fierce bugs. Numbers 1 and 2 were to guard the exit, ensuring no creature escaped. Without complex tactics, Zhan En confidently commanded the 10 purple thorn skeleton sword guards stationed at the peak of the barren area. He believed no boss could withstand their assault, especially this one, which was naturally countered by the guards. Creak, creak. 8 purple thorn skeleton sword guards filed in, and the sounds of battle erupted. Spirit 1, Spirit 1. Numbers 1 and 2 held the exit, occasionally slicing any fierce bug that leaped out into halves. Zhan En waited quietly for the outcome, gripping his great sword with focused determination. Now stronger than the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, he served as the final backup. About half an hour later, a piercing insect cry echoed from within the passageway, and Zhan En focused intently on the entrance, feeling a hint of satisfaction. As expected, the pain beetle boss unleashed its last resort. A notification sounded in his mind. The Black Mist Node boss, Pain Beetle, had been slain, granting Spirit 2000, Fantasy Spirit Gear 1, Spirit Accumulation of 6000, Spirit 1, currently Spirit 7, Attribute Point 1, Skill Point 1. Zhan En adeptly allocated 1 point to Strength, 1 point to Skeleton Resurrection, increasing the Resurrection slot by 1. As for the Fantasy Spirit Gear, he decided not to use it for now, as he could only equip 2 earrings at most, and there were no suitable Spirit Gears available for duplication. After allocating the points, Zhan En remained still, his gaze fixed on the passage entrance as the battle was not yet over. The sound of spirit acquisition occasionally echoed in his mind, indicating that the purple thorn skeleton sword guards were clearing out the last of the fierce bugs. Finally, the sound of spirit acquisition ceased. His spirit was now 7, with spirit 463-7000, having accumulated an additional 463 points. 8 purple thorn skeleton sword guards, stained with corrosive blood, emerged, their greatswords dripping with monster blood. Especially the 4 responsible for besieging the boss, their soul fires appeared slightly dimmer, likely due to the pain beetle's dying counterattack. Jian said in a deep voice, "Very impressive." Despite the praise, the purple thorn skeleton sword guards showed no reaction. He knew that these skeleton sword guards were not very intelligent yet. Clack, clack. He walked through the passage and entered the lair of the boss, the agony beetle, and the sight before him was shocking. The ground was littered with dismembered insect monsters, with corrosive insect blood flowing like a river. At the far end, a 4-meter-long giant insect lay curled up. Its shell looked ordinary, but what stood out was the enormous insect brain occupying nearly half its body, giving it a grotesque appearance. This was the boss of the Black Mist Node, the agony beetle, known for its high mental power. The dark insect blood oozed from numerous holes in the carcass, evidently the handiwork of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards. Jian approached with interest to observe. The massive insect brain had 3 pairs of compound eyes, wide open, with blood threads coursing through them, conveying a sense of unwillingness. Crack! With a swift motion, he severed the giant insect's head and placed it into a pre-prepared sealing box. This was the most valuable part of the agony beetle, a precious material for mystics crafting spirit equipment. As for the rest of the insect carcass, it held little value. Not all beetle monsters, unlike the previous node's Inferno beetle, possessed a pair of scythes comparable to spirit equipment. After securing the agony beetle's brain, Jian softly uttered, "Skeleton Resurrection." New skeleton soldiers emerged. Retrieving them into the summoning space, Jian didn't rush to leave. Instead, he began exploring the agony castle based on his memory. This ancient castle, sealed for countless ages, held not only monsters, but also many treasure chests collected by the castle's previous owner, containing extremely valuable ancient coins. Jian entered the castle's bedroom and opened a hidden compartment, discovering an iron treasure chest. Over time, the protective magic array on the chest had long since failed, allowing Jian to easily open it. Inside was a pile of ancient coins, their surface covered with a layer of dust. He picked up one, gently blew off the dust, revealing the intricate pattern on it. Each coin bore the same pattern, resembling a city wall, which upon closer inspection was composed of small shield motifs. 220 coins. Jian turned to the next hidden compartment, finding 256 coins, then 172 coins. He cleared out 6 treasure chests within the castle, amassing a total of 1,832 ancient coins. Jian toyed with a few coins, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Who would have thought that these ancient coins were the most valuable items at this node, aside from the fantasy spirit equipment? The true name of these ancient coins is Ersba coins, minted by the legendary shield era overlord Ersba United Kingdom. They used a large amount of precious materials, and even the coins themselves held significant value. However, the true purpose of Ersba coins was not for ordinary market circulation. They essentially served as war merit medals within the Ersba United Kingdom, redeemable at the Ersba Merit Exchange for various alchemical potions, knowledge, and even spirit equipment. Although the Ersba United Kingdom has long been extinct, and the Shield era has become legend, the precious creations of that era still survive to this day. As a dominant power of its time, one of the core structures of the Ersba United Kingdom, the Merit Exchange, still stands today. However, this site remains unopened. Once it does open, Zhan En will be able to use these ancient Ersba coins to exchange for powerful spiritual armaments. Opting for the Ascension path of the Undead Armored Cavalry is powerful, but each Ascension requires precious spiritual armaments of a specific type. Zhan En is unwilling to use low-quality armaments, as they might affect the combat power of the Undead Armored Cavalry, so he cannot miss any opportunity to acquire high-quality armaments. With a total of 1,800 coins, if exchanged wisely, he could obtain at least a dozen pale gold-quality spiritual armaments. Zhan En carefully collected these ancient Ersba coins, having perfectly completed his 2 objectives for this trip, and with nothing else to attend to. He swiftly left the ancient castle and returned to the easily defensible Great Rock. 10 days later, the 11th Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard was born. With the slaughter by the other Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards, the spirit accumulation reached 18187,000. There weren't many monsters with a spirituality above 7 nearby, and the acquisition of spirit quality had slowed down. Zhan En had to direct the Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards to hunt further afield. After once again employing the Sun Court swordsmanship, the surrounding monsters were swept away, and Zhan En retreated to the Great Rock to rest, a hint of joy in his eyes. The Sun Court swordsmanship had reached level 4, with a maximum level of 10, and it had special enhancements. 1 increased strength, constitution, speed, and spirit by 2 points each, 2 enhanced sword damage by 1.54, 3 additional damage to dark creatures by 1.54. The powerful Sun Court swordsmanship had advanced another level. After a brief moment of focus, Zhan En issued a gathering command through the soul link. Return, everyone. This time, his target was to clear the last and most formidable dark mist node in the desolate area, the 4th section beetle node. 2 days later, a team exuding a murderous aura marched straight through the monster horde. The monsters hissed and rushed towards the team, trying to tear apart these intruders daring to enter their territory. However, the great swords within the team sliced through all attacking monsters mercilessly, like bloody scythes. Zhan En frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. Although their movements were quite conspicuous, based on the usual density of monster groups, such frequent attacks were unexpected. Could it be those traitors causing trouble? As the thought crossed his mind, Zhan En vaguely felt that the changes in the monster groups were related to the camp of those traitors. Once the last dark mist node was cleared and the final Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard was ascended, he was determined to settle accounts with them. Zhan En anticipated that after clearing the last node, he would be able to enhance his spirituality further. In doing so, the last, 12th Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guard could be born. And once the bond of the 12 Purple Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards was activated, their strength and constitution would each increase by 12 points for an hour. Even if unexpected situations arose, they could easily overpower them. Accelerate forward. On the other side, the human trader camp discovered by Zhan En nearly 2 months ago had doubled in size. The camp was bustling with activity, housing at least several hundred people. At its center, a ghastly green bonfire blazed fiercely, its flames flickering against the night sky and casting shadows on tense faces. 3 captains of the human trader camp gathered around the fire, surrounded by silence, with only the crackling of bones and the fire breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a robust middle-aged man named Wolf broke the silence. Well, there's been no progress on my end. Stute, Chapman, how about you? Have you found the Black Mist node? The lean man, Stute, shook his head. Nothing on my side. Hearing this, Wolf turned his gaze to the last person, Chapman. Draped in a black robe, Chapman was extremely thin, his exposed fingers resembling bones wrapped in skin. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I found it. Wolf and Stute spoke almost simultaneously, excitement and greed in their voices. Where? Chapman glanced at them, seemingly wanting to dampen their spirits. You're celebrating too early. The Black Mist node there has already been cleared by humans. What? Cleared by humans? Stute exclaimed, while Wolf's expression shifted unpredictably. Impossible. That's a Black Mist node. In the Barren Zone, under the iron rule that psychers with a spirituality of 10 and above cannot enter. Who could clear out so many high tribute monsters? Stute was skeptical, wondering if Chapman was trying to claim the glory of discovering the Black Mist node for himself. Stute is right. Even psychers with spirituality of 9 would need at least 1,000 people to have a chance at clearing a Black Mist node. Wolf expressed his doubts as well, suspicion in his eyes. Chapman lowered his head in thought for a moment, then rasped, "I don't know." The Black Mist node was in an ancient castle, with monster corpses littering the ground. Guided by the Black Mist, I found the creature that held the Black Mist node's power deep inside. At this point, Chapman paused, and Wolf and Stute urged impatiently, "Hurry up." What then? However, Chapman's voice grew somber again. But that creature was completely dead, leaving only half its body, riddled with sword holes, obviously slain by a great sword. What other force besides human psychers would do such a thing? After Chapman finished speaking, the scene fell silent once more. Wolf and Stute's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. A creature that holds a Black Mist node must have at least one attribute reaching 20 points. How could it be killed by a psyker with spirituality below 10 points? Chapman, are you sure it was the creature holding the Black Mist node? They couldn't believe it, filled with doubts. Because in other Black Mist zones, traders had already found Black Mist nodes. According to circulating rumors, the monsters there were beyond what current human psychers could handle. Each Black Mist zone had spiritual limitations, and the creatures holding the Black Mist nodes were bound to have attributes a tier higher than the human psychers in that area. The top-tier swarm of derivative monsters is far beyond what the current human psychics in each area can handle. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. I'll take you there. Chapman gave up arguing and stood up. Wolf and Stute followed closely behind. They had to see it with their own eyes to believe it. In the Pain Castle that Zhan had cleared over 10 days ago, 3 shadows quietly appeared. They were the temporary camp leaders. Indeed, the monsters here bore the power of the Black Mist nodes. Wolf and Stute each used their secret methods to confirm the identity of the half-insect corpse in the room, their faces turning grave. Could it really have been done by human psychics? Wolf was full of doubts, starting to suspect there was a terrifying force hidden among humans. Stute examined the battle traces left in the castle, from the main hall to the side hall, then back again, finding more inconsistencies. Suddenly, he had a realization and asked, "Have you noticed there's no blood from any other creatures here?" Wolf and Chapman were drawn by Stute's words and began examining the bloodstains around them. Besides insect blood, there was indeed no other blood. They realized there were 2 possibilities. The human team that cleared this Black Mist node was incredibly powerful, accomplishing their task with almost no losses. As soon as the words were spoken, they all shook their heads. If it had been a large human organization that paid a huge price to clear the Black Mist node, they might barely believe it. But for no one to be injured was simply too improbable. If such a terrifying force existed, their conspicuous camp would have already been wiped out, which was nearly impossible. The other possibility was that the ones who cleared this node weren't humans at all, but Black Mist monsters. Black Mist monsters wielding greatswords? Wolf and Chapman exchanged glances. In all their years, they had never seen Black Mist monsters using greatswords. While not impossible, under the power of the Black Mist, anything could happen. It might be the work of a new type of monster it had spawned. Wolf's voice carried a hint of relief. As long as it wasn't human psychics, it was fine. He feared that a force capable of clearing Black Mist nodes would suddenly appear in the barren lands and naturally have the power to clear their camp as well. I'll send someone to search this area. If it really is a Black Mist monster, then there's nothing to worry about. And the urgent task is to find the other Black Mist nodes. Although Chapman found Stute's theory full of holes, the 3 of them needed a surface-level reason to stabilize the troops, so they didn't argue further. Meanwhile, the traders, who were looking solemn due to the destruction of the Pain Beetle node, Zhan and his purple thorn skeleton sword guards, had arrived at the last node in the barren lands, the 4-segment beetle node. Has this Black Mist node already been awakened? Zhan stood on a rock, his gaze cautious. Ahead of them was a triangular giant insect nest, 3 levels high, each over 10 meters, exuding a dry and eerie aura. In the distance, they could see monsters occasionally entering and exiting the nest, constructing this massive lair. Who did this? Zhan was puzzled. Besides himself, was there someone else searching for Black Mist nodes? Was it a lucky intruder or the deliberate act of those human traders? Considering the camp of human traders, Zhan estimated that it was likely the work of human traders. After entering the Black Mist, they lost the qualification to hunt Black Mist monsters and obtain spirit essence. To enhance their spirituality, they must perform actions beneficial to the Black Mist, such as killing human psychics or prematurely awakening Black Mist nodes. Notably, awakening a Black Mist node brings a significant blessing and an incredible boost. Monsters within the nodes are usually dormant, accumulating energy only when left undisturbed. However, once awakened, they begin hunting, accelerating their energy accumulation. Zhan En was concerned that the node boss, the 4-segment beetle, might not stay quietly in its slumber and could appear anywhere in the nest. The previous 2 node bosses, the Inferno beetle and the Agony beetle, were confined to their sleeping places, unable to escape and forced to confront Zhan En directly. However, if the prematurely awakened 4-segment beetle finds itself overpowered, it is likely to flee. Node bosses possess considerable intelligence, capable of escaping, deceiving, and devising strategies, which are quite normal behaviors. Zhan En circled the nest, carefully examining the 6 exits at the bottom. After some thought, he devised a strategy. Positions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 would each guard 1 exit, ensuring no monsters, especially the node boss 4-segment beetle, could pass through. Upon spotting it, they were to engage immediately. Meanwhile, positions 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 would focus on clearing other monsters within the nest. After assigning the tasks, Zhan En added, "If anything seems off, activate the bond resonance immediately." He was confident that the node boss couldn't escape from the purple thorn skeleton sword guards once they activated their bond. The group split into 2 teams, and once the purple thorn skeleton sword guards reached their respective entrances, Zhan En commanded the remaining 5 guards to storm the nest. Boom! Inside the nest, explosions echoed continuously, and Zhan En heard the sound of spirit essence being acquired in his mind. Spirit essence 1, spirit essence 1, spirit essence 0.8. Shortly after the sword guards entered the nest, nearly all the monsters swarmed in, except for the boss 4-segment beetle. Zhan En expected this and calmly directed the sword guards to slaughter the monster horde. In this black mist node, there were 3 types of monsters. The first type was the exploding beetle, with a bloated appearance, a spirituality of 10, and a maximum attribute of only 5 points, making it the lowest among monsters of the same level. Its most annoying trait was its ability to self-destruct with considerable power, leaving corrosive liquid splattered everywhere. However, its slow movement meant that as long as the sword guards were cautious, there would be minimal risk. The second type was the spiked beetle, the main force of the monster horde. Measuring a full meter in length, it resembled a black beetle but was entirely brown and equipped with 6 pairs of spike-like legs. Their spirituality was 8, strength 5, constitution 3, and speed 2. The violet thorn skeleton sword guards were primarily engaged in slaughtering these monsters. With every swing of their massive swords, an enemy would fall, yet the creatures continued to charge forward fearlessly. The last type of monster was the tail insects, capable of long-range attacks. Although there were only a few hundred of them, their intelligence was rated at 10, strength at 2, constitution at 2, speed at 3, and spirit at 6. They were about 2 meters long, with long tails making up half their body length, ending in spikes. Positioned at the back of the swarm, they launched surprise attacks on the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. Beware of the exploding beetles' self-destruction. Ignore the spiked beetles and prioritize eliminating the tail insects. Stay alert, the boss, the segmented beetle, hasn't appeared yet. Zhan En calmly issued commands, emphasizing the tail insects as the most dangerous threat. Hundreds of tail spikes were fired simultaneously, raining down on the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, who had to withstand the assault and focus on eliminating them. Creak! Boom! 5 violet thorn skeleton sword guards charged towards the tail insects, ignoring the spiked and exploding beetles, braving the rain of tail spikes. Rustle! Squeak! At that moment, the entire swarm seemed to receive a command. The spiked and exploding beetles quickly retreated to form a dense wall in front of the tail insects, blocking the advance of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. The assault was halted, forcing the guards to fend off the relentless spiked and exploding beetles, unable to approach the tail insects and enduring the barrage of spikes. Seeing this, Zhan En remained composed, constantly surveying the surroundings. The segmented beetle boss must be nearby. The sudden shift in the swarm's behavior indicated the boss was monitoring the battle and reacting swiftly. But where was it? Zhan En scanned the area, then looked up sharply. His eyes glinted as he spotted an unusual spot on the insect wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a creature camouflaged against the wall. It was white-brown, blending almost perfectly with the surroundings, about 5 meters long, with its body divided into 4 segments, each featuring a pair of crimson eyes and 6 pairs of sharp legs. The spikes on its shell gleamed with a metallic sheen. The segmented beetle had intelligence 16, strength 20, constitution 10, speed 3, and spirit 3. With a strength of 20, it far outmatched the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, posing a significant threat. This boss was cautious, wearing down the guards with its minions before engaging. Zhan En faced a prudent boss. If I were you, I would have fled the moment the violet thorn skeleton sword guards arrived. Having located the segmented beetle boss, Zhan En decided to act swiftly. He ordered all violet thorn skeleton sword guards to activate the bond. The glory of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. Through a soul link, he commanded the 5 guards within the nest and those guarding the 6 exits. Their swords erupted with a ghostly purple glow as the violet thorn patterns were activated, and the markings on their bones seemed to come alive, writhing with energy. With the activation of the resonance, the power and physique of the 11 violet thorn skeleton sword guards increased by 11 points each, lasting for an hour. Instantly, their aura surged, with their strength skyrocketing from 9 to 20 points and their physique from 7 to 18 points. Faced with these 5 formidable killing machines, the monster horde that had been a nuisance to the violet thorn skeleton sword guards was quickly reduced to a bloody mess. Even the insect wall, made of insect bodies, couldn't halt the advance of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. Crack. Boom. The numbers of the armored beetles and explosive beetles dwindled rapidly before the eye. The terrifying power of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards was demolishing any creature daring to stand in their path. Insect blood spattered everywhere, with severed limbs strewn across the ground. The boss, the 4-segment beetle lurking in the insect wall, watched its subordinates being swiftly slaughtered, a look of anxiety in its scarlet insect eyes. It knew that if it continued to hide and its underlings were all killed, leaving it alone, the situation would be dire. Rustle. The 4-segment beetle quietly moved above one of the violet thorn skeleton sword guards, seizing the opportunity to launch a deadly dive attack. Its scarlet insect eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty cruelty. However, Zhan En, who had anticipated this moment, used the soul link to prepare the violet thorn skeleton sword guard. The violet thorn skeleton sword guard raised its great sword and swung it upwards, precisely meeting the boss's sharp first segment leg. Boom. The clash of 20 points of strength erupted in a thunderous roar, and both quickly retreated. Hiss. Seeing its ambush fail, the 4-segment beetle let out a roar, its limbs twisting suddenly. The 3rd and 4th segments supported its body as the large spikes behind the 1st and 2nd segments shot out violently. Bang. Bang. The violet thorn skeleton sword guard swung its great sword, cutting them down one by one. Zhan En was not about to let this violet thorn skeleton sword guard fight alone, immediately ordering, "Surround it." The other 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards quickly closed in. After a brief exchange, the boss 4-segment beetle realized that while it could handle a single enemy, against 5, it was certainly no match. Rustling. The 4-segment beetle let out another low roar, dropped to the ground, and turned to flee. Meanwhile, the remaining monsters surged forward, sacrificing themselves to buy time for the 4-segment beetle's escape. Escape? Too late. With the resonance activated, the violet thorn skeleton sword guards blocked the exit, and Zhan En believed the lone 4-segment beetle couldn't escape. Numbers 9 and 10 continued clearing the monster horde, while the other violet thorn skeleton sword guards pursued. Zhan En quickly devised a strategy. Rustle. The 4-segment beetle was much more cunning than its kind, first fleeing towards the eastern exit, leaving traces of its movement. Then, it suddenly climbed the insect nest wall, changing direction towards the southern exit. Chasing relentlessly, Zhan En noticed the disappearance of the 4-segment beetle's ground traces, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He thought, quite cunning. He immediately ordered his forces to hold their position, waiting patiently, until he sensed a soul wave from the purple thorn skeleton sword guard responsible for the southern exit. Head south. At the southern exit, the 4-segment beetle quickly crawled out. Just when it was relieved to have escaped, a sword engraved with purple thorns suddenly descended from the sky, piercing the 4th segment of the beetle. Crack. Hiss. The 4-segment beetle roared in agony, twisting its body wildly, as its foul-smelling black blood splattered everywhere. The 1st segment flipped around, immediately spotting the culprit, another enemy. And just like the one encountered inside its nest, this enemy was equally powerful. The beetle frantically stabbed with its spiked legs, but the skeleton sword guard at the exit, number 5, drove the sword deeper with a forceful thrust. Then it swiftly pulled back the sword, evading the attack. Hiss. Pain surged from the wound again, and the beetle, seething with rage, decided to devour this lone enemy before making its escape. With a screech, the beetle twisted its body, swiftly moving around the skeleton sword guard. Large spikes on its back shot out from different directions, forcing the guard to block with its sword. This gave the beetle a chance to pounce. It leaped, its massive 5-meter-long body soaring, casting a huge shadow over number 5. The sharp, gleaming legs on both sides poised to strike. If the attack landed, these deadly legs would pierce the skeleton sword guard, leaving it gravely injured, if not dead. At that moment, a calm voice commanded, "Eliminate it." 3 swords sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound. The boss beetle felt an intense threat and instinctively twisted its body, trying to evade the attack. But there was nowhere to go in midair. The sharp swords cut through the beetle's joints. Crack, crack, crack. Foul black blood splattered in the air as the 5-meter-long body was sliced into 4 pieces, landing with a thud. The divided carcass let out an angry roar, gradually weakening until it fell silent. The 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards remained vigilant, their swords still aimed at the carcass. "Playing dead won't work here," Zhan En remarked, stepping forward. His mind hadn't registered a kill, indicating the creature was faking its death. "Chop it to pieces," Zhan En ordered coldly, emotionless. The guards moved in, each targeting a segment, swinging their swords powerfully. Just as they were about to slice it in half, the segments suddenly revived, their 6 pairs of spiked legs propelling them out of harm's way in a flash. This was the boss beetle's escape tactic, dividing itself into 4 one-segment beetles, any of which could regenerate if it got away. Close in slowly, don't let them escape. Zhan En instructed, guiding the guards to secure their positions. Each segment was now only a quarter as strong, making them easier to handle. Realizing escape was impossible, the one-segment beetles launched a desperate attack, leaping forward with their gleaming spiked legs, trying for one last strike. Crack! Crack! The conclusion was unsurprising. The 4-segment beetles were easily defeated by the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, successfully vanquishing the boss of the Black Mist node. This victory yielded 3,000 spirit essence, a 1 fantastical spirit equipment, and brought the spirit essence accumulation to 7,000, increasing spirituality by 1. At this point, spirituality had reached level 8, earning an attribute point and a skill point. Zhan En knew well that this was the most troublesome boss in the wasteland, offering a generous 3,000 points of spirit essence. According to the original plan, Zhan En allocated points again, raising his strength to 13 points, initial 3 points, 8 points from allocation, 2 points from Sun Court Swordsmanship level 4, and increased the Skeleton Resurrection slot by 1. He decided to temporarily hold onto the newly acquired fantastical spirit equipment and return to Ember City to find opportunities to duplicate some spirit equipment that could enhance Skeleton Resurrection and clear out remaining monsters. Turning back to the insect nest, Zhan En gathered all the purple thorn skeleton sword guards and began clearing from the 6 exits layer by layer. The remaining monsters, disorganized without the boss beetle's command, didn't require special efforts to capture. They emerged on their own, only to be sliced in half by the purple thorn skeleton sword guards. With the powerful boost from their bond, the clearing speed was incredibly fast, and within half an hour, the entire node's monsters were eliminated. By then, spirituality had increased to 8 points, with spirit essence at 938,8000, unknowingly raising spirituality by another point. To continue progressing, Zhan En needed to head to other Black Mist regions. The wasteland only allowed spirit wielders with spirituality of 9 or below to enter. Once reaching 9 points, he would have to consider moving to another area. He decided to first elevate the last purple thorn skeleton sword guard. Sitting on the iron-wheeled carriage, Zhan En feigned sleep, contemplating future plans and arrangements, striving to make the most of every moment. 10 days later, on the large rock stained by insect blood, a full dozen purple thorn skeleton sword guards stood respectfully before Zhan En. They gripped their great swords with both hands, their eye sockets ablaze with a ghostly white soul fire, and a terrifying aura spiraled from their bones, piercing the sky. Below the large rock, the ground was littered with the severed limbs and remains of various monstrous beetles, densely packed, sending shivers down the spine. The black insect blood soaked into the earth, forming a massive pool of blood, resembling a battlefield from hell. However, Zhan En mused, the acquisition of spirit essence was truly minimal. Since spirituality reached 8 points, the progress of obtaining spirit essence from low spirituality monsters had slowed again. Over the past week, the purple thorn skeleton sword guards had wiped out wave after wave of monster groups around them, until no more monsters came, collecting just over 900 points of spirit essence in total, still far from the 8,000 points needed for another increase. It was time to deal with that traitor camp. Zhan En murmured softly to himself, knowing that slaying human traitors could also yield a significant amount of spirit essence. He remembered that a single human traitor could provide at least 10 times the spirit essence of a monster of the same spirituality. Moreover, that place was likely a small-scale camp, and completely wiping it out would also reward a substantial amount of spirit essence. Zhan En's eyes shone brighter, aligning perfectly with his investigative intentions. For normal spirit wielders and traitors, there was no choice but bloody slaughter. Looking at the 12 imposing purple thorn skeleton sword guards by his side, Zhan En felt a surge of confidence. He gave the order to set out and head towards the camp of the human traitors. Meanwhile, in the traitors' camp, the strong man Wolf, the thin Stoot, and the black-robed chapman sat around the campfire, their faces alight with excitement. Gran spoke first, expressing satisfaction. This time, successfully awakening the Black Mist node has increased my spirituality by 1 point. He had been stuck at the bottleneck of spirituality 8 for a long time and didn't expect a simple awakening to help him break through. Me too, my spirituality has reached 9 points. Stoot chimed in, his body covered in a layer of wolf fur, clearly showing off his power to his companions. Chapman nodded, expressing gratitude for the great Black Mist's blessing, as his spirituality increased by 2 points, jumping directly to 9 points. After a brief exchange, Wolf's excitement gradually faded, and he asked with a serious expression, "Have we still not found those Black Mist monsters wielding great swords?" Stoot shook his head in response. "The barren land is too vast, and with just a few hundred of us, it's like finding a needle in a haystack." Chapman remained silent. Though he trusted the power of the Black Mist, he also believed that there wouldn't be a Black Mist monster stronger than the one bearing the node's power in the barren land, as it wouldn't align with the Black Mist's rules. He added, "We must find the source of that terrifying power capable of destroying the Black Mist node. We cannot take it lightly." Wolf felt a growing sense of unease, aware that beneath the calm barren land lay a fearsome power capable of easily destroying the entire camp. The three of them nodded silently, realizing they must find a way to uncover the truth behind that dreadful power. At that moment, a massive shadow slowly approached, enveloping the three men. She was a corpulent female trader, standing 3 meters tall and equally wide. The once burly Wolf seemed like a child in her presence. She wore heavy armor, her aura clearly far stronger than Wolf and the others. "Miss Howell, you're back. Please take a seat," the lean Stute said with a flattering smile, pulling Wolf up to offer her a place. The obese trader appeared satisfied, a cruel smile spreading across her face, sending a chill through the three men's hearts. "Sit down." Her voice was like thunder, rough and powerful. Stute and Wolf sat back down by the campfire, this time beside Chapman, in the position typically reserved for those of lower status. Once seated, Howell squinted, seemingly sizing up the three men. "I heard the Black Mist node at the Castle of Pain was cleared by a mysterious force." Her voice was like a porcupine's growl, causing the three men's eardrums to ache. Wolf and Stute quickly responded, "Yes, Miss Howell. We suspect it might be due to infighting among the Black Mist monsters." Chapman, slightly slower to react, added, "But that's just speculation. We have yet to identify the force that targeted the Black Mist node." Howell remained silent, yet her presence exerted a palpable pressure on Wolf and the others. Howell was not satisfied with their answers, but considering the task from her superiors, she still needed to rely on the involvement of these weaker individuals, so she suppressed her inner irritation. She decided to set aside the matters of the Pain Castle for now. Since a Black Mist node had been activated, it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan. Seeing Howell not lose her temper, Wolf and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Although Howell shared the same spiritual level as them, being at level 9, her core spiritual skills had already been elevated to a formidable level, making even the three of them together no match for her. Moreover, Howell was a member of the Twilight faction, one of the most powerful organizations among human traders. Even if they couldn't defeat her, the three of them would not dare to be so courteous otherwise. "Miss Howell, what is the next step in the plan?" Wolf and Stute asked excitedly. Even the usually indifferent Chapman showed great curiosity. The three of them, along with hundreds of other human traders in the camp, had been summoned by the Twilight faction to establish a camp in this desolate place. Initially, Howell had left them with only the task of awakening the Black Mist node before disappearing, only reappearing now. With the task of awakening the Black Mist node completed, they were filled with questions about what to do next. The next plan. Howell let out an excited chuckle, causing the campfire to flicker. "Of course, it's to nurture my little darling and bring the monster groups of the Withered Lands under my control," she declared without hesitation. A flash of light appeared before the three of them as Howell revealed a strange creature in her hand. It was no more than 30 centimeters long, resembling a newborn, curled up with a transparent body. Its massive head took up 3/4 of its body. Even in the dim sunlight of the Withered Lands, they could clearly see its brain through the creature's shell. The brain was a soft blue, emitting an enchanting glow that captured their attention, though the stark black veins disrupted its beauty. "Miss Howell, are you saying that with this little thing, you can control the monster groups?" the three onlookers exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Whether before or after their betrayal, they had never heard of a method to control Black Mist monsters, and their shock was evident. This little creature is the core of the Brain Tower. Once the Brain Tower is successfully constructed, it can temporarily control the Black Mist monster groups," Howell explained with unexpected patience, satisfied by their astonishment. This statement confirmed the function of the Brain Tower in temporarily controlling the Black Mist monster groups. Even temporary control could significantly enhance the combat power of these human traders, allowing them to command a group of Black Mist monsters to attack human psychics or even their own enemies, or to use the monsters as shields in times of danger. Their eyes burned with desire as they stared intently at the unknown creature in Howell's hand, unable to suppress their greed. With it, they could undoubtedly become the uncrowned kings of the Withered Lands. Howell's eyes narrowed into slits, clearly seeing the greed in the depths of their eyes. If it weren't for their fear of her formidable power, these guys might have attempted to snatch it away immediately. Chapman, with a raspy voice, posed an intriguing question. "May I ask if the monster groups at the Black Mist nodes are within our control?" Howell nodded firmly. "Yes, they are." After speaking, he ignored the eager gazes of the three individuals and put away the strange creature. In truth, Howell was filled with doubt himself, as this was the organization's first trial, and whether they could successfully construct the Tower of the Mind remained uncertain. Even if it were built, whether it could effectively control the black mist creatures and the extent to which it could manipulate spiritual creatures were unresolved questions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen the spiritually barren area for the experiment. Howl deliberately acted with certainty to incite the others' greed. Driven by avarice, they would undoubtedly give their all to complete the Tower of the Mind. As for any minor schemes that might arise, like vying for control of the tower, Howl was unconcerned. He knew that once the tower was nearing completion, these people would lose their value. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Howl's eyes. "Miss Howl, tell us what to do, and we'll immediately relay the orders to our men." The three of them reluctantly glanced at the vanished mysterious creature's young form, still dazed, eager to see the terrifying Tower of the Mind completed. As for who would own it afterward, that would depend on their individual capabilities. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the camp, accompanied by faint screams. A betrayer guarding the camp gate rushed in, out of breath, saying, "Boss, no. Something's wrong, Captain Wolf. There's trouble. We're under attack by a monster." Wolf was furious. The construction of the Tower of the Mind was crucial, and such a blunder in the camp was unacceptable. "Didn't I warn you not to provoke the monsters outside?" Wolf angrily questioned. The betrayer quickly explained, No, it's that terrifying monster. It suddenly stormed in through the gate, incredibly powerful, and many of our brothers have already died." He spoke rapidly, outlining the situation. "What?" Wolf wanted to know more, but beside the campfire, a massive shadow rose, and a rough voice commanded, "Lead us there quickly." The panicked messenger realized he was in the presence of the camp's true leader, breaking into a cold sweat, and hurriedly led the way. Howl and the others followed closely, moving swiftly as the shouts and screams ahead grew louder. "Defenders, hold your ground up front. Why are you hiding so far back?" "Ah, my leg. Don't be afraid. It's just one monster. Archers, shoot. Help, save me." In front of the camp gate, over a dozen betrayers were attacking a humanoid skeleton monster wielding a large sword. The creature's bones were thick, inscribed with strange purple patterns, exuding a terrifying aura and immense strength, capable of sending multiple defenders flying with a single strike. The large sword it wielded was razor-sharp, easily slicing through the ordinary armor of the human betrayers as if it were paper. The ground was littered with more and more bodies severed in half, yet the monsters showed no signs of fatigue. The courage of the human traders was nearly exhausted, making them increasingly cautious, fearing they might share the same fate as their fallen comrades. Facing the violet thorn skeleton sword guard, with its strength of 9 and constitution of 7, was like trying to shatter stone with an egg. Every few seconds, a scream echoed as the sword guard claimed another trader's life. Howl and his 3 companions rushed to the scene, their expressions grave, wondering what kind of monster this was. Wolf was particularly anxious, as those guarding this gate were his subordinates. Each death felt like a stab to his heart. Without a second thought, Wolf let out a furious roar, his body expanding instantly, eyes turning blood red, exuding an overwhelming aura of rage. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. "The boss is here," they shouted excitedly, believing that Wolf's intervention would surely defeat the monster. "Die." After activating his berserk mode, Wolf's health quickly dropped, but his strength increased by 2 points, reaching 7 points. Brimming with confidence, he seized the moment when the skeleton monster was distracted by the other traders and launched a sudden attack. His body surged forward like a sharp sword, creating a gust of wind as he aimed for the back of the violet thorn skeleton sword guard's skull. Sensing the wind from behind, the skeleton guard quickly turned, positioning its greatsword horizontally for defense. Wolf's blue-quality iron fist spirit gear smashed heavily against the sword. Boom. The impact was tremendous, sending Wolf flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The boss, even Wolf, known for his strength, had lost. The fear among the human traders deepened. What's there to fear? It's just a monster. Don't give it a chance for close combat. Keep your distance and wear it down. In the midst of the panic, Sturt stepped forward, calmly issuing a series of commands. After observing a few exchanges, he identified the violet thorn skeleton sword guard's weakness, relatively slow speed. Besides, it's just one monster, and more human traders from the camp were gathering. Sturt's words restored confidence among the traders, who began employing a kiting strategy. Dozens of trader guards took turns intercepting the skeleton guard's attacks. Those with severely reduced health would rotate to the back to rest. The lookouts and mystics among the traders continuously cast spells for long-range attacks, while the swift-moving lurkers harassed from the sides. The berserkers and rangers waited for the right moment to deliver a thunderous blow when the skeleton guard showed signs of weakness. With the close cooperation of over 100 human traders, the violet thorn skeleton sword guard found it increasingly difficult to kill traders as easily as before. Its attacks were repeatedly thwarted, and its health steadily declined. Seeing the effectiveness of their tactics, the human traders grew more confident, and their coordination became more proficient. Cough, cough. Damn monster. Wolf struggled to get up from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected the creature to be not only incredibly strong, but also so agile. Wiping his mouth, his gaze fell on Howl and the other two, who were standing nearby. To his confusion, they weren't joining the fight against the monster, but were instead gathered around a corpse, engaged in a serious and quiet discussion. Fueled with anger, Wolf strode over to them. As he looked down, he gasped in shock. It was the body of someone recently killed by the creature, a massive sword wound running through it, leaving a gruesome sight. Damn monster. Wolf cursed through clenched teeth. I'll tear you to pieces later. Then he turned to his companions. Did you notice anything strange about this body? Stewart and Chapman exchanged a significant glance before Stewart spoke in a low voice. Wolf, doesn't this sword wound look familiar to you? Familiar. With this prompt, Wolf suppressed his anger and nausea to examine it closely. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. This is exactly like the sword wound on the monsters in the Castle of Pain. Seeing that Wolf had reached the same conclusion, Stewart and Chapman were more convinced of their judgment. While one person might be mistaken, the chance of all three of them being wrong was slim. Are you suggesting? Howl said, frowning and looking at the thorn skeleton sword guard being besieged by human traders, that this creature wiped out all the monsters in the Castle of Pain at the Black Mist node. Despite the human traders trying to keep their distance from the thorn skeleton sword guard, most of them were not fast enough. Occasionally, one would fail to dodge in time and be cut down. No, Howl shook his head. This creature is strong, but not strong enough to clear a Black Mist node. He admitted that even he would struggle to last so long against so many psionics without showing fatigue. That's a place our entire camp wouldn't dare provoke. Stewart and Wolf nodded in agreement. However, Chapman, with a raspy voice and unease, voiced his speculation. What if there isn't just one of these creatures? What? That's impossible. The four of them suddenly became intensely serious, staring hard at the thorn skeleton sword guard, trying to discern more clues. Meanwhile, on a small hill not far from the human trader camp, Zhan was observing the scene through a metallic tubular device. This was one of his small inventions commissioned from craftsmen in Xinhua City, based on memories from his previous Lithia telescopic alchemical device that allowed him to see distant scenes clearly. The commotion in the camp of hundreds was not small, and notifications echoed in Zhan's mind. Spirit quality 4. Spirit quality 7. Spirit quality 3. Zhan pondered silently. The spirit quality provided by these human traders far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. Killing one is equivalent to killing 10 monsters. However, if human traders manage to kill non-betraying humans, they can also gain a large amount of spirit quality. It is this greed and hatred that drives them to continue their massacres. For this reason, when encountered, psionics will inevitably fight them to the death. Through the actions of the 12th Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman, Zhan En had initially gauged the camp's response and strength. He quickly issued orders via Soul Link. Numbers 10 and 11 were to support number 12, while numbers 7, 8, and 9 would attack from another entrance. Zhan En aimed to gradually force the enemy to reveal their hidden strategies, choosing not to reveal himself just yet. The long night lay ahead, and everything needed to proceed slowly. In front of the camp gates, Chapman's warning sent a chill down the spines of the other three. They needed to quickly deal with this creature. Wolf unleashed his berserk mode once more, thinking to himself that if Chapman was right, new creatures might appear at any moment, which would be troublesome. Yes, let's all attack together. Now's not the time to hold back. Stout agreed, his form becoming ghostly as he transformed into a stealthy figure. Though Chapman didn't engage directly, his actions spoke volumes. A pale skull appeared in his thin right hand. Its sharp bone spikes ready to strike was a deathbringer specializing in bone magic. Boom. Wolf charged again, this time using only 80% of his strength, reserving some energy to retreat if necessary. The 12th Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman, entangled with numerous guards, sensed an ambush from behind and expertly parried with his sword. Just as Wolf was about to meet a similar fate, he suddenly shouted, "Now! Close in!" He abruptly halted his attack, and the surrounding traitorous guards raised their large shields, forming a wall and pressing in on the 12th Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman, limiting its movement space. Creak! The Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman let out a low growl, its greatsword carrying immense power as it knocked down several traitorous guards, but the gap was quickly closed again. Immediately after, it sensed a shadow speeding towards it from the side. It was the swift traitorous stealth figure, Stout, who seized the opportunity to fiercely stab at the right rib of the Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman with his short sword. Clang! A spark flashed, leaving a shallow mark on the rib, which was quickly restored by the death energy. Seeing this, Stout cursed under his breath. The defense is insane. He then vanished among the others, preparing for another attack. Chapman's attack followed. Several thick-boned spikes, along with dozens of arrows, rained down upon the 12th Purple Thorn Skeleton Swordsman. Boom! The powerful explosion stirred up a cloud of smoke, and all the human traders stared intently at the center of the smoke. What? Impossible. As the arrow storm approached, the greatsword in the purple thorn skeleton swordsman's hand glowed with a purple light as it executed the purple thorn bone sword technique. The damage increased by 14, slicing the arrows out of thin air, filling the battlefield with the sound of snapping arrows. Wolf gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Another wave. I refuse to believe this creature's health is limitless." Stout and Chapman nodded, charging in once more. Outside the battle circle, the only one not engaged was the camp leader Howl, whose expression was marked by intense concern and doubt. Is this truly a black mist creature? If that's the case, why would they attack us, the devotees? Among the human traders, they call themselves devotees, sacrificing themselves to the darkness for the continuation of humanity. If it's not a black mist monster, then what is it? Could it be an experiment from another faction? What is the real purpose of attacking our camp? Is it for the brain tower? Howl, despite her bulky figure and rough, violent demeanor, has been holding back, thinking through every possibility carefully. If there's someone controlling this monster, they wouldn't just use such simple means. Howl's gaze involuntarily drifted to the darkness outside the camp, as if a pair of eyes were silently watching them. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the human traders. Monster. Another one. Two more. Two more monsters have appeared. Block them. Guardians, block them. Ah, it hurts. Run. We can't hold them back. Distracted by number 12, the human traders noticed numbers 10 and 11, the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. Too late. The two skeleton guards charged into the flank of the traders like tigers among sheep. Their swords, driven by terrifying power, sliced through the air with deafening booms. Those who couldn't evade in time were cut in half, dying instantly, with blood splattering the sky. The formation of the human traders fell into chaos, and their morale plummeted. Number 12 took the opportunity to break free from the encirclement and wreak havoc among the traders, with screams echoing continuously. It wasn't over yet. Almost simultaneously, a panicked human trader soldier, face full of fear, ran from the back gate, shouting, "Skeleton monsters!" 3 terrifying skeleton monsters attacked from the back gate. The guards couldn't hold them off, and there are heavy casualties. The camp descended into chaos, with screams, roars, cries for help, and clashes intermingling. Damn it, which faction is this? Howl ground her rough teeth, filled with rage and fear. What to do? Miss Howl, Wolf, Stout, and Chapman quickly disengaged from the battle and regrouped around Howl. Just the 4 of them struggled against one skeleton monster, and now there were 2 more, not to mention 3 at the back gate. The question was no longer whether they could defeat the monsters, but whether they could escape safely. Retreat, Howl said expressionlessly. While the skeleton monsters were busy chasing the soldiers, they could seize the chance to escape. Besides, Howl felt it wasn't worth risking their lives against these monsters. Winning would only save some traders, but losing would cost their lives. Led by Howl, the 4 immediately decided to head for the main gate. It was the closest exit, and the sooner they could leave, the better. Crucially, the 3 skeleton monsters were busy slaughtering their subordinates, leaving the gate unguarded. Go! Howl's skin rapidly grew a layer of hard spikes, and with a powerful push of her sturdy legs, she dashed forward. Wolf and the others followed desperately, not wanting to fall behind. The actions of the 4 naturally drew the attention of the other human traders. They now understood that the leaders of the camp had decided to flee. Any lingering thoughts of resistance vanished instantly. Run! Everyone rushed towards the gate in a frenzy. The 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards pursuing them, however, remained calm, allowing the crowd to surge towards the gate. Howl, with her massive form, halted abruptly at the gate. In her porcupine form, she sensed something unusual. Wolf and the other 2 stopped as well when they saw Howl pause. However, many of the human traders behind them didn't notice this and continued to rush forward. Haha, we're almost out, one skinny trader thought with excitement as he was about to step through the gate. Suddenly, a flash of purple light. With a crack, blood rained down, and the small trader was split in half. The human traders, just a few steps behind him, were terrified and tried to turn back, but it was too late. Several more purple flashes later, and a dozen bodies lay in front of the gate. Creak, creak, creak. 3 intimidating violet thorn skeleton sword guards slowly walked in from outside the gate. The swords they held dripped with fresh blood. Each step they took weighed heavily on the hearts of the fleeing human traders, suffocating them with fear. Another 3. Howl and the others looked grimly at the 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards blocking the front gate. Looking back, they saw 3 more of the same terrifying creatures slaughtering wildly. In a short time, the number of human traders had been reduced by nearly 2/3. With the enemy attacking from both sides, sneaking out seemed nearly impossible. Miss Howl, what do we do? Many human traders looked to Howl for guidance, as they had come at her call. Stop talking. Break through with all your might. Those 3 at the gate can't stop all of us. Howl roared impatiently, transforming into her porcupine form. She took a deep breath, her body swelling several times in size, spikes rising all over her like a wild boar. charging at the rightmost violet thorn skeleton sword guard, with most people quickly following. Outside the camp, on a small hill, Zhan watched patiently through an alchemical telescope. The trader with the sublimation skill must be the strongest in this camp. Through the telescope, the humanoid porcupine was fiercely battling a violet thorn skeleton sword guard, repeatedly attempting to leap over it and cross the gate, only to be struck back each time. The front and back gates had been blocked for so long, and the number of human traders had been reduced by 2/3. Was there really no backup plan? Zhan pondered, then gave a command to the 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards that had yet to engage. Go. Accelerate their demise. Inside the camp, in the despairing eyes of the human traders, 3 more of the terrifying skeletal creatures appeared, slaughtering everything in the camp. Meanwhile, the 3 violet thorn skeleton sword guards in front of the gate formed a line, creating a formidable wall of death that allowed no one to pass. After several failed attempts to break through, the remaining human traders began to seek hiding places to escape the relentless pursuit of the purple thorn skeleton swordsman. In a dim, damp woodshed, 4 high-ranking members of the camp huddled together, their bodies covered in wounds. Wolf was in the worst condition. His right arm had been severed, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Chapman was frantically trying to stop the bleeding. Stewart spat a mouthful of thick blood and cursed, "Damn monsters. 3 at the front, 3 at the back, and 6 more rampaging through the camp." His voice was filled with despair. "They'll find us sooner or later." Despair spread like a tide in the cramped space. "What now? We can't fight them, and we can't escape. Are we just supposed to wait for death?" Someone murmured softly. "Wait for death, ha ha ha, wait for death, ha ha ha." Howl, who had been silent, suddenly burst into a mad, sinister laugh, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Before I die, I'm taking one of them with me." Her fierce gaze swept over the other 3. "If any of you have ideas or tricks, spit them out now, or it'll be too late." The 3 shivered with fear, worried that they would be killed by their own before the monsters got to them. After a moment of silence, Chapman spoke first, his voice still hoarse. "If I'm not mistaken, those skeleton monsters aren't black mist creatures. They're evolved skeleton soldiers." "Chapman, you must be joking," the others said in disbelief. "How could they be cannon fodder skeleton soldiers? Everyone knows skeleton soldiers are the weakest of summoned creatures, the lowest of the low. Even with full skeleton enhancement skills, they're just slightly bigger cannon fodder. But those terrifying skeleton monsters outside, each one is hard to deal with, completely overturning our understanding." Chapman insisted, "I'm a necromancer too. Although those skeleton monsters look very different from ordinary skeleton soldiers, their overall structure still reveals them as skeleton soldiers. Only then do we have a chance to escape, maybe even strike back." Howl pondered. "You mean, if we kill or control the master of the skeleton monsters, the danger will be over?" It's well known that necromancers who specialize in summoning are much weaker in direct combat than others at the same level. "This might be our breakthrough," Stewart said gravely. "Even if Chapman's guess is correct, it won't be easy. The mysterious puppet master has never shown themselves from start to finish. We don't even know if such a person exists. This is our only chance." Howell decided resolutely. "If they won't show themselves, we'll lure them out. At worst, we'll fight these monsters to the death." After some thought, the others also agreed it was their only option. They began to discuss how to lure out the mysterious necromancer. Whether they could succeed once they appeared was left to fate. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Zhan was closely monitoring the battle. The sound of combat in his mind was becoming less frequent. The fight was nearing its end. Just as he was about to order the purple thorn skeleton swordsman to conduct a thorough search, he noticed something unusual through his alchemical telescope. 4 human traders were stealthily approaching the front gate, their movements suspicious and strange. Instead of trying to escape, they held up a massive banner. It boldly declared, "Honorable Sir, we know of a terrifying conspiracy by the Twilight faction capable of destroying humanity. Please, give us a way out." Stute and Wolf held the heavy banner, their arms trembling slightly with tension. They couldn't help but cast questioning glances at Miss Howell and whispered, "Miss Howell, is there really such a terrifying conspiracy?" Just seeing those words made their hearts involuntarily race, as if they were about to uncover a world-shattering secret. A flicker of caution appeared in Howell's eyes, and she lowered her voice to scold them sharply. "Shut up, be careful of eavesdropping." She silently mocked her own lie. As a powerful member of the Twilight faction, she knew this so-called conspiracy was purely fabricated. Even with her 9-point spiritual power, she was just a low-ranking member, with no access to such classified information. This was merely a desperate measure she concocted to save her life at a critical moment. Howell's goal was clear, to both intrigue and intimidate the forces behind the scenes, making them realize that killing them would be a loss. After much thought, this narrative seemed most viable. She calculated that whether the ones behind the scenes were from the human camp or another faction of traitors, such serious news would inevitably pique their interest. Howell was confident she could lure out the mastermind. Meanwhile, Zhan was deep in thought. The name, Twilight Faction, stirred a series of ominous memories in his mind. As one of the most powerful factions among the human traders, the Twilight Faction was synonymous with countless massacres. However, Zhan was indifferent to the so-called terrifying conspiracy capable of destroying humanity. It wasn't because the Twilight Faction lacked such plans, quite the opposite. Their schemes were numerous. From deliberately triggering psychic pools to researching incurable poisons, each plot could shake human civilization to its core. Not just the Twilight Faction, but other factions of human traders also had a long list of plans to destroy humanity. Zhan recalled the timeline from his previous life, where humanity had always managed to survive tenaciously. He quickly saw through Howl and her group's ruse. It was merely a ploy to flush him, the mastermind, out into the open for a chance to escape. In response, Zhan decided to give them a surprise. Activate the bonds of all the Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards. Zhan issued a cold command. Purge all human traders within the camp. Leave no one alive. He had no intention of risking exposure. The current situation was firmly in his favor, and there was no need to complicate matters. Instead, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate these individuals once and for all. 12 Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards instantly received Zhan's directive, and their bonds were immediately activated. The violet thorn patterns on their bones emitted a sinister purple glow, and their formidable presence surged like a rising tide. Howl and the others felt a chilling sense of dread wash over them. In their perception, the already formidable skeletal creatures became even more terrifying. Unnoticed, for Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards had silently encircled them. These skeletal warriors advanced at an astonishing speed, the air seeming to freeze, and an overwhelming pressure bore down on them. Howl and the others were terrified, desperately channeling their psychic powers in a bid to escape. Berserk Mode, Porcupine Transformation, Bone Spear, Dark Stab, their shouts echoed, yet they seemed so ineffectual. However, against the 4 Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards, whose strength had increased to 21 points and constitution to 19 points, their struggles were insignificant. The Skeleton Sword Guards wielded their swords with terrifying power, slicing through the air with suffocating speed, cleaving their victims in two. With a crisp snapping sound, Howl, Wolf, Chapman, and Stute were effortlessly cut in half midair, unable to resist. Blood splattered like raindrops onto the Violet Thorn Skeleton Sword Guards, accentuating the sinister and eerie thorn patterns. Howl, with a more vigorous life force than the others, didn't die immediately after being severed in two. Her consciousness lingered, watching helplessly as her life slipped away like sand through an hourglass. Her expression was devastated, her voice trembling as she shouted, "No, that's impossible. How can the rules of the desolate land allow creatures like you to exist?" Her anger surged like a tidal wave. "The Twilight Order will definitely hold you accountable." Before she could finish, she fell completely silent. The storage space, losing its spiritual anchor, began to collapse, and its contents spilled out, returning to reality and scattering on the ground. Creak, creak. The skeletal warriors with purple thorns relentlessly headed towards the faint life signals within the camp. Before long, screams echoed once more above the camp. Spirit Quality 8, Spirit Quality 7. Exterminate the micro-human trader camp. Spirit Quality 3000. Outside the camp, Zhan En finally received the news that all human traders had been eliminated. He put away his binoculars and walked towards the blood-soaked camp. Within the trader camp, Zhan En identified the spoils obtained from these human traders one by one. They were all paupers. It was no surprise, as traders were universally despised and absolute enemies in human society, even more hated than the dark mist creatures. Against such a backdrop, it was extremely difficult for traders to obtain quality spiritual equipment, as no shop dared to sell to them. Although occasionally some fools, blinded by profit, might take the risk, it was rare, and once discovered, they would be hanged without negotiation. Zhan En, with a hint of disdain, collected the barely usable standard gear, white quality spiritual equipment, and blue quality spiritual equipment, then turned his attention to the items that fell from Howl's collapsed storage space. What is that? He immediately noticed a peculiar unknown creature's embryo, and gently placed it in his palm for a closer look. Feeling puzzled, why does this look so familiar? After recalling, he was shocked. A brain beast? Despite being called a beast, the brain beast is actually a unique spiritual plant, said to be born only at the intersection of dreams and reality. After careful comparison, Zhan En confirmed it was indeed the rare brain beast. Carefully stroking the brain beast's shell, Zhan En felt secretly relieved. Luckily, the invasion was not deep, and there was a way to dismantle it. He took out a sealing box and cautiously placed the brain beast inside. This was the greatest gain of this expedition. The brain beast is a natural spirit wave amplifier. Was the Twilight Order planning to build a brain tower? Zhan En's heart sank as he guessed the answer. The brain tower, capable of temporarily controlling dark mist creatures, was the tool the future Twilight Order successfully used to incite monster tides multiple times, causing immense harm to humanity. Fortunately, it was eventually destroyed by humans, and the intelligence about the Brain Tower was exposed. Stopping the Twilight Order from successfully researching the Brain Tower at this moment is nearly impossible. According to speculation, the Twilight Order is already in the final stages of experimentation and will conduct tests in several dark mist areas, making it impossible for Zhan En to reach each area in advance to eliminate them. The only option is to inform the human leadership in advance, prepare adequately, and when the Twilight Order's leaders emerge, to kill them completely. Only then will everything end. Zhan suppressed the matter and began contemplating how to utilize the precious brain beast. He thought to himself that he must not mimic the Twilight cult in building a brain tower. Firstly, putting aside whether the technology could be acquired, the brain tower is essentially a micro-black fog node, usable only by human traders. More terrifyingly, a normal human within the brain tower would gradually have their mind twisted, eventually succumbing to the black fog, which was absolutely intolerable. Recalling the various uses of brain beasts from his memory, though the information was scarce, he quickly reviewed all potential applications. One method caught his attention, an arcane technique involving vision sharing. The main material was the brain beast, with auxiliary materials being 5 units of blood essence and 2 units of powder. Its effect was to strengthen the connection between the main body and the auxiliary body, allowing the main body to acquire the vision of the auxiliary body. Zhan was immediately intrigued. If he could share the vision of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, it would mean he could fully grasp the battlefield dynamics, and even allow the sword guards to travel alone. If any issues arose, he could promptly address them and issue commands. The importance of vision sharing made Zhan eager to proceed. However, although the auxiliary materials were not particularly rare, he did not have them in his storage space. Ultimately, he decided to return to Ember City. After calming his eagerness, Zhan stored the brain beast in his storage space and focused on the progress bar of spiritual essence on his panel. Spirituality 8, Essence 68698,000. The recent battle had earned him around 5,000 points of essence, which Zhan had anticipated. Over 300 low spirituality human traders contributed about 2,000 points of essence, and the complete destruction of the camp provided an additional 3,000 points. Was there also an extra reward from the faction task? He was only 1,131 points of essence away from reaching spirituality 9, and the day of leaving was not far off. After gathering the spoils, Zhan and the purple thorn skeleton sword guards took a brief rest before heading directly to a nearby monster group. He was eager to gain another point of spirituality. 2 days later, after eliminating another monster group, his essence accumulation finally reached 8,000. With the essence at 8,000, spirituality increased by 1, now at 9, granting him 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. He allocated 1 point to strength and reserved the skill point for learning a skill from a certain opportunity. Name, Zhan Charles. Pathway, Death Herald Pathway. Spirituality, 9. Essence, 19,000. Health, 700. Constitution, 50. Psychic energy, 140. Spirituality, 10 mental, 10. Attributes, strength 14 speed 5 constitution 14 mental 5. Skills, child of nature max level, skeleton revival 84, sun court swordsmanship 4, skill points remaining, 1. Attribute points remaining, 0. Since entering the wasteland, Zhan had taken less than 4 months to reach spirituality 9. This rate of advancement could be recorded in human history. Reflecting on everything in the wasteland, he not only followed his plan to elevate 12 more powerful purple thorn skeleton sword guards, but also eliminated 3 black fog nodes, acquired 3 pieces of fantasy spirit equipment, destroyed a micro-human trader camp, and obtained the precious material of brain beast. Zhan felt very satisfied with this journey. Thus, his journey in the wasteland finally came to an end, and he set off eastward, heading home. Zhan now found himself deep within the desolate region, where the power of the dark mist was most concentrated. As he traveled eastward, nearing the edge of the barren land, the number and intensity of the surrounding creatures gradually diminished. To ensure a more comfortable journey, Zhan chose to travel in a spacious black sedan chair, securely carried by 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards. The remaining 8 skeleton sword guards formed a protective perimeter around the chair, with 2 positioned at each side, front, and back, ensuring no creature could approach. Several days later, Zhan lay half asleep in the sedan, contemplating how he would demonstrate his strength upon returning to Xinhua City. He was aware that his abilities should not be fully exposed, as his rapid progress would be too astonishing. His concern was not with the upper echelons of humanity targeting him, but rather the fear that traitors might send powerful psychics to assassinate him, forcing him to remain constantly vigilant. The strength of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards could be moderately revealed, as such powerful ascensions were not uncommon in history, and many had researched new ascension rituals. While this might attract some envy, most people were sensible enough not to pay excessive attention, given the rare and demanding materials required for stronger ascension techniques. As for his fantasy spirit armor, that had to remain a secret, the consequences of its exposure would be dire. As he pondered, a sudden explosion accompanied by shouts broke his concentration. A battle seemed to be unfolding ahead. Anna, hurry! Run! Don't get entangled with them. A robust woman fiercely wielded a large sword, cutting down an attacking black beetle. Riley, listen to your mother. Don't worry about us. We have a way to escape. Her companion, equally tall and wielding a large sword, fought alongside her. The two worked in perfect harmony, managing to hold their ground against more than a dozen beetle creatures, occasionally felling one under their blades. However, their faces were filled with grave concern rather than joy, as they glimpsed a larger swarm of creatures rapidly approaching in their peripheral vision. From years of battling monsters in the desolate lands, they immediately recognized several extremely troublesome yellow beetles among the approaching swarm, possessing a spirituality of 7 and attributes up to 4. This left the two psychics, both with a spirituality of 6, feeling hopeless. On a nearby hill, two adorable girls stood, their features strikingly identical, save for their eyes. One had a black pupil on the left and white on the right, while the other was the opposite. Mom, Sister Syra, Riley and Anna, identical twins, were newly awakened concealers with a spirituality of only 1. Faced with creatures of higher spirituality than themselves, they were powerless to influence the battle. Sister, what do we do? Anna, her eyes brimming with tears, recalled the days when their mother and Sister Syra would lead them in defeating stray monsters to accumulate spiritual essence, only to now face such a formidable swarm. Let's go? Find help. Sister Riley wiped away her tears and painfully pulled her younger sister to escape. To their mom and Sister Sela, they were not only a burden but also needed rescuing. They had to seek help elsewhere. The barren land was so vast that by the time they returned, their mom and Sister Sela might be gone. Younger sister Anya stood still, a small shadow blade forming in her hand. Seeing her sister hesitate, Riley gave up too, her hands becoming sharp and emanating a shadowy aura. On the battlefield, the two sisters stood back to back, panting heavily, giving the monsters no chance to ambush them. Sela, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my recklessness back then, you wouldn't have been cursed 10 years ago and lost the ability to accumulate spirit energy. Shut up, Yolanda, and focus on fighting. I'm not married yet. I don't want to die with you. With the last of their spirit energy, they managed to kill several beetle monsters, finally creating a breach in the monster horde. A good chance to escape. Just as they were about to break free, a rustling sound arose, and another wave of monsters appeared. It's over. The once determined Sela now showed despair in her eyes. Anya, Riley, run. Yolanda's heart sank further when she saw out of the corner of her eye that her daughters hadn't escaped. Why were they risking their lives? It was for the chance of survival for their daughters. Mom, Sister Sela. Riley and Anya rushed back, unable to imagine a world without their family. This scene brought warmth amid despair to Yolanda and Sela. Silly kids. The two women couldn't help but tear up, mustering the last of their strength to hold off the monster horde. What if a miracle happened? Just like 10 years ago. However, no miracle came. Several beetle monsters swung their massive scythes towards the twins. Riley and Anya, having faced many battles in recent months, quickly dodged the sharp blades and wielded their shadow blades to counterattack. The danger wasn't over yet, as more black beetles charged at them, scythes flashing from all directions. There was no escape. The twins looked back at their mom and sister among the monsters with despair. Mom, Sister Sela, we're going first. No. Riley, Anya, Yolanda and Sela cried out in agony, desperately trying to reach them. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Boom. Creak. Two towering purple figures suddenly appeared, storming into the monster horde like a whirlwind. They wielded terrifying purple-patterned greatswords, slicing monsters in half instantly. Black beetles and even stronger yellow beetles charged with scythes, only to be cleaved in half along with their weapons by the purple figures in an instant. The scent of blood incited even more frenzied attacks, yet no monster could withstand the dreadful greatswords of these two purple skeletons, turning into mincemeat. Yolanda, am I dreaming? Sela, having narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but want to pinch her partner's face, only to find her hand empty. Huh? Where did they go? Turning her head, she saw that her dear sister, with whom she had shared life and death, had already run to her two beloved nieces. Mom, Rueli, Anna. The twins hugged their mother tightly, reveling in the joy of their narrow escape from death. Cough, cough. Now is not the time to relax. Sarah interrupted their intimate moment with a hint of annoyance. Sarah. The twins immediately rushed to Sarah, expressing their delight. All right. Sarah feigned impatience, but the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a fond smile. Yolanda watched tenderly, observing the interaction between her daughters and her sister. After a brief moment of mutual comfort, their attention returned to the ongoing battle. Two mysterious purple skeletons were tirelessly slaughtering the surrounding monstrous beetles. In just a few minutes, Dozens of these creatures were reduced to only a few, on the brink of being wiped out. Amazing. So powerful. The twins exclaimed in excitement, their faces alight as if they were part of the skeletal warriors, ruthlessly taking down the monsters that nearly killed their mother and Sarah. Meanwhile, a trace of seriousness appeared on Yolanda's face. Sarah, do you know what these are? Sarah replied nonchalantly. Who cares what they are, as long as they save us. Maybe they'll leave after finishing off the monsters. Yeah, it can't get any worse. Hearing this, Yolanda relaxed a bit, gripping her large sword while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, as did Sarah. Despite the terrifying skeleton creatures not showing any intention of attacking them, and instead saving them, caution was essential in this barren land. Who knew if, after clearing the monsters, they might also turn on them? With a final slash and crack, the last monster was killed by the skeletal warriors, ending the one-sided massacre. The two skeletons stood atop the pile of remains, plunging their large swords into the ground and becoming motionless. Their eerie, pale soul lights quietly observed the four women. Mom, look, they killed all the monsters. The twins were thrilled, eager to run to the skeletal warriors, seemingly wanting to thank them properly. Yolanda and Sarah quickly held each of them back, stopping their reckless actions. Quiet, don't disturb them. The twins, confused, wondered why they were being held back. But Yolanda and Sarah had no time to explain, their gaze now fixed on the west, where two more mysterious skeleton creatures were slowly emerging on the horizon. No, there were more behind them, a whole group of skeleton creatures. What is that? The two adult women's pupils contracted in shock. The terrifying skeletons from before had multiplied to 10. Even more bizarre was the sight of a large, peculiar black box being carried respectfully by 4 skeletons, with the remaining 6 guarding around it. Their formation was precise, like a disciplined army, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter and emitting a formidable killing intent. The two adult women instinctively held their breath, fearing to disturb the ominous procession. Sister Seela, Mom, what are they? The twins asked eagerly, their large eyes full of curiosity, unaffected by the intimidating atmosphere. Yolanda and Seela exchanged a serious glance, realizing that their survival depended on what happened next. The purple thorn skeleton sword guards were approaching them, their presence growing more formidable by the second. The twins, perhaps due to their innocence, believed these skeletal creatures were coming to their rescue, while Yolanda and Seela gripped their swords tightly, palms sweaty with tension. Having lived in this desolate land for years, they had never encountered such fearsome beings, seemingly emerging from another shadowy realm. Creak, creak. 2 of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards, having just finished slaughtering a swarm of insect-like creatures, quickly rejoined their ranks, resuming their positions. The procession halted before the 4 women, and the wind seemed to pause, with the dim sunlight casting a gloomy veil over the barren landscape. Seela swallowed hard, feeling a rare twinge of fear despite her usual courage. 12 terrifying figures capable of killing her with ease stared them down, the pressure immense. She cursed their luck silently, wondering why they had to encounter such a bizarre situation. She gave Yolanda a subtle signal, suggesting, Yolanda, this isn't working. Maybe we should just ask them directly. Yolanda shook her head, unwilling to take the risk. The skeletons were motionless, and it was best not to provoke them. Angering them could spell disaster. Understanding Yolanda's caution, Seela had no choice but to stand still, playing a silent game of statues with the skeletal creatures. The twins, their mouths covered, looked on in confusion, wondering why things hadn't turned into a scene of gratitude and friendship as they had imagined. The situation remained frozen in time. Inside the dark carriage, Zhan En initially planned to send out 2 purple thorn skeleton sword guards to save them, anticipating the joy of being thanked. However, as he peered through the one-way view of the carriage curtain and saw the twins with their mouths covered, he fell into deep thought. If he wasn't mistaken, these were the future top-tier bosses known as the Shadow Twins. They first appeared in the mid to late expansion, announcing their presence by destroying an ancient human city, and went on to kill countless human psionics before being slain by the Silver Sword, is Charles, on the Fallen Isle, ending the terror they brought. What should he do now? Should he eliminate them to prevent future threats? No, they hadn't yet succumbed to the dark mist, and were still normal psionics. But if they did succumb, it would be too late. Zhan En pondered how to handle their situation. At one moment, he was filled with murderous intent due to the various evil deeds mentioned in the documents. The next, he couldn't bring himself to harm them as he looked into the innocent eyes of the twins. Outside, as Zhan En's thoughts shifted, the aura of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards fluctuated accordingly. At times, the atmosphere was so menacing that the 4 women felt they could be killed at any second. Other times, it was as if the tension had dissipated, and everything before seemed like an illusion. After several cycles of this, they gradually adapted and were no longer startled by the changes in the sword guard's aura. Just as the 4 women were nearing their limit, particularly when Seela decided to probe, a steady male voice emerged from the strange iron box. What is your relationship? Sela instinctively answered, thinking they were asking about their identities. Suddenly, she realized, relationship? Why would a stranger ask about our relationship instead of our identities? I am Yolanda, and these twins are my daughters, the elder Rueli and the younger Anna. Sela is my companion and also the adoptive mother of Rueli and Anna. Yolanda's voice was gentle, and she gestured to help convey their relationships. She's the elder, Sela quietly corrected, earning a glare from Yolanda. After this question, the air grew still once more. The four women eagerly awaited the next question, only for the situation to return to its previous state. Inside the dark carriage, it was clear that one woman was the mother of the Shadow twins, and the other was their adoptive mother. This place was on the edge of a barren area where they shouldn't have encountered so many monsters, including a yellow beetle that usually appeared deeper within. Zhan En instinctively speculated that if he hadn't intervened or encountered them, the Shadow twins' mother and adoptive mother might have died at the hands of these creatures. Their unconscious prayers to defeat the monsters might have resonated with the dark mist, leading to their downfall. Having pieced together the situation, although questions remained, such as why the Shadow twins took so long to emerge and wreak havoc on humanity, those weren't the immediate concern. With their mother not yet killed, a key factor in their downfall was absent, making it difficult for him to strike. However, to be cautious, he decided to add a safeguard. At that moment, the two purple thorn skeleton sword guards suddenly moved, startling Yolanda and Sela into gripping their swords tightly. What are they doing? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the four women, the curtain of the strange large black box slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in black armor, watching them. Yolanda and Sela were extremely tense, feeling as though they were standing before the judgment of fate. The twins, however, were filled with curiosity, eager to see the face beneath the helmet. The figure in black armor spoke. I believe I have saved your lives. His voice was calm, yet carried a natural warmth, devoid of any emotional undertone. Yes, my lord, Yolanda and I, Sela, will do everything in our power to repay your kindness. Upon hearing this, Yolanda and Sela placed their hands over their hearts, solemnly pledging. The twins mimicked the gesture, placing their small hands over their hearts, and promised, we, Rueli and Anna, will do everything in our power to repay your kindness. The heart symbolizes life, representing the highest level of commitment. There's no need to swear on your life. A voice emerged from beneath the helmet, catching them by surprise. Sarah thought to herself, these big shots really know how to talk, but in reality, it's just self-satisfaction. Then they heard, I have only one request. Your daughters need to become vassals to my sister. Vassals? To her sister? Yolanda and Sarah exchanged glances, puzzled by how strange this sounded. A vassal, simply put, is a follower under the service of a noble. For many spiritually inclined individuals from humble backgrounds, this represents a significant opportunity. Nobles provide their vassals with enchanted gear, alchemical potions, and even organize hunts for creatures with higher spiritual beings leading the charge, in exchange for the vassal's loyalty. Generally, nobles are very selective in choosing their vassals, requiring high talent and good character. Otherwise, the investment could easily be wasted. Such fortune suddenly befalling their two recently awakened daughters, especially when it was offered by a stranger who saved their lives, seemed too good to be true. The two women harbored suspicions. Could there be a trap or malicious intent? However, the twins showed no such concerns, celebrating excitedly. Vassals! Vassals! Yay, my sister and I are going to be vassals. Their cheers interrupted Yolanda and Sarah's thoughts. Having already agreed, they followed closely behind the black carriage, careful not to step out of the protection of the sword-bearing guards. Yolanda and Sarah were at a loss, never expecting the stranger to agree so readily. Just as they were about to speak, the curtain was drawn shut again, denying them any chance to reconsider. With a creaking sound, the skeleton sword guards with purple thorns retreated a few steps, allowing space for the four women, as if conveying a silent threat of doom if they didn't comply. The two adult women sighed helplessly, feeling a powerlessness to resist, and allowed the twins to lead them behind the black carriage. The procession resumed, with the twins eagerly observing the skeleton sword guards and chatting animatedly. Meanwhile, Yolanda and Sarah began to communicate silently through glances, questioning whether they should really follow this stranger. But what other option did they have? Unable to fight, was there truly no way out? Yolanda's eyes began to well up with tears, and Sarah quickly wiped them away, looking resolute. There is, just wait. All right, Yolanda reassured her with a gentle smile, knowing her closest friend would always find a way, just like in the past. As the dim sun set and the blood moon rose, the creatures in the desolate area grew more frenzied. Normally, spiritual beings wouldn't camp overnight in the dark mist regions, opting for shifts unless they found a secure spot. Yet, Jane chose to stop openly, setting up a tent, lighting a campfire, and having one of the skeleton sword guards roast a large sheep, while another stood guard. She dispatched 9 more skeleton sword guards to patrol the perimeter, warding off any approaching creatures. The four women sat on the other side of the fire, taking out some dried food to eat. Soon, the sheep was perfectly roasted, its aroma mouth-watering enough to make anyone drool. The twins couldn't help but glance repeatedly at the sheep, finding their mother's carefully prepared dry provisions suddenly less appealing. Yolanda and Sarah exchanged looks, wondering. Surely he'll take off the helmet to eat, right? What does the face under the mask look like? They speculated that it might be a serious handsome man, or perhaps an old man. Don't tell me you didn't guess those terrifying skeletons were summoned creatures. After a day's journey, the two women were bored to the point of madness. Although their safety had greatly improved, they couldn't stray far from the black carriage. The monsters they encountered were effortlessly slain by the skeletons, leaving them with no chance to take action, which inevitably led to boredom. They deliberately drank water frequently, their peripheral vision occasionally checking to see when the armored man would remove his helmet. The twins were openly drawn to the large roasted lamb, seasoned with special spices. Zhan En didn't mind. He had no secrets to hide. Slowly, he removed his iron helmet, revealing pointed ears and deep eyes. His handsome face was as perfectly sculpted as a deity's. His emerald green eyes exuded a natural charm, yet a closer look revealed a hidden aloofness and nobility, inviting yet untouchable. By the campfire, the moment Zhan En removed his helmet, a sudden silence fell. The twins, previously captivated by the roasted lamb, found themselves lost in Zhan En's emerald, gem-like eyes. Even Yolanda and Sarah, who had been adventuring for years, couldn't help but be mesmerized. Zhan En sliced a large piece of lamb, savoring it. Gentle Yolanda smiled, thinking that someone so handsome couldn't have ill intentions toward her daughters. Sarah, usually straightforward, was initially entranced but soon became wary, thinking, dangerous, too dangerous. I almost fell for it. But why does he look familiar? The twins, enamored with beauty since childhood, had their contrasting black and white eyes sparkling. So handsome, like a prince from a dream. Are you here for Ruliana? Deep within their contrasting eyes, two mysterious dark runes faintly glowed. Zhan En naturally noticed the lady's gazes. He allowed a barely perceptible smile, thinking that this was expected. A remarkable appearance indeed helps bridge gaps with humans, who are visual creatures, drawn to beauty and averse to ugliness. Ladies, would you like some roasted lamb? Zhan En seized the opportunity to subtly remind them that he had noticed their stares, prompting them to be more discreet. Before the two adult women could respond, the twins dashed over, unabashedly seating themselves beside Zhan En. Throughout, their large eyes remained fixed on his face, not looking away for a second. Zhan En produced 4 sets of utensils, and the thornbush sword guards by the campfire sliced 4 portions of lamb, distributing them to the women. The twins took their portions, quickly dividing them in 2, feeding each other with unspoken understanding, their eyes never leaving Zhan En, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Zhan En's mouth twitched slightly, internally noting that the effect might have been too strong. Indeed, his already extraordinary looks, enhanced since childhood by the divine markings and his awakening as a child of nature, placed him at the pinnacle of the world, despite still retaining a hint of youthful innocence. Jian looked towards the 2 adult women, hoping they would take the twins away. However, to his surprise, Yolanda wore a gratified smile, as if to say, "That's my daughter." Meanwhile, Sarah, who claimed to be their sister but was actually their foster mother, was absorbed in savoring the lamb, completely lost in the allure of the special spices. Jian quickly assessed the situation. Raising daughters so obsessed with appearances must mean that these women's parenting methods were unconventional. But he soon dismissed the thought. Since the twins were just looking, they posed no harm. In fact, this might be a good opportunity to make them willingly stay. Placing them near their sister was the safest option. The twins, now full and quiet as stones, sat motionless next to Jian. They watched him eat without interrupting or speaking. In the slightly awkward atmosphere, Jian found himself speeding up his meal. Finally, after finishing his meal, Jian decided to break the silence and build trust. He softly asked, "You're Rue Li, and you're in Na, right?" The twins immediately lit up with excitement, their eyes sparkling with stars. "Wow, big brother, you're amazing. You actually know I'm really Anna." So happy. They completely forgot that their mother had already introduced their names earlier. This excessive praise made Jian question their intelligence, so he abandoned the idea of continuing the conversation with them. Instead, he turned the topic to the 2 adult women across the campfire. "Can you tell me about your family?" Yolanda responded enthusiastically, her voice gentle and smiling warmly. "Sure, what do you want to know? My daughter's hobbies? Or their age? Don't be fooled by their looks. They're actually 20 years old." Her demeanor had completely shifted from earlier caution, as if Jian were an old friend. Jian was secretly surprised, feeling that things were progressing too quickly, already reaching the point of exchanging ages. He pondered, are the Shadow Twins really 20? Although the second awakening age is indeed 20, their interactions suggest their minds are quite immature, even childish. What is going on? Seeing Jian's silence, Yolanda assumed he wanted to know more and laughed, covering her mouth. Do you want to hear their embarrassing stories? I can tell you. Mom, the twins exclaimed in unison, quickly covering Yolanda's mouth with their small hands to stop her from speaking further. They were worried these stories would ruin their image in front of their dream prince. Yolanda, undeterred, began to tickle them in retaliation. The three of them playfully scuffled, oblivious to the surroundings. Jian sighed inwardly, feeling that things were becoming increasingly complicated. At that moment, Sarah, who had been focused on enjoying the lamb, suddenly appeared beside Jian. She respectfully said, "Please don't mind them. When they see something beautiful, they can't help themselves." Hearing this, Jian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "So, you're the normal one," he thought. Jian then took out a set of red tea equipment and 6 chairs, inviting everyone to sit. The purple thorn skeleton sword guard poured tea for the 2 women. "Thank you," Sarah said softly, gracefully lifting her teacup. Sarah didn't hold back. After all, she was already in their hands, so she might as well go along with whatever they wanted. Before she could speak, Jan calmly said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jan Charles from the Charles family of Ember City. Once we return to New Ember City, I plan to recommend Riley and Anna to my sister, Elise Charles, to become her retainers. You should know that I have no reason to deceive you." His words were like a thunderbolt, causing waves of shock in Sarah's heart. She stood up abruptly and exclaimed, You're Jan Charles? The newly awakened Jan Charles from 5 months ago?" Jan nodded, responding coolly, "Yes, that's me." Upon confirming his identity, Sarah visibly relaxed, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and joy, though her expression was tinged with a peculiar surprise, as if seeing a neighbor's child, all grown up. "You know me?" Sarah realized her slip and composed herself, clearing her throat. Jan smiled slightly, speaking calmly. "It's only been a few years, and you've forgotten me? Do you not remember how I used to plead for you whenever Captain Elise caught you causing trouble?" Sarah felt a pang of nostalgia. It hadn't been that long, yet the little child had grown into a powerful psychic. Jan paused, his mind racing through memories. At 2 years old, he ran away from home seeking adventure, only to be caught by his sister, with a woman nearby egging her on. "Captain, the brat deserves a good spanking. You can't coddle him like this." At 3, the same woman was still around, even pinching his bottom playfully while he struggled to escape her grasp. She vanished from his memories after he turned 5. Jan was momentarily speechless, wondering why he hadn't recognized her. Fortunately, his ability for permanent memory retention prevented time from erasing those recollections. He silently chastised himself, realizing his attention had been too focused on the shadow twins to notice her. "Pleaded? I recall it," as egging on. Jan maintained his composure despite the complexity of his emotions. Sarah felt a bit awkward, scratching her head, trying to brush it off until she saw the look in Jan's eyes, which revealed he remembered everything. She eventually relented. "All right, I admit, I used to egg you on and occasionally like to pinch your little butt." Jan reminded himself that as a noble, he couldn't act out. Suddenly, Sarah leaned in, gripping one of Jan's hands tightly, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a slightly forlorn expression. "But that's all in the past. Can you forgive your sister?" Jan tried to withdraw his hand, but ultimately didn't succeed, sighing, "I never held it against you." Sarah's lips curled into a smile as she released his hand, internally celebrating. Still as fun as when he was a kid. Jan felt a sense of déjà vu and was about to delve into his memories when the 3 who had been playing nearby noticed the commotion and came over, fixing their gaze on the 2. "Everyone, take a seat," Jan said. The twins, ever so considerate, sat on either side of Jan, adjusting their positions slightly to ensure they were equidistant from him. They finally settled their gaze on the tea across from them, ensuring there was no difference in the amount before sitting down contentedly, ready to observe. Yolanda sat next to Sarah, a gentle smile on her face. Once seated, Sarah couldn't wait to speak. "Yolanda, you won't believe it, he's young Master Jan, the one who used to roam the streets like a little adult." Yolanda's eyes lit up, her gentle smile growing even warmer. "So it's young Master Jan." Her voice was filled with the joy of reunion, brimming with affection. Jan mused internally. Could she be another acquaintance? His mind raced, trying to match Yolanda's appearance and build with his memories. He recalled it too, his first time wandering the streets, trying to find opportunities, only to be suddenly picked up by a woman who ruffled his hair and kissed him, disrupting his plans. At 3, the familiar ambush greeted him again. He struggled fiercely, hoping she would give up, but she only intensified her affectionate assault. Everything ended when he turned 5. Jan's hand clenched involuntarily, feeling as if today was some kind of cosmic joke at his expense. When he was a child, Zhan En loved to tease 2 familiar acquaintances, and now, unexpectedly, they have reunited, making him feel an overwhelming sense of irony. In front of him are Sarah and Yolanda, the mother and adoptive mother of the Shadow twins, yet something feels off to Zhan En. He recalls that they were in their 20s back then, so how could they have 2 20-year-old twin daughters now after just 10 years? Even with low talent, they should have advanced to a lower rank by now. So why are they lingering on the edge of the barren lands? Unable to deal with small beetle creatures? There must be something unusual going on. Sarah and Yolanda understood that the twins' peculiarity couldn't be hidden. Fortunately, they encountered young Master Zhan En of the Charles family. Whether due to their past connections with the Charles family or the family's reputation itself, they felt this might not be a bad thing. They decided to find a private moment to ask Zhan En in detail, or perhaps leave the matter to their sister, which might be better. Zhan En sipped a cup of red tea, the delicate sweetness spreading through his mouth, easing his brief, restless thoughts. After the tea party ended, he swiftly and elegantly donned his helmet, and 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously showed a hint of disappointment. The night was silent until the blood moon retreated, the sun rose, and dawn gradually spread across the land as the group set out again. They had reached the edge of the barren lands, and after less than a day's journey, they finally emerged from it. The black mist creatures vanished, the desolate land began to revive, sparse green shoots emerged, and small insects and animals occasionally darted by the roadside. Creak, creak. The skeletons of the purple thorns suddenly halted. X2, closely following the Shadow Twins' black sedan, accidentally bumped his forehead against its rear panel, producing a crisp sound. The two rubbed their heads, and the black sedan slowly descended. Zhan En emerged, then stored away the sedan and most of the purple thorn skeleton guards, leaving only 4 to stand by. Was young Master Zhan En going to walk with them? The tall Sarah touched her chin, a mischievous smile on her face, trying to nudge her close friend with her elbow, but missing. At this moment, Yolanda and the twins seemed to teleport next to Zhan En. Yolanda smiled indulgently, while the twins gazed at him as if he were a treasure. Zhan En, who had just removed his helmet, discreetly stepped back a few paces, secretly waiting, as he had already sent his location to the family guards using a special alchemical device after leaving the barren lands. The twins, eyes full of curiosity, asked, "Will there be big horses?" Zhan En replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts elsewhere. Yolanda watched their interaction, and Sarah suddenly patted her friend's shoulder, whispering, "Snap out of it." Yolanda, eyes fixed, whispered back, "They are so much cuter now than when they were little." Sarah stiffened, then sighed. "Yes, they have grown into adults. We are no longer the young girls we used to be." Yolanda squinted her eyes with a smile, yet her tone carried a hint of melancholy. She mused about the passage of time, while Zhan En caught a glimpse of the 2 adult women and felt a wave of sorrow. Despite living in a world where ordinary humans could live up to 150 years, these women in their 30s were in the prime of their lives, with outstanding beauty and charm. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of aging about them. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached, and several armored knights quickly arrived, pulling a luxurious carriage behind them. They stopped in front of them, dismounted, and saluted. The leading knight, clad in full armor, retrieved a metallic ring from a storage space and handed it to Zhan En. Using a special secret method, Zhan En successfully activated it, confirming it was sent by his sister to escort him. "Let's go," Zhan En said to the 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards as he boarded the carriage and entered the compartment. The guards mounted their horses, ready to depart. Hey, young Master Zhan En, how do we go? Are we supposed to walk behind like before?" Sarah asked urgently, her face full of eagerness. "Sarah, we can just follow behind slowly. We know the way to the Charles estate," Yolanda gently reassured her, giving her a knowing look. Sarah suddenly realized, "Oh right, no problem." The twin sisters didn't react much, their eyes simply following Zhan En's emerald green gaze. Zhan En looked around and noticed the guards seemed prepared to escort only him, with no extra horses available. Moreover, the women appeared inexperienced in riding. If they followed behind slowly, they might not keep up, or even venture alone to the Charles estate, which worried Zhan En. Despite being familiar faces from 10 years ago, they might have changed, and caution was necessary. To prevent any mishaps or them sneaking away, Zhan En decided, "You all can get in the carriage, it's spacious enough." Sarah waved her hands repeatedly. "No need. We are just commoners. How could we sit in a noble's carriage?" Yolanda glanced aside, about to speak, but a gust of cold wind passed, leaving her momentarily alone. By then, Yolanda and the twins had already boarded the carriage. Sarah gritted her teeth, feeling once again abandoned by her close friends. She used her long legs to leap and caught up with the carriage just before it set off. "Yolanda, what's wrong?" Yolanda blinked her eyes, her demeanor gentle and pure. "Nothing, just sit down," she replied. "Okay." The twins excitedly began exploring the carriage. "Wow, what a beautiful carriage. Don't make noise, Riley and Anna. Be good." From outside the carriage, their voices could be heard. The guards remained silent, but took note of everything, knowing they would need to report to the Duke upon return. The captain of the guards spat lightly in disdain. "This is too ridiculous. I must report to the commander." He suppressed his emotions and ordered, "Move out." The group set off on the road to Xingho City. The city of Xinhua is one of humanity's most crucial fortresses, situated next to a barren land. Its outer walls are towering, with patrols constantly on the lookout for monster attacks. Beyond the gates of the outer wall, one finds an orderly array of small villages nestled among vast fields, inhabited by hard-working commoners. They toil from dawn to dusk, providing the basic food supply for Xinhua. Further ahead lies the inner wall, even more imposing, built from hard rock and inscribed with mysterious defensive arrays. Over the years, it has withstood numerous assaults from formidable foes. The inner city is home to nobles, psychics, and wealthy merchants, the true heart of the city. At the gate of the inner city, a guard shouted, "Pass permit." The captain of the guards dismounted and handed over an alchemical ring. The guard placed it on an adjacent alchemical device, a light flashed, and the ring was returned to the captain. A muffled voice came from beneath the armor. "Proceed." The carriage, surrounded by guards, drove through the gate along the main road and finally stopped in front of the Charles family estate. The arrival of the entourage caught the attention of the residents, who began to chatter excitedly. "Remember that carriage? Isn't it the exclusive one of Duke Isi? Duke Isi returned in a hurry some time ago. Strange, who's inside the carriage?" The guards dismounted, and the captain reminded, "Young Master Zhan En, we have arrived at the estate." The carriage door opened, and Zhan En descended with 4 robust violet thorn skeleton sword guards. His appearance sparked lively discussion among the onlookers. "Haha, so young Master Zhan En has returned. His psychic abilities awakened a few months ago, right? Has he already advanced his spiritual skills?" Inside the carriage, Sarah listened to the commotion outside and suddenly realized a problem. She hurriedly stopped the 3 about to follow Zhan En. "No, we can't go out now." The twins blinked their big eyes in confusion. "Why not?" Yolanda, seemingly slow to react, supported her dear friend. "Yes, Sarah is right. It's not convenient for us to go out." The twins were even more puzzled. Outside, Zhan En noticed the 4 women hadn't come out yet and urged, "Come on, let's go see my sister." The twins, hearing this, instantly broke free from Sarah's grip and obediently followed Zhan En. Sarah turned angrily to Yolanda. "Where are they?" When she looked out, Yolanda had somehow already gently positioned herself beside the twins. "Forget it, I don't care anymore," Sarah exclaimed with increasing frustration, leaping gracefully from the carriage and hastily following. The crowd gasped again in astonishment. There was another one in the carriage. "How enviable. Is this what noble life is like?" Whispers spread through the crowd as some recognized Yolanda and Sarah. These 2 familiar faces, once residents of the city, now returned to Ember City in a way that stirred quite a commotion. "Hey, isn't that Yolanda?" A voice exclaimed in surprise. "Come to think of it, doesn't the last one look a bit like Sarah?" Another voice chimed in. Sarah, walking at the back, overheard these comments and felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Who could have imagined she would re-enter Ember City in such a manner? In contrast, Jin remained calm and composed. He led 4 violet thorn skeleton guards and 4 women, striding confidently into the mansion. His strong resolve made him indifferent to the gossip of the surrounding residents. The guards were busy handling the luggage, leading horses and pushing a carriage towards the stables. Gradually, the onlookers began to disperse, but the news of Jin's apparent successful transformation spread rapidly throughout Ember City, as if it had wings. Unexpectedly, the reputation issues Sarah had worried about did not attract much attention. The 4 women were regarded as Jin's attendants, which didn't cause much stir among the residents. On the contrary, some even envied their fortune. Inside the mansion, Ease, clad in silver armor, stood in the courtyard. Upon seeing Jin, she quickly approached him. Jin also quickened his pace. She was the closest person to him in this world. "Ease, I'm back," Jin said, with a hint of guilt in his voice. Ease patted Jin's right shoulder with a thumping sound. "You said 1 month, but it turned into 4. Her tone was reproachful, yet it couldn't hide her joy. Jin wore an embarrassed expression. "Sister, you know, with its guidance, I had no problems, and I became much stronger." He explained that he initially planned to increase his spirituality just a bit and leave, but once he started, the intense desire to grow stronger took over. He kept defeating monsters, ascending, clearing dark mist nodes, and then raiding the human trader camp. This process was unstoppable until he reached the limit of the desolate area. Ease was astonished inside. She sensed that her brother's aura was several times stronger than before, and the 4 violet patterned skeletons were clearly products of Ascension, exuding an ominous aura. These remarkable transformations were achieved in just 4 months in the weakest dark mist area. Despite her inner questions, Ease chose not to probe further. She just hoped that Jin would continue to live a happy and healthy life, marry, have children, and see the family prosper. That was her greatest wish. Sister understood, but she always prioritized life above all else, no matter how tempting opportunities might be. Zhan En looked solemn, as if vowing to remember her words, which comforted EC. Her gaze shifted behind Zhan En, and she was delighted to see that he had brought back 4 exceptionally graceful women, filling her with joy. The 2 women looking up were a rare pair of twins. Though their frames seemed slight, They had awakened their psychic abilities, with their age and aptitude being quite impressive. The two with their heads lowered appeared even more outstanding, especially the one on the right. Her mere presence made EC nod approvingly in her mind. Previously, Zhan En was indifferent to others, with barely anyone close to him except his childhood friend, which concerned EC. She felt this situation was too precarious for ensuring the family's continuation, given the world's perils and unpredictability. Fortunately, her brother was finally beginning to truly mature. As the siblings conversed, the twins felt a thrill, discovering a new, dazzling treasure. However, the mysterious runes deep within their heterochromatic eyes trembled slightly, as if fearing something. Since entering the Charles estate, the two adult women kept their heads down, subtly shifting their bodies to let the purple thorn skeleton guards shield them, while continuously exchanging glances. Yolanda whispered, "We're doomed." "It's the captain." Sarah replied nervously, "We knew this before. The captain is young Master Zhan En's sister. We were bound to meet her on this trip." Yolanda asked, "Do you think the captain will blame us for disappearing 10 years ago?" Sarah sighed. "Anyone who remembers would be rightfully angry." Yolanda worriedly said, "It's been 10 years. Maybe the captain won't recognize us." Sarah was surprised. "Really? That could be true. Little Zhan En didn't recognize us until I reminded him." They both felt slightly relieved, letting out a silent breath, lowering their heads as much as possible, hoping not to attract their former captain EC's attention. However, what they feared came true. Mid-conversation, EC changed the topic. "Zhan En, let's go inside so you can properly introduce your friends to me." Zhan En promptly dismissed the purple thorn skeleton guards, as their protective role was unnecessary at home. The two women, now without cover, began to sweat slightly, thinking in unison, "We're done for." The group entered the hall, with EC taking the lead to sit down, trying to appear approachable, and softly said, "Ladies, please don't stand. Have a seat. Make yourselves at home." Zhan En found it a bit strange, as it was his first time seeing his sister being so kind to strangers. "Okay, thank you, big sister." The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement, as they quickly found seats closest to Zhan En and EC, squeezing together on the same chair. Meanwhile, the two adult women chose seats farthest from EC, leaving her puzzled. Was this some special etiquette from a certain place? Jane felt a sense of melancholy. Although they had been together for some time, they always managed to surprise her. However, she quickly brushed these feelings aside and said, "YS, this is a group of psychics I happened to encounter in the arid lands." As she spoke, Jane began to introduce the women one by one. On the left was her sister, Rueli, and on the right was her sister, Angna. The twins flashed bright smiles, their contrasting black and white eyes sparkling with charm. The other two were Rueli and Angna's mother and stepmother, Yolanda and Sarah. Their voices were low and raspy as they spoke from beneath bowed heads. "Greetings, Duchess YS." A flicker of confusion passed through YS's eyes, thinking how familiar these names sounded. They were exactly the same as her long-lost teammates, yet their voices seemed so strange. Jane was puzzled as well, wondering why their voices had changed. Coupled with their ostrich-like behavior since entering the mansion, it was clear they didn't want YS to recognize them. Jane lifted her head and said sternly, "Yolanda, Sarah, you've made it this far. Do you still intend to hide?" Her words carried an implicit message. "If you don't speak, I will." Yolanda and Sarah felt a twinge of tension, thinking, "What a bothersome child." With a resigned glance at each other, they took a deep breath. Thud. Both knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Yolanda, Sarah, reporting to Captain YS." They slowly raised their heads, their eyes downcast, unable to meet her gaze. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the right armrest of the chair shattered, revealing the inner turmoil of its owner. YS spoke with authority. "Yolanda, Sarah, stand up so I can have a good look at you." As if a decade hadn't passed, the two women immediately stood up in the standard stance of the half-elf guard. By now, YS had regained her composure, her face revealing no emotion. She asked, "Tell me, what happened 10 years ago that caused you to disappear for so long?" Yolanda and Sarah exchanged glances, offering a hesitant smile, their eyes darting to the twins, hinting that it was not the place to reveal everything. Jane, sensing a connection to the Shadow twins, gestured to the maid. "Rueli, Angna, we have some matters to discuss with Yolanda and Sarah. Why don't you go play in the garden for a while?" The word garden caught their attention, and they happily skipped out of the hall with the maid. Once the twins had left, Yolanda and Sarah looked at each other, realizing they needed to reveal the truth. They began to speak slowly. 10 years ago, we stumbled upon a mysterious ancient ruin. It was devoid of any living beings, not even a whisper of wind, surrounded only by enigmatic shadow crystal statues. We searched every corner of the ruins in hopes of escaping, but found nothing. Just as we were about to lose hope, the entire ruin began to shake violently, and we could hear the agonizing roars of a monstrous creature, as if it was struggling desperately. As the sky shattered and the earth cracked, at the moment we closed our eyes, expecting the end, a mysterious voice echoed in our ears. Please, take care of them. When we opened our eyes again, we found ourselves back in the present world. In our arms was a cute little girl, about 10 years old, with sparkling eyes, calling us mom. Yolanda and I felt a surge of maternal instinct, believing this might be a gift from the gods, so we decided to adopt them. However, soon after, we were horrified to discover our spiritual abilities seemed to be shackled. No matter how many monsters we hunted, we couldn't improve at all. Disheartened, to avoid worrying the captain and the team, we secretly left the inner city and secluded ourselves in a small village in the outer city, taking care of the two little girls as they grew up. Zhan En sensed something amiss. In the strange circumstances of encountering unknown forces and having their spirituality restricted, the two girls chose to distance themselves from the inner city, where the problem might be solved, and from their captain, EC, and other acquaintances. As young psychics, they willingly raised these two mysterious little girls for 10 whole years, as if their minds were clouded by that mysterious voice. Even though they couldn't advance, they didn't choose to return to the inner city, which could offer better rewards and a more comfortable environment. Zhan En, thoughtful, decided to compare the Shadow Twins' information from his memory to see which secret faction they most closely aligned with. The last descendants of these secret factions often inherit a rich legacy. If he could help, perhaps he could earn a reward. Eventually, Master Zhan En brought us back to the inner city. After Yolanda and Sarah finished recounting their story, EC frowned, realizing that Yolanda and Sarah had hidden their identities in the outer city, likely influenced by the mysterious voice. Moreover, their spirituality was hindered, wasting 10 whole years, undoubtedly the work of that mysterious voice. Thinking of this, EC could no longer contain her anger, and a powerful aura erupted from her, making the air in the hall unbearably heavy, with a blazing light beginning to shine. The two women trembled, thinking, "Oh no, the captain is angry." They quickly lowered their heads, awaiting the captain's reprimand. "Sister," Zhan En reminded, surprised that his usually composed sister was so enraged. At his reminder, EC realized her lapse, quickly calming down and retracting her aura, restoring the hall to normal. "You two idiots, you didn't even realize you were bewitched by that mysterious voice. It's likely the reason your spirituality can't advance." EC scolded, her anger rising. She sensed that the two women's psychic abilities hadn't even reached the lower level, which made her even more disappointed. Back then, Yolanda and Sarah were her carefully selected candidates, with decent talent and good character, and they were particularly fond of Zhan En. For 10 years, the issue remained unresolved, with no improvement in their spiritual abilities, leaving them feeling furious. Seeing the two women looking bewildered, he felt both angry and sympathetic. "All right, I'll take you to see the High Priestess later to see if there's a way to restore it." Hearing this, Yolanda and Sarah looked overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Captain." Meanwhile, the mysterious voice that ISI had mentioned earlier made them start questioning if something was wrong with them for the first time. Zhan En, though unaware of his sister ISI's complex feelings, could sense the close bond between the two women and his sister. Considering the need to handle the Shadow Twins, he reminded them, "The reason your spiritual abilities can improve is likely due to the presence of the spirit-devouring ephemera in your bodies." Spirit-devouring ephemera? The three of them looked puzzled. Not only the two women involved, but even ISI had never heard of it. Zhan En continued to explain, "Spirit-devouring ephemera is a very peculiar spiritual entity, extremely small and invisible to the human eye. Theoretically, they cause no harm to the physical body because they are spiritual beings and exist in a different dimension, unable to interact with the physical world. However, they feed on spiritual essence. Once they inhabit a human body, they consume all the spiritual essence that a spiritualist acquires. From an external perspective, as you perceive, your spirituality seems confined, and no matter how many monsters you hunt or how much you train, the spiritual essence mysteriously disappears." After hearing Zhan En's explanation, the impatient Sarah looked eager, and even the gentle Yolanda appeared uncharacteristically urgent. "Master Zhan En, do you have a solution?" Zhan En, not wanting to trouble them for his sister's sake, replied directly, "If I'm not mistaken, you were invaded by the spirit-devouring ephemera when you awakened the shadow crystal statue in the ruins 10 years ago. The method to remove them is simple. They prefer to reside in shadow crystals rather than the human body. You just need to place a shadow crystal above your head, and after a while, the spirit-devouring ephemera will automatically move to the shadow crystal. Go fetch 2 black accessories," ISI instructed the maid beside her, fully trusting Zhan En's words without question. Shadow crystals, with their beautiful appearance, are commonly used to make black accessories and are quite common in noble households. Soon, the maid returned with 2 black accessories. ISI stood up and placed the accessories on the heads of the 2 women. All that was left was to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Zhan En needed to discuss the situation with his sister about the Shadow Twins. "ISI, in my vision, if Riley and Anna fall and become traitors to humanity, They will possess terrifying power and cause immense harm to humans. He didn't hide this from the two women. Yolanda quickly said, "No way. Riley and Anna are good kids. They're very kind and often help the people around them. They would never fall." Sarah, with the black accessory on her head, remained optimistic. "Yolanda, you didn't say they will fall. Just what would happen if they did? As long as we're here, the kids won't fall." The last sentence, whether intentional or not, indeed hit the key point. Isi knew deep down that this was another divine sign, bringing guidance to her brother. "Zhan En, what do you want your sister to do?" she asked. "Sister, please make them your vassals. I think this way, there shouldn't be any problems," Zhan En thought to himself, believing that even if issues arose, he could handle them as a future Silver Sword Knight capable of defeating them. "All right, I will train them well." Isi agreed without hesitation. She understood that Zhan En's words hinted at the twins' astonishing potential, and she could cultivate them into powerful allies. Zhan En felt a sense of relief. The matter with the Shadow Twins was finally settled, and now he could focus on further enhancing his own strength as planned. After a while, two shadow accessories suddenly floated up and slowly disappeared. Zhan En knew they had been taken into the spirit world, which also meant the transfer of the soul-devouring mayfly was complete. "The soul-devouring mayfly has left. You can try cultivating again," he said. Yolanda and Sarah quickly closed their eyes, sensing the subtle spirit essence in the air, then slowly capturing and absorbing it into their souls. They could clearly feel that this time, the spirit essence within their souls did not vanish. "Yolanda, we can cultivate again." Sarah's eyes shone with tears of joy, and she wanted to hug her dear friend in excitement, only to find herself hugging empty air. "Where is she?" she wondered. Turning her head, she saw her friend clinging excitedly to Zhan En. "Little Zhan En, you've saved me and Sarah again," Yolanda said softly, her beautiful face leaning closer. Zhan En froze for a moment, feeling a hand gently pull the excited Yolanda back. "Yolanda, that's not allowed." "Little Zhan En is still a minor," said his sister Isi, who had to consider her brother's healthy growth. "Yes, Captain, I understand," Yolanda replied, adjusting her clothes slightly and giving Zhan En a subtle wink, her eyes sparkling. Sarah, however, approached Zhan En, knelt on one knee, and solemnly presented a great sword, pledging, "From this day forward, your command is my life. I, Sarah, will dedicate my life to you." Zhan En instinctively followed the protocol from his past virtual world experiences, responding, "I, Zhan En Charles, will share glory with you." After speaking, he regretted it a bit, as he hadn't intended to take on subordinates. But since the words were spoken, he had to follow through, accepting the greatsword Sarah offered, and then handing her a white spirit-armored greatsword. Sarah stood up, holding the spirit-armored greatsword with great fondness. Yolanda narrowed her eyes, clearly understanding her friend's intent. She quietly leaned into Zhan En's ear and whispered, "I feel the same way, Master Zhan En. Wherever it may be." Zhan En found her too complicated. Before he could respond, she turned and, like Sarah, knelt on one knee, solemnly pledging allegiance. "From this day forward, your command is my life. I, Yolanda, will dedicate my life to you." Zhan En once again went through the motions, reluctantly choosing a slightly better greatsword for her, ensuring it wasn't a sign of favoritism. Isi stood by, watching all of this in surprise. She never expected that the plan she devised 10 years ago would come to fruition today. Perhaps it was all destined, Isi pondered silently, considering how she could quickly train this pair of former subordinates to protect Zhan En. Despite a decade of neglect, she sensed that their souls were surprisingly strong, even surpassing those of mid-level psychics. Perhaps through a spiritual enhancement ritual, they could rapidly become powerful. After her sister Isi took the 4 women to register with the half-elf guards, Zhan En returned to his room. Phew, finally done. Although dealing with the 4 women didn't take long, it was mentally exhausting. In just a few days, it felt more tiring than 4 months of battling in the barren lands. Clearing his mind of thoughts about the 4 women, Zhan En took out the brain creature, carefully placing it on the table, and then retrieved the auxiliary materials for the vision-sharing magic array. These materials, including 5 portions of blood essence and 10 soul flowers, were taken from the family treasury. After ensuring that the types and quantities matched his memory exactly, Zhan En began engraving the vision-sharing magic array on the floor. Silver liquid, the most common material for engraving magic arrays, had excellent energy-conducting properties, ensuring the stable operation of the magic array. About 15 minutes later, the magic array was complete. Zhan En placed the brain creature and other materials into it, standing in the main area himself, and summoned the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard to enter the secondary area. Once everything was ready, Zhan En began to chant softly, releasing the energy from within. The magic array activated, with the silver liquid absorbing the energy and emitting a mysterious glow. The brain creature and other materials quickly dissolved, merging and reacting to form a mysterious liquid, which split into 2 runes. A larger one entered Zhan En's body, and a smaller one merged into the soul fire of the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard. Zhan En activated the vision-sharing rune deep within his soul, and his vision immediately split into two, his own and that of the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard. Under Zhan En's control, the sword guard gazed at him, clearly seeing its own form. It worked. The test was not yet over. Zhan En sent the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard out of the room and into the courtyard, walking further away. Inside, Zhan En could clearly see everything through the sword guard's eyes. Busy servants, diligent guards, the flowers in the garden, and the chairs in the hall. This would be incredibly helpful in exploring the black mist nodes and various ruins. Zhan En felt satisfied. With the vision of the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard, many former tactics could now be implemented. Come back. The purple thorn skeleton sword guard returned, and Zhan En retracted it. After tidying up, he donned his mask and left the room. Next, he was to undertake the most important task since returning to Ember City, using the fantasy spirit armor to replicate some rare spirit armors that would be of great use to him. Leaving the Charles estate, Zhan En traversed several streets and arrived at a bustling avenue, where the calls of various vendors filled the air. She passed by the roadside stalls and headed straight into the depths of the street, eventually stopping in front of an exquisite, towering building. This structure, made entirely of fiery red mountain rock, resembled a fiercely burning rose, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The entrance was beautifully adorned with rose motifs, and a steady stream of people came and went, each exuding a palpable aura of spiritual energy. In other words, all those who frequented this place were spirit practitioners. This was the Flame Exchange, the largest spirit equipment trading hub in Xinhua City, specializing in the recovery and sale of various spirit equipment. More importantly, it was the only exchange in the city endorsed by the higher authorities. While profit was one motive, the primary aim was to regulate the price and distribution of spirit equipment, giving more practitioners the chance to acquire suitable gear and enhance their overall combat capabilities. Wearing a mask, Zhan En entered, taking in the scene of the Flame Exchange. Various low-quality spirit equipment were protected by sealing magic within display cases. When a guest showed interest in an item, an attendant would step forward to introduce it and allow the guest to experience it. Zhan En stood by the counter for a while before an attendant approached. "Sir, are you here to sell or purchase spirit equipment?" the attendant asked. Zhan En smiled slightly and replied, "Neither." The attendant was taken aback. It was clearly her first time encountering such a customer. If not buying or selling, then why come here? Perhaps just for a visit? At that moment, Zhan En's deep, magnetic voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Take me to your master and tell her that Zhan En Charles seeks an audience. I have news about the bloodbath to share with her." The female attendant was momentarily stunned, then her face showed surprise. She hadn't expected to meet the much-discussed young Master Zhan En of the Charles family. She quickly responded, "Please wait a moment, I'll notify the master immediately." She gestured for another attendant to attend to Zhan En before turning and heading upstairs, disappearing from view. Zhan En privately felt relieved, confident that his request would promptly reach the master of the exchange. The female attendant he encountered was evidently one of the master's trusted aides, referring to her as master rather than the more common sir. Before long, the female attendant hurriedly descended the stairs and approached Zhan En, her demeanor even more respectful and her voice urgent. "Young Master Zhan En, Lady Sabina invites you to the top floor for a meeting." Zhan En nodded. Sabina's reaction was as he had anticipated. Upon hearing he had news about the bloodbath, she would be eager to see him, as the bloodbath was crucial to her further advancement and she wouldn't want to miss any potential information. Following the attendant, Zhan En ascended the stairs until reaching the top floor. At a door adorned with roses, the female attendant stopped and bowed, saying, "Young Master Zhan En, this is not a place for us to enter. Please proceed inside. The master awaits you." Zhan En pushed the door open, greeted by a faint scent of blood as a layer of mysterious red mist filled the room, obscuring his view of the interior. Suddenly, a seductive and languid voice whispered in Jian's ear, "Come over here, little Jian." Could it be someone from his childhood? No. If he had met Sabina before, he would remember. Hearing the nickname, Little Jian, puzzled him, and he followed the voice toward the red mist. In the silent room, only his footsteps echoed until he eventually stopped. Before him lay an enchanting woman, reclining on a bed of roses. Her face was stunning, her almond-shaped eyes captivating. Jian Charles had encountered Lady Sabina before. He greeted her with the etiquette of nobility, though Sabina's gaze seemed indifferent, uninterested in the matter of the bloodbath. At that moment, Sabina looked at Jian with scrutiny, indifference, and a hint of urgency, though she hid it well. "Little Jian, wearing a mask in an audience isn't very polite," Sabina remarked, not rushing to discuss the bloodbath. As a mature adult, she understood not to reveal her desire for leverage too easily. It was a lesson well learned. Jian hesitated, confused about the connection between wearing a mask and their dealings. Still, he hoped to proceed with his plan and removed his mask. In that instant, as their eyes met, silence enveloped the room. Sabina, previously composed and languid, allowed a slight smile to bloom, like a radiant flower. "Little Zhan, you've truly surprised me," she said with delight, a hint of admiration in her gaze. An aficionado of beauty, she found herself witnessing something beyond her imagination, a spectacle seemingly unattainable by mortal means. "Lady Sabina." Zhan hadn't expected even the formidable Sabina to be swayed by appearances. "Come, sit beside me," Sabina invited, extending a delicate hand, her voice alluring, indicating for Zhan to sit at the bed's edge. Despite the temptation, Zhan remained unmoved. As someone who pursued strength, he understood that anything hindering his progress must be eliminated. "Madam, the bloodbath." He attempted to remind her of their meeting's purpose. However, Sabina seemed unconcerned. "Little Zhan, you're too far. You might not hear me," she hinted, suggesting that without coming closer, they couldn't proceed with their conversation. Zhan silently mocked the situation, finding it absurd to be treated this way at his age. Reluctantly, he continued forward. As he approached, the mingling scents of flowers and blood grew stronger, stirring his senses. Even as he neared the bed of roses, the alluring woman remained reclined, smiling coyly. "Why not sit beside your sister?" She patted the bed, inviting Zhan to sit. In such circumstances, Zhan ceased overthinking and sat at the edge of the rose bed. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, their proximity breaching normal boundaries of personal space. "Lady Sabina, I've come here." Zhan steadied his mind to reiterate his purpose. Just then, the woman, so near, yawned lazily and stretched, her graceful figure on full display. Zhan took a deep breath, feeling as if he had become the prey. Sabina slightly parted her red lips, exhaling a sweet fragrance, seemingly aware that her actions might be a bit inappropriate. She softly asked, "Did I disturb you just now, little Zhan?" Zhan didn't respond to her question and instead directly stated his purpose for coming. "I've come to make a deal with you, to exchange information about the bloodbath." After speaking, he carefully observed Sabina's expression to gauge her reaction. To his surprise, Sabina's perfectly shaped brows furrowed slightly. Zhan felt a twinge of anxiety. Had she already found the bloodbath? Was he too late? "Little Zhan, is our relationship so cold that you still call me lady?" Sabina was clearly displeased with the formal address. Zhan silently thought to himself, how could someone her age still act like a little girl throwing a tantrum? "Are you thinking something impolite, little Zhan?" Sabina's intuition seemed to pick up on Zhan's emotions. Maintaining his composure, Zhan replied, "Lady, not at all. I was just thinking about how to address you." Sabina reluctantly accepted his explanation, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. "Oh, little Zhan, have you decided yet?" Zhan pretended to ponder for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, "Sister Sabina?" Sabina, who was half reclining, immediately looked displeased and said, "Too perfunctory." "Sabina? Too ordinary." "Bina? Not intimate enough." Zhan thought to himself that he couldn't continue like this, and, taking a chance, asked, "Little Sasa? Huh, little Nana?" Zhan finally gave up, spreading his hands helplessly, unable to think of a new name. Seeing this, Sabina gave a charming smile and extended a pale arm toward him. "Help me sit up." Zhan had no choice but to slowly take her hand, feeling its softness and a slight chill. The fragrance lingered as Sabina sat up, placing her other hand gently on Zhan's face, softly saying, "Little honey Zhan, remember to call me Mina." This was a term of endearment from her hometown. Zhan looked bewildered, wondering what kind of strange name this was and why he was being addressed like this. "All right, Mina, we can." Zhan was eager to get to the main topic. Sabina asked, "No problem, little honey Zhan, what do you want? A spirit weapon? An alchemical potion? Or?" Her fingertip lightly touched her lips, sparking endless imagination. Zhan was momentarily at a loss, thinking to himself, "Aren't you going to ask about the bloodbath?" Her train of thought seemed hard for him to follow. "I need to borrow a pale gold quality spirit weapon from you, specifically the necklace of death's bones, for Ionatari use," Zhan stated. Sabina agreed without hesitation. "No problem, little honey Zhan. Is that all you need?" Although the pale gold quality spirit weapon was precious, to her, it was insignificant compared to her little honey friend. Besides, it was only a loan, and with the Charles family's reputation, there was no way they wouldn't return it. Even if they didn't, so be it. This child had found a place in her heart. The matter was unexpectedly smooth. Sabina never mentioned the bloodbath, as if she had completely forgotten about it. However, he felt it was necessary to inform her about the bloodbaths. If not, he had other intelligence to offer in return. "Mina, there's a hidden cave on the right side of the Chiali Canyon peak. A colony of bloodbaths is hibernating there. I believe this could be quite useful to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sabina's body trembled slightly. A flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes, only to disappear quickly. "My dear friend, this is very important to me," she stated firmly, emphasizing the significance of the information. Since you've told me this, you must know my craving for the blood bats. But you've only gained temporary use of the spirit gear for a day in return. Even if it's of pale gold quality, isn't this too much of a loss for you? Sabina lightly tapped the boy's forehead with her slender finger, her crimson lips slightly parted, releasing a fragrant scent. She seemed to imply that more rewards could be obtained. Zhan smiled inwardly. Anyone unfamiliar with Sabina might think she was inviting him, but knowing her well, Zhan understood it was a test. If he asked for additional compensation, she would likely mock him playfully before showing him out. To you, the information about the blood bats is extremely important. For me, the onady usage of the death necklace is equally significant. There's no question of loss. They are equivalent, Zhan stated frankly. Sabina's alluring eyes revealed a hint of surprise at his words. Little Zhan, besides your tempting appearance, your soul also intrigues me. Zhan's face stiffened. How should he react to this, thank her, or scold this peculiar woman? Her power was far beyond his current capabilities, making any reaction inappropriate. He could only remain silent, his clear emerald eyes trying to convey that he was still just a child. Sabina's lips curled slightly as she feigned realization. Oh dear, I forgot you're only halfway to adulthood. All right, let's forget what I just said. Consider it a slip of the tongue. Zhan inwardly retorted. Can that really be forgotten? But he couldn't leave without the spirit gear. He had to remind her. Mina, the spirit gear, where did I put it? Sabina reclined again and pulled Zhan down with her. He tried to resist, but the power gap was too great, leaving him no choice but to enjoy the rose-petal bed. Little Zhan, don't worry, help me think, and we'll remember soon. Sabina began to hum a lullaby, its enchanting melody drifting into Zhan's ears. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. It was a lullaby from Sabina's homeland, with an ethereal and tranquil tune that unknowingly made one relax. The fatigue of months of tension gradually washed away, and the inner turmoil and bloodlust dissipated. Zhan hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, and his eyes closed involuntarily as he slipped into a deep sleep. Seeing her little darling drift into slumber as she wished, Sabina continued humming the tune, her expression joyful, lost in thoughts of something delightful. When Zhan En awoke again, he found himself back in the bed at Charles's mansion. Confused about how he had returned, he quickly asked the servant standing by his bed. The servant, avoiding eye contact, respectfully replied, Young master, you were personally brought back by Lady Sabina from the Rose Exchange. Zhan En thought to himself that this was probably the only possibility. However, the servant hesitated, showing a peculiar expression, which piqued Zhan En's curiosity. How was I brought back? The servant hesitated for a moment before finally whispering. You were carried off the carriage by Lady Sabina herself and brought all the way to your bed. What? Zhan En's face flashed with embarrassment, anger, and a strange sense of happiness. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his complex emotions, thinking, well, let's consider it an extra cost for renting the spiritual armor. He then asked, did Miss Sabina leave anything behind? The servant gave him a strange look and pointed to Zhan En's neck. Lady Sabina said to tell you it's your compensation when you wake up. Looking down, Zhan En found a beautifully crafted pure white bone necklace around his neck, with a half-folded pink note attached. He removed the note, which released a familiar scent of roses as he opened it. The note, written in flamboyant handwriting, read, Little Mean, no need to return the necklace. Consider it last night's payment. It was signed, your honey friend, Mina. Zhan En was momentarily stunned, his hand trembling involuntarily. Then he calmly waved his hand. Everyone, leave. The servants promptly exited, leaving Zhan En alone in the room. He quickly closed the door and windows, took out various materials, and meticulously drew a detection magic circle to thoroughly examine himself. For hours later, Zhan En breathed a sigh of relief, finding no issues or losses, and even feeling healthier and more at ease than before. He thought to himself, that woman was just joking. If I had paid too much for a mere pale gold spiritual armor, it wouldn't have been worth it. But since it was given to him freely, why not accept it? It was a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had only planned to use a fantasy spiritual armor for replication, but now he had another option. Zhan En carefully examined the necklace's attributes. The Bone of Death necklace, pale gold quality, requiring a spirit level of 9 to wear, with special enhancements for the Death Path, Skeleton Resurrection 3, and Bone Spear 3. By consuming 10 points of spirit energy, one could condense a bone spear to swiftly attack enemies, with a current maximum of 3 spears, increasing by 1 with each level gained. Not bad, with 2 special enhancements, including a 3 to Skeleton Resurrection. Zhan En's Skeleton Resurrection level was now at 158223, and the Bone of Death necklace was now in his possession. For the other spiritual armor, it depended on whether his sister could borrow it. Zhan En's original plan for a second spiritual armor to replicate was the renowned armor owned by one of the strong figures in Ember City, the Death Announcer Wordsworth. A normal transaction was impossible, but borrowing it for half a day or even a whole day wasn't too difficult. Now with an extra slot, which equipment should he replicate? Zhan En pondered. In Ember City, what other spiritual armor was suitable for him and easy to borrow? This one wouldn't work. The effect wasn't good. That one wouldn't work either. The cost was too high. Not worth it. Suddenly, Zhan En recalled a piece of spiritual armor that fit the criteria, the Hydus spirit inner armor. Without hesitation, fearing the passage of time might complicate things, Zhan En decided to set off immediately. He tidied his attire and, as was his habit, took a last glance in the bronze mirror. This final look made him frown slightly. Some new marks had appeared on his cheeks. After scrubbing them off with water, he donned a mask and, under the puzzled gazes of the servants, left the mansion once more. No sooner had he departed than the guards hurried to report to EC at the garrison. Young Master Zhan En has gone out again. Zhan En headed towards the northern district, his destination a small tavern. The tavern was tiny, its exterior aged and dilapidated, with no patrons coming or going. For anyone else, it would have long gone out of business. Zhan En walked straight into the tavern, the two almost moldy wooden doors creaking loudly, raising concerns about whether the place was even open. Inside, a quick glance revealed a cramped space with 3 or 4 tables and 7 or 8 wooden stools, all covered in thick dust. It was no surprise there were no customers. Behind the counter, a shabby old man was snoring loudly, undisturbed by Zhan En's arrival. It seemed the old man hadn't left at this hour. This disheveled drunkard was precisely the person Zhan En was seeking. He approached the counter and knocked heavily, producing a bang sound. Who's there? If you want a drink, go buy it elsewhere. The old man snapped awake, yawning grudgingly, his eyes bloodshot from a hangover. He looked worn out and listless, as if the fire of life could be extinguished at any moment. Rage, the arcanist, I'd like to propose a deal, Zhan En stated bluntly, revealing the old man's identity. Rage had once been a prodigious arcanist, but after his wife's tragic death, he had succumbed to a life of drunkenness for decades. Yet, unbeknownst to most, this was all a facade. He was secretly researching the power of the dark mist, hoping to resurrect his wife. Glug, glug, glug. Rage seemed not to hear Zhan En, raising his half-empty glass of cheap wine and drinking it as if no one was there, his sallow face deep in intoxication. Unperturbed, Zhan En took out a small piece of pale red crystal and placed it gently on the table. A soul crystal. I think you might need it, Zhan En said. Soul crystals were rare relics from the alchemical era, with miraculous effects, capable of substituting any alchemical material. More importantly, they were essential for the legendary supreme alchemy, the transmutation of the human body. Though the one in his hand was of the lowest quality, it was not something an ordinary psychic could obtain. As soon as Rage laid eyes on the soul crystal, the haze of drunkenness vanished instantly. He reached out with a withered hand, carefully cradled the small soul crystal, and held it in his palm to sense it. Once confirmed, a flicker of delight passed through his murky eyes. What do you want? The old man's raspy voice echoed, his gaze fixed like a hawk's on the soul crystal, as if it carried all his hopes. Zhan En was straightforward. The Hydus spirit armor. Impossible, the old man exclaimed, placing the soul crystal down heavily, his face resolute. That's a precious gift from months out to me. Zhan En wanted to argue, but the old man was already shaking his head and waving his hands. Even if it were a red-quality soul crystal, you couldn't take it. Unless. He paused, then rapidly listed a series of rare materials. Some could be bought with wealth, others required time-consuming collection in dangerous places, and some were long extinct. Zhan En frowned as he listened. He knew that Ledger's collection task was notoriously known among players as one of the top 10 worst quests, with shockingly low value. Moreover, the old man had a bad reputation. There had been instances where players gathered all materials only for him to try to cheat them out of their reward, almost causing a disaster. Enough, Ledger, Zhan En interrupted impatiently. I just need to borrow the Hydus spirit armor for 5 minutes, right under your watch, and I'll return it on time. Ledger looked puzzled. Borrow? 5 minutes. The strange request left him bewildered. Seeing the old man's hesitation, Zhan En feigned to cancel the deal. If you're unwilling, I'll pretend I never came. The tactic worked. Ledger, ignoring how Zhan En knew about his need for the soul crystal and the Hydus spirit armor, hastily agreed. Agree. I agree to the deal. To him, the soul crystal was the key material to resurrect his wife. The more, the better. Zhan En expressionlessly took out a black box. Put the Hydus spirit armor inside, and I'll return it in 5 minutes. Can I inspect it? Ledger asked cautiously. No, Zhan En firmly refused, then produced a plaque engraved with a family crest. I guarantee with the Charles family that your spirit armor will be unharmed. Charles family. Ledger muttered the name, finally sighing. Take it, but remember, only 5 minutes. Before he finished speaking, a white armor appeared on the counter. It was woven from countless pure white threads, covered with intricate runes, exuding a mysterious aura. Zhan En quickly placed the armor in the black box, while mentally controlling the illusionary spirit armor already at the bottom of the box. Unseen by others, a black fluid surged up like a tide, swiftly enveloping the Zydus spirit armor until it was completely covered. The replication began. About a minute later, the pitch-black fluid receded from the Zydus spirit inner armor and reassembled, beginning to transform. Before long, an identical replica of the Zydus spirit inner armor appeared inside the black box. Under the watchful eyes of the elderly Rage, 5 minutes quickly passed. Zhan En reached into the black box, secretly delighted. Replication successful. However, he maintained a calm exterior, quietly storing the replicated fantasy spirit gear into his storage space. He then removed the original Zydus spirit inner armor from the black box and placed it on the counter. Rage immediately picked it up, his withered hands forming a concealed detection array to confirm that the armor was indeed his own, unaltered and undamaged. A peculiar expression crossed Rage's face as he grew curious about the masked man and the purpose of the black box. After the transaction, Rage put away the black box and turned to leave, clearly uninterested in further conversation. As Zhan En exited the tavern, Rage temporarily set aside his doubts, quickly closing the wooden door and hanging a sign outside indicating a pause in service. Clutching the soul crystal, he eagerly headed to the tavern's secret basement. Meanwhile, Zhan En glanced back after leaving the tavern, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. Rage, I hope next time we meet, your research will have succeeded. Rage was attempting to resurrect his wife using supreme alchemy. In the original timeline, he succeeded, but only partially. He managed to recreate his wife's body, identical to his memories, but it lacked the most crucial element of a human, the soul, resembling a lifeless doll. Rage subsequently conducted various forbidden experiments to instill a soul into the doll. Unsurprisingly, like most researchers of forbidden arts, he attracted the attention of terrifying dimensional creatures. Inevitably, he became a monster and was eventually killed by powerful humans. Knowing all of this, Zhan En did not try to stop Rage's research because resurrecting his wife was Rage's sole purpose for living. Only death could stop him. In theory, Zhan En was already mentally prepared for the aftermath. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned and left, returning to his room at the Charles estate. Once back in his room, Zhan En immediately donned the successfully replicated fantasy spirit gear. The Zydus spirit inner armor, with its light gold quality, had a durability of 45 and was exclusively for Zhan En, with special enhancements. Skeleton Revival Level 3, Bone Shield 3. The Level 3 Bone Shield effect allowed the consumption of spiritual energy to conjure a solid bone shield that could block physical attacks, with its durability increasing with level. The original, with its light gold quality, boasted a durability of 45 points, sufficient to withstand most mid-tier attacks and considerably weaken even high-tier ones. The primary reason Zhan En decided to replicate this gear was its lightweight nature, making it easy for him to wear despite his current attributes. Unfortunately, light gold was the upper limit for replicating fantasy spirit gear. With this inner armor, Zhan En's safety was significantly enhanced, although it only covered his upper body. Zhan En's skill in reviving skeletons had increased by another 3 levels, giving him 6 summoning slots. Once the spiritual equipment borrowed from his sister was fully replicated, the skill would gain another 3 levels, providing him with 9 summoning slots. Therefore, before entering a new quest, he needed to gather enough Ascension materials, especially a sufficient quantity of rare spiritual equipment. With the enhancement from the specially replicated pale gold quality spiritual equipment, Zhan En felt a significant boost in the level of his skeleton revival skill. Just then, a servant's voice came from outside the door. "Young Master Zhan En, the master has returned and wishes to see you." Zhan En felt a bit anxious, unsure if his sister had successfully borrowed the equipment. As he walked into the hall, he sensed something was off. Isi stood there with a serious expression. Just as he was about to ask, she said, "Zhan En, I think we, as siblings, need to have a good talk." Her expression was extremely serious, exuding the authority of an elder sister, as if she was suppressing her inner emotions. Talk? About what? Zhan En wondered. Had something happened within the family? Was there an issue with borrowing the equipment? Or did his sister discover the sub-god mark lacked a warning function? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. "Don't be nervous, Zhan En." Despite her words, Isi's demeanor remained stern. She wanted to understand the coercion from Sabina against him. Isi thought angrily that old woman Sabina dared to target her brother, blatantly challenging her limits. To her, her brother was still a child, while Sabina was an older woman preying on him like a beast. If not for the guards advising her to first clarify the situation, Isi would have already taken up her sword to seek justice for her brother. Coercion? Mina? No, Sabina against me. Zhan En began to recall uncertainly. Isi looked at him encouragingly. "Don't be afraid, Zhan En, your sister is here. That old woman is nothing." Her anger was already igniting. Forcing her brother to call her Mina was utterly shameless, considering her age and expecting to be called Mina. "I remember once she asked me to sit by her bed, then later pulled me to lie down, hummed a song, and I fell asleep," Zhan En said uncertainly. Damn, that old hag used such despicable means. Seeing Zhan En recount this numbly, Isi's anger nearly boiled over, her fists clenched with a mix of indignation and rage. As his sister, she felt guilty for not realizing the injustice her brother had faced sooner, failing the trust their parents placed in her. That probably wasn't despicable. Maybe she was joking? Zhan En noticed his sister's intense reaction, puzzled as to why she seemed ready to unleash her fury on Sabina. So, he cautiously defended the woman a bit. After all, she had given him a precious pale gold spiritual armor, leaving him with a generally positive impression. However, Isi's face was filled with even more anger, and a vast amount of spiritual energy radiated from her, making the air in the hall suddenly thick and almost tangible. To her, her dear brother's words seemed to suggest he was worried she would confront the old witch on his behalf, given the formidable power that witch possessed. Sister, you've become a controller. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, Zhan En was overjoyed as his own status in Xinhua City was about to change dramatically. That's right, Zhan En, your sister is now a controller. So don't worry, I will be your strong backing. Isi said confidently, feeling an unparalleled strength after her breakthrough. Now, let me go and teach that old woman a lesson for you. Isi's newfound power gave her the confidence to avenge her brother against that old woman, and she was eager to act, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. Sister, I think you misunderstand. Mina, no, Sabina was really just joking. She didn't do anything to me. Zhan En hurriedly pulled Isi back, clarifying the situation. He wasn't worried about Sabina getting hurt, but rather concerned for Isi. Despite Isi's advancement, she might still not be a match for Sabina, considering Sabina's age and experience. Zhan En knew more detailed information. That woman was not simple. Her overt strength was at the peak of a controller, with even more terrifying power hidden beneath the surface. Isi, having just broken through, was likely not her opponent. Zhan En, are you not lying to your sister? Zhan En firmly replied. No, sister, she really didn't do anything to me. We're just friends. If you don't believe me, you can use your secret method to check. Zhan En thought to himself that he hadn't suffered any loss from any angle, let alone any grievance. Isi approached him seriously, saying, Come here, let me take a good look. Zhan En intended to convey that he was not lying, but Isi, worried her brother might be deceived by that old woman, actually started using a secret method to check. After the examination, everything was intact, especially with no traces of spiritual energy mingling. This result left Isi incredulous. Faced with her brother, so innocent, with perfect looks, a great physique, and an alluring presence, it was astonishing that a woman could resist him. Could that night have truly been as ordinary as it seemed? Was Sabina truly not the monster she thought? Was she actually a good woman? Isi muttered to herself, her attitude towards Sabina subtly shifting. Seeing that Isi believed him, Zhan En felt a slight relief. To further reassure her, he said, Sister, don't worry, I'll protect myself. Looking at Zhan En's face, which was impossible to look away from, Isi silently vowed to be even more cautious about Zhan En's safety in the future. Noticing Isi still seemed uneasy, Zhan En added, Sabina is actually quite nice. She even gave me this precious pale gold spiritual armor without any conditions. Saying this, Zhan En showed the necklace to Isi. It felt a bit strange, having already formed some understanding about the necklace from the servant's detailed account, which had aroused her suspicion. After Sabina returned with her brother, she didn't leave right away. Instead, she took out a beautiful necklace and leaned down to personally place it around Zhan En's neck. She whispered a few words in his ear, but his couldn't hear what was said. Sabina then left reluctantly. The exquisite necklace the servant mentioned was exactly the one before them now. Considering Zhan En's reaction, is finally believed that the old witch, no, Sabina, was actually following a normal courting process? What puzzled her even more was that Zhan En didn't seem to mind the necklace. Did he just accept it like that? Was there something wrong with this necklace? Zhan En stared at the necklace in his hand, his mind filled with various bits of information about it, yet nothing seemed suspicious. Oh well, he thought, might as well just keep it. Aside, since Zhan En didn't mind, she didn't want to say more, fearing it might provoke a rebellious response. She had heard that some older children have their own little tempers, and the more you forbid them, the more they want to rebel. Although as considered Zhan En a mature child who wouldn't behave like that, she decided to be cautious and quietly reminded him. According to her sister's intelligence, Sabina was very mysterious, having controlled the flame exchange for decades, and no one knew her true age. Although as admitted Sabina's appearance could barely rival her own, her aura had a strong appeal to young boys. However, none of this could hide the fact that she was an old woman. His didn't want Zhan En's future entangled with an old woman. With Zhan En's qualities, what kind of woman wouldn't be suitable for him? She couldn't help but subtly warn Zhan En that Sabina was an old woman who had lived for an unknown number of years, implying he should resist temptation. Sister, the subgod's mark tells me that she will be of great help to me in the future, so don't worry, there won't be any problems. Zhan En once again resorted to his usual reasoning. He understood its meaning but still needed to gain many benefits from Sabina. So how could he not maintain contact? Besides, what does it matter if she's older? In this fantasy world, as long as one lives long enough, the sense of age difference becomes increasingly negligible. For the first time, Is felt the subgod's mark was unreliable, wondering if it was enticing people. Oh, right, sister, about that spirit gear, using the subgod's mark. Once he had temporarily reassured Is, he remembered the real issue. Spirit gear? What spirit gear? Is was confused, her mind still wrapped up in figuring out how to handle the relationship between Sabina and Zhan En, unable to grasp the topic at hand. It's about borrowing the spirit gear, as mentioned before. Zhan En thought. Surely not. How could she have forgotten so soon? Or perhaps she hadn't had the time to deal with it. I remember now, take it. Is suddenly understood, and with a wave of her hand, a small piece of spirit gear appeared in front of Zhan En. It was a rare wrist accessory, composed of thin, elongated bone pieces linked end to end, forming a closed loop. Upon closer inspection, each small bone piece had the same outline but was engraved with completely different patterns, as if telling a story. Thank you, sister. I'll return it once I'm done using it. Zhan En said gratefully. Zhan En watched EC's efficient performance with delight, quickly storing away the magical equipment. Before EC could react, he hurriedly turned and left the hall, eager to return to his room. EC had intended to remind Zhan En of a few things, but he had already dashed off. A hint of melancholy appeared on her face as she decided to discuss with Yolanda and Sarah how to get Zhan En back on track. Once back in his room, Zhan En immediately took out the number 3 fantasy gear. The dark fluid began to wrap around the bracelet in his hand. Soon, 2 identical bracelets appeared in his palm. Proc's Remembrance, a high-quality fantasy gear with a pale gold hue, was specially enhanced for Zhan En, increasing the level of skeleton resurrection by 3 and slow aura by 3. The level 3 slow aura reduced the movement speed of enemies within its range, with its range and effect increasing with level. Currently, the aura's maximum range was 10 meters, and the level 3 slow aura was perfect for Zhan En in battle, compensating for the slow movement of the skeleton soldiers. Slowing the enemy effectively made the skeletons faster. This skill was sufficient for the transitional period. Once they evolved into Black Knights through 3 stages of Ascension, the speed issue of the skeletons would naturally be resolved. Zhan En wore Proc's Remembrance on his left wrist, raising the skeleton summoning level to 21, with a total of 9 summoning slots remaining. Each wrist could hold 1 bracelet, and he thought to himself that it would be great to keep the original. As he gently touched the gear on his wrist, he couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly removed the blessing of the dead fantasy gear from his ear, reverting it to its original form as a dark fluid. Then, Zhan En used the number 1 fantasy gear to replicate Proc's Remembrance again. Soon, another Proc's Remembrance appeared, which he wore on his other wrist. This replaced the special enhancement of the Blessing of the Dead with the more powerful Proc's Remembrance. With the enhancement of 2 Proc's Remembrance fantasy gears, the slow aura skill reached level 6, expanding the maximum range to 10 meters by 6. The skeleton summoning level increased to 22, with the 8-level self-enhancement fantasy gear fully replicated. The most crucial plan upon returning to Xinhua City was now complete. Zhan En looked at the panel showing a level 22 skeleton summoning, his heart filled with joy. The only remaining issue was the shortage of rare gear. With many summoning slots available, Zhan En naturally wanted to evolve enough sword guards, and the secondary evolution of the purple thorn skeleton sword guard also required rare gear. Zhan En calculated in his mind. First, he needed to find the family sword passed down from the Age of Swords. The quickest way was to search for the Ersba ruins. He planned to use the ancient coins he found in the Castle of Pain to exchange for the spiritual gear needed for the next ascension of the sword guards. The birth of new sword guards and the second ascension of the purple thorn skeleton sword guard were crucial tasks. These issues had to be resolved before heading to the new Black Mist area, the Barren Desert. Otherwise, Zhan En couldn't maximize his combat power while leveling up. Moreover, only after the purple thorn skeleton sword guard completed its second ascension could it traverse the Barren Desert, as the monsters there were far stronger than those in the Withered Lands, and a single ascension wouldn't suffice. Burying his plans deep in his heart, Zhan En opened the door and returned to the hall. "EC, I'm done with it. You can return the spiritual gear to its owner now," he said, surprising EC. So soon. She was curious about what Zhan En had done with the spiritual gear in such a short time, but since he didn't bring it up, she didn't ask. "All right, but I'll return it tomorrow. According to the agreement with Wasworth, it should be returned by noon tomorrow." EC paused, worried Zhan En might not understand, and explained, "Returning it too soon might arouse his suspicion and cause unnecessary trouble, which is not good. Zhan En, you should keep this in mind for the future." After some guidance, she put away the spiritual gear. "I understand, I'll be careful in the future," Zhan En nodded, indicating he had taken note. EC seemed to remember something and continued. "Oh, and Kathy came by several times looking for you while you were away. Make sure to visit her at home when you have time. Don't always let the girl come to you. Kathy. Zhan En remained silent. He was pressed for time and needed to quickly complete his subsequent preparation plans. Once ready, he wanted to start leveling up immediately. Time spent with his childhood friend was nearly non-existent. Spending time with Kathy didn't significantly help him improve his strength and seemed like a poor trade-off. You really aren't worried about Kathy getting upset, EC continued. And Hetty and Grace, who awaken with you, are also nice girls. They've come looking for you too. You should keep in touch with them. She could see Zhan En's mind was entirely focused on getting stronger, leaving little room for socializing. This won't do. Less contact means the relationship will fade, and you might become strangers, EC advised. EC, you know I just want to get stronger quickly and restore the Charles family's reputation. Everything else can wait. Zhan En carefully expressed his thoughts. His rapid growth outpaced his peers, and spending time with them seemed like a waste. He planned to consider their relationships once his growth rate slowed. Are you planning to be a lone wolf? EC's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing her brother's core intention. For now, that's the plan, Zhan En admitted frankly. EC's expression changed drastically, and she thought to herself, my brother really intends to venture into the Black Mist area alone, which is far too dangerous. Zhan En, don't assume that other Black Mist regions will be as simple and straightforward as the Barren Lands, with a uniform environment and easily managed monsters. As your spiritual powers increase, the Black Mist areas you'll explore in the future will become more varied, and the monsters' attack methods will be more complex and diverse. Especially in those high-risk Black Mist areas, you'll need a full range of skills including reconnaissance, melee, ranged attacks, defense, and healing. How can you possibly handle everything on your own? YS earnestly advised her brother not to overestimate his strength and venture into the Black Mist regions alone. Throughout human history, there have been many geniuses and formidable creatures. Many psionics choose the lone wolf path, and while they might succeed for a time, they can't do so indefinitely. Encountering a creature or environment that counters them could be fatal, not just inconvenient. Zhan En listened patiently and only spoke when YS had finished her point. YS, did you forget about the teleportation scroll? Let's discuss this again if I ever have to use it. Until then, please let me grow stronger in my own way. Zhan En didn't try to convince YS, but chose to set the topic aside. Although the benefits of a team are undeniable, his situation is unique. He knows the ins and outs of various Black Mist regions and won't venture into overly dangerous areas lightly, minimizing the risks. Moreover, he has many methods and secrets that he can't share with others. Additionally, while a team increases safety, the spirit essence gained from defeating monsters would be divided, significantly slowing his spiritual growth. Seeing Zhan En's indifferent attitude, YS felt helpless. I tell you, before our sister, YS began, but Zhan En suddenly remembered an important material he needed to handle. He quickly made an excuse to leave and disappeared from the hall. Zhan En, you. YS swallowed her words, sighing internally. This child, he'll realize I'm right when he encounters difficulties. She rubbed her temples, thinking that when he inevitably uses the teleportation scroll to escape back, she'd have to thoroughly dissuade him from his lone wolf mentality. Back in his room, Zhan En rubbed his temples as well, mirroring YS's actions, and thought, troublesome, YS wasn't this nagging before. Maybe it's her age? He resolved never to bring up the lone wolf topic with her again, as this discussion had left him a bit dizzy. After resting for the night, he was set to head to the ruins of Shantae Yoda the next day. Early the following morning, Zhan En bid farewell to YS, mounted his horse, and left Ember City. Not long after departing, he stopped at a stable in the wilderness, dismounted, and left his horse behind. The next area was not accessible to ordinary horses. He then summoned 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards, climbed onto his iron chariot, waved his hand, and set off for the ruins of Shantae Yoda. The iron palanquin swayed gently as 4 skilled purple thorn sword guards carried it steadily along the muddy path. Zhan En reclined comfortably with his eyes half closed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. His thoughts drifted towards the objective of this journey, the ruins of the Shantae Tower. These ancient ruins had long been discovered by humans, and on the surface, it seemed that anything of value had already been scavenged. However, Zhan En was privy to a little-known secret. Within the ruins lay the winged bones of a sub-deity creature, waiting to be uncovered. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, having saved and used skill points specifically for this mission. His plan was straightforward. Perform the blood-bone connection ritual, absorb the winged bones, and thus acquire the precious flying spirit technique. This skill was not only crucial for his future plans, but also extremely rare at the low spirituality stage. Once mastered, he would become invincible against ground enemies. Zhan En discreetly surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that the guards arranged by his sister were hidden nearby. Unless they entered the black fog area where spirituality was restricted, these guards would shadow him closely. Several days later, Zhan En was jolted awake by a creaking sound. He opened his sleepy eyes, a hint of joy flashing in them. They had finally arrived. The ruins of Shan-Teu Tower were situated on the barren plain before him, with only a solitary tower remaining after the ravages of time. He dispatched the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard to explore while he shared its vision from outside. Through the guard's eyes, he saw the ancient tower covered in various mosses, with massive vines entwined around it, and vibrant flowers blooming in the crevices of the stones. These signs indicated that the ruins had been abandoned for a long time. Under Zhan En's command, number 1 cut through the vines at the tower's entrance and ventured inside. The interior was dark and damp, devoid of sunlight, and teeming with fungi of various sizes. More unsettling was the sight of countless white, plump insects, hallucinogenic bugs nestled beneath the fungi. The intrusion of the sword guard disturbed these bugs, causing them to raise their tails and release clouds of white mist. In an instant, the purple thorn skeleton sword guard's vision was engulfed by the mist. Zhan En realized that the tower had become a haven for these hallucinogenic bugs, explaining why it had been avoided for years. Despite their small size, these bugs were troublesome when gathered in swarms. The white mist they emitted contained potent hallucinogens, inducing vivid hallucinations and bizarre behavior in those who inhaled it. Worse still, these bugs possessed another unpleasant characteristic. If they are killed, their bodies quickly vaporize, creating a large amount of hallucinogenic white mist that envelopes the entire area and cannot be dispersed for a short time. One can only wait it out. However, as long as the mist is not inhaled, there is no cause for concern. The thorn skeleton sword guard ignored the hallucinogenic insects on the ground and walked straight towards the stairs. Along the way, it inevitably crushed many of the insects, and as their bodies vaporized, the mist grew thicker, but the thorn skeleton sword guard remained indifferent. This is because such skeletal beings have no need to breathe and lack any form of consciousness. Thus, the hallucinogenic mist, which affects biological nerves, has no effect on them. Creak, creak. It climbed upward, layer by layer, with each level hosting distinct fungi and accompanying biota. There were myriad types, such as disorienting insects, paralysis bugs, and slugs, with clear distinctions between each layer and no overlap. This made Zhan En suspect that these disgusting insects inside the tower were deliberately placed. Fortunately, although these insects were revolting, they posed no threat to the skeletons. The thorn skeleton sword guard continued unhindered, crushing countless bugs underfoot, until it reached the top floor. The top floor had a unique structure, supported by dozens of large stone pillars, open on all sides and bathed in sunlight, making it unsuitable for fungi. Calmly, Zhan En commanded Unit 1 to approach the 5th pillar on the right. This pillar, like the others, was worn and weathered, with faint engravings visible on its surface. Cut it from the base, Zhan En ordered. The sharp greatsword, empowered by the thorn skeleton sword guard's formidable strength, struck the base of the pillar with fierce blows. Boom, boom. In just a few strikes, the pillar collapsed, causing the tower to tremble slightly. Cut it piece by piece from the base to find what's inside. The thorn skeleton sword guard transformed into a demolition machine, its greatsword spinning rapidly, shattering the fallen pillar from the end, sending debris flying. Suddenly, a metallic clang resounded as the spinning greatsword abruptly halted. At the end of the pillar, a section of dark golden bone was exposed, untouched by the sword's sharpness. That's it, keep going. Dig it out. Zhan En was excited. The objective of this mission was finally within reach. Thud, thud, thud. The thorn skeleton sword guard began clearing around the revealed bone, with stones continuously falling away. Gradually, an enormous bone wing, 10 meters long, was fully excavated. Zhan En urgently commanded, "Quick, return the way you came with the bone wing." Creak, creak. The thorn skeleton sword guard, carrying the bone wing, rushed down at a speed far faster than when it ascended. In just over 10 minutes, it appeared before Zhan En, presenting the bone wing. Zhan En eagerly picked up the bone wing, surprised by its unexpectedly light weight. After brushing off the stone dust, the full form of the bone wing was revealed. It was entirely crimson gold, with 9 long vertical bones on each side, connected by horizontal bones fanning out from the top. The farther from the center, the thicker and longer the vertical bones became, bending and tapering downwards like horns, with each bone's tip razor-sharp and gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Zhan En gently caressed the elegant and mysterious wing bones before him, convinced that these were indeed the remains of the legendary demigod creature, the storm-feathered serpent god. His mind recalled the records of this artifact. The once invincible demigod-level terrifying creature, the storm-feathered serpent god, had fallen for unknown reasons, and its remains were discovered by a tribe from an ancient era. To honor and harness the great power of the demigod remains, they constructed a tall tower. However, peace did not last long. On a foreboding night, an enemy tribe suddenly attacked. To prevent the remains from falling into the hands of their foes, the tribe serving the remains sealed them within a stone pillar at the last moment. Subsequently, the tribe was annihilated by the enemy, and and the whereabouts of the remains became an unknown secret. As history unfolded, the enemy tribe also met its end at the hands of a more powerful force. Over time, records of the demigod remains faded into obscurity. The ownership of the sacrificial tower changed hands repeatedly until it fell into ruin, and the secret hidden within the stone pillar remained undiscovered. Time passed, bringing us to the present. Even the power of a demigod could not withstand the erosion of time. Zhan En sensed that the inside of the wing bones was empty, with no trace of demigod power remaining. Clearly, the formidable power once contained within the demigod remains had long since dissipated over endless ages. Only the crimson gold wing bones, symbolizing the eternal and indestructible feathered serpent god, remained intact. Zhan En sighed softly and carefully stored the storm-feathered serpent god's wing bones. He gazed into the distance, focusing on a nearby hill. There lay a hidden cave, an ideal location for conducting a ritual. He boarded his iron carriage, signaling the purple thorn skeleton sword guards to proceed. The journey was uneventful, as this area was still within the domain of Ember City, where high sentience beasts had either been eradicated or had migrated elsewhere, making it exceptionally safe. Upon reaching the hillside, Zhan En found a cave that matched his memory exactly. He instructed the number 1 purple thorn skeleton sword guard to enter, clear out any beasts, and set up luminous stones. Once everything was ready, he left 2 guards at the entrance and ventured inside alone. The interior of the cave was illuminated by the luminous stones, revealing it to be a naturally formed cavern. Pink crystalline rocks adorned the surroundings, twinkling with a mesmerizing glow. Zhan En silently admired the view, understanding why it would become a popular attraction in later generations. He quickly refocused, retrieving a jar of silver liquid from his storage space. Instead of immediately creating a mystical array, he took out a small knife and decisively made a cut on his palm. Without flinching, he clenched his fist, allowing blood, sheathed in an emerald glow, to drip into the jar of silver liquid. However, within seconds, Zhan En noticed the blood flow slowing significantly and then stopping entirely. Perplexed, he opened his palm to find the wound completely healed, and the lost blood was visibly replenishing itself at an astonishing rate, returning to normal in no time. This was one of the passive effects of the Child of Naturian immense enhancement of self-healing abilities. Since his awakening, this was Zhan En's first experience of being wounded and bleeding. The rapid healing and blood restoration left him both delighted and slightly amused. Such incredible regenerative powers might bring unexpected challenges. Jane stared at the silver liquid canister in her hand, her brow furrowed. To draw the blood-bone binding ritual, she needed to thoroughly mix her blood, forcing her to make a tough decision. What is a little pain compared to testing regenerative ability and accelerating blood flow? Jane muttered to herself, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She took out a hemostatic alchemy potion just in case and then, without hesitation, brought a sharp knife to her wrist. Flash! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh accompanied intense pain. Her artery was severed, and blood gushed out like a fountain, dripping steadily into the silver liquid canister. Jane gritted her teeth against the pain, her eyes fixed intently on the wound. Amazingly, the cut on her wrist began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the gaping wound vanished without a trace. Jane wiped away the residual blood, her wrist smooth and unblemished, as if it had never been injured. This rate of recovery, it's the highest level of regenerative ability. Jane marveled silently. Even if my heart were shattered, it probably wouldn't kill me. Regrowing limbs should be no problem either. A bold idea flashed through Jane's mind. Should I try cutting off my pinky finger? Her fingers twitched with the thought, but reason quickly prevailed. Glancing at the accumulating blood in the canister, Jane shook her head, abandoning the reckless notion. She had more pressing matters to attend to. The knife sliced into her wrist again, blood gushing forth. The wound healed. She cut again, and it healed once more. Jane endured the searing pain, repeating the process over and over until the canister finally held enough blood. Phew! Finally enough, Jane murmured with lingering anxiety, putting away the knife and gently shaking the canister. The special fusion ritual was activated, and her blood blended seamlessly with the mithril. 10 minutes later, Jane looked down to check. The once distinct blood and mithril had fully merged into a mysterious silvered liquid. The blood mithril concoction was complete, but the real challenge had only just begun. With a serious expression, Jane carefully extracted the blood mithril mixture. On the cave floor, she began drawing the intricate blood-bone binding ritual. Time slipped by, and a complex, mesmerizing array gradually appeared on the ground. Success! Jane exhaled softly, but she knew now was not the time to relax. She took out the storm-feathered serpent godbone wing, placing it carefully in the bone position of the array. Then, one by one, she took out auxiliary materials like dark blood crystal, heavenly vermilion vine, and 100-leaf rush, meticulously placing them in their respective sacrifice positions after thorough inspection. Finally, Jane stood at the core blood position of the array. With everything ready, She took a deep breath, letting her inner energy surge. Accompanied by mysterious ancient incantations, the ritual officially began. The silvered blood mithril mixture boiled and churned, the materials on the sacrifice positions melting into swirling spirit mist. In the bone position, the storm-feathered serpent god bone wing floated gently under the pull of a mysterious force. The deepest primal power was awakened, intricate runes densely covering the surface of the golden bone wing. An ancient aura spread, and the bone wing began to manifest golden flesh, crimson gold feathers, and a serpent body. In Jane's astonished gaze, the terrifying phantom of the feathered serpent god, once the sky's ruler, reappeared. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming pressure descended abruptly, causing the entire mystical array to sink several inches as if struck by an immense force. Witnessing this, Zhan En's eyelids twitched involuntarily, yet he felt a sense of relief knowing the array contained the terrifying aura within. He understood that if it were allowed to spread, it would lead to unimaginable catastrophe. As the ritual progressed, the shadow of the storm-feathered serpent god reappeared, resembling a terrifying blazing sun suspended in the air, emanating intense heat and light that shook the souls of every living being present. Zhan En muttered continuously, focusing intently on conducting the blood-bone binding ritual. Suddenly, several strange chains emerged from the ground, wrapping around the shadow of the storm-feathered serpent god like serpents. Sensing danger, the shadow let out a high-pitched cry and struggled violently. Its fearsome aura further compressed the ground but could not break free. The chains disregarded the shadow's resistance, piercing directly into its core the pair of crimson gold wing bones. At the moment the chains penetrated, the shadow let out a pained wail and then dispersed like foam. More chains surged forward, deeply embedding themselves into the crimson gold wing bones. This divine bone, symbolizing eternity and impervious to the ravages of time, began to shrink and melt under the chain's influence, eventually transforming into a single drop of crimson gold liquid. Within the liquid, the miniature form of the feathered serpent god could be faintly seen wailing. Seeing this, Zhan En's expression became even more cautious, and the mysterious language he spoke shifted in tone. The drop of liquid, formed from the crimson gold wing bone, seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, slowly descending toward Zhan En's back. Heat, pain, roaring, indescribable agony washed over Zhan En's soul like a tide, yet he dared not falter, his muttering unbroken. At that moment, Zhan En realized the critical juncture had arrived. He immediately activated the blank rune deep within his soul, symbolizing a skill point, colliding with the invading crimson gold wing bone essence. Boom. At the moment of contact, a storm erupted within Zhan En's soul. The mysterious energy, representing the essence of the crimson gold wing bone, seemed to find an outlet, continuously pouring into the blank skill rune. Over time, the outline of a pair of crimson gold bone wings gradually emerged on the rune until the liquid was fully absorbed. The blank skill rune underwent a complete transformation, becoming the crimson gold bone wing rune, exuding the fearsome might of the storm-feathered wings god. Simultaneously, Zhan En ceased his chanting and exclaimed excitedly, "It's a success!" After a brief moment of sensing, Zhan En began to understand the abilities of the bone wings. In his mind, the information on the panel flashed, successfully created an unnamed spiritual skill. After a moment of thought, Zhan En named it Crimson Gold Feathered Serpent Wings, simple and straightforward. Crimson Gold Feathered Serpent Wings Max Level. A powerful spiritual skill born from the extraction and transformation of the storm-feathered serpent god's wing bone essence using the mysterious bloodbone binding array. Special augmentation, Storm. Inherits a trace of the storm-feathered serpent god's residual storm essence, allowing control over storms, with power intensity dependent on spiritual attunement. With a thought, Zhan En activated the crimson gold bone wing rune deep in his soul. Instantly, he felt a tingling at his back. Accompanied by a shh sound, spiritual energy gathered, and a pair of crimson gold bone wings rapidly grew from his back, spanning 6 meters when fully extended. The elegant crimson gold bone structure, with its icy, gleaming wing bones, exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. Zhan En couldn't help but admire. Elegant, mysterious, powerful. Zhan En immediately felt a sense of lightness as his golden bone wings gently flapped, lifting him effortlessly into the air where he hovered with ease. He took a deep breath and flapped his wings again, unleashing his inner energy like a flood. In an instant, a violent gale roared through the cave, sending debris flying like bullets and crashing into the pink crystals with deafening cracks. The power was indeed astonishing, but Zhan En soon realized it came at a cost. In just a few seconds, a third of his energy was depleted. He paused, circling the cave and experimenting with different flying speeds. He discovered that at the slowest speed, the energy consumption was almost negligible, but the faster he flew, the greater the drain. After completing his tests, Zhan En retracted his wings and landed gracefully. He exited the cave to find it was midday, and the sun was shining brightly. The view was breathtaking, with wildflowers in full bloom and bees and butterflies dancing in the air. Zhan En felt a surge of joy but quickly suppressed any lingering attachment. He boarded the iron palanquin, carried by the skeleton warriors with thorny vines, and wobbled down the mountain. After several days of travel, Zhan En finally returned to Exionhua City. However, upon entering the city, he was stunned by the sight before him. A massive circular structure had been erected in Exionhua Square, where numerous craftsmen and energy users were busy with the final touches. Zhan En was puzzled for a moment, but soon dismissed it from his mind. By evening, Zhan En arrived at Charles's residence just in time for dinner. It was a rare occasion for the siblings to dine together, and the servants continuously brought out various dishes. EC pushed a carefully prepared dish in front of Zhan En, softly saying, "This is your favorite Kusi river tooth fish. Try it, and see how it tastes." It was what she believed to be Zhan En's favorite dish, and the only one on the table she had made herself. Zhan En stared at the pale golden dish before him. Despite having tasted it countless times, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. In the thick, dark fish soup, peculiar bubbles rose continuously. A bizarre fish lay quietly in the broth, its body marked with rough, uneven patches from a crude descaling process. Its mouth was unusually large, filled with tiny, sharp teeth, and its bulging eyes were disturbingly prominent, as if it had died with unresolved grievances. Just from its appearance, this dish exuded an extraordinary aura. Under Sis' indulgent gaze, Zhan En feigned excitement and said, "Sister, I can't believe you had time to make Kasai River Fongfish again." He shakily speared a piece of fish and was amazed to find that even away from the eerie soup, the fish meat still bubbled mysteriously. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself and shoved the piece into his mouth. Instantly, a burst of sour, spicy, numbing, hot, and even oddly sweet flavors exploded, nearly overwhelming his taste buds. What was even more astonishing was that after the first bite, Zhan En seemed to lose control, frantically stuffing more fish into his mouth, muttering incessantly, "Delicious! Delicious!" Just like before, his complexion changed rapidly, shifting from bright red to pale white, and then to a dark shade. "Water! Slow down, there's no rush." EC quickly brought a glass of water, gently patting Zhan En's back to help him breathe. Her eyes were filled with pride and affection. Seeing her brother so engrossed in her cooking brought her immense satisfaction. Reflecting on the first time she cooked years ago, creating this extraordinary dish with astonishing intuition, EC couldn't help but feel smug. Despite its bizarre appearance and peculiar taste, her brother's enjoyment made everything worthwhile. Zhan En's eating speed was astonishing, and before long, he had devoured the entire fongfish. He lay back in his chair, panting heavily, his complexion shifting through various colors at an increasing pace. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, vibrant steam erupted from his head, his eyes became unusually clear, and his pupils lost focus. This state lasted for a full minute before his complexion gradually returned to normal. "That was amazing." Zhan En shook his head vigorously, regaining clarity. He looked bewilderedly at the now spotless bowl, murmuring, "Did I finish it again?" A system prompt suddenly flashed in his mind. Consumed pale golden quality dish. Kasai River Fongfish. Soul achieves ultimate satisfaction. Random attribute enhancement in progress. Constitution 0.01. Cooldown period 1 year. Ultimate satisfaction. Zhan En was reluctant to recall the recent experience. Even after so many times, he still couldn't understand how EC managed to turn an ordinary fongfish and a jumble of ingredients into a top-tier dish that culinary masters aspire to create. Despite its strange appearance, even stranger taste, and the most bizarre eating process, it was indeed a dish capable of enhancing attributes. What puzzled Zhan, and even more, was that this peculiar dish seemed effective only for him. Besides him and his sister, anyone else who consumed it would invariably fall into a state of toxic stupor, risking their lives rather than gaining any attribute boost. Jane stared at the fish soup in front of him, lost in deep thought. To EC, this scene seemed like he wanted another bowl. She affectionately said, "Jane, haven't you had enough? I can make you another one." "No, no need, sister." Jane shook his head abruptly, as if trying to dispel a frightening thought. Every time he experienced that bizarre state of eating fish, he felt as if his soul was being devoured, weighed down by immense pressure. After a pause, he added, "A perfect delicacy needs time to be savored. Once a year is best. At most, once a year." Jane thought to himself, "Ah, the temptation of attribute enhancement. Which player can resist that? As long as it can boost attributes, no matter how strange or bizarre, you just have to grit your teeth and swallow it." The determination to become stronger shouldn't be underestimated. EC nodded, gently saying, "Makes sense. Then have something else. It might not be as good as what I make, but it's still nice." She was a bit puzzled why it had to be once a year. If you want to eat it, just eat it. It's not like she couldn't make it every day. But seeing Jane so insistent, she decided to let it go. Jane tried the dishes meticulously prepared by the servants, and while his taste seemed to return to normal, everything felt bland and unremarkable. This was a side effect of his soul undergoing intense upheaval, something he had gotten used to, so he just chewed silently. EC, Jane asked casually, what are the craftsmen building in Ember Square? EC replied easily, they're constructing the Ember Arena for the first Ember Tournament. It should be completed in the next couple of days. The Ember Tournament. Jane's eyes lit up. The name sounded incredibly familiar. Isn't this the famous tournament in Ember City in future times? I thought it would take a few more years to appear, didn't expect it to be held this year. Seeing Jane's interest, EC patiently explained, it was proposed by Commander Constance 3 months ago. The purpose is to foster friendly exchanges among the new generation, showcase the spirit of fresh blood, and strengthen the residents' belief in the future of Ember City. Starting this year, it will be held every 5 years. Psionics under 30 can sign up to battle black fog creatures of varying danger levels, and those who perform well will receive valuable rewards. Jane curiously asked, EC, what's the champion's reward? If it's good, I might need to join. EC took a sip of vegetable soup, recalling, I remember the champion's reward is to choose any purple psionic gear from the garrison warehouse. She sounded slightly regretful. Unfortunately, only underage psionics can participate, so your sister can't join. The garrison warehouse. Jane's eyes sparkled. In his memory, the heavily guarded garrison warehouse had 2 complete sets of clan swords lying dormant. At present, they were considered blue-quality psionic gear, stored in the warehouse. Typically, the only way to earn exchange eligibility for psionic gear from the garrison warehouse was by joining the garrison and exchanging military merits. Outsiders were strictly prohibited from exchanging, not even the nobility. Previously, due to his own plans, Jane had painfully decided to temporarily forego obtaining these 2 sets of clan swords. Unexpectedly, the first Ember Tournament would offer psionic gear from the garrison warehouse as a reward. This stirred something inside Jane, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Zhan En eagerly asked EC, Sister, can the championship reward be exchanged for blue-quality spirit gear? EC's expression turned slightly peculiar as she slowly explained, in theory, yes. However, 1 piece of purple-quality spirit gear can only be exchanged for 15 pieces of blue-quality gear. In the military merit exchange system, the value of 1 purple-quality piece is equivalent to 50 blue-quality pieces. Trading it for just 15 is really a loss. A hint of doubt flashed in EC's eyes, as if she was wondering whether her brother was really considering such a foolish exchange. However, when Zhan En heard 15 pieces, he felt a surge of excitement. This meant that with just 1 championship reward, he could at least exchange for a set of clan swords. He eagerly asked, Sister, are there both team and individual competitions? And are there 2 champions? Will both be rewarded with a piece of purple-quality spirit gear? EC nodded affirmatively. That's the plan. Zhan En's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly calculated in his mind. If he could win both the team and individual competitions, he could exchange for both sets of clan swords. This would significantly speed up his preparation work, and he wouldn't have to worry about finding the other rare clan swords from the era of swords in the short term. EC keenly sensed Zhan En's intention to participate. She cleared her throat and reminded him, if you want to compete, remember to register at the Xingho Square. The event starts in 5 days. Zhan En nodded absent-mindedly, thinking that of course, he would register. Just then, EC pretended to suddenly remember, adding with a mischievous smile, oh, by the way, the registration deadline was yesterday. Zhan En's expression froze, and he felt his confidence shatter. He mentally screamed, I was all set to make my move, and now you're telling me the registration is closed? Are you kidding me? His mind raced as Zhan En desperately tried to think of a way to fix this. In the end, he could only look at his sister with hopeful eyes and plead, Sister, I want to compete. At this moment, his greatest hope rested on EC. If she couldn't help, he would have to seek assistance from Sabina, even if it meant paying a price to enter the competition. EC leisurely finished another bowl of vegetable soup, showing no intention of helping her brother. Just as Zhan En was about to lose hope, EC suddenly revealed a playful smile and said, I forgot to mention, I'm one of the organizers of this event and have the authority to decide who can participate. Zhan En felt as if he had been lifted from the depths to the peak. He hurriedly served his sister more vegetable soup and kept adding dishes to her plate. EC's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she enjoyed her brother's rare attentiveness. She thought to herself that it was a nice change of pace, considering she had always spoiled him. Once the food on the table was gone, EC said contentedly, All right, I've received your application for the competition. Go back and prepare well, and make sure to perform excellently. Don't tarnish the Charles family's reputation. Zhan En immediately declared his determination. EC, I will definitely win the championship. EC looked at him with a doting expression. Although she didn't really believe that Zhan En, who had only awakened his abilities 6 months ago, could win, she still encouraged him. All right, I'll be waiting to personally present you with the Champion's Fire Seed Medal. On the eve of the competition, EC arranged a solo event in the Ember Tournament for her brother, Zhan En. She was secretly pleased, hoping this experience would help Zhan En understand the importance of teamwork. However, when she enthusiastically suggested teammates for Zhan En, he waved his hand dismissively. No, not them. They're too weak. It's them. As soon as Zhan En finished speaking, 8 skeletal warriors wielding large swords appeared out of thin air. These warriors, marked with eerie glowing purple thorn patterns, exuded a sinister aura. EC's eyelid twitched, realizing her brother was still stubborn. She tried to persuade him. How about I select a group of teammates for you who are far stronger, at least of a lower tier? Zhan En shook his head firmly. No way. My teammates can only be them. Only they will obey my commands completely, even if it means death. At Zhan En's call, the 8 skeletal warriors raised their swords in unison, producing a chilling creaking sound. EC patted Zhan En's shoulder helplessly. You can summon them whether or not you have teammates. Insisting on having them take up teammate slots. Are you trying to hog the team rewards? Zhan En was momentarily speechless, surprised that his sister saw through his little scheme. He resorted to a childish tantrum. Sister, no matter what, they are my teammates. Seeing her brother's stubbornness, EC sighed and tapped his forehead. All right, have it your way. Go team up with the 6 skeletons. Zhan En, having achieved his goal, immediately put on an excited expression and affectionately said, I knew you were the best, sister. EC handed him a booklet with a meaningful look. This is the schedule for the competition. Take it and prepare well. I'll be waiting for you and your skeletons to shine brightly. Zhan En took the manual and quickly flipped through it. The thin booklet detailed the types of monsters they would encounter in the competition, battle strategies, pairing and hunting rules, and scoring criteria. This first-hand information from the event organizers boosted Zhan En's confidence. He thought to himself, how could those mostly low-level participants possibly be a match for him and his violet thorn skeleton sword guards? Even if things took a turn for the worse, activating their bond would easily crush the competition. Is arranged for her subordinates to record Zhan En's group competition details and, after a few reminders, hurried off to her duties at the half-elf guard post. Zhan En returned to his room with the manual, ready to meticulously study it in preparation for the upcoming competition. 5 days later, the Ember Square Spark Arena was packed with people, every seat filled. The audience buzzed with excitement. Haha, just wait to see how my kids perform. It's such a lively event. Ember City hasn't seen a competition this big in a long time. I heard that the geniuses from the past 15 years have all returned for this competition. I know, those terrifying talents like Little Giant, Little Statue, Blazing Flame, and Green Bone, who have already transcended once, are all here. Haha, there are more and more geniuses these days, and the new blood finally has a chance to compete. Residents eagerly discussed which prodigy might outshine the rest, and which team had the strength to win. However, their attention was mainly on the well-known seasoned talents from years past, dismissing the newer contenders who had awakened recently. After all, these newcomers were too young, and making it past the first round would already be an achievement. The stone walls around the Spark Arena were tiered with rows of spectator seats. To the north, a lavishly decorated trapezoidal platform rose, the viewing area for Ember City's high-ranking officials. Seated at the center were the half-elf guard's commander, the high priest, the master of the Flame Exchange, the warden, and the head of the defense forces, among other top officials. Surrounding them were commanders of various units, district governors, and heads of special departments. Zhan En's sister as a newly promoted commander, was also seated among them. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena via a special alchemical device. The ground of the arena began to tremble as one platform after another rose, each surrounded by sturdy bronze nets. On each platform were several large iron cages containing various monsters. First round, bloody duel, the host announced loudly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the referees on the platforms began opening one iron cage each. Accompanied by a series of terrifying wolf howls, a 3-meter-long giant wolf emerged on each platform. These wolves had rotting fur, and green liquid dripped continuously from their heads, emitting a nauseating stench as it hit the platform. This is the first round's black mist monster, the corrosive wolf. Spirit 10, Strength 3, Constitution 4, Speed 5, the host introduced. With the appearance of the first black mist monster, the spectators erupted in excitement. Ha! Cheers and shouts filled the air as the fever of the competition swept through the arena. Corrosive wolves are not easy to deal with. In the audience, an experienced psychic reminisced. I remember when I was 33, with a spiritual power around 13, I managed to kill one with the help of my teammates. It's tough for us, but for those geniuses, it's no big deal. The top ones under 30 have at least a spiritual power of 15. As the competition was about to begin, the atmosphere became tense. The participating psychics stepped onto the arena one by one, according to their drawn lots, to engage in fierce battles with the corrosive wolves. The situation changed rapidly. Some contestants barely escaped being bitten by the wolves right at the start, only to be saved in time by the referee. Eliminated. Next, the referee announced decisively. Other contestants battled the wolves for dozens of rounds, but were eliminated due to overtime. Some, familiar with the wolves' weaknesses, cleverly dodged attacks and seized the opportunity to stab the wolves' waist with a dagger. Advance. Next, the referee shouted. Some with great strength confronted the wolves head-on, defeating them with ease and advancing comfortably. In the audience, exclamations rang out. Ring 32. That's my boy, a parent shouted excitedly. Idiot. Aim for the waist. So foolish. On the other side, someone exclaimed, look at ring 15. The little giant Leo is on stage. Leo showed no fear of the corrosive wolf, punching it repeatedly until it was dead. Next, little blazing buck appeared, unleashing fierce flames that instantly reduced the wolf to ashes. Amid the astonishment, a wave of excited cries from female spectators suddenly erupted. Quick, look at ring 1, they shouted excitedly. That's the young master of the Charles family, Jean Charles. Ring 1 instantly became the center of attention. Jean Charles made an elegant entrance, his poised stance and calm expression drawing everyone's gaze. The female spectators were thrilled. Oh my, is that the face said to be kissed by the gods? It's perfect. Even other contestants couldn't help but shift their focus to Jean. The little giant Leo glanced over, thinking, too young, no threat. Little Stone Gallagher wiped blood from his stone hand, pondering, is that boy really that calm? Little Fortress Jean recalled, he's the brother of Leader EC. I remember Leader EC is in charge of this event. On ring 1, Jean remained unfazed by the roaring cheers. The half-elf referee beside him felt immense pressure, acutely aware of the focused attention from the entire audience, especially the prominent figures in the stands, making her, a mid-level psychic, extremely nervous. Can we start? Jean prompted, seeing the referee hesitate. Yes, yes. The half-elf referee snapped back to reality, hurriedly removing the corpse of the wolf killed by the previous contestant, then opened a new iron cage to release a fresh corrosive wolf. She quickly moved to the edge of the ring, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, her nerves even more on edge than if she were competing herself. Focus, focus, no mistakes, she repeatedly reminded herself. As the cage opened, a corrosive wolf leaped out, howling at the sky. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Jean, who was closest, poised to strike. Drip, drip. The green saliva continuously dripped down, mingling with the bloodstains on the ground. On the arena stage, Zhan En remained calm, his inner energy surging. In an instant, a violet thorn skeleton swordsman appeared before him out of thin air. This skeleton warrior was massive and robust, with purple patterns resembling blooming thorns covering its entire body. In its hand, it held a large sword with purple engravings, its sharpness evident. A menacing aura emanated from it, instantly enveloping the entire arena with a chilling killing intent. The half-elf referee closest to the scene narrowed her eyes, shocked to feel a hint of threat from this strange skeletal soldier. The audience erupted into even louder commotion. That's a transcended skeleton warrior. Young Master Zhan En awakened just 6 months ago and has already achieved transcendence. Look at those purple patterns, a blend of beauty and slaughter. I heard young Master Zhan En already had 4 transcended skeleton warriors in front of the Charles family mansion. On the stage, a 3-meter-long corrosive wolf slowly advanced, trying to find a flaw in its opponent. Seeing this, Zhan En, slightly impatient, commanded, "Number 1, take it down." With a creaking sound, the number 1 violet thorn skeleton swordsman shot out like an arrow. The corrosive wolf howled in surprise, its maw wide open, flashing metallic fangs aimed directly at the skeleton's head. At the critical moment, the violet thorn skeleton swordsman swung its sword fiercely. With a piercing whoosh, the pale golden sword sliced toward the open maw. With a ripping sound, the massive body of the corrosive wolf was cleaved in two as if it were tofu. The foul-smelling blood sprayed into the air, and the wolf's carcass fell to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Its shattered innards scattered across the ground, creating a gruesome scene. The audience erupted with thunderous exclamations. Instant kill. Unbelievable. Overwhelming. Pure domination. Young Master Zhan En didn't even move a muscle. Graceful. Unimaginably graceful. No wonder he's the Duke's brother. This spectacle also put other contestants on alert. Little Green Bone 8 Lise exclaimed, "Impossible. Can a skeleton warrior be this strong after transcending?" As a member of the Deathbringer family, she had seen many transcended skeleton warriors, but never one this powerful. Shadow Master Jerome keenly observed, "It's that sword with the purple engravings. The material is extraordinary. Without such a sharp weapon, this skeleton warrior couldn't have easily killed the corrosive wolf." Someone sighed, "Interesting, interesting. It's a pity you awakened too recently. Otherwise, you'd surely be a formidable foe." The little giant, Leo, stood confidently in the arena. He knew well that even though his opponent possessed enhanced spiritual skills, The vast difference in their spiritual prowess had already determined the outcome. On arena number 1, the battle changed rapidly. The half-elf referee was stunned, her small mouth slightly agape, as she pointed at the wolf carcass split in half on the ground, incredulously asking, "Is it over already?" She had been prepared to rescue someone at any moment, but it turned out her worries were entirely unnecessary. Zhan En thought, "It was too weak." He casually remarked, as if defeating a corrosive wolf in an instant was an everyday occurrence. Listening to Zhan En's nonchalant tone, the half-elf referee couldn't help but recall the difficult time she and her teammates had when they first hunted a corrosive wolf, causing an inexplicable annoyance to rise within her. Zhan En Charles advances. Next, the referee announced. Zhan En put away his purple thorn skeleton sword guard, his clothes spotless, and calmly walked off the arena. His demeanor caught the attention of the officials on the high platform. The commander of the garrison, Raskin, stroked his large beard and praised. "Not bad, not bad. That clean and efficient style reminds me of my younger days." His expression seemed to reminisce about the past, as if he saw a reflection of his youthful self in Zhan En. Beside him, the bald elder, director of the Monster Research Institute, Marcellus, unceremoniously burst Raskin's bubble. "Huh. I wonder who it was back then that got chased up a tree by 2 corrosive wolves." Raskin's face stiffened, pretending not to hear as he continued stroking his beard, lost in his memories. "Marcellus is right, I was a golden alchemical eye, with a constantly rotating magic circle analyzing and recording Zhan En's data. He was surprised to find. The results are as perfect as mine. His appearance is comparable to mine in my youth." He couldn't help but touch his bald head, reminiscing about the days when he had a head of flowing locks. Hearing their boasting, Sabina, owner of the Flame Exchange, was displeased. "You 2 old geezers, stop bragging. If anyone knows what you used to be like, it's me." As she spoke, an alchemical imprint appeared in her hand, which she casually tossed into the air. The imprint slowly rotated, displaying images of young boys and girls playing. Among them, a prematurely mature boy with a big beard was gnawing on a green rock, while a bald, emaciated boy was lying among a pile of colorful mushrooms, twitching with enthusiasm. The 2 officials' expressions changed drastically, their spiritual energy bursting forth as they disappeared in an instant. With a ripping sound, they simultaneously grabbed the alchemical imprint in midair. Their eyes met, and with a strong pull, they tore the imprint in half, each reclaiming their portion into their storage space. Sabina didn't stop them, her eyes showing a hint of amusement. She never said there was only one of those imprints. This all happened in a matter of seconds. The 2 officials reappeared in their original seats, sitting upright and scanning their surroundings. Everyone else seemed as usual. They exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief, glad their actions were swift. Outwardly, they acted as if nothing had happened. However, they failed to notice the peculiar expressions in the eyes of the other officials when they turned their heads. The nearby mid-level officials witnessed this little incident clearly. Among them, EC felt a sense of unease, realizing that Sabina's mystery, or rather, her age might be far beyond what she had imagined. Could she be from the era of my grandfather, or even my great-grandfather? She speculated internally. In the arena, after Zhan En stepped down, the buzz of discussion lingered for a long time. Meanwhile, the battles of the other contestants continued, with sounds of combat echoing from the platforms. Time quietly slipped away as the battle of the last group of contestants came to an end. A resounding bell echoed throughout the arena, and the host's voice spread to every corner. "The first round is over. Congratulations to the 273 participants who have advanced." The arena buzzed again as the platform slowly sank into the ground, disappearing from view. The audience erupted into excited discussions. 273. So many kids made it through. Ha. It seems the new generation is not to be underestimated. Absolutely, especially little Zhan from the Charles family. She's a Ancient Millennium genius. The advancing contestants returned to their respective resting area compartments. Most were busy healing injuries and replenishing their energy in preparation for the upcoming second round. Zhan was once again flipping through the booklet her sister Isi had given her, mentally simulating strategies for the second round. She felt a bit anxious, uncertain if this method was allowed, but decided to give it a try anyway. 4 hours flew by. A grand bell sounded, and Zhan put away the booklet, donned her special top, and walked out of the resting area with the other contestants. The host's voice rang out again. The second round, the Crimson Maze. With a thunderous rumble, a colossal maze rose from the ground. The audience looked down at its complex structure, intricate passages, eerie dead ends, and shadowy creatures chained at the junctions. Even more astonishingly, the stone walls deep within the maze shifted and reconfigured every minute. The maze had only 4 exits, each guarded by a fearsome fallen flame tiger. Once a guardian was defeated and an exit was cleared, that exit would immediately close. This meant only 4 contestants could advance. The audience buzzed with excitement. This maze is insane. It's even harder to explore than the Black Mist Zone. It tests not only combat skills, but also intelligence and decision-making. Amazing. The 4 who pass will undoubtedly be the elites of the new generation. Contestants drew lots and stood before their assigned maze entrances. The host announced loudly, "Future Flames, this will be a battle of both brains and brawn. Ignite everything within you." The challenge officially begins. With a loud bell, the contestants rushed into the maze, marking the start of the second round. In the maze, the sounds of battle, cursing, and mocking intermingled as competitors showcased their unique skills. Some dashed around like headless chickens, angrily pounding the ground and cursing after repeatedly hitting dead ends. Others, confident and composed, focused on specific paths, persisting despite frequent encounters with shadowy creatures. Some formed exploration teams, agreeing to tackle the maze together. Among this group of time-sensitive competitors, one individual's action stood out. At the entrance of maze number 1, Zhan En strolled leisurely, as if taking a casual walk, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the other contestants, immediately capturing the audience's attention. Zhan En had caused a sensation in the previous round, and this time was no different, becoming the focus of many residents. In the stands, veteran nobles couldn't help but admire, as expected of the future duke. Facing such a complex and unpredictable maze, he remained so calm and collected, as if everything is under control. Elegant. So elegant. Female spectators were even more excited. Oh my, look at that steady stride. That composed gaze. Even his turns are so charming. However, a few rational spectators offered a different perspective. Ahem, young Zhan En seems to be the slowest. Others have at least reached the second area, while he's still lingering in the first. This immediately drew strong rebuttals from the female audience. The race has just begun. Do you even understand tactics? Young Master Zhan En is observing and thinking, demonstrating steadiness. He's far superior in endurance, clearly at an advantage. Faced with these arguments, some sensible male spectators fell silent, starting to doubt whether they were out of touch with the times. Just then, another wave of exclamations erupted from the audience. Look, young Master Zhan En has stopped. All eyes turned towards him. Even the dignitaries on the high platform watched the much-discussed contestant with interest. The referee beside Zhan En, coincidentally the same half-elf from the previous round, felt even more pressure under the intensified gaze of the audience. She tensed up completely, her eyes fixed on Zhan En, fearing any mistakes. Zhan En, however, remained exceptionally calm. He turned to face the referee and initiated a conversation. Mind if I ask a question? The nervous half-elf referee stiffened, immediately putting on a stern face. Talking to the referee is prohibited during the match. Zhan En's lips curled slightly, speaking with a hint of meaning. Then I'll assume you know. The half-elf referee looked puzzled, but before she could think further, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Zhan En in surprise. You're back. In the stunned gaze of the half-elf judge, a pair of extraordinarily magnificent golden skeletal wings suddenly sprouted from behind Zhan En. The golden hue of the wings shimmered brilliantly, with a perfectly proportioned framework, exuding an ancient, profound aura. This sight captivated the judge's attention, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. Wings. Wings? She exclaimed. How could a harbinger grow wings? And in such an unprecedented skeletal form? This scene immediately caused an uproar among those present. The audience gasped in amazement. Oh my god, am I seeing things? What's that behind young Zhan En? A pair of wings? No, they're skeletal wings. Incredible. Isn't he a harbinger? How did he do that? While puzzled, more people were drawn to the wings' splendid appearance. Someone admired. Look at that beautiful bone color. The perfect framework. That mesmerizing aura. It's like wings bestowed by the gods. I bet those skeletal wings can definitely fly, another spectator said excitedly. Inside Maze 1, the half-elf judge suddenly realized Zhan En's intention. She spoke with a complex expression. You wouldn't be thinking. Before she could finish, Zhan En flapped his wings and rose into the air. Looking down kindly at the half-elf judge, he said, "See you at exit 1." Without waiting for the judge's reaction, Zhan En's wings fluttered slightly, bolstered by a storm, transforming him into a streak of light heading towards exit 1. Did he really just fly away? The half-elf judge stood frozen, suddenly remembering her duty to protect. She hurriedly shouted, "Young Zhan En, wait for me." Her inner energy surged, and her legs turned into a blur as she dashed past shadowy creatures, quickly pursuing him. However, the Crimson Maze was too complex, and even with her mid-level abilities, she could only watch as Zhan En's figure in the sky grew smaller. She couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Fly! Fly slower!" Zhan En, unique in his approach, flew freely in the air, his swift movement towards the exit sparking discussions among the residents. Is this really a way to pass the challenge? Young Zhan En is so clever. Is it cleverness? It's clearly strength. If the others could fly, they'd fly too. I bet the organizers never expected anyone among these kids to be able to fly. I'm curious, how will they handle this? At that moment, a female resident voiced her displeasure. Handle it? Isn't this rare ability to fly part of young Master Zhan En's strength? Are they going to disqualify him? Meanwhile, on the platform, the high-ranking officials were intrigued by Zhan En's unconventional actions. High Priestess Olina, her hair silver, exuding kindness, began the discussion. Do any of you think there's an issue with this child's way of passing the challenge? Sabina was the first to speak, affirming Zhan En's method. What's the problem? The rules don't prohibit flying. In other words, young Zhan En flying all the way through is within the competition's rules. There's absolutely no issue. However, the Great Inquisitor Yade disagreed. His face, as if carved from steel, bore a serious expression as he voiced his opposition. But it's too unfair to those children who can't fly. I believe we need to demand the little guy to land immediately, so he is on equal footing with the other contestants. As soon as these words were spoken, a flicker of anger flashed in Sabina's striking phoenix eyes. She sharply questioned, Yade, is it fair to restrict young Zhan En's flying ability? Faced with Sabina's question, Yade, the disciplinarian, responded with an odd tone, his expression unchanged. Doing so is at least fair to everyone else. Upon hearing this, a fierce intent rose within Sabina. A faint blood aura emanated from her, causing the air pressure on the platform to drop suddenly. She gritted her teeth and asked, Are you blaming what happened back then? Yade showed no sign of backing down. A golden glow emanated from his bronze armor, matching Sabina's intimidating presence. He firmly replied, Fairness is my creed. Just as the tension between them reached a boiling point, a clear and commanding voice interrupted their standoff. Enough, the past is already settled. Are you challenging the system set by our predecessors by bringing it up now? The speaker was a woman in light blue ice armor, with a striking ice flower emblem between her brows. As she spoke, an intense cold swept over, suppressing the blood aura and golden glow instantly. Sabina shot the woman a glance, snorted coldly, and withdrew her aura without another word. Yade also calmed his internal energy, lowering his head silently. The woman who had appeared was none other than Constance, the commander of the half-elf guard. Seeing the two restrain themselves, Constance also retracted her cold aura, once again becoming silent like an ice sculpture. At this moment, High Priestess Olina smiled kindly and said, Since there is no consensus, let's proceed with the customary 7-member vote. Those who believe the little one's actions are acceptable, raise your left hand. Those who think it's unfair, raise your right hand. I believe it's acceptable. Sabina immediately raised her left hand. I believe it's unfair. Almost simultaneously, Yade raised his right hand. The tension between the two flared up again. Olina turned her gaze to the others, urging, What about the rest of you? Sabina lightly coughed, flicking a white card from her fingertips towards Laskin. The card faintly depicted a green-clad woman holding a cute child. Laskin, the commander of the garrison, quickly glanced at it, his face turning awkward. He immediately put the card away and decisively raised his left hand. The score was 2-1. Sensing the unfavorable turn, Yade subtly turned and held up 2 fingers towards Warden Clementine. Clementine squinted, shook her head, and displayed 5 slender fingers. Yade's mouth twitched, firmly sticking to 3 fingers, indicating it was his final offer. Clementine reluctantly agreed outwardly, but inwardly was delighted, thinking it was a bargain to gain 300 human traders. She promptly raised her right hand. The score was tied at 2-2. Before Yade could relax, Sabina calmly took out a black card, casually showing it to Marcellus. The card depicted an 8-headed bat. Marcellus, the director of the Monster Research Institute, turned his alchemical eye with a buzzing sound, feigned contemplation, and then righteously raised his left hand. The score was 3-2. The situation was dire. Yade quickly exchanged glances with Werner, the head of the secret department, their fingers swiftly communicating. Ultimately, they reached a deal with 3 fingers. Werner, the small old man hidden under a black robe, slowly extended his right hand. The score was tied again, 3-3. The 8 high-ranking officials of Xinhua City gathered together, with the High Priestess never participating in the voting. At this moment, only Constance, the commander of the half-elf guard, had yet to vote. Sabina and Yade almost simultaneously felt a headache. She was a cold and ruthless woman. All eyes turned to Constance as she briefly considered, her gaze subtly sweeping over her capable subordinate, Isi, not far away. Isi's brother had long admired her, and the answer was evident. Constance raised her left hand. 43. It was settled. You lost. Sabina gently shook the alchemy card in her hand, her chin slightly raised, her eyes showing disdain for Yade, the head of discipline, like a noble and arrogant rose. Yade took a deep breath, struggling to ignore Sabina's mocking gaze. Unfortunately, he caught sight of the reminding glances from Warner of the secret department and Clementine, the warden, about the compensation, causing him a pang of distress. The voting concluded, and the little one's actions were deemed unproblematic. High Priestess Orlina delivered the final verdict, ending the discussion. The high-ranking officials returned to their normal state, continuing to watch the competition. Ostensibly, this was a high-level voting event triggered by Jane, but in reality, it was a struggle between two factions, with Jane becoming a pawn. After this vote, High Priestess Orlina felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that the day she would dedicate herself to the sacred fire was drawing near. Who would then suppress the conflicts among the high ranks? Constance. She always worked alone. Sabina and Yade had the sharpest conflict. The others had their own issues and found it hard to convince each other. The more she thought, the more anxious the High Priestess became. In the labyrinth, participants looked up, hearing the sound of something cutting through the air above. They saw Jane, with wings on his back, flying leisurely overhead. Some speculated he was a judge, and nearby participants showed incredulous expressions. What judge? That was clearly Jane from the Charles family. Some participants couldn't believe it and slapped their own faces. He could actually fly? Could this labyrinth really allow flying? Enraged, people shouted to the sky. This is blatant cheating. How can he fly? The judges sternly responded. No talking to the judges during the competition. Grumbling, the participants eventually returned to the competition. After some deliberation, the judges also felt puzzled. Did the high ranks tacitly approve of this? Yes, since the high ranks had not spoken, it meant they had accepted Jane's actions as problem-free. Without instructions, the judges naturally would not intervene. In midair, Jane looked down at the participants, who were desperately searching for the exit in the labyrinth. Some kept hitting walls, some were nearly bitten by monsters, and a very few were moving quickly toward the maze's exit. He deliberately flew slowly, leaving enough time for the high ranks to react. Since no one has stopped me so far, it seems they've tacitly agreed to let me pass this way. Feeling reassured, Zhan En flapped her wings, harnessing the power of the storm, and transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly flying forward. Within moments, she had surpassed the leading contestants struggling through the challenge. That's so unfair. Little giant Leo glared at the rapidly disappearing golden silhouette in the sky, cursing under his breath. By chance, he kicked a stone against the wall, and an idea sparked in his mind. If flying is allowed, then breaking through the wall should be fine too. Without hesitation, little giant Leo let out a roar, his body swelling to twice its size, muscles bulging. Under the incredulous gaze of the referee, he charged at the towering stone wall with brute force. Boom! After a thunderous collision, the wall stood firm, not even a scratch on its surface. Unwilling to give up, little giant Leo repeatedly launched into the wall. Boom! 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 The sound of impact echoed as he bruised himself, shouting in frustration, "Why is it so hard?" The referee behind him was speechless, thinking how could they not have anticipated such brute force attempts when designing the maze. Leo's wall-crashing strategy was just one of many creative attempts by the contestants. Inspired by Zhan En's flight, they suddenly broadened their thinking. Why stick to the responsible person's plan to navigate the maze? As long as they could reach the exit, it didn't matter how. Consequently, attempts to break through walls, dig tunnels, climb over, or even bribe the referees became rampant, with only a few contestants taking the traditional route. This left the audience amazed and amused, exclaiming that this was the true test of the maze. To succeed, one must use any means necessary and apply both wit and strength. Only those who fully utilized their intellect and abilities could become one of the four who passed. Zhan En was the first to realize this. Truly impressive. The mastermind behind this design must be a genius. The officials on the platform exchanged glances as they listened to the audience's praises. Sabina lifted her chin higher, her confidence soaring. Listening to the residents' praises, she wondered what the dissenters thought now. Warden Clementine and Head of Secrets Warner seemed lost in thought, detached from the situation. Only Disciplinarian Yard remained, facing Sabina's questioning. He stood motionless, like a statue, clearly avoiding a response. Sabina, in high spirits, partially covered her lips and laughed. What an interesting competition. Her melodious laughter brimmed with the triumph of a victor. Disciplinarian Yard appeared indifferent to Sabina's gloating, seemingly unaffected. To outsiders, he seemed fully engrossed in the competition below, uninterested in external matters. Look, that child is about to reach exit number 1. High Priestess Olina timely shifted the focus. The fallen flame tiger is quite a troublesome creature for these youngsters. What do you think the child will do? Raskin, perceptive as ever, stroked his beard and speculated. Most likely, he'll send skeleton soldiers to distract the tiger, then seize the opportunity to fly to the exit and win. The strategy sounded plausible, and Marcellus and the others nodded in agreement, as did Sabina. No, he'll take down the fallen flame tiger Hedon. Disciplinarian Yard, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His eyes showed approval, for in the child's gaze, he saw calmness, composure, wisdom, courage, and most importantly, a fierce determination. In the arena, Jan quickly dashed past the towering walls of the maze until he encountered a scarlet door ahead. The door wasn't large, standing only 3 meters tall, and bore the inscription Number 1. In front of this Number 1 scarlet door lay a tiger-shaped monster shrouded in black mist. Its massive body almost completely obscured the door. Its fur was a mix of black and red, and its eyes, like copper bells, gleamed with alertness, while flames occasionally flared from its large nostrils. This was the final guardian of the Scarlet Maze, the fallen flame tiger. With an intelligence of 15, strength of 7, constitution of 6, and speed of 6, the fallen flame tiger was extremely powerful among lower-tier monsters, earning the title of Little Beast King. It was rare and difficult to find. The organizers had indeed gone to great lengths for this competition. Zhan hovered in midair, carefully observing the fallen flame tiger, which was bound by thick black chains. Just then, the tiger's nose twitched slightly, catching the scent of a human. It immediately rose to its feet. Clang! As it moved, the chains emitted a loud noise, and it surveyed its surroundings warily. Suddenly, its head shot up, and its lantern-like eyes narrowed into slits. Its fur stood on end. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and an intimidating aura surged like a tide. The fallen flame tiger crouched slightly, and with the clinking of chains, it leaped towards Zhan in midair, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs sparking with fire. Yet, Zhan remained remarkably calm, still hovering at the same height. In the wild, this height might indeed be within attack range. However, here, clang, squeak. The fallen flame tiger had barely covered half the distance when the thick chains suddenly tightened, halting its fierce advance. Thud! Its eyes widened as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. It quickly got up, shook its head, and roared angrily at Zhan above, spewing sparks from its mouth, appearing extremely agitated. Zhan's wings fluttered, and amidst the tiger's frenzied roars, he hovered above it. The tiger repeatedly lunged at Zhan, but the length of its chains restricted its movement, repeatedly blocking its advance. Infuriated, it bit at the chains, its teeth clashing with the metal, producing a screeching sound, but the chains remained intact. It bared its teeth and continued to gnaw, seemingly determined to break free from its restraints. Zhan thought to himself that the timing was right and felt the energy surge within him. Just then, shadows appeared on the ground and rapidly grew larger, accompanied by a piercing sound of something cutting through the air. The fallen flame tiger, busy with its chains, looked up in bewilderment, growling. 4 violet thorn skeleton sword guards, each holding a large sword with bone claws, fell straight and swift as swords. The 4 swords emitted a formidable sharpness, and the tiger instinctively sensed a strong threat. It was too late to dodge, so it let out a low growl, and a layer of black flames ignited on its body as it flipped to face the attack. Its 4 tiger paws turned an intense black and red, fiercely striking at the approaching shadows, 1 paw for each. The tiger's instinctive defensive counterattack was quite clever. Zhan watched and shook his head slightly, partially closing his eyes. Flash! 4 loud crashes followed, and the outcome was clear. The fallen flame tiger had underestimated the sharpness of the pale, golden quality swords. With the terrifying strength of 9 points and the momentum of their fall, the 4 great swords of the purple thorn skeleton sword guards deeply pierced into the crimson tiger claws. 4 pillars of blood gushed out, spraying into the air. The fallen flame tiger felt the excruciating pain almost simultaneously and roared in agony, desperately trying to turn over. However, with only 7 points of strength, it was no match for the purple thorn skeleton sword guards and remained pinned to the ground. The fallen flame tiger desperately summoned black flames, attempting to burn these terrifying enemies to ashes. But the purple thorn skeleton sword guards had high defense and were made of bone, which made them highly resistant to heat. The black flames caused them minimal harm. Suddenly, the 4 sword guards twisted their swords violently, causing the tiger's body to stiffen in agony, its mouth gaping open, blood trickling out as it began to convulse. As the blood pillars spewed forth, the sword guards swiftly withdrew their great swords and mercilessly hacked at the tiger's limb joints. Thud! The sound of bones being severed was deafening. Thump! The fallen flame tiger's 4 massive legs fell to the ground, and dark red blood gushed from the stumps, forming 4 small blood showers. The overwhelming pain, unlike anything it had ever experienced, flooded its soul, causing it to let out hoarse wails. Zhan En descended from the sky, his boots landing in the pool of blood as he walked toward the now unobstructed crimson portal. His figure paused briefly as he passed the legless fallen flame tiger. 4 miniature rainbows appeared in midair. A nice gift, let's end its suffering. Upon receiving the command, the ghostly flames flickered within the skeletal frames, and the sword guards raised their swords, stabbing at the convulsing massive tiger head. With a 1.5 spirit essence notification, Zhan En continued forward until he entered the crimson portal, which gradually disappeared, marking the emergence of the first ascendant. In the stands, the audience was in an uproar, finding it unbelievable that the fierce fallen flame tiger was slain so effortlessly. Look at young Master Zhan En's tall and cold figure standing in the blood. Such perfect timing and coordination, an art of elegance worthy of a perfect score. On the high platform, the higher-ups were equally astonished by Zhan En's performance. They couldn't believe this young one had only been awakened for half a year. So calm, so ruthless. Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Laskin, unconsciously plucked a hair from his beard, showing an expression of admiration. I love it. Don't you dare take him from me. This youngster is ours for the Defense Forces. Although Laskin seemed rough, he understood the importance of acting fast. Initially pleased with Laskin's praise, Sabina became displeased upon hearing his intention to take her protege. Zhan En's future is with me, she said, holding up 3 white alchemical cards, each bearing the image of different women and children. Laskin felt a sense of helplessness. Why did the illegitimate children he inadvertently left behind always get found by Sabina? And when she found one, she found a bunch. Being cornered 3 times in such a short period was quite displeasing for the esteemed commander-in-chief. Even though Sabina was reasonable, flipping each card only once and staying within his limits, the frequency was becoming a bit too much. Laskin remained silent, his expression stiff as he silently vowed not to compromise with Sabina. He had his pride too. As the two faced off, Warden Clementine chuckled lightly to ease the tension. Sister Sabina, don't be upset. Laskin just spoke too quickly. How could we let such a delicate little one join the rough garrison? Laskin, relieved, quickly nodded. He thought to himself, fearing Sabina might expose the matter in anger. Haha, I was just joking. Such a delicate little one really isn't suited for our garrison. Sabina put away the card, feeling a newfound warmth toward Clementine, realizing she had a potential ally. Clementine continued with her thoughts. The garrison is definitely not suitable. I think the little one is best suited for, as she spoke. Her eyes met Sabina's, who returned a gentle gaze, considering how to repay this potential ally. Of course, it's with me, in the cavernous prison. Clementine's words left Sabina momentarily stunned, her eyebrows raised in anger as she exclaimed, "Oh, so you want to take little Jan too?" Clementine looked displeased. "What do you mean, take? Clearly, my place is the most suitable. Can you find a more skilled necromancer in Ember City than me?" Sabina retorted immediately. Being skilled doesn't mean you're a good teacher. There are plenty of death masters in Ember City. I can hire them. Sabina, are you questioning my mastery of the death arts? Clementine's eyes glinted coldly, and a pale fog began to spread around her. Sabina smirked, the blood-red bat on her shoulder opening its eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Just as the tension between the two women reached a boiling point, a deer, who had just lost a previous confrontation, suddenly interjected. "I've decided. This little one will be the heir to the reformatory." A burst of golden light interrupted their standoff. "A deer? Why are you getting involved?" Clementine asked in confusion, wondering why another contender had appeared just as she was about to secure someone. Sabina gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, "This guy keeps opposing me. I'll have him exiled sooner or later." In an instant, the golden light, white fog, and blood aura formed a tense standoff, each side unwilling to back down. Werner, the head of the secret department, and Marcellus, the director of the Monster Research Institute, silently withheld their comments, understanding that escalating the situation further was unwise. Laskin, the commander of the garrison, felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he could have held firm. What harm was there in exposure? At most, his reputation would suffer, but it wouldn't cost him anything tangible. Have you all forgotten? 5 years ago, the little one was already pre-registered with our half-elf guard. Constance's casual remark instantly left the 3 high-ranking officials speechless and brought the confrontation to a halt. What? Really? 5 years ago? Clementine looked doubtful, while the other leaders awaited Constance's explanation. With a gentle touch of her finger, Constance made an inactive guard token appear midair. The front of the token bore a likeness of Zhan En as a child, while his name, Zhan En Charles, was inscribed on the back. At the right moment, High Priestess Olina mentioned the routine council meeting from 5 years ago, when Constance had specifically brought up a certain child, proposing early enrollment. No one objected, and it was unanimously approved. That child was the very boy standing before them. The 6 senior members of X6 turned their gaze simultaneously towards this ice sculpture-like woman. The previous impression of her as laid-back and uncompetitive shattered instantly, revealing a shrewd and cunning persona. She had made her move 5 years ago, disguising it as a trivial matter, catching them off guard, and securing their agreement without giving them any chance to compete. It was insidious, giving them no opportunity for rivalry. Sabrina stared at Constance's perfect, icy face, her wariness intensifying. She had thought this ice block posed the least threat, but it turned out she was the most dangerous opponent. Although Sabrina felt indignant and powerless, she had to admit she had agreed back then. This round, you won, but wait for the next one. A fierce fire ignited in Sabrina's almond-shaped eyes as they clashed with Constance's cold gaze. Zhan En was oblivious to this, only vaguely sensing the conflict erupting among the high-ranking officials because of him, ending with Constance's victory. However, He could feel the terrifying aura that occasionally emerged, especially the familiar icy presence. He mused to himself that Constance's strength had grown once again. 5 years ago, after he exposed his sub-god mark, it indeed attracted the attention of the higher-ups. This high-ranking official was none other than his sister Isi's direct superior, Constance. Upon learning of the situation, she quietly visited the mansion to personally examine Zhan En's body and sub-god mark. After confirming everything, she guided Zhan En to join her guard. Naturally, Zhan En did not refuse, as his purpose in revealing himself was to gain the protection of the higher-ups. Consequently, the number of guards around him increased dramatically, with a level of defense far beyond what a declining family could provide. After the host announced the first ascendant, the participants in the Scarlet Maze became even more frantic, no longer concealing their abilities, determined to secure a spot. As time passed, and Zhan En grew a bit drowsy, the second qualifier finally emerged. It was the little stone statue Galahad. She showcased an astonishing rolling stone crush in the final stretch, successfully breaking through. Immediately after, the second qualifier, Little Blaze Buck, and the third, Little Greenbone Atries, burst through the same portal simultaneously. The final spot went to Little Giant Leo, who fought his way through, battered and bruised. The Scarlet Maze concluded. Congratulations to the Forno, 5 geniuses for advancing. Tomorrow, the final individual competition will unfold. The Ember Arena. Fight to be the last champion. Warriors, prepare with all your might. Who will claim the glory? Let us wait and see. The host's passionate voice echoed throughout the arena. What should be done with an extra participant? The original unknown duel format is no longer suitable, but the arena has already been set up. So, everyone decided to draw lots to determine who gets a bye, while the others proceed with the scheduled matches. A bye? Isn't that a bit unfair? I agree with having a bye. Luck is also a part of skill, one contestant said. I agree too. It adds another dimension to the challenge, another echoed. I don't mind, someone else added. Eventually, everyone reached a consensus to hold a fair draw the next day, with one person getting a bye each round until the final duel. The next day, the arena was buzzing with excitement. Did you hear? There was an announcement last night that someone could get a direct bye, the spectators murmured. Yes, theoretically, if someone is lucky enough, they could get a bye twice and go straight to the finals. Could someone really get a bye twice? Look, the lucky contestant is about to be revealed. Inside the arena, the Crimson Maze had vanished, replaced by 3 grand dueling platforms. 2 smaller silver ones flanked the largest and highest golden platform in the center. The upcoming fiery duels would take place there. In the preparation area, 5 contestants stood before a black box on a high pedestal, ready to draw lots. Dressed in silver-white armor, the referee, EC, maintained a stern and impartial demeanor. Little Giant Leo, Little Blaze Buck, Little Greenbone Atreus, and Little Stone Statue Galahad stepped forward one by one to draw a black lot. Finally, Zhan En approached the box without any emotional stir. He was determined to win the championship, with or without a bye. The 5 drew their lots. Now, reveal your lots simultaneously. EC's voice commanded. The 5 contestants simultaneously revealed their lots and exchanged glances. Those with a wolf emblem would duel on the left silver platform. Those with a silver eagle on the right, and the single golden tiger emblem signified a bye. Little Stone Statue Galahad and Little Greenbone Atreus drew the silver wolf emblem, while Little Giant Leo and Little Blaze Buck drew the silver eagle. Zhan En looked at the golden tiger lot in his hand, thinking, what luck, I got the bye. In the stands, the lucky contestant with the bye drew everyone's attention. Wow, it's little Zhan En who got the bye. Oh, no wonder, young Master Zhan En even has such good luck. Strong luck? Is this the legendary Charles family luck? Is there really such a legend? Others questioned in confusion. Meanwhile, the other 4 ascended the silver platforms to begin their duel. So lucky. Why wasn't it me who got the bye? Little Greenbone Atreus grumbled, glancing at her opponent, Little Giant Leo. The sight of this burly muscle man irritated her, and she felt this battle would be tough. She tightened her grip on her bone staff. Little Giant Leo responded with a bright smile, showing his white teeth. In front of the crowd, his upper clothing burst apart, revealing muscles as hard as rock, displaying his manly charm. Headache a show-off too? Little Greenbone Atreus's eyelid twitched, thinking to herself, I can't take this anymore. As her thoughts whirled, the dueling platform suddenly became littered with monster corpses. Creak, creak, creak. For skeletal soldiers were summoned, and before the Little Giant Leo could react, the bone staff in her hand shot out beams of gray light, enhancing the skeletons. The bones of the 4 skeletal soldiers instantly grew larger, and their previously broken bone swords became much more complete. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded and attacked the Little Giant Leo. Insignificant pests. Leo sneered with disdain and triggered his beastly transformation. Instantly, a layer of vital energy surrounded him, and his eyes gleamed with mockery. His right fist ferociously smashed into the skull of the skeleton soldier on his left. With a resounding smash, his hardened gauntlet pierced through the skull, shattering it instantly and extinguishing the soul fire within. Anticipating this, the petite green skeleton Atlas immediately cast a gray light onto a monster corpse on the ground. Skeleton Resurrection. A new skeletal soldier was born. Another gray light followed skeleton enhancement. The reinforced skeleton soldier quickly joined the assault. Atlas didn't stop there. She swiftly retreated as psychic energy surged within her, casting skills like slowing mist, stupefying toxin, nerve weakening, and passion deprivation. A strange, gray mist began to spread. The little giant Leo accidentally inhaled a trace, and his face turned green as the toxin rapidly spread. Within seconds, his neck also turned green. With a furious roar, he triggered his human transformation, his body expanding to 3 meters, and his vital energy surged skyward. Although the green hue lightened, the potent toxin continued to corrode his body. Realizing he needed to end the fight quickly, he charged toward Atlas, ignoring the skeletal soldier's attempts to hinder him. Meanwhile, on another platform, Little Blaze Buck raised an eyebrow, about to deliver a charming opening line upon seeing someone as handsome as himself. However, the impatient little stone statue Galahad let out a low growl and transformed into a 5-meter turtle terrifying statue, rumbling as it charged at Little Blaze Buck. Buck quickly used flames from his feet to propel himself out of the way with the explosive recoil, narrowly avoiding the attack. Surprised, Galahad's large hand swung down, smacking Buck's proud face. With a thud, Buck was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall of the Silverhorn Arena. Ignoring the pain, he quickly scrambled to his feet, clutching his aching face, and angrily shouted, "Oh, my face! How dare you!" His words were cut short as his expression changed drastically. Galahad had transformed into a massive rock ball, rolling toward Buck with fierce momentum. With no time to scold, Buck launched explosive fireballs from his hands in rapid succession, trying to intercept. On the preparation platform, Zane took a sip of tea and thought to himself, "Not bad, not bad. They've all developed spirit skills that suit them. If things go well, there's a good chance they'll break through to higher levels and even become controllers." To advance from mid-level to high-level, the sublimation of spirit skills is essential, as only powerful sublimated spirit skill runes can bear the pressure of continued spiritual growth. Just then, Issa, unable to stand it any longer, reminded him, "Contestant, mind your manners. It's almost your turn. Being exempt from the first round already makes people envious, and you're still drinking tea down here. Don't forget you're a contestant too. Show some restraint." Understanding the look in Issa's eyes, Zane quickly put away his tea, straightened his posture, and thought to himself, "Referee." He almost forgot that his sister was very strict about rules in the outside world. The competition was still fiercely underway, with the audience exclaiming, "What a tactic! The little giant is about to be defeated." Ha ha! The small stone statue chased after the little fiery creature, leaping around like a monkey. On the left side of the silver arena, the green toxin was gradually spreading to the chest of the little giant, Leo, filling him with irritation and anxiety. For enhanced skeleton soldiers kept entangling him. Although he could crush them with a punch, new skeletons immediately replaced them. This made it impossible for Leo to get close to the little green-boned Atlas. As the green toxin spread to his chest, he felt increasingly dizzy, and at this rate, he was going to lose. Little green-boned Atlas remained very cautious, maintaining a safe distance to prevent Leo from approaching, continuously releasing her signature poison mist skill. Watching Leo desperately trying to get closer, she felt disdainful, thinking, "If this weren't just a match, I would have poisoned you with my deadly green venom by now." These skeleton soldiers were truly annoying, and Leo had to find a way to deal with them. He killed another skeleton soldier and had a sudden inspiration. He aimed his massive fist at the ground, pounding the corpses used for skeleton revival into mush, visibly reducing them. "Darn it," Atlas thought to herself, realizing the situation was turning bad. She released more poison mist, trying to end the match quickly. It became a race against time, but Leo was clearly faster at clearing the ground. Despite his dizziness, he managed to clear the corpses and smash the 4 skeleton soldiers. Finally, before the poison could knock him out, he got close to Atlas. Atlas hesitated, her bone staff glowing green before quickly dimming. "Forget it, it's just a match," she thought, and jumped off the arena just as Leo was about to attack. Leo swung his fist into the air, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Then he realized and excitedly shouted, "Ha! I won." However, as he shouted, his body could no longer withstand the poison. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed, unconscious. "Medic! Quick! Medic!" EC called urgently, and the medics rushed over. After a quick diagnosis, they exclaimed, "The toxins are too numerous and complex. Atlas, bring the antidote." Atlas, standing below the arena, playfully stuck out her tongue, thinking, "I only know how to poison, not cure." The medics hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Take him to the priest's hall." In a flurry, they carried the foaming, green-skinned little giant off the arena. Atlas watched the departing stretcher, feeling uneasy and thinking, hopefully, probably, they can cure him. Good luck. The audience witnessed the commotion and started discussing. Can Atlas cure her own poison? Everyone knows that Deathbringers don't cure poison. Atlas was a Deathbringer specializing in curses and venom, not a priest who could heal or detoxify, so she obviously couldn't cure the poison. What if a Deathbringer gets poisoned themselves? Have you ever seen a snake die from its own venom? As the audience debated, on the other side of the silver arena, the rumbling continued as the stone statue Gala pursued while rolling into a giant stone ball. Little Valiant Buck desperately dodged, evading once, twice, 3 times, but as time went on, the small stone statue Gala accumulated more potential energy, becoming faster and more ferocious. The terrifying momentum of the rolling almost made it hard for Little Valiant Buck to breathe. He dodged another crushing blow, but the following shockwave nearly knocked his frail body over. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he realized that a hit would be fatal. Knowing he couldn't continue like this, he relentlessly hurled scorching fireballs at the massive stone sphere. Explosions echoed one after another, but they posed no threat to the solid rock. The entire body of the small stone statue Gala had turned into hard stone, and such explosive power couldn't harm her. At that moment, the massive stone sphere, engulfed in exploding fireballs, suddenly accelerated and soared high into the air, climbing higher and higher. This was the small stone statue Gala's ultimate move, the meteor drop. At its peak, it seemed to merge with the sun high in the sky, like a meteor plummeting down with a thunderous crash. The entire action was completed in mere seconds, leaving Little Valiant Buck with nowhere to hide. His expertise in fiery explosions was useless against the hard stone, as if he had met his nemesis. Faced with this meteoric strike, he felt a deep sense of despair and shouted angrily to the sky. It's just a contest. Don't you understand mutual respect? The shadow closed in swiftly, the dreadful sound of the fall approaching, and he shut his eyes in despair. Boom. The terrifying collision resounded, and Little Valiant Buck was blown away, landing on the ground. Fighting against the wind, he barely opened his eyes, pupils narrowing. What is this? On the arena, a silver-white figure had appeared at some point. With a casual gesture, she caught the descending stone sphere with one hand, her stance as steady as a mountain. Then, she gently placed the small stone statue Gala down, her eyes filled with approval. Gala advanced to the next round. It was Commander Is. The small stone statue Gala, who had landed smoothly and unexpectedly, was shocked. Her proudest move had been effortlessly caught by her, and with just one hand, she obediently reverted to her original form, her face showing admiration, especially the single strand of hair on her forehead standing straight up. Commander Is lightly flicked Gala's standing hair, speaking gently. Rest well, and prepare for the next round. Yes. The small stone statue Gala immediately stood up straight, responding loudly, her hair standing even straighter. Observer Zhan instinctively took out a cup of tea and took another sip. Familiar? Why did this falling stone sphere look so familiar? Magnified dozens of times, with pitch-black flames added to its surface. Even transformed into a large stone sphere, the unmistakable petrified hair stood out in his mind, and the teacup in Zhane's hand suddenly shattered. Destroyer Star. Could she be the Destroyer Star? Zhan En's expression turned unusually serious, his brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with deep concern. He was contemplating a chilling future threat. Destruction Star. This terrifying entity possessed a destructive power that even surpassed the Shadow Twins. In Zhan En's mind, a horrifying image appeared. A massive rocky sphere suddenly emerged in the sky above a major human region. Its surface burned with pitch-black flames, powerful enough to distort the surrounding space. The human leadership mobilized all available resources to try to move, destroy, or analyze this mysterious celestial body, but all efforts were in vain. On the 7th day of its appearance, disaster struck. The massive rock sphere plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth like a giant meteor. Instantly, the ground shook violently, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The terrifying black flames swept across, annihilating everything within a 1,000-mile radius. On that day, human society fell into silence as an entire gathering area vanished in the blink of an eye. However, even more terrifying was that a year after the disaster, the Destruction Star, which had already fallen and exploded, reappeared in the sky over another region. To prevent the tragedy from recurring, an alchemy master skilled in mirror seals stepped forward. At the cost of his own life, he banished the Destruction Star to the mirror dimension, thus resolving the crisis. Zhan En tried to maintain his composure. He reminded himself that the Shadow Twins were currently behaving under EC's supervision. A mere Destruction Star shouldn't cause much trouble. He decided to tell EC about this once he returned. Just then, the magical subgod Mark issued another warning, this time concerning the small statue Galahad. Zhan En realized he needed to strengthen her oversight. He thought to himself that, for now, these future monster bosses could only be suppressed by his sister. Once he became powerful enough, he would explore the root causes. Zhan En had considered taking more aggressive measures, better to mistakenly kill 3,000 than let one slip through. But he quickly realized that acting rashly might prompt the premature birth of the Destruction Star. Besides, who could guarantee that the alchemy master willing to sacrifice himself in the future would do so again now? He couldn't help but sigh. Xingho City, the origin city of humanity's sacred fire. Why does it always encounter the juvenile forms of future bosses? Meanwhile, in the Priest's Institute, the little giant Leo was receiving emergency treatment. After some effort, his breathing gradually stabilized, and the green on his body slowly faded, no longer foaming at the mouth. EC entered the room, concerned about the little giant's condition. It was time for the three to draw lots for the buy, and they needed the little giant to participate. After a careful examination, the priest replied, "His life is not in danger, but the poisoning is severe, and he won't wake up anytime soon." EC pressed further. "How soon can he wake up?" The priest sensed the toxins within Leo and estimated. It will take about 3 days. Even if he wakes up, his body will be too weak to participate in the fight. EC rubbed her temples, showing signs of exhaustion. She realized that the higher-ups wouldn't delay the event for one contestant, so it seemed the little giant would have to forfeit. Leaving the Priest's Institute, EC reflected on the various challenges of this competition. First, her unconventional brother inspired other contestants to use unusual strategies, almost causing the maze designer to have a meltdown. Then, 2 contestants succeeded in passing at the same time, forcing the leaders to add a bye round. Now, in 2 gladiator matches, one contestant was knocked out due to improper poisoning, and another nearly crushed his opponent to a pulp due to a lack of restraint. EC felt exhausted and made a silent vow. No matter what, she wouldn't take responsibility for this kind of chaotic event next time. Whoever wanted to could take over. Ultimately, for well-known reasons, the little giant Leo was forced to forfeit. The remaining 2 contestants would directly compete for the final championship title. The host read his script while inwardly criticizing the unexpected turn of events. As he looked around, he couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable this event was compared to any he had hosted before. The audience buzzed with excitement, whispering among themselves, "Did little giant Leo really withdraw?" Someone confidently claimed, "I heard from my uncle's aunt's 3rd daughter's husband's 2nd daughter at the Priest Academy that he's deeply poisoned and still unconscious." Listening to these rumors, the host pondered, is it that his constitution is weak, or is the little green bone's poison too potent? But then again, little green bone is only a low-level spirit user. How strong could the poison be? Surely, it's the little guy's constitution that's lacking. As time passed, this surprising news spread like wildfire throughout the venue. Watching the audience's fervent discussions, the host silently mourned for the little giant. He hoped that when Leo woke up and heard about the widespread rumors of his frailty, he would take it in stride. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the preparation area was entirely different. The 2 upcoming competitors seemed utterly unfazed. One was sipping tea with a calm demeanor, while the other, with an eye-catching cowlick, was happily munching on an oversized loaf of bread, eyes half closed in contentment. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. "Contestants, repair time is over. Please come to the stage." Galahad the little stone statue glanced at the half-eaten bread, still hungry, and quickly exclaimed, "Wait a sec." She clasped her hands together, flattening the long loaf into a thick pancake. Then, she opened her mouth wide, trying to stuff it in all at once. However, she overestimated the size of her throat. The bread got stuck, turning her face blue as she struggled frantically, mumbling a muffled plea. "Water, water. Can't swallow." In that critical moment, Galahad caught sight of a floating cup of tea in midair. Her eyes lit up with the glow of survival, and she grabbed the tea with astonishing speed, gulping it down. "Alive, alive," she sighed with relief, her face filled with gratitude. Zane stood nearby, still holding the stance of offering tea. Witnessing what seemed like such a foolish act from a potential Star Destroyer, he couldn't help but question if he had underestimated his opponent. Galahad cradled the teacup, looking at it with heartfelt appreciation, as if it were a sacred lifesaver. "Miss, shouldn't you return my teacup?" Zane's voice interrupted her reverie. "Huh?" Galahad snapped back to reality, glancing at the teacup and then at Zane, vaguely remembering she had snatched it from this child. "Sorry." Her cowlick stood up straight as she loudly apologized and handed the cup back. Just as Zane was about to take the cup, Issa approached with a stern expression. "What are you 2 dawdling about? Get on stage and fight," she commanded sharply. "Yes, Commander Issa." Galahad immediately straightened up, springing onto the golden arena with agile leaps. Once on stage, she realized she still held the teacup and discreetly stored it away. Zane paid no mind to the cup, unfurling his crimson gold serpent wings and gracefully flying onto the golden platform. The final showdown was about to begin. In the stands, cheers erupted. Female fans, from little girls to elderly grandmothers, rallied for Zane, urging, "Master Zane, begin your legendary journey." Meanwhile, Galahad's supporters, her loyal fans and doting parents, were equally enthusiastic, shouting, Little stone statue, boom. Crush and smash with all your might. A resonant chime echoed across the golden arena, shattering the silence and signaling the official start of the duel. The small stone statue, Galahad, was instantly filled with fighting spirit, her eyes blazing as she growled. Stone transformation. With a thunderous rumble, the ground quaked as a colossal stone figure, towering 5 meters high, rose up. It exuded a formidable aura, like a moving mountain, charging towards Zhan En with overwhelming force, reminiscent of a previous battle. In the face of this aggressive opponent, Zhan En remained remarkably calm. With a slight flap of his wings, a surge of air currents surrounded him, propelling him skyward like an arrow, effortlessly dodging the powerful strike. Boom! The giant stone figure crashed into the wall, causing the entire arena to tremble. Galahad shook her head, bewildered, scanning the surroundings for her vanished opponent. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept overhead. Galahad looked up, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She was ready, immediately curling into a perfect stone ball by hugging her knees and retracting her head. Rumble, rumble. The stone ball began spinning rapidly on the ground, ready to strike. Suspended in midair, Zhan En quickly grasped his opponent's plan. Clearly, Galahad intended to repeat her previous strategy, gather enough momentum to launch herself skyward, attempting to knock him down. Even if she missed, she could significantly close the distance, setting up her next attack. In theory, Zhan En could simply ascend to a height unreachable by Galahad to maintain his advantage. However, this was a competition, and he needed a decisive strategy. A bold idea flashed through Zhan En's mind. With a slight smile, he waved his hand, summoning 4 skeletal sword guardians adorned with purple thorns onto the golden arena. Unlike before, these skeleton warriors carried large iron plates and high triangular iron spikes on their backs. The 4 skeletal figures swiftly positioned themselves, blocking Galahad's rolling path. Seeing this, Galahad was not alarmed but rather delighted, thinking, destroy these fragile skeletons, and what will you, a feeble reaper, have left to fight me with? Watch my super rolling impact. Targeting her mark, she accelerated furiously, charging like a cannonball. As the skeletons seemed on the verge of being shattered, Zhan En suddenly issued a command through their soul link. Now, raise the iron plates. The 4 skeletal sword guardians acted in unison, swiftly tilting the iron plates into the ground, forming an impromptu ramp. Galahad was puzzled. What kind of strange formation is this? Before she could react, she crashed into the iron plate. Then, something unexpected happened. The massive stone ball soared into the air along the makeshift ramp. The sudden sensation of weightlessness set off alarm bells in Galahad's mind. This scenario was entirely unforeseen. Without sufficient momentum, she couldn't execute her signature midair move, Meteor Crash. Worse yet, everything happened so quickly that she couldn't control her landing. Zhan En's voice rang out again. Continue. Place the iron spike at her landing spot. The skeleton warriors quickly arranged the triangular iron spikes from their backs at the anticipated landing point, combining them into a massive sharp spike. In the sunlight, the tip glinted with a chilling gleam. In midair, as Galahad plummeted freely, she caught sight of the gigantic iron spike below, her face turning ashen. This is too ruthless. She could almost see herself being impaled. Finished. It's over. What do I do? In a panic, Galahad abandoned her spherical form, flailing her limbs wildly. At the last moment, inspiration struck, and she desperately spun the tuft of hair atop her head, miraculously altering her descent trajectory slightly. Relieved, she glanced back towards the ground, only to be horrified by the scene unfolding before her. After the shift, the tip of the large iron spike was now aimed at the rear instead of the chest, which was not a good situation. Zhan En heard his opponent's panicked shout. I give up. Quick, move it. Zhan En was puzzled. Could the top genius of Xinhua City really be helpless in the face of such a predicament? But the opponent's tone didn't sound like acting. He decisively ordered, and the 4 purple thorn skeleton sword guards immediately pushed the large iron spike aside. Seconds later, the small stone statue, Galahad, crashed heavily to the ground, face down, kicking up a cloud of dust. She spat out the dirt that had gotten into her mouth, and after returning to her original form, her droopy ahog hung down as she quietly ran off the stage. The audience fell into a brief silence, clearly not expecting the match to end so quickly. The host was the first to react, enthusiastically announcing, "Let's congratulate Zhan and Charles on becoming the champion of the first Xinhua Tournament's individual competition." The audience erupted into lively discussions. Some praised Zhan En's brilliant tactic of constructing a ramp to counter the rolling attack, while others admired the stability of the purple skeleton soldiers. Many were amazed that at just 15 years old, Zhan En had outshone numerous geniuses, believing he had the potential to become a master or even a weaver. However, in the corner, the atmosphere was quite different. The small stone statue Galahad stood beside EC, her emotions fluctuating between indignation and dejection as she pointed at the arena and complained incessantly. Commander EC, that young Zhan En is so cunning, Galahad said, aggrieved. EC corrected her. It should be called wisdom. Galahad persisted. Did you see that? He had the 4 big skeletons form a giant iron spike and placed it right where I was going to land. If I had been a second or two later, I would have been impaled. EC reassured her. He knew what he was doing. Even if you hadn't surrendered, he would have moved it. As she spoke, she playfully flicked the droopy ahogue on Galahad's head. You're almost an adult. Why are you arguing like a child? Galahad unwillingly argued. It's not that I'm petty, but he aimed it right here. She turned and bent slightly, pointing at her rear. EC nodded inwardly, thinking it was indeed a bit excessive. She softly said, I'll have a good talk with him later. It's not appropriate in a match. But don't be too harsh on him. He's still a kid. At most, a few pats on the backside will do. Galahad perked up. If you don't mind, can I be there? EC felt a bit troubled, as she had no intention of actually reprimanding her outstanding brother. Just then, a psychic walked over and interrupted them. Commander, it's time to present the awards to the participants. Right? I'm on my way, EC replied, relieved, and disappeared in an instant, leaving the small stone statue Galahad standing there. The award ceremony was elaborate and grand. The first round of promotions, 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place, and the champion all received generous rewards. With the conclusion of the individual competition, the team competition designed by the Institute of Mental Studies was set to begin in 3 days. However, Zhan En was not concerned with the team competition at the moment. As soon as he received the champion's reward, he immediately exchanged it for a set of dormant 12 family swords from the garrison warehouse. He wondered, would they belong to the Red Rose family or the Tulip family? He recalled that after the exposure of the Purple Thorn family swords, the 2 sets of dormant family swords in the garrison warehouse had attracted high-level suspicion and were tightly guarded. Since then, only players who completed cumbersome contribution tasks could exchange for them, and only after activation would their true nature be revealed. Eagerly, Zhan En rushed back to his room to begin the awakening ceremony for the new family swords. Zhan En carefully sealed the room's doors and windows, ensuring no outside interference. He retrieved a mysterious wooden box from under the bed, inside which lay 12 silent great swords, neatly arranged, acquired from the garrison. These swords appeared deep black and unremarkable, resembling ordinary iron swords. Zhan En meticulously examined these rare great swords from an unknown legion. Currently, they were blue-quality spiritual weapons with a sharpness rating of blue, requiring a spirit of 15 and strength of 4 to wield. Before awakening, these swords had no special enchantments, like a blank canvas awaiting creation. Taking a deep breath, Zhan En began drawing a complex awakening magic circle on the floor, each stroke made with utmost care to avoid any error. Once completed, he inserted the 12 great swords into the designated slots around the circle. After triple-checking everything, he slowly stepped to the center of the magic circle. As Zhan En stood still, an invisible spiritual energy began to flow. The patterns of the magic circle activated, emitting a faint glow. A mysterious aura enveloped the surface of the 12 great swords. With a solemn expression, Zhan En uttered a series of special syllables, Rose of Splendor. The moment the words left his lips, a wondrous transformation began. The 12 great swords trembled simultaneously, slowly rising to float in midair. Their blades elongated and exquisite red rose patterns emerged on their previously blank surfaces, stunningly beautiful. It worked, Zhan En murmured in excitement, gently caressing the nearest sword. Compared to ordinary greatswords, these Rose Clan swords were more slender and emitted a sharp aura that was palpably intense. Zhan En examined the sword's attributes closely. Rose Clan sword. Quality, pale gold. Sharpness, 49. Special enchantments. 1. Rose swordsmanship level 3. 2. Damage 10 when using rose swordsmanship. 3. Bond, blooming of the rose. Requirements. Spirit 30. Rose swordsmanship level 10. Rose Clan bloodline. Strength 15. Speed 5. Zhan En's eyes lit up. These Rose Clan swords were sharper than the Thorn Clan swords. A sharpness of 49 had reached the threshold of pale gold quality. His attention turned to the bond attribute. Blooming of the rose. The clan swords resonate in battle, each additional sword enhancing the wielder's strength and speed by 1 point. This can be triggered once every 24 hours, lasting for an hour, up to 12 swords. Zhan En was not surprised. In the lost era of swords, the once powerful Solar Empire's upper echelon was dominated by the Sun King Kuei family and 12 top families. These elite families, as vassals of the Sun King Kuei family, each prided themselves on different swordsmanship styles, with their clan swords traits and bonds naturally having unique characteristics. I wish I could immediately elevate you into a new skeleton sword guard, Zhan En muttered to himself, his eyes shining with longing. Unfortunately, he couldn't immediately head to the Black Mist area. Slightly frustrated, he stored the 12 Rose Clan swords, but his inner restlessness remained. Even though he had acquired the crucial pale gold greatsword for creating a new sword guard, he couldn't immediately lead the skeleton soldiers to slaughter and learn bone swordsmanship to meet the elevation threshold. Zhan En paced the room, his mind restless. What to do? Is there a way I can stay in Xinhua City for the competition while allowing the skeleton soldiers to continue slaughtering and accumulating death energy to reach the elevation threshold? Reason told him to wait patiently, win the team championship in a few days, and obtain another set of Silent Clan swords, the Tulip Clan swords, before entering the Black Mist area for skeleton soldier elevation. But his inner desire burned like wildfire, making it hard to remain calm. With new clan swords in hand, not elevating them immediately left him feeling uneasy. As he pondered, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Zhan En's mind. Zhan En stood in the garden, gazing resolutely into the distance. A grand plan was taking shape in his mind. Although he couldn't go himself, his army of skeletons could fight in his stead. 5 purple thorn sword guards will stay for the team competition, the rest. Zhan En murmured, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. His plan was forming. Led by number 1 purple thorn sword guard, 6 skeleton sword guards, and 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers would march towards the barren lands. This force would kill along the way, gather energy, and gradually approach the silent desert. Zhan En's lips curled into a slight smile. Once I win the championship, I'll rush to meet them at the border of the barren lands and the silent desert. By then, the energy of the 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers should be on the verge of ascension, perfect for the ascension ceremony. The plan became increasingly clear in Zhan En's mind. While his spiritual power was still below 9, making it feasible for the skeleton soldiers to enter the barren lands, the plan seemed highly workable. Especially since number 1 sword guard could share its vision with him, allowing him to command and dispatch them at any time. Thinking of this, Zhan En couldn't wait to find EC and discuss the plan with her. However, EC's reaction surprised Zhan En. She frowned and said, Zhan En, don't rush. If your ascended skeleton soldiers are destroyed due to carelessness, the loss would be significant. EC continued, without the master's command, the skeleton soldiers would only know to fight when besieged by monsters and wouldn't retreat. Their eventual fate would be disappearance. But Zhan En remained undeterred. He confidently said, Sister, trust me, there will be no problem. The light of the demigod has always been shining upon me. As he spoke, he removed his headband, revealing a glowing green mark, exuding a noble aura in the air. EC watched this scene, filled with doubt. She recalled how Zhan En had mentioned the demigod's warning to the small statue Gala just hours earlier. Now he claimed to be enveloped by divine light. EC couldn't help but wonder if the demigod's guidance had become too frequent since Zhan En embarked on the path of spiritual energy. Despite her doubts, seeing Zhan En's determined eyes, EC ultimately chose to support him. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhan En exclaimed excitedly, Sister, you're truly wise. I'll go summon 10 new skeleton soldiers right away. Wait a minute? How many? EC suddenly realized something. 10? You're sending out 7 ascended skeletons, plus 10 skeleton soldiers. Zhan En added. And the 5 purple thorn skeleton sword guards will stay with me for the competition. EC gasped in disbelief. A total of 22 permanent skeleton soldiers. What kind of Death Master legacy have you inherited to grant you so much in skeleton summoning? In response to EC's curiosity, Zhan En simply pointed gratefully to his forehead. The two exchanged a glance and reverently whispered, Praise the great demigod. EC patted Zhan En's shoulder earnestly. Go, Zhan En, your sister will always be your strongest support. I'll activate the family's secret passage to escort your skeleton soldiers to the barren lands as quickly and discreetly as possible. Thank you, wise and benevolent Duchess EC. Zhan En made a mock bow and quickly walked away. Watching Zhan En's hurried departure, EC felt an indescribable oddness. Zhan En arrived at an open space in the garden. With a thought, a pile of monster corpses appeared on the ground. He had specifically collected these in the barren lands to facilitate the resurrection of skeletons. Spiritual energy surge, skeleton resurrection. Accompanied by a creaking sound, 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers stood up. Still so weak, Zhan En muttered, barely glancing at them before storing them all in his storage space. He instructed the servants to clean up the corpse remnants and then headed to the hall, awaiting news from EC. Zhan En thought, next, once my sister arranges the manpower, I can send them off to accumulate energy through slaughter. Matters concerning Zhan En always held the highest priority in EC's mind. She acted swiftly, arranging for several ordinary carriages to depart from Xinhua City that very afternoon, racing towards the barren lands. Inside the room, Zhan En closed his eyes and focused, observing the swiftly passing scenery outside through the perspective of skeleton soldier number 1. The skeleton soldiers, tireless and relentless, continued their relay from one post to another. Zhan En calculated that it would take a little over a week to reach the barren lands. Then, In about 10 days, the purple thorn skeleton sword guards would be able to lead 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers to reach the threshold of Ascension. By this calculation, he would arrive at the rendezvous point in 3 weeks, perfectly on schedule. Finally at ease, Zhan En closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, waiting for his plan to unfold. Time flew by, and soon it was the 3rd day after the conclusion of the individual competition. The Xinhua arena was once again abuzz with excitement. Spectators were surprised to find that the Prodigies had not formed a single team. Someone explained, "These geniuses each have their own ideas. Who would be willing to play second fiddle? They prefer to be the center and find suitable teammates." Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. "Look, why does young Zhan En only have 5 ascended skeleton soldiers with him? Could it be that these skeletons are his teammates?" On the field, 15-year-old individual champion Zhan En stood with his 5 skeleton soldiers, forming a team of their own, drawing all eyes. Some scoffed, "How arrogant. Does he think he can take on our entire team on his own? Just wait until the competition starts, and we'll teach him a lesson." Others speculated, could it be that Zhan En's awakening was too recent, and he hasn't found suitable teammates yet? The host's voice cut through the noise, announcing the official start of the first Xinhua Tournament team competition. The first challenge was the stone chair race, testing team synchronization. As soon as the announcement was made, rows of stone chairs rose within the arena, each row containing 7 chairs, with a fully enclosed iron helmet on each. On the right armrest of each chair were 20 cylindrical buttons marked with symbols like lightning, frost, fire, and stench, each in a different order. The host continued, "Please take your seats and put on the helmets within 5 minutes. Teams that exceed the time limit will be disqualified." Zhan En was placed in the front row. He first directed his 5 purple thorn skeleton sword guards to sit and put on their helmets. Then he took his seat and donned his own. The helmet adjusted automatically to fit, leaving him in complete darkness. Zhan En thought to himself, "In this synchronization challenge, we might have an advantage again. How can human camaraderie compare to the soul link I have with my skeleton soldiers?" Once all the teams were seated, the host revealed a sinister smile and announced the rules. Every 5 minutes, you can press one of the cylinders. If the entire team makes the same choice, you advance. If not, you'll suffer the corresponding attack until you do. If anyone cannot withstand the attack or loses consciousness, the team will be eliminated. No communication is allowed during the competition. The rules were explained, and the contestants felt like their minds were racing. They exchanged bewildered and anxious glances. What was usually a friendly competition had turned into a bizarre test of teamwork. Everyone was frantically calculating. Which pillar should they press? The first one? The second one? Should they mix up the order? What kind of attacks would come from those pillars? The contestants were tense, caught in a dilemma. However, Zhan En and his crimson thorn skeleton swordsman seemed unusually composed. Although Zhan En inwardly denied any intent to cheat, he confidently pressed the pillar, symbolizing lightning, and instructed his 5 skeleton swordsmen to do the same. In an instant, the white stone chair flashed with a crimson light, and the helmet on his head vanished. The host's voice echoed through the venue. "There it is. In less than a minute, we have our first advancing team." The other contestants were incredulous. Some clever ones cursed under their breath, having realized the trick. The host continued, "Congratulations to Zhan En and his skeleton companions for advancing." The contestants were once again filled with frustration, mentally shouting, "It's you again. I knew it would be you. This is blatant cheating. Summons. Haha, I get it now." Zhan En stood up and, with his 5 skeletons, moved to the preparation area. He leisurely sipped a cup of tea, immersing most of his attention in the first view, waiting patiently for the results. 5 minutes passed, and not a single team succeeded. The helmet attacks suddenly began. The arena was filled with the screams of contestants. Bodies convulsed under lightning attacks, and the scent of cooked meat wafted from helmets engulfed in flames. Medics stood ready, prepared to carry the injured away. Nearby, a group dressed in shirts with brain patterns was intently monitoring alchemical instruments. They were members of the Institute of Mental Research, analyzing data from the helmets and exchanging notes. Number 5's lightning has a strong stimulus on the psychic's brain. Number 7 shows significant psychic activity increase. Number 13's anesthesia gas is ineffective. Number 8 shows slight frost intrusion. The medics shivered at this, looking at the contestants with sympathy. 3 battalion captains questioned the researchers with concern. "Will these attacks harm the kids? Can you assure their safety? These are the seeds of our future. If anything happens to them, none of you will escape responsibility." An elder from the institute replied solemnly, "Rest assured, these experiments are strictly controlled within the psychic's tolerance limits and are entirely safe. These attacks are beneficial for their willpower, helping them understand the essence of psychic abilities and enhancing their perception. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't have approved this challenge." The captain's expressions softened slightly. Just then, a contestant's helmet emitted a piercing red alert. A researcher quickly manipulated the alchemical instrument, causing the helmet to detach and hover. The contestant inside was foaming at the mouth, hair singed, and body convulsing. The medics shouted in panic, "Hurry! Save him!" Two medics rushed to carry the convulsing contestant away. This scene made the captains' faces change drastically, their powerful psychic energy making the air heavy. The elder remained calm, pointing to the data on the instrument. Despite how he looks, you can sense his life force is unharmed. In fact, his psychic energy is more active. The captains, though slightly reassured, still seemed uneasy. In the preparation area, Zhan En winced. He hadn't expected the Institute to blatantly conduct brain stimulation experiments under the guise of a competition. He tried to stay calm, thinking, if the higher-ups approved, it must not be too serious. I remember these stone chairs being used in academies later on as training tools for pain endurance, quite popular among the kids. With that thought, he felt a bit more at ease, focusing back on the first view. On the elevated platform, the authorities seemed caught off guard by the unfolding events. Director Marcellus of the Monster Research Institute stood on a high platform, looking down at the contestants who were undergoing collective punishment. His face was full of anger, and his voice brimmed with dissatisfaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, look at these young participants below. They have come with passion and fervor to showcase their strength and that of their teammates. They are not here to be treated like criminals. I believe this challenge is entirely inappropriate and must be stopped immediately." As soon as Marcellus finished speaking, the attention of the high-ranking officials present inevitably turned to Warner, the mastermind behind the secret facility. This little old man, shrouded in a black robe, was the main advocate for the Stone Chair Challenge, executed by the Mental Research Institute. Warner's aged, raspy voice echoed, "Marcellus, your view is too narrow. A team's excellence undeniably hinges on its synergy. The Mental Research Institute's Stone Chair plan may seem peculiar, but it not only identifies teams with high synergy, but also selects participants with outstanding communication and collaboration skills. This aligns perfectly with the purpose of a team competition." Upon hearing this explanation, Marcellus surprisingly calmed down, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Is that so? Then let us continue to observe." He was in no hurry, for among everyone present, no one understood the true intentions of the Mental Research Institute better than he did. Marcellus thought to himself, faced with such an opportunity to experiment with outstanding psychics, can they control themselves? The harsh qualification criteria clearly show that these folks have no intention of letting any team advance. Their real aim is to keep all participants for ongoing mental stimulation experiments. After all, each additional experiment yields more valuable data. These mad researchers will keep pushing the boundaries until a high-level meeting orders them to stop. Otherwise, they will never voluntarily cease. Despite this, Marcellus felt a sliver of reassurance. Before the competition began, the parameters of these stone chairs, such as the intensity of the stimuli, had been rigorously tested, theoretically causing no substantial harm to the participants, only some pain. This pain, in turn, might even stimulate their psychic abilities to become more active. More importantly, compared to the life-and-death battle they would soon face against the Black Mist monsters, this pain was insignificant. Seeing Marcellus transform from furious to calm, seemingly confident, Warner began to doubt. Could the Mental Research Institute be doing something behind his back? Inside the venue, another 5 minutes passed, yet no new team advanced. The second wave of attacks began, and the contestants' cries of agony and muffled groans echoed continuously. Strangely, not a single person applied to withdraw from the competition. The mental researchers observing the data below the platform felt secretly pleased. Thanks to the foresight of their mentor, a soundproofing magic array had been added to the helmets. This way, the voices of those wanting to forfeit couldn't reach the outside. To prevent exposure, the researchers would immediately paralyze any contestant wishing to withdraw, rendering them unable to move and forcing them to continue with the experiment. Time ticked by, another 5 minutes passed with no new team advancing. The third wave of attacks commenced, and more participants reached their mental and physical limits, hurriedly carried away by medics. The competition continued with a fourth and fifth wave of attacks, yet no new team succeeded in advancing. In the preparation area, Zhan En's brow was furrowed, his expression puzzled. He keenly sensed something was amiss. Logically, with his example, teams should be trying to establish communication to determine which stone pillar to press. So why hadn't any team succeeded yet? In Zhan En's understanding, this competition seems to test the team's level of coordination, but on a deeper level, it examines their communication, comprehension, and collaboration skills. The higher-ups aim to evaluate how teams communicate without being detected by the judges. However, after many rounds, apart from young Zhan En and his skeleton teammates advancing, no other teams have progressed, nor have any been disqualified for cheating. Could these participants really be so rule-abiding, refraining from communication? The researchers' sharp eyes, aided by alchemical instruments, can instantly detect any irregular behavior from the participants. For instance, when one participant summoned a bee to communicate with a teammate, the researchers immediately activated a paralyzing helmet, causing the participant to convulse and lose consciousness. In another instance, When a pool of water appeared at a participant's feet and spread towards a teammate, the helmet released hallucinogenic gas, calming him instantly. The researchers remained highly vigilant, remembering their mentor's words. Do you realize how many experimental opportunities are lost with each team that passes? For the future of humanity, they must value this experiment and gather as much data as possible. Therefore, advancing depends on whether the researchers approve. In the audience, the residents exclaimed, "This level is too difficult." So far, only young Zhan En and his skeleton teammates have advanced, while the rest seemed like a bunch of fools. The rules are clear. Cheating is only counted if detected. If not, it doesn't count. Many astute residents began to wonder why their children were so obedient, not even thinking of cheating to communicate. It's strange that no team has been disqualified for cheating, a fact that even the residents have noticed, let alone the powerful higher-ups. On the tall platform, the atmosphere grew tense. Marcellus, the head of the Monster Research Institute, wore a serious expression, his bald head gleaming under the lights. He had to admit that the researchers from the Mental Research Institute were bolder than he had imagined, daring to restrict the participants' freedom right under their noses. He believed the participants' tactics were too simplistic, and it was reasonable to stop them. Allowing them to remain in the competition was already giving them a chance. Juana, the head of the Secret Institute, stood up again, needing to counter this argument. Otherwise, the other higher-ups might side with Marcellus. Marcellus sneered and asked, "Then how do you explain preventing the youngsters from withdrawing?" Without waiting for Juana's response, Marcellus looked around and declared, "And the Mental Research Institute conducting large-scale, mental stimulation experiments right under our noses. Many residents have already noticed something's wrong. If this news leaks outside, how will you all respond?" The other higher-ups' expressions changed slightly, and Yade, the head of the Disciplinary Institute, was the first to speak. "We can't let this continue. The actions of the Mental Research Institute currently seem to do more harm than good. We must stop them immediately and hold them accountable." He had long been dissatisfied with the Mental Research Institute's reckless experiments, but had refrained from opposing due to Juana's previous help. Now, he could no longer hold back. Commander Laskin firmly stated, "I believe we must completely terminate the mental stimulation experiments." The emphasis on terminate was so strong that it unsettled Sabina, who had intended to stay out of the matter. "No, the mental stimulation experiments cannot be terminated. Absolutely not." Warden Clementine also opposed Laskin's proposal. Both women were deeply interested in the experiments at the Mental Research Institute and were unwilling to give up easily. Among the seven, only Constance remained silent, appearing indifferent to the discussion. High Priestess Olina sighed inwardly and spoke slowly. "Perhaps we could all compromise. Considering the impact, the group competition segment submitted by the Mental Research Institute should be immediately cancelled, but the proposal to terminate the mental stimulation should not be addressed for now. What do you think?" The 6 others weighed the suggestion and found it acceptable. "Agreed. Agreed." As the debate continued, Constance suddenly raised a question. "What about the next competition?" By then, several rounds of the competition had already taken place, with participants either convulsing, foaming at the mouth, or burnt. Zhan and his skeletons watched silently, as one contestant after another was carried away until none were left on the field, all urgently taken to the Priest's Institute for treatment. Members of the Mental Research Institute cheerfully packed up their equipment, clearly satisfied with the experiment. Zhan looked at the now empty arena and felt a pang of concern. No one advanced? How does that work? Who am I supposed to compete against next? On the tall platform, the 6 leaders remained silent. To them, these children's competitions were unimportant. The outcome was decided, so why bother with the details? Only High Priestess Olina could handle the situation. She sighed again and slowly said, "Due to the inappropriate actions of the Mental Research Institute, the subsequent 2 stages they designed are cancelled. The only successful advancer in this group competition, young Zhan, is naturally the champion. The rest will be ranked based on the Stone Chair's insistence on performance. What do you think?" "Yes, I think it's good." "Agreed. The High Priestess is right." The leaders were indifferent to the matter. The purpose of the Sacred Fire competition was to introduce the residents to the new generation of power, and the individual competition had already achieved that. The group competition was merely an embellishment, not as important. Thus, to the residents' astonishment, the group competition was declared over in just one day. Is it really over? Yes, the group competition was over. With the directive coming directly from the top, the residents had no objections, trusting there was a deeper meaning behind it. Compared to the hasty conclusion of the competition, the news of Zhan's victory, as the sole advancer winning under such fortunate circumstances, sparked lively discussions among the residents. "Oh, little Zhan actually won the group championship? Oh my, the luck of the Charles family." The legend of the Charles family's fortune is true. Even as the champion, Zhan calmly drank his tea, with his skeleton soldiers lined up neatly beside him, showcasing an incredibly strong mindset. In contrast to the complex reward distribution process of the individual competition, this time the process was simple and swift. Zhan En and his skeleton warriors successfully clinched the championship, while the other teams remained unconscious in the priest's compound. Once they awaken, they'll surely try to send out distress signals. This challenge undoubtedly taught the new generation a lesson. Holding the Ember Medal in his hand, Zhan En couldn't help but feel it was somewhat trivial. During the competition, he merely instructed his skeletons to press a stone pillar, effortlessly winning the championship. He decided not to dwell on the reasons behind it, and headed to the garrison warehouse to exchange for the 12 dormant Tulip clan swords. After putting away the Ember Medal, Zhan En went straight to the garrison warehouse. He carefully inserted the 12 pitch-black great swords into the sword slots of the arcane array, then stood in the center of the formation and began to activate it, chanting a mysterious incantation. Tulip Amity. The 12 great swords trembled and floated in the air. The dark luster gradually faded, revealing tulip patterns on the blades that emitted a soothing golden glow. The quality of the Tulip clan swords was exceptional, with a pale gold sharpness rating of 44 and a special enchantment of 1, increasing damage by 10 when using Tulip swordsmanship. The equipment requirements included a spirit of 30, Tulip swordsmanship at level 10, Tulip family bloodline, strength of 15, and constitution of 5. Despite already possessing 2 sets of clan swords, Zhan En felt a surge of joy seeing the magnificent Tulip clan sword successfully awakened. He carefully observed the Tulip bond and discovered that the Tulip's compassion resonated with the wielder during battle, enhancing the wielder's strength by 1 point and providing a slight self-healing ability with each additional sword, stacking up to 12 layers, activating once every 24 hours and lasting for an hour. Compared to the previous 2 sets, this Tulip clan sword bond granted the wielder formidable self-healing abilities, becoming extremely potent when stacked to 12 layers. After admiring them for a while, Zhan En put the swords away, and the room returned to normal lighting. With the Tulip clan swords in hand, he needed to discuss with EC their preparations for food and alchemical potions for the journey to the Black Mist region. 3 days later, ready to depart, Zhan En bid farewell to EC. She cautioned, Zhan En, even though this is your second trip to the wastelands, you must proceed with caution. Zhan En nodded seriously, not revealing to her that his destination was actually the Dead Desert, knowing she wouldn't easily let him go if she knew. Her expression was grave as she continued. Recently, a traitor camp was discovered in the wastelands, littered with traitor corpses, likely due to sect conflicts. Be careful, and use a teleportation scroll if anything goes wrong. A traitor camp. Zhan En was taken aback, finding it familiar. Could it be the one he had eliminated? He nodded again with a cautious glint in his green eyes. Yes, I'll be extra careful. And did you pack enough clothes and food? After 2 hours of reminders, EC finally finished her lecturing, and Zhan En set off on his second monster hunting journey, destination the Dead Desert. Finally, he arrived. The wind howled as the ground beneath him gradually revealed dark brown gravel. This was the boundary between the barren land and the desolate desert. After over 3 weeks of swift travel, Zhan En finally reached this place. As he paused, 5 violet thorn sword guards stood watchfully around him, their eyes fixed on the southeast. An hour passed, then 2, then 3, until suddenly, a group of figures appeared on the distant horizon. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhan En's eyes as he moved forward to meet them. As the figures drew closer, the sound of creaking grew more distinct until they stood before Zhan En. These figures were the 7 violet thorn sword guards and 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers he had previously dispatched. At this moment, the bones of the 7 violet thorn sword guards were stained with the blood and flesh of monsters, exuding a strong scent of blood, clearly indicating they had been through intense battles. Zhan En's gaze focused on the ordinary skeleton soldiers. Their broken bone swords were bloodstained, and their bones appeared noticeably more robust than when they had departed. Most notably, the soul fire within their ribcages was brimming, clearly reaching the threshold of Ascension. Moreover, they had completed their training in bone swordsmanship. Excellent, very good. Zhan En nodded with satisfaction. All the conditions for ascending a new sword guard were met, and there was no time to waste. He immediately ordered, all of you, keep watch on the perimeter. The 12 violet thorn skeleton sword guards quickly spread out to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zhan En then began to draw the Ascension array for the skeleton sword guards on the ground, completing it in no time. He first took out a red rose sword and placed it at the right center of the Ascension array. Then, he ordered an ordinary skeleton soldier to stand at the left center of the array. Not finished yet, Zhan En retrieved some monster corpses he had collected along the way from his storage space and placed them in the sacrificial position of the Ascension array. With these steps completed, Zhan En's expression became solemn as he slowly uttered the mysterious words of Ascension. The Ascension array on the ground was immediately activated, and the monster corpses in the sacrificial position quickly dissolved, releasing waves of death energy that converged on the 2 positions. Both the skeleton soldier and the red rose sword were enveloped in a pillar of light. As Zhan En's pace quickened, Driven by the mysterious forces, they drew closer to each other until they completely merged into a single thick pillar of light, which then shattered with a roar, as if it had never existed. The first one was successful. Before Zhan En stood a formidable ascended skeleton similar to the violet thorn skeleton sword guards. It had a slender physique, wielded a long, thin sword, and had intricate, mysterious red rose patterns spreading from the blade to its entire body. Most striking was its fearsome and sharp aura, which made one's skin tingle with pain even from a distance. The red rose skeleton sword guard had a life value of 150, constitution of 50, strength of 9, speed of 3, and skills of 7, with a total attribute score of 19 points, emphasizing strength and speed. As Zhan En continued his observations, as expected, the skill of the red rose perfectly inherited the special enhancements of the red rose sword. The red rose is derived from the powerful innate abilities of the red rose clan's sword essence. Its characteristics include 1. An increase of 32 levels in red rose bone swordsmanship, with a 10 damage boost when using this swordsmanship. 3. Bond. The blooming of the red rose skeleton sword guard. During battle, the red rose skeleton sword guards resonate with each other. For each additional sword guard, the wielder's strength and speed cap increases by 1 point, with a maximum activation of 12 guards, which can be triggered once a day for an hour. This complements the purple thorn sword guard to some extent. Zhan En wasted no time and immediately began the sublimation of the next sword guard. He couldn't wait a minute longer. A thick beam of light rose once again, followed by the second, third, up to the 10th sword guard. Zhan En worked tirelessly, successfully completing 10 sublimations in a row. Looking at the newly born 10 red rose sword guards before him, Zhan En felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the continuous whispers from the 10 sublimations left him with a dry throat. So he took out a cup of red tea, took a sip to soothe his throat and calm his mind. After finishing his tea, Zhan En put away all the purple thorn sword guards and 4 of the red rose sword guards, leaving only 6 red rose sword guards. Next, he needed to venture into the silent desert. At this point, Zhan En had not yet acquired a second sublimation skeleton soldier, so he needed to proceed cautiously and discreetly. He had to reach an area where a large number of stonebox monsters lay dormant as quickly as possible. The stonebox monsters had obvious weaknesses and provided substantial spiritual essence, offering Zhan En the opportunity to quickly elevate to spirituality 10, which is one of the conditions for the second sublimation of the skeleton sword guard. What intrigued Zhan En even more was that many of these stonebox monsters contained Ersba ancient coins. The more Ersba ancient coins he had before heading to the Ersba ruins, the better. Riding the iron step palanquin, 2 red rose sword guards lifted it while the remaining 4 were on alert around him. Off they went. Whoosh. The red rose sword guards set off swiftly, and Zhan En, seated on the palanquin, could feel the scenery rapidly receding around him. Soon, black-brown sand began to fill his entire view, and the silent desert unfolded before him. This black-brown desert was once a vast, giant lake that nurtured countless creatures until one day when a dreadful black mist spread, mysteriously causing the water to vanish and nearly wiping out all life. Over time, it transformed into the perilous silent desert, allowing only beings with spirituality below 19 to roam. Familiar with the route, Zhan En deliberately avoided areas inhabited by creatures with spirituality above 10 and steered clear of treacherous quicksand zones, successfully advancing deeper. For days later, Zhan En stood atop a large sand dune, where the scorching, dry wind blew sand against his armor, creating a ticking sound. He gazed into the distance and could vaguely see a massive cluster of wind-eroded pillars below. These wind-eroded pillars were giant weathered rocks, mostly narrow at the base and wide at the top, resembling stone columns planted in the desert. This should be it, quite extensive, Zhan En remarked, taking out an alchemical telescope to estimate the number of wind-eroded pillars, which amounted to over 6,000. Within each wind-eroded pillar lay at least 1 dormant stonebox monster. This meant that this area held over 6,000 stonebox monsters. Stonebox monsters, with spirituality 15, strength 6, constitution 10, and speed 3, were creatures with formidable defense, making them extremely difficult to defeat without the right approach. Sword guards, it's time to hunt some monsters. With a surge of psionic energy, Zhan En summoned all the skeletal sword guards and began issuing commands. Each pair of sword guards was to team up and target the stone box monsters within the wind-eroded pillars, with each pair focusing on a single monster. One sword guard was assigned to cut down the wind-eroded pillar, while the other was to immediately scatter gold dust as the stone box monster emerged, enticing it to expose its core. These creatures had a particular affinity for heavy metals and shiny objects, especially gold dust. Once it clung to them, they would eagerly attempt to renew the surface of their stone box, inadvertently revealing their vulnerabilities in the process. Under Zhan En's direction, 22 skeletal sword guards, each carrying a pouch of gold dust at their waists, divided into 11 groups, and charged toward the wind-eroded pillars below. Zhan En, meanwhile, activated his golden feathered serpent wings, hovering midair to oversee the operation and ensure nothing went amiss. As the grouped sword guards, following Zhan En's orders, maintained a deliberate distance from one another within the pillar cluster, Zhan En gave the command from above, "Begin." Instantly, the sword guards assigned to cut the pillars aimed their large swords at the bases and struck with force. With a sharp sound, the pale gold swords sliced through the stone like tofu, severing the pillars at their roots. With a thunderous crash, the pillars fell, awakening the slumbering stone box monsters. Cracks rapidly spread across the pillar surfaces until they shattered, and a creature burst forth. These creatures were not large, standing only a meter tall, resembling roughly carved stone boxes. At the location of the stone lock was a glaring scarlet eye, filled with insatiable greed. Awoken, the stone box monsters were ferociously violent, their stone lock eyes splitting open, revealing a gaping mouth lined with sharp teeth, from which oozed brownish-black saliva. At this moment, the waiting skeletal sword guards immediately grabbed handfuls of gold dust and scattered it over the monsters. The gold dust settled, and the once furious stone box monsters entered a frenzy, their box-like bodies opening and closing, stone locks clamped shut as they absorbed the gold dust in a fervor, renewing their surfaces. Simultaneously, a brown key began to emerge on the back of the stone box monsters, which was their weak point and the core of their power. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal sword guards thrust their large swords at the key's core with precision and force. The brown key shattered instantly, and the sound of breaking stones emanated from within the monster, followed by a cascade of rubble as it crumbled into a pile of debris. Spirit quality 1.5, Spirit quality 1.5. Each group successfully defeated a stone box monster without awakening the others. This was because, as long as the wind-eroded pillars where the stone box monsters slumbered remained standing, the creatures would stay asleep, preventing any chance of a coordinated attack. Zhan En did not instruct the skeletal sword guards to continue, but instead descended to the ground, landing before the pile of stones left by the defeated monster. He began sifting through the piles of glimmering minerals and glowing, unidentified beast bones, yet found nothing. Could this mean the location was wrong, and that it was elsewhere? Suddenly, while sifting through the ninth pile, a glint of gold caught Zhan En's attention. He immediately cleared away the rubble, revealing a gold coin. Eagerly, he picked it up and gently rubbed it, cleaning off the surface debris. The familiar and unique shield pattern emerged. It was indeed an Ersba coin. This confirmed that he had found the right place. With the presence of the Ersba coin verified, Zhan En felt completely at ease, knowing that the eroded stone columns he was clearing were indeed his target. Carefully pocketing the coin, he flapped his wings and flew back into the air, issuing further commands. Clear out all the stone box monsters here. With sounds of creak, bang, crash, the skeletal sword guards paired up and, following the previous procedure, began to fell a new batch of eroded columns and slay the stone box monsters within. Spirit Essence 1.5, Spirit Essence 1.5. As another 11 stone box monsters were shattered, revealing the items they had once consumed. This time, Zhan En did not descend to search, but chose to order the continuation, as it would be more efficient to search once all the stone box monsters were cleared. From day to night, and night to day again, the skeletal sword guards tirelessly continued their monster-clearing task among the eroded columns for a full 25 hours, with Zhan En also not taking a break. The importance of this area lay not only in the Ersba coins, but also because it was the entrance to the ruins of the former Shield Age Dominion, the United Kingdom of Ersba. Spirit Essence 1.5, Spirit Essence 1.5, with the Spirit Essence accumulation reaching 9,000, Spirituality 1, and current Spirituality at 10, earning an Attribute point 1 and a Skill point 1, Zhan En finally advanced to Spirituality 10. He perked up and added 1 point to Strength, Skeleton Revival 1. The end was near, with only a little over 1,000 eroded columns remaining. Hovering in midair, Zhan En constantly monitored the actions of the skeletal sword guards. 5 hours later, as the last eroded column fell and the stone box monsters inside shattered into piles, the area was finally cleared. Spirit Essence 172110000. Zhan En glanced at the Spirit Essence accumulation progress, then descended to issue a new command. Retrieve everything from the stone piles, especially the Ersba coins. He joined the skeletal sword guards in clearing the over 6,000 rubble piles. After half a day of effort, 2 piles of items appeared before Zhan En, one large and one small. The larger pile consisted of various ores, strange beast bones, some of which were rare and valuable, while others were ordinary and merely for show, to be handled by the family later. The smaller pile, however, was dazzlingly golden, with over 2,000 Ersba coins. In the initial search, Zhan En estimated a 10 chance of finding coins within the stone box monsters, but the actual number far exceeded expectations, totaling over 2,000 coins, even more than those found in the Pain Castle treasure chest. This unexpected windfall, combined with the previous 1,800 coins, brought the total to 3,809 coins, enough to outfit an Ersba warband with shields. An Ersba warband consists of 36 members, which would significantly expedite the skeletal sword guard's secondary ascension preparation. After securing all the loot, Zhan En exhaled deeply as the tension finally eased, feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. He hadn't rested for a full 42 hours. In contrast, the skeletal sword guards remained upright and tireless. It was nighttime, with the blood moon hanging high. Zhan En looked up at the blood moon, noticing it was gradually nearing its full phase. About 5 days remained until the full moon. Only by conducting the correct ritual at the right time and place could they enter the ruins of the ancient United Kingdom of Ersba. Zhan En intended to use this time for rest and preparation for the arcane ritual. He quickly commanded, "Stand guard around the perimeter." Then, after quickly consuming some rations, he crawled into his tent and, under the watchful eyes of 22 skeletal sword guards, peacefully drifted into sleep. Night turned to day and back again several times, until once more darkness fell. A blood moon hung high, reaching its fullest form, like a giant crimson eye watching over the earth. Monsters grew restless, their distant roars echoing through the night, as the spiritual energy in the air reached its peak activity for the month. Those attuned to this energy dared not sleep, remaining ever vigilant against potential monster attacks. The time had come. In the area beneath a large hill, a concealed passageway's mystical array began to glow. Thousands of stone box creatures, reduced to piles of rubble, were placed in specific positions within the array. As the mystical array activated, the rubble quickly dissolved, transforming into streams of earth-brown energy that flowed incessantly toward the array's center. Meanwhile, Zhan En stood solemnly, uttering cryptic incantations as a peculiar force of attraction erupted from the array's center. The moonlight cast by the blood moon was continuously drawn into this center, dimming the surroundings as the earth-brown energy intertwined with the gathered moonlight. Suddenly, a reddish-brown portal began to materialize at the heart of the array, flickering in and out of view. Sensing this, Zhan En's voice rose sharply. In an instant, the rubble within the array completely dissolved, intensifying the moonlight's consumption. When the blood moon reached its zenith, the once flickering reddish-brown portal finally solidified. As it did, Zhan En's incantations ceased. Without hesitation, he approached the portal, aware that time was of the essence. The reddish-brown portal was modest in size, only 3 meters high, exuding a sense of transparent energy. Its surface was an intricate weave of earth-brown and blood-red patterns, seemingly endless. As Zhan En placed his hand on the portal, an irresistible force pulled him through. Suddenly, his surroundings were as bright as day, as if he had entered a new world. He had successfully reached one of the precious relics of the Ersba United Kingdom Merit Exchange Hall. Before him stood an enormous pyramid-like structure, reminiscent of a giant beast resting, exuding an impressive and ancient aura that commanded respect. Each of the 4 faces of the Merit Exchange Hall was adorned with distinct, imposing shields, conveying an impression of invulnerability. The surfaces were seamless, suggesting the absence of any entrance. Zhan En's gaze swept from top to bottom, knowing that the entrance was not above ground but below, perhaps to defend against formidable foes. Major constructions from the Age of Shields typically featured a concealed underground entrance. After surveying his surroundings, Zhan En relied on his memory to estimate the appropriate distance and angle, eventually pinpointing the location of the underground entry. This was it. He summoned his skeletal sword guards and immediately ordered them to commence digging. Their pale gold quality swords proved perfect for the task. With the skeletal guards' powerful assistance, the blades easily sank into the earth, swiftly excavating the soil. Before long, several tall mounds of earth had accumulated. Approximately 4 hours later, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as the skeletal sword guards finally broke through to the underground passage, with 2 falling in. Zhan En quickly peered down to find it was quite deep. Rather than jumping in immediately, he instructed the number 1 purple thorn sword guard, carrying a glowing stone, to descend first. Zhan En led the 2 fallen skeleton sword guards through the underground passage towards the Merit Exchange. Through the eyes of the number 1 purple thorn sword guard, he could clearly see the strange murals adorning the tunnel walls. Although time had eroded their details, the grandeur and vastness of that era were still faintly perceptible. The journey was smooth and uneventful, with no dangers or traps encountered until the end of the passage. There stood an ancient, heavy iron shield door, carved with 2 lifelike beast heads resembling lions or tigers. Their eyes were shut, and their fangs curved downward, seemingly posing no threat. With the number 1 purple thorn sword guard leading the way, Zhan En confidently jumped down. The red rose sword guard lifted the iron carriage and swiftly moved towards the iron shield door, soon reaching their destination. Zhan En put away the iron carriage and slowly approached the iron shield door. The ancient alchemical beings, the slumbering lion-tiger beast heads, were specifically crafted by ancient alchemists as guardians, endowing the door with a powerful defensive field, making them the ideal gatekeepers. Zhan En decided to activate them first. With a thought, the two skeleton sword guards stepped forward, one grasping the left beast head's fang, the other the right, and simultaneously twisted them. With a crisp turning sound, the pairs of fangs curved upward, completing the activation. The skeleton sword guards released their grip and quickly retreated. Moments later, the tightly shut eyes of the two lion-tiger beast heads suddenly opened, awakening from their long slumber. The left beast head yawned and greeted its companion. Right? Slept for so long. The right beast head, appearing serious, casually replied. Left, it has been a long sleep. The two beast heads began conversing as if no one else was present. Zhan En interrupted them sternly. All right, you two, please fulfill your duties. He knew that if left to their chatter, they would continue indefinitely until they fell asleep again. Zhan En's words caught their attention, their golden vertical pupils focusing on the human before them. The left beast head looked annoyed. Time to work again. The right beast head scrutinized Zhan En, speaking cautiously. Left, be careful. He's a stranger. Ignoring their discussion, Zhan En remained serious, uttering a string of unfamiliar codes. These were alchemical encryption terms from the Shield era, specific to this merit exchange. Upon hearing the encryption terms, the beast heads immediately produced mechanical sounds. Please state the encryption term for the United Kingdom's 96th year, 13th period. Zhan En responded. Please state the encryption term for the United Kingdom's 88th year, 32nd period. After verification, the iron shield door slowly opened. Thank you both. Zhan En expressed his gratitude and, flanked by the skeleton sword guards, walked inside. Once he entered, the iron shield door closed again, and the beast heads reappeared. The left beast head curiously remarked. Strange. How does a non-council stranger know the encryption terms? The right beast head dismissively replied. That's not our concern. Bored, the left beast head suggested. All right, I'm just bored. Let's play a counting game. The right beast head agreed. Sure, 369. Their counting echoed through the empty passage. Passing through the iron shield gate, Zhan En finally entered the interior of the Merit Exchange Center. The scene before him was incredibly bright, with layers of stone steps stretching endlessly like an infinite passage. He put away the purple thorn sword guard, leaving the faster red rose sword guard, and then sat on an iron sedan, beginning his rapid ascent of the stairs. After several hours, he finally reached the summit. There, a massive golden light orb illuminated the entire interior of the pyramid. Almost there, almost there. After a few more hours of climbing, Zhan En finally stood before the golden orb. It stood 5 meters tall, radiating an astonishing light. Fortunately, Zhan En had prepared a black mirror beforehand, allowing him to barely withstand the glow. The core device of the Merit Exchange Center, the Merit Exchange Sphere, was also a super alchemical life form. Zhan En took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, calming his slightly excited mood. Then, he removed his gauntlet, revealing his perfectly flawless right hand, and gently placed it on the surface of the Merit Exchange Sphere. Boom. Instantly, Zhan En's mind connected with the Merit Exchange Sphere. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Please log in. Zhan En was prepared and entered. IO. The login was successful, and the mechanical voice continued. Honorable Candidate Council Member. In an instant, a vast array of exchange entries appeared before Zhan En. Categories such as spiritual equipment, alchemical life forms, and alchemical potions were numerous and comprehensive, dazzling to the eyes. Note, current merit points are 0. A prompt sounded, and Zhan En quickly took out 3,809 Ersba gold coins and submitted them. A mysterious wave swept through, and all the Ersba gold coins disappeared. At this moment, the merit points became 3,809, and Zhan En immediately began the exchange. Request to exchange for a regiment shield set. He decisively issued the command. The system responded. Permission under review. Review approved. A large number of exchange entries rapidly disappeared before Zhan En's eyes, leaving only 4 pale gold entries. First Regiment, Fearless Shield Set, original quantity 36, remaining 36, requires 3,600 merit points for exchange, sub-council member level and above, cannot be split for exchange. Second Regiment, Resolute Shield Set, remaining 36, Third Regiment, Brave Shield Set, remaining 36, Fourth Regiment, Fortified Shield Set, remaining 36. Without hesitation, Zhan En proceeded with the exchange as planned. Consume 3,600 merit points. First Regiment, Fearless Shield Set exchange successful. Please exit to collect. Zhan En's right hand left the exchange sphere, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. In front of him, a total of 36 crimson large shields floated in midair, exuding a heavy, ancient aura of fearlessness. Fearless Shield Set. This was a powerful spiritual equipment crafted by the Ersba United Kingdom, using a large amount of rare metals for the first regiment. Quality: pale gold. Durability: 49. Special enhancement: 1. Ersba Shield Technique Level 32. Ersba Shield Technique Durability 10. 3. Shield of Fearlessness. Equipment requirements: Spirit 30. Ersba Shield Technique Level 10. Member of the Ersba 1st Regiment. Strength 25. This equipment was extremely powerful, with a durability of 49 points, capable of defending against fearsome attacks from controllers. Seeing such high attributes, Zhan En felt very satisfied and continued to check other information. Shield techniques were similar to sword techniques, not needing much attention. Zhan En's focus was mainly on the 3rd special enhancement Shield of Fearlessness. Zhan En's fearless shield gear is imbued with a formidable will, granting immunity against negative effects and providing a duration of 10 minutes per point of constitution. This ability is particularly advantageous in the silent desert when facing poisonous monsters, especially the boss in the Black Mist node he plans to clear, which is highly toxic. Although Zhan En can currently only redeem one set of fearless shield gear, the capabilities of other battlegroup shield gear are equally impressive. He understands that this ruin will not be discovered by some lucky individual for decades, giving him ample time to collect Ersba ancient coins and exchange them for more shield gear. As time was running late, Zhan En stored away the 36 pieces of fearless shield gear and all the skeleton sword guards, placing his hand on the golden exchange sphere to make a redemption. Moments later, with a flash of golden light, Zhan En vanished. This was followed by a mechanical alarm, indicating that the Ersba United Kingdom might have ceased to exist and needed urgent verification. As the world spun around him and a blood moon hung in the sky, Zhan En was directly transported outside, appearing precisely on the arcane array he had drawn. Facing the now empty array, with the portal at its core vanished, Zhan En cast a profound look, as if seeing through the spatial barrier back to the Ersba ruins he had just left. He activated his crimson gold feather serpent wings, with 6-meter-long wings vibrating, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He needed to find a quiet place to conduct the second round of Ascension rituals for the skeleton sword guards. After flying for about 3 hours, a uniquely shaped brown sand dune appeared beneath him, rising high on all sides with a large depression at the top. This was the location Zhan En had long chosen, where the surrounding black sand dunes would effectively conceal the activities within the pit. Landing at the bottom of the pit, Zhan En waved his hand, summoning all the skeleton sword guards. Then, he took out 23 ordinary shields and a regular greatsword, distributing them among himself and the skeletons. Now, he began practicing the bone shield tactics. Zhan En retracted his crimson gold feather serpent wings, holding a greatsword in one hand and a shield in the other, as he practiced shield defense sword strike, shield bash sword block, and shield's word combined attack. With his movements, the greatsword and shield gradually became shrouded in a pale white psionic energy, with an air of grim determination spreading around. After one round, familiar words emerged in Zhan En's mind, successfully creating an unnamed tactic called bone shield tactics. This tactic is tailored for skeletal soldiers, integrating offense and defense with formidable power. It provides a special enhancement. When skeletal types use sword weapons, damage is increased by 1 multiplied by their level. When using shield weapons, defense is increased by 1 multiplied by their level. For non-skeletal creatures, the enhancement does not apply. Bone shield tactics is one of the thresholds for the skeleton sword guards' second ascension. With a foundation in bone sword techniques, the skeleton sword guards learned quickly. The purple thorn skeleton sword guards mastered the bone shield tactics. The red rose skeleton sword guards also mastered the bone shield tactics. Thus, all the conditions for the secondary ascension of the purple thorn sword guards were met. The second stage of the undead equipped iron cavalry route's ascension target is called skeleton shield guards, with ascension conditions including 1. At least 10 points of spirituality for the deceased. 2. Skeleton sword guards meet the ascension threshold and master bone shield tactics. 3. Sacrifice a shield-type spiritual equipment of blue quality or higher. Zhan En steadied himself and retrieved an exquisite jar from his storage space. When he opened it, a rich aura of energy emanated from within. The jar contained a mysterious, grayish-white fluid that shimmered with a cold luster. This was the essential secret bone fluid required to draw the Ascension magic array for the skeleton shield warrior, a substance of greater value and complexity in its creation. Zhan En carefully poured out the secret bone fluid and began crafting the intricate array. Compared to the array for skeleton sword warriors, the shield warrior's array was more complex, requiring meticulous attention and seamless execution without any room for error. Fortunately, Zhan En was skilled, and soon a grayish-white array appeared on the brown sandy surface. Number 1. Step into the main position, he commanded, and with that, Number 1. The purple thorn sword warrior moved to the center of the Ascension magic array. Zhan En then placed a fearless shield in the secondary position and filled the sacrificial spots on the outer circle with the corpses of pre-prepared monsters. Once everything was set, the energy within Zhan En began to surge, and a cold, deathly energy descended into the array. Instantly, grayish-white flames ignited along the array's lines. Simultaneously, Zhan En began the mysterious chant of Ascension. The monster corpses on the sacrificial spots quickly disintegrated like kindling, transforming into pure energy that merged into the array's patterns. The grayish-white flames grew taller, engulfing everything within the array. Seeing the flames reach the desired intensity, Zhan En continued his chanting. He then retrieved various items exuding potent energy from his storage space-fallen flame fangs, black rock marrow, and succulent flower buds and cast them into the flames. With a roar, the grayish-white flames soared, turning the entire array into a towering torch, burning fiercely. The changes within the array were subtle, marked only by the cracking sounds of bones and shields echoing through the flames. Zhan En's mind was clear, focused solely on the final incantations. Suddenly, a formidable presence descended, and a tall shadow faintly appeared at the center of the array. As the shadow emerged, the surging grayish-white flames seemed to find their target, rushing toward it eagerly. The shadow absorbed the flames with ease, which gradually thinned as they were consumed. When the last wisp of grayish-white flame was absorbed, the chanting ceased, and a gleam of excitement shone in Zhan En's eyes. At the center of the array stood a terrifying skeletal creature. Its towering figure reached 3 meters. Each bone comprising its body was exceptionally robust, far surpassing the sword warriors. Its thick left skeletal hand wielded a massive, crimson shield, 2 meters long and immensely heavy, with the face of a roaring lion-tiger beast engraved upon it, exuding an aura of indestructibility. The powerful right skeletal hand still held the familiar purple-veined greatsword, now a size larger, with the purple thorn pattern more intricate, subtly depicting a noble purple thorn. This further awakening of the sword's essence during the second ascension allowed it to match the shield warrior's 3-meter stature. Zhan En couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha! Zhan En eagerly approached the thorn shield sword guard to inspect this formidable creature's attributes. The thorn skeleton shield guard boasted 400 health points, a constitution of 50, strength of 18, and speed of 3, with skill levels at 3. The combination of the thorn shield tactics at levels 1 and 3 was truly terrifying. With 18 points in strength and a total attribute score of 29, it could easily overpower lower-tier psionics and even stand strong among mid-tier ones. In the Dead Desert, where most creatures had a spirituality below 15, the Thorn Shield Sword Guard was unmatched. With just one of these, Zhan En could traverse the Dead Desert effortlessly. Moreover, the Thorn Shield Sword Guard perfectly inherited the synergy of the Fearless Shield and the Thorn Sword. The Fearless Thorn was born from the fusion of the Thorn Sword and the Fearless Shield of the First Legion of Ersba, granting it formidable talents. Thorn Shield Tactics level 32, with damage and defense each increased by 10 when using the tactic. Additionally, the Fearless Thorn bond allowed the Thorn Shield Sword Guard to resonate in battle, gaining 1 point in strength and constitution for each additional guard, while also becoming immune to negative effects. Each point of constitution could last for 10 minutes, and once fully activated, strength would reach a formidable 30 points, constitution 20 points, and the immunity could last up to 200 minutes. However, the speed of 3 was glaringly slow. Compared to its strength, this speed was indeed too sluggish. This was due to the heavy shield, which naturally limited movement speed. The idea of having the skeleton shield guard put down its shield to increase speed was not feasible, as the skeleton, thorn sword, and fearless shield were completely integrated. Typically, where the skeleton was, the thorn sword and fearless shield would also be present. Forcing them apart would significantly diminish the attributes of the skeleton shield guard, making it not worthwhile. The slow speed wasn't much of a concern, as most creatures would attack proactively, eliminating the need for pursuit. Zhan En wasn't worried. Once it evolved into a Black Knight after 3 upgrades, the speed issue would naturally be resolved. Go guard the perimeter. After checking the attributes, Zhan En immediately commanded the first Thorn Shield Guard to leave the arcane formation, as there were 11 more Thorn Sword Guards awaiting evolution. Number 2 Thorn Sword Guard enter. The second Thorn Sword Guard creaked into the arcane formation. Zhan En began the second set of processes, followed by the third, fourth, up to the 12th one. Dawn broke, and the dim sunlight spread across the land, illuminating the bottom of the sand pit. 12 towering Thorn Shield Guards stood in a solemn line, their soul fires cold within their skeletal frames, exuding an intense aura of menace. Zhan En stood before them, his face showing no signs of fatigue despite the sleepless night, his expression one of exhilaration. This overwhelming presence and pressure assured him that all his efforts were worthwhile. Next to the Thorn Shield Guards, 10 shorter Red Rose Sword Guards stood in formation. Zhan En's gaze landed on the Red Rose Sword Guards, his brow furrowing as he thought. Weak, too weak. Initially, he was satisfied with the red rose sword guards, but compared to the thorn shield guards, they paled in comparison. He needed to kill quickly and accumulate enough death energy to meet the evolution requirements as swiftly as possible. Zhan En, full of energy, was eager to deploy them for monster hunting. With a wave of his hand, he retracted all the skeleton soldiers, and his crimson gold feathered serpent wings unfurled. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered, oh, there's still a summoning slot. Without delay, he retrieved a monster corpse and performed skeleton resurrection. As the 23rd ordinary skeleton soldier emerged, Zhan En didn't even glance at it before storing it back in the summoning space. His wings flapped, and he soared skyward, his figure quickly vanishing into the horizon. After flying for about 5 hours, Zhan En finally reached his destination and landed on a massive wind-eroded pillar. This was no ordinary pillar. Though it did not house the slumber of stone creatures within, its scale was impressive. Standing 50 meters tall, with a top width of about 10 meters and a base of 5 meters, it was an ideal resting spot for a flying psionic. This place was known as the flat-topped mushroom pillar. Zhan En retracted his crimson gold serpent wings and walked along the top of the pillar, which was smooth and flat as if cut by an external force. He set up a tent and campfire, while the skeletons began roasting meat and pitching tents. Zhan En sat on a stone bench, leisurely sipping tea and enjoying dessert. His gaze drifted to the distance, where the dunes were pockmarked with holes, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. As night fell, the sandworm creatures would emerge, and Zhan En needed to rest well to restore his energy for the upcoming battle. As darkness descended, a rustling sound suddenly came from the densely pitted dunes in the distance, shattering the night's silence and sending chills down one's spine. Then, worm-like creatures, each 5 meters long, crawled out from the holes. Their heads and tails were almost identical, with mouths shaped like a chrysanthemum, filled with sharp, semi-curved teeth spinning wildly, resembling an entrance to the abyss. Strangely, they had no eyes or antennae, and their seemingly smooth outer skin actually consisted of layers of folds, allowing them to navigate the desert. At the same time, a shadow leapt from the flat-topped mushroom pillar, unfurling 6-meter-long crimson gold serpent wings, swiftly flying toward the scene. The timing was perfect. Suspended in the air, Zhan En watched the sandworm creatures emerging below. With a spirit of 16, strength of 8, constitution of 5, and speed of 5, sandworm creatures were of average attributes among the monsters of the dead silent desert, yet not commonly seen. They hid during the day and emerged at night, feeding on minerals hidden in the sand, only launching frenzied attacks when encountering psionics. Notably, their hearts were fatally attractive to ant-like creatures. This last piece of information was the reason Zhan En had come here specifically to hunt them. Without delay, he summoned 12 purple thorn shield guards and 10 red rose sword guards. Let the slaughter begin. The 22 powerful skeleton soldiers landed on the sand, creating craters. This disturbance immediately caught the attention of the sandworm creatures. Sensing Zhan En's aura on the skeletons, they quickly became agitated and charged toward the landing skeletons. The purple thorn shield guards focused on protecting the red rose sword guards, ensuring the final blow was delivered by the red rose sword guards. Under Zhan En's command, a purple thorn shield guard paired with a red rose sword guard to protect and assist in the hunt. Otherwise, the red rose sword guards wouldn't be able to handle so many sandworm creatures on their own. The remaining 2 purple thorn shield guards hunted freely. On the sand, the sandworm creatures opened their massive mouths to bite at the skeleton soldiers, their sharp teeth spinning fiercely, producing a terrifying hissing sound. The purple thorn shield guards on the outer circle stood firm, raising their large shields with a mighty sweep. Boom! A swarm of wriggling sandworms crashed against the large shield, their spinning sharp teeth clashing fiercely with it, sending sparks flying. However, due to the sheer difference in power, the towering figure of the purple thorn shield guard remained unmoved. With a swing of its right bone claw wielding a great sword, several streaks of purple light flashed through the night. Flash! Yellowish-brown insect blood splattered as over a dozen sandworms were cleaved in half, their severed bodies hitting the ground with a thud, writhing desperately. Even on the brink of death, they struggled to inch towards the purple thorn shield guards, spewing insect blood from their gaping mouths. At this moment, the red rose sword guards from the inner circle moved in, targeting the ends of the sandworms' severed limbs, and stabbed down forcefully. Flash! Yellowish-brown insect blood splattered, covering the red rose sword guards, and the twitching limbs fell still. Spirit Essence 1.6, Spirit Essence 1.6. Hovering in midair, Zhan En observed the shifting dynamics of the battle. The next phase was imminent. On the dunes, the sandworms' biting assaults were futile against the formidable attributes of the purple thorn shield guards, leaving behind only a field of corpses. As with other monster swarms, the death of their kin only fueled the ferocity of the sandworms. Once the scent of blood reached a certain intensity, the sandworms abruptly ceased their attack, burrowing into the sand at incredible speed. Within moments, they vanished, leaving behind a multitude of sand holes. In the air, Zhan En, anticipating this move, calmly issued orders. The large shields were placed on the ground, with the purple thorn shield guards and red rose sword guards lying atop them. The purple thorn shield guards were tasked with holding down the shields and, upon attack, driving their great swords into the sand. On the surface, the purple thorn shield guards placed their heavy shields on the sand, creating depressions. The skeleton soldiers lay on the shields, their great swords extended beyond the edges, ready to strike at any moment. Rustle. Beneath the sand, the rustling grew louder. This was the sound of sandworms moving through the sand, their skin rubbing against it. The sandworms tunneled beneath the skeleton soldiers, bursting from the sand with mouths agape to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Their jaws collided with the sturdy shields, the spinning teeth grinding fiercely against them, sparks flying. The shield's surfaces remained unscathed. Instead, the sound of teeth snapping echoed, and blood gushed from the worms' mouths. Under the immense 18-point strength of the purple thorn shield guards, the shields showed no signs of being dislodged. Seizing the moment as the sandworms were held at bay, the skeleton soldiers launched a swift attack. Flash. The pale golden quality greatsword, enhanced by immense power, easily pierced the worms' heads, causing copious yellowish-brown blood to seep out onto the sand. The sandworms continued their relentless assault from below, their numbers so vast that the purple thorn shield guards and red rose sword guards didn't need to aim precisely. Merely thrusting beneath the shield edge guaranteed a hit on a sandworm. Spirit Essence 1.6. Spirit Essence 1.6. Zhan En's Spirit Essence surged rapidly, and the soul fire of the red rose sword guards grew ever more intense. The blood moon gradually faded as the sun quietly rose, revealing a dim horizon. The skeletons had been engaged in relentless slaughter throughout the night, and the sand beneath their heavy shields was thoroughly soaked in the yellow-brown blood of the worm creatures. Flesh and sand intermixed, emitting a pungent stench of blood. All across the sandy surface lay the bodies of the writhing worm creatures, pushed out by their kin, with scattered, twisted, and decayed limbs of varying sizes. In this gruesomely bloody desert, the worm creatures continued to surge from beneath the sand, writhing madly. Spirit Essence 1.6. After more than 10 hours of massacre, over 1,000 worm creatures had fallen to the great sword, and the Spirit Essence had accumulated to 348110000. Zhan En gazed at the slowly rising sun on the horizon, muttering to himself, "Daylight is here, they should return to their burrows." As the sun fully rose, the frenzied attacking worm creatures appeared to be summoned, abruptly halting their assault. They emerged from beneath the sand and headed towards the dense sand burrows nearby, without a backward glance, completely forgetting the recent bloodshed. Like a receding tide, they all burrowed into the sand holes, with the rustling sound of their movement gradually fading until not a single worm creature remained on the sandy surface. Strangely, the frenzied bloodlust infection of the black mist could not suppress their instinct to be active at night and retreat during the day. Zhan En descended, retracting his golden feathered serpent wings, stepping onto the damp sand as the sharp scent of blood filled the air. He casually selected a worm creature's corpse and precisely cut open its blood chamber. With a slash, the blood chamber was breached, and yellow-brown blood gushed out, expelling a yellow-brown object that fell onto the sand. Zhan En bent down to pick up the object, discovering it to be approximately 10 centimeters wide, resembling a piece of art with its smooth, cubic crystalline surfaces. This was the heart flesh of the worm creature, a crystallized form from consuming minerals over time, suspended within the blood chamber, covered by worm blood, and providing continuous power to the entire creature through resonance. "Go, follow my instructions and extract all the heart flesh," Zhan En commanded, as 22 skeletons spread out over the sand dunes, cutting open the blood chambers of the worm corpses to retrieve the heart flesh. Many worm creature corpses were lodged in the sand, requiring the skeletons to dig them out, which was time-consuming. After half a day, they finally amassed a pile of over 1,000 pieces of heart flesh in front of Zhan En. He estimated internally, shaking his head. The black mist node in the dead silent desert, known as the ant nest, was vast. To lure out the ant soldiers inside using the worm creature's heart flesh, much more would be needed. "Let's head back for a rest, and return after sunset to continue the hunt." Zhan En gathered the heart flesh and skeletons, unfurled his golden feathered serpent wings, and began returning to the flat mushroom stone pillar. He deployed the purple thorn shield guard, red rose sword guard, and a regular skeleton soldier to commence the slaughter. Make sure to protect the regular skeleton soldier. Don't let it die. It's okay if the spirit essence accumulates slowly. Safety is the priority. With the purple thorn shield guard's protection, the red rose sword guard and regular skeleton sword guards would face no significant issues. After organizing the skeletons, Zhan En flew back to the flat-topped mushroom pillar to rest. As night fell, He awoke on time and descended from the pillar, first heading to the deployment area of the skeletons. Despite the vast numbers and relentless advance of the monsters, the outer circle of purple thorn shield guards stood firm, unyieldingly striking their giant shields. With each swing of their great swords, groups of monsters were cleaved apart, their twisted limbs littering the ground, insect blood staining the sand red. The red rose sword guards in the inner circle were also engaged in combat, but their slaughter speed was noticeably slower, requiring them to retreat behind the large shields to protect their health. Meanwhile, the regular skeleton soldiers in the center diligently wielded their broken bone blades against the nearly defeated monsters, which their companions had weakened for them. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind descended, sending sand and stones flying, and the monster horde was thrown into disarray. The skeletons seized the opportunity to temporarily disengage from the battle, and Zhan En quickly summoned them back before flying towards the area of the sandworm monsters. The familiar scene unfolded once again, as the sandworm monsters clashed fiercely with the skeletons, while Zhan En hovered above, monitoring the entire battlefield. The sounds of rustling, tearing, creaking, and rumbling intertwined, adding 1.6 to the spirit essence. As the sun gradually rose, the sandworm monster horde retreated like a tide, leaving behind a field of corpses. Zhan En checked the accumulation of spirit essence, reaching 5,593 out of 10,000, and felt satisfied with the progress. The skeletons skillfully began dissecting, increasing the cubic heart crystals by over 1,000. On the way back, Zhan En continued deploying the skeletons to hunt monsters while he returned to rest. As the blood moon rose and night fell again, Zhan En descended from the flat-topped mushroom pillar. Midway, he unleashed a storm, recalling the skeletons engaged in hunting, and redeployed them to slaughter the sandworm monsters. With the sunrise, the sandworm monster horde retreated once more, adding over 1,000 cubic heart crystals, and the spirit essence accumulation reached 7,705. On the return journey, Zhan En deployed the skeletons to hunt again, while he went back to rest. The blood moon rose once more, and Zhan En numbly began a new night. The spirit essence accumulation reached 10,000, increasing his spirituality by 1, bringing it to 11, and earning an attribute point and a skill point. The surge in spirituality awakened his numbed mind. Instinctively, he allocated the points, 1 to strength, 1 to skeleton resurrection. After distributing the points, he dazedly looked up at the sky, where the sun's halo quietly appeared. He decided to wait a bit longer to complete this cycle. As the sandworm monster horde retreated, the skeletons began dissecting. Once completed, the cubic heart flesh increased by over 1,000 again. In fact, the amount of heart flesh collected the previous night was already sufficient, but seeing the imminent increase in spirituality, Zhan En decided to endure one more night. After several days of relentless slaughter, the soul flames of the 10 red rose sword guards were abundantly full, reaching the threshold for a second evolution. Even the regular skeleton soldier had reached the threshold for its first evolution. Mission accomplished. Before leaving, Zhan En made sure to perform one last skeleton resurrection, summoning an ordinary skeleton soldier. He then gathered all his skeletons and flew towards the mushroom stone pillar. On the way, ever efficient, Zhan En deployed 4 violet thorn shield guardians and the newly summoned skeleton soldier among the low intelligence monsters, allowing them to fight and protect the skeleton soldier as it absorbed death energy. Next, he strategically placed the remaining violet thorn shield guardians around the mushroom stone pillar, targeting the more intelligent creatures. As a precaution, Zhan En ordered the violet thorn shield guardians to call upon him through a soul link if their health dropped to half, so he could retrieve and heal them. After setting everything up, he returned to the mushroom stone pillar, looked up at the sun hanging high, and muttered, "No time to rest. Let's first elevate that skeleton soldier and the red rose sword guards." He washed his face, took a few sips of an alchemical stimulant potion, and felt invigorated once more. Zhan En began by sketching a sublimation magic circle, taking out the red rose sword, and having the skeleton soldier step inside, activating the circle. A brilliant beam of light erupted, marking the birth of the 11th red rose sword guard. He then immediately drew a second sublimation magic circle, meticulously managing his impatience throughout the complex process, and finally completed it. With an undaunted shield armor in hand, the first red rose sword guard stepped in, initiating the second sublimation ritual. As the fierce gray-white flames dissipated, the first red rose shield guardian was born. It stood with a robust 3-meter skeletal frame, exuding an intimidating sharp presence. Its shield bore the imposing visage of a lion-tiger beast, and its bone hands gripped a chillingly cold red rose greatsword. The red rose shield guardian's attributes were Health 200, Constitution 50, Strength 18, Speed 4, Skill 7, Red Rose Variant, and Red Rose Shield Tactics 13 levels, totaling 29 points in attributes. Having the precedent of the violet thorn shield guardians, Zhan En was relatively calm this time. With a speed still at 7 points, it was not slow. After reviewing the attributes, the main focus was on the Red Rose variant information. The Red Rose variant was born from the fusion of the Red Rose sword and the essence of the undaunted shield armor from the First Legion of Ersba, endowing it with formidable talents. 1. Red Rose shield tactics level 3. 2. 10 damage and 10 defense when using Red Rose shield tactics. 3. A bond called the Fearless Red Rose. During battle, Red Rose shield guardians resonate with each other, gaining 1 strength and 1 speed for each additional guardian, and becoming immune to negative effects. Each constitution point lasts 10 minutes, and at full resonance with 12 guardians, the strength reaches an astonishing 30, and speed an impressive 19 points. The only downside is its constitution of just 4 points, allowing for only 40 minutes of sustained resonance. However, constitution will increase with further sublimations. Zhan En ordered the first Red Rose shield guardian to leave immediately, allowing the second Red Rose sword guard to step forward for sublimation. Soon, gray-white flames rose and faded on the mushroom stone pillar, heralding the birth of the second Red Rose shield guardian. As time passed, the sun climbed to its zenith and then slowly descended. By evening, the gray-white flames on the mushroom stone pillar finally subsided. Zhan En felt a sense of joy and immense satisfaction as he surveyed the scene before him. The Red Rose shield warriors stood in formation, left hands gripping large shields, right hands raising mighty swords high, their presence imposing and awe-inspiring as they awaited Zhan En's command with respect. However, at the end of the line, a small Red Rose sword warrior seemed out of place. Zhan En deliberately overlooked this warrior and announced loudly, "Shield warriors, unleash your formidable power and slaughter freely. Bring a feast of souls to your master, Zhan En Charles." As he shouted, the soul fire of the Red Rose shield warriors leaped, their swords raised high, and a terrifying undead aura erupted from within them, causing the temperature around the mushroom stone pillar to drop sharply to an icy chill. "Move out." With a wave of his hand, Zhan En gathered up the skeletons and unfurled his golden serpent wings, descending swiftly. He first circled the mushroom stone pillar, deploying 10 newly born Red Rose shield warriors among groups of high-spirit monsters to rapidly slaughter for him. Then, he flew towards the 4 purple thorn shield warriors, leading them to a spot with an ordinary skeleton soldier. The death energy has accumulated sufficiently. The soul fire of this ordinary skeleton soldier had grown intense, and its bones had strengthened. Zhan En landed within the circle formed by the 4 purple thorn shield warriors, collected the ordinary skeleton soldier, and summoned a new Red Rose sword warrior. Protecting it as it slaughtered allowed him to approach other monster groups without caution, fully engaging with high-spirit monsters. Creak. After completing all this, Zhan En's wings flapped as he returned to the mushroom stone pillar. Soon, another thick beam of light rose from the mushroom stone pillar, marking the birth of the 12th Red Rose sword warrior. Continuing the deployment, Zhan En swiftly flew down again, placing the new Red Rose sword warrior with the 4 purple thorn shield warriors to protect 2 Red Rose sword warriors during their slaughter. Once the deployment was complete, Zhan En flew back to the mushroom stone pillar, retracted his golden serpent wings, and collapsed into a recliner. The process of ascension kept his mind constantly tense, requiring full concentration, and the mysterious whispers drained his mental energy significantly. At this moment of relaxation, a strong fatigue washed over him, and Zhan En felt a wave of drowsiness. Finally, I can rest for a while. Given that the desolate desert had no powerful flying monsters, Zhan En activated several protective spell instruments, took some nutritional potions, and fell into a peaceful sleep. As night fell, the mushroom stone pillar was silent, with only faint breathing audible. However, on the surrounding sand dunes centered around the mushroom stone pillar, the frenzied roars of monsters, the slicing sounds of swords cutting through flesh, and the sizzling of blood splattering echoed continuously. Bloodthirsty and ferocious monster groups charged relentlessly, besieging a 3-turtle skeleton shield warrior. The skeleton shield warrior stood firm amidst the monsters, swinging its sword wildly, slaughtering the advancing monsters. The sand was littered with severed limbs of monsters, and the foul stench of blood splattered everywhere. Similar scenes played out across different parts of the sand, continuing until their master awoke if nothing intervened. As Zhan En slept peacefully, the area once filled with wind-eroded pillars echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. A team of 7 psionics from Rock Sand City, consisting of 4 men and 3 women, arrived there, weary and covered in dust. "Phew, we've been eating sand the entire way. This godforsaken place, could there really be ancient ruins here?" exclaimed a burly man clad in beast skin armor. His bronze skin and exposed muscles were impressively strong as he spat out the sand from his mouth. "Bars is right. This truly is a godforsaken place." Sybil shook off the sand from her leather armor and kicked her boots, sending sand cascading onto the armor of the Samba and Sinbo brothers, creating a series of tapping sounds. At that moment, Demi, the team's only mystic, took out a disc. A pure white eye floated above it, swiveling around. She tossed a white crystal into the disc, clasped her hands together, and bowed. Please, Yudo. The white crystal quickly melted and was absorbed entirely by the disc. The large eye on the disc spun faster, with the name, Yudo, jumping in one direction. Seeing this, Demi promptly held the disc and moved in the direction indicated by the eye. Her teammates dared not make a sound, fearing they might disrupt the search ritual. Suddenly, the large eye ceased its movement. A glint of joy flashed in Demi's eyes, and she urgently called out to her companions, "Spatial fluctuations, right here." Her teammates rushed over, looking around, but after several rounds of searching, they found no sign of a portal. They exchanged puzzled glances, remaining silent. "Demi, why isn't there a portal to the ruins?" The youngest member, Loris, timidly asked. "Huh? Why isn't there one? Could it be invisible?" Demi's face tensed as she personally searched, yet found no spatial portal. She felt a bit embarrassed, as the books hadn't mentioned such a situation. Clearly, the ritual for detecting the ruins portal was flawless, so why couldn't they find it? The team leader, Elijah, focused his gaze on the smooth sand around them and spoke steadily. "Demi, can you sense anything from the sand around us?" At his words, Demi knelt down with closed eyes, her fingers touching the sand's surface, sending a wave of energy from her fingertips. Moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes, halting the detection, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Someone has performed a highly advanced, unknown mystical array here. What? Could it be human traders? Damn it, we're too late. They must have used some unknown method to destroy the ruins portal. Sybil and Bars exclaimed, while the Samba and Sinbo brothers gripped their great swords with serious expressions. Quiet, this mission is over. We must return to Rock Sand City immediately and report this news. Captain Elijah ordered, calming the team and signaling them to start their retreat. On the flat mushroom-shaped stone pillar, dim sunlight filtered down. The tent at the center opened, and Zhan En emerged, groggy and yawning, ready to greet a new day. He picked up his utensils, gave them a quick rinse, sat down, and started enjoying some breakfast. In his mind, the information from the acquired essence kept surfacing. Essence 1.5, Essence 0.6, Essence 1.1. At this moment, 12 purple thorn shield guardians and 10 red rose shield guardians were efficiently grinding monsters, rapidly accumulating essence. In just one day and night, Zhan En's essence progress was already a third of the way to the next upgrade, with an essence value of 342711000. So fast, in just a couple of days, my spirit will be elevated again. With 22 skeleton shield guardians tirelessly grinding in the dead silent desert, Zhan En's spirit enhancement speed was astonishing. Enjoying the pleasure of constant essence acquisition, he finished his breakfast and prepared to continue. Unfolding his golden feathered serpent wings, he flew out. Shortly after, he returned with 2 red rose sword guardians. After intense combat, the soul fire within these high-spirit monsters' skeletal frames burned brighter, and their bones had thickened, reaching the threshold for secondary ascension. Zhan En then taught them the bone shield tactic. Before long, the 11th and 12th red rose shield guardians were born. They would join their companions in bringing him a wealth of essence. Zhan En deployed them around, while retrieving several purple thorn shield guardians whose health had dropped to half. There was no rush to clear the black fog nodes. Enhancing spirit first would maximize the gains. Flying through the air, over the black-brown sand dunes, Zhan En was on the lookout for a suitable monster group to practice his Sun King's court swordsmanship. Below, 2 groups of monsters were in combat. One group comprised scorpion-like creatures, for meters long, with 4 pairs of legs and 2 pairs of massive pincers lined with serrated edges. These were the tailless sand scorpions, with spirit 13, strength 6, constitution 3, speed 3. Their opponents were snake-like creatures, about 5 meters long, with mesmerizing black-brown patterned skin, known as black-brown sand snakes, with spirit 12, strength 5, constitution 4, speed 2. In the brutal and bloody clash, some black-brown sand snakes hissed, attempting to constrict the tailless sand scorpions, only to be torn apart by their massive pincers, spilling snake blood everywhere. Others successfully coiled around a scorpion's head. With a loud crack, brains exploded, and the scorpion became a headless corpse. Seeing this, Zhan En immediately swooped down, executing the Sun King's court swordsmanship. The great sword in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light, like a blazing sun crashing into the monster groups, instantly scattering the black-brown sand snakes and tailless sand scorpions, creating a clear circle. The psionic's presence instantly drew the attention of both monster groups, and they roared repeatedly. Sharp serrated pincers and thick snake bodies attacked Zhan En as he landed. With psionic energy surging through him, the great sword in his hand shone brightly, slashing through the air. Countless sword shadows bloomed like miniature suns. Snake segments and severed pincers flew in all directions, the foul blood splattering through the air. only to be evaporated by the intense heat. Zhan En unleashed his formidable strength of 16 points, effortlessly overpowering the monsters with mere 13 points of spirit, with essence rewards of 1.3, 1.2, 1.3. Faced with the formidable swordsmanship of the Solar King's court, the monsters couldn't get close to Zhan En. The moment they entered the range of his great sword, they were instantly reduced to minced flesh, evaporated by the intense heat, and their psionic energy rapidly dwindled. Sensing the swift depletion of his own psionic energy, with little left, Zhan En immediately unfurled his crimson gold feathered serpent wings, soaring into the sky amidst the monsters' roars, escaping the battlefield. The sand scorpions and dark brown sand snakes hissed in unison, many leaping in vain attempts to attack Zhan En. Suspended in midair, Zhan En took out a bottle of psionic restoration potion, opened it, and downed the pale golden liquid. His psionic energy, like a withered tree rejuvenated by spring, quickly replenished. Before long, his energy was fully restored. Once more, with a flap of his wings, he dove back into the throng of monsters, wielding the Solar King's swordsmanship to unleash a bloody massacre. In the high-intensity slaughter, the solar blade's glow on the great sword became increasingly dazzling, its power unknowingly enhanced. When Zhan En felt his psionic energy depleting again, he spread his wings, ascended into the air, drank another potion to rapidly recover his energy, and dove back into the fray. This process repeated over a dozen times until he felt the great sword in his hand growing heavy, his stamina nearly exhausted. That's enough for today. With a sudden flap of his crimson gold wings, a gust of wind overturned the surrounding monsters. Zhan En shot into the sky, transforming into a golden streak, vanishing into the horizon. On his way back, he circled the flat-topped mushroom pillars, deploying the fully recovered purple thorn shield guards and retrieving those whose health had reached a critical level, before finally returning to the flat-topped mushroom pillar to rest. After resting, Zhan En flew down again, searching for suitable monster groups to practice his swordsmanship. He continued this cycle until nightfall, when the monsters' activity surged and the danger in the desolate desert increased. As a precaution, Zhan En ended his day of sword training. Psionic energy, 5644111000. Another night passed, and the sun rose. Zhan En emerged from his tent and began his breakfast. Once satiated, he leapt into action, resuming his routine of retrieval, sword practice, and deployment, until the blood moon quietly appeared, and he returned with a weary body. Yet his eyes remained vibrant with energy. Almost there. His psionic energy had accumulated to 100,801,1000, with an upgrade imminent. The power of the solar blade was about to solidify once more, with a breakthrough in sight. After eating and sleeping, Zhan En drifted into a hopeful slumber, dreaming of the double breakthrough to come. As the blood moon rose, the air grew colder. Inside the tent, Zhan En suddenly awoke from his sleep. Psionic energy accumulation reached 11,000, with a spirit increase of 1, now at 12, gaining an attribute point and a skill point. His spirit had been enhanced. Zhan En was wide awake, adding 1 point to strength and 1 to skeleton resurrection. He then stepped out of the tent, took out a monster corpse, and immediately cast skeleton resurrection. Creak. The 25th skeleton warrior was born. After securing it, Zhan En's wings fluttered as he swiftly descended, deploying the new skeleton to the 4 purple thorn shield guards for protection and monster farming. After completing this task, Zhan En flew back to the flathead mushroom pillar, finally feeling at ease. He crawled into his tent and continued to sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, the 7-member task force from Yinsha City was ambushed by 6 human traders while passing by a dune on their way back. A black fog enveloped them as the traders' presence became palpable. Damn it, they intended to steal the relic's treasure. Kill them. There was no room for negotiation between the sides. When a normal human psychic encounters a human trader, it inevitably leads to a life-and-death struggle, with no possibility of reconciliation. The sun rose, marking the start of a new day. Zhan En was eager to set out, and quickly found a group of tailless sand scorpions foraging. He launched an attack immediately. Small solar flares erupted in succession, the dazzling light obliterating the scorpions within its reach. Limbs scattered everywhere, accompanied by the strong smell of burning. Kill. Zhan En's psychic energy surged again, and under the sword's glowing light, the tailless sand scorpions turned to charred remains, while the scorpion blood evaporated in the air, resembling an exploding sun. With each scorpion's death, the solar sword light on his blade grew more solid. As another scorpion fell, the solidity of the solar sword light finally increased again. The level of the solar court swordsmanship rose to level 5, enhancing strength, constitution, speed, and spirit by 0.55 each, increasing sword damage by 1.55, and also boosting damage to dark creatures by 1.55. This improvement was much faster than in the barren lands, as the spiritual nature of the monsters here was a level higher. The advancement in solar court swordsmanship dispelled Zhan En's previous numbness, filling him with energy, and he swung his great sword more swiftly, reaping the lives of the tailless sand scorpions. As time passed, the sandy surface dimmed, and evening approached. Back on the flathead mushroom pillar, Zhan En, who had just returned, immediately summoned the 25th skeleton warrior, filled with the fire of souls. He drew an Ascension magic circle and placed the Tulip clan sword, releasing a massive beam of light that gave birth to a brand new skeletal sword guard. It resembled the purple thorn sword guard but with different patterns. The Tulip motif exuded an eerie sense of comfort. The Tulip skeleton sword guard had 400 health, 8 constitution, 8 strength, 3 speed, and skills Tulip and Tulip bone swordsmanship at levels 13. Go forth and slaughter. Show me your newly ascended form. Zhan En briefly checked the attributes and skills of the Tulip skeleton sword guard before sending it to join the 4 purple thorn shield guards, urging them to kill quickly and reach the threshold for a second ascension. Now, with his increased power, Zhan En paid little attention to this newly ascended sword guard. A new day began. After a night had passed, Zhan En's spiritual energy started accumulating again, with the current progress at 129712000, still at an incredibly fast pace. Just as Zhan En was about to set out for sword practice, a special fluctuation came through the soul link. The number 6 red rose shield guardian had encountered humans? After a brief moment of thought, he decided to investigate. It was indeed rare to encounter human psionics in the depths of this desolate desert. Of course, it could also be human traders, which would require even more investigation. With his 24 shield guardians, each possessing no less than 28 points in power attributes, Zhan En was confident he could suppress any force in the desolate desert. In the distance, a 7-person team from Roxanne City was desperately fleeing, pursued by dozens of human traders who frequently launched attacks. Despite this, the team was gradually widening the gap due to their faster speed, and barring any unforeseen events, they were likely to soon escape the pursuit. As they ran, Bass couldn't help but exclaim, "What bad luck! Have we run into an army of traitors?" Sybil also felt incredibly unlucky. The team from Roxanne City had just eliminated 6 human traitors, only to discover they were the vanguard, with a large number of human traitors, including ascendant beings with a spiritual level of 19, following behind. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the 7 quickly fled in the opposite direction, leading to the current situation. The team leader, Leisha, was deep in thought and felt a vague sense of unease. The gathering of so many human traitors definitely indicated some brewing conspiracy. The observant Demi suddenly noticed something unusual around them and questioned, "Strange? Why haven't we encountered any monster groups along the way?" Bass exclaimed, "Yeah, it's too strange, not a single large group of monsters in sight." When they came in to investigate, they had been cautious, frequently encountering monster groups and nearly losing members. Now that they had ventured deeper into the desert, the journey was unexpectedly calm, which was abnormal. Leisha frowned deeply, feeling the pressure from the continuous oddities. He reminded, "Stay vigilant at all times, we need to shake them off quickly." Everyone responded, "Got it." The group continued to sprint, with Sybil, the fastest among them, being the first to cross the giant sand dune ahead. As she crossed it, her body suddenly froze, and her face changed dramatically. What is that?" The teammates behind her quickened their pace to catch up, their pupils narrowing in unison, their expressions extremely grave. Below the giant sand dune, an overwhelming tide of various monsters surged forward, numbering definitely in the tens of thousands. What shocked them even more was the presence of a terrifying skeletal monster standing at the center of the monster tide. It wielded a massive shield, effortlessly blocking the dense attacks from the surrounding monsters, resembling an indestructible wall. The colossal red-striped greatsword emitted an awe-inspiring sword light, and the 7 could barely discern the sword's outline, only seeing terrible red light piercing through the air. Wave after wave, the monsters were sliced into pieces, their blood spraying wildly and turning the surrounding air into a red mist. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered onto the skeletal monster's bony frame, where vivid red patterns absorbed it all, becoming even more mesmerizing. The number of monsters in the horde was terrifying, and the psychic team likely wouldn't last long before being torn apart. However, the skeletal monster showed no sign of weakening. Instead, its aura grew stronger, emanating a chilling presence that even the 7 people on the distant hill could feel as a cold shiver down their spines. "Monster, monster!" Lolas tightened her black robe, as if trying to shield herself from the chilling dread rising within her. How could such a terrifying creature be born in the dead desert? In their understanding, the most powerful monster here was the venomous human-faced centipede, which teams like theirs would avoid but could still confront if necessary. Yet, this terrifying skeletal monster before them could not be stopped by even a single swing of its sword. Among the monster horde were creatures known for their hard shells and strong defenses, but under the eerie great sword, they crumbled like sand. Thinking of the thin white and blue spiritual armor that offered no sense of security, Lolis felt a tightness in her heart. What should we do, Captain? We can't get through. The horde of monsters blocked their path, making it impossible to bypass them. Even if they had time, any commotion would attract the monsters' attention, and they'd be torn apart before the pursuers caught up. Captain Leja's face was grave, his eyes fixed on the skeletal monster within the horde, troubled over how to respond. The team waited silently for his decision. Leja knew they couldn't delay. After a few moments, he said heavily, "We can't move forward. The path ahead leads only to death." Though it seemed obvious, everyone nodded in agreement given the circumstances. Leja continued, "We can't retreat either. We can't defeat the dozens of traitors behind us." The 6 teammates exchanged glances. Impatient, Sybil couldn't help but ask, "So we can't go forward or back? Are we just supposed to stay put?" Captain Leja nodded. "Yes. Stay here and wait for them to catch up. Let's see if they dare to fight us." The 5 looked puzzled, but Demi seemed to understand and spoke up. "The captain means that if they engage us, it's likely to draw the attention of the monster horde. Faced with such a large wave of monsters and that terrifying creature, they won't escape unharmed. They won't dare to make a move, fearing the consequences." Captain Leja looked pleased, thinking he could entrust the team to Demi in the future. The other 5 realized the plan, and Lolis quietly asked, "What if? What if they neither attack nor retreat? What then?" The atmosphere grew tense, and Bars suddenly spoke, his expression fierce and voice filled with murderous intent. "If they don't retreat, we'll force them to. If need be, we'll trigger the monster horde and go down with them." "I agree." Bars's words resonated with the team. And so, the 7 stood atop the giant sand dune, quietly awaiting the arrival of their enemies. At the rear, the traitors group noticed the human squad's halt. Leading them were a man and a woman. The woman, Xia, was imposing, bald, and nearly 2 meters tall. Her most striking feature was her pitch-black hands, emitting faint black mist. She let out a bizarre laugh, commanding the traitors behind her, "Chase them. Let's see what tricks they're up to." The other, a man named Muir, had a normal build, but his eyes glinted with cold malice. The first wave of losses was his subordinates, and he was determined to avenge them. Meanwhile, high above, a figure quietly observed the scene. He held an alchemical telescope, clearly seeing both groups. The 7 in front wore the insignia of the psionic squad from Roxanne City, while the dozens pursuing them were likely human traitors. No regular psionics would chase so openly, clearly intending to draw the attention of monster hordes. The people needed saving, and it was a chance to learn about Roxanne City. The Black Mist areas had fragmented human settlements, making communication infrequent. Zhan En wanted news of Roxanne City and Ember City, not an easy task. The traitors couldn't be let off either. Such a large group surely harbored a conspiracy. If they had a camp, like the Barren Lands, it must be destroyed. Thinking of the rich psionic rewards, Zhan En's heart itched. If there was a camp, it must be interrogated. But the desert terrain wasn't easy to encircle, so he planned to deploy shield sword guards on the dune tops and capture them all once they entered. "Run, run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Xia clicked her tongue, laughing strangely, as the mass of traitors behind her echoed, "Run. They must be scared stiff. We'll torture them good. Leave me an eye, I want to keep it." The 7 paid no mind, slowly retreating over the dune tops. "What tricks are you playing at?" Muir's eyes were full of killing intent as he signaled a team of traitors to surround them. However, no one moved forward. They weren't fools, something was clearly off. Some even took a few steps back. After a few seconds with no volunteers, Muir cursed in frustration, You, go." The 3 pointed out were unwilling, but fearing Muir's brutality, reluctantly stepped forward. "Stop dawdling. Go." The 3 gritted their teeth, crossing the dune top, only to see a dense monster horde ahead, like a meat grinder of a battlefield. Ignoring the psionic squad, they turned pale, legs weak, retreating back, collapsing at Muir's feet. Boss, it's bad, really bad down there." Muir pressed, "What happened? What's down there? Speak up." The traitors sent to scout stammered, monster horde, terrifying monsters. Everywhere bodies. Thud, thud, thud." Muir couldn't stand it, kicking the 3 useless scouts aside, deciding to lead personally. "Everyone with me." With the leader taking charge, the traitors summoned some courage. They climbed to the top of the massive hill, their faces uniformly pale, and the scene before them filled them with dread. Below, a dense horde of monsters roared, tearing apart the surrounding creatures in a horrifying spectacle. More terrifying was the presence of a skeleton monster within the horde, exuding a menacing aura, shredding any creature that dared to come close. Strangely, on the hillside, the 7-member team was largely ignored by the majority of the traitors, creating an eerie situation. "This doesn't feel right," Xia said gravely, sensing the deadly threat from below. Muir, with a volatile temper, stared intently downwards, filled with unprecedented tension. Hearing Muir's outburst, a glint of ferocity flashed in Xia's eyes as she subtly assessed Muir's hands with a greedy look, deciding not to confront him for the moment. Among the stunned traitors, The 7-member team's psychic powers were ready to unleash, prepared to fight at any moment. At this point, the restless Shi-Bayer suggested, "Captain, they're all frozen in shock. Should we attack?" Elijah responded, "Stay alert. It's not wise to act rashly." After a brief moment of shock, the traders finally remembered their mission and shifted their focus to the human psychics below. "Keep running." Muir sneered, slowly approaching. "I will freeze each of you and shatter you into pieces." As he spoke, a thick layer of ice formed on his right arm, the ice spikes pointing menacingly at the 7-member team. "If you're not afraid to die, make your move." Captain Elijah fearlessly retorted, his physique rapidly expanding, thick wolf fur sprouting from his body as he transformed into a powerful werewolf, showcasing the transformation of a jungle werewolf. "You're asking for it." Muir's anger flared. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Xia intervened, blocking the ice spikes with her black claws. "What are you doing?" Muir glared at Xia, veins bulging on his face, his right arm again gathering thick ice, clearly intending to attack. Xia tilted her neck, producing a cracking sound, her tone laced with mockery. "Idiot. Fighting here will only provoke the monster horde below." Prompted by her reminder, Muir instinctively glanced at the distant, bloodthirsty monster horde, especially the brutal skeleton monster, and a chill ran down his spine. However, his anger remained undiminished, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "As long as we take them out before the monster horde arrives, there won't be a problem." Xia knew this fool wouldn't back down, and with a cold smile, she stepped back, no longer intervening. The standoff continued, Muir's icy spikes pointing downward, while Captain Elijah's wolf fangs glinted coldly, showing no sign of backing down. Time slipped by quietly as both sides remained in a deadlock, neither daring to risk whether the battle would attract the frenzied monsters below. Muir grew increasingly agitated, frustrated by his inability to finish off the humans despite cornering them. Glancing at Xia, who was watching the spectacle, his irritation grew. "Once we're back at the camp, I'll make sure to teach this guy a lesson." Suddenly, Captain Elijah spoke, his deep voice emanating from the wolf's head. "Traitors, you must leave." As soon as these words were uttered, veins bulged on Muir's forehead, and the traitors behind him began to stir. "Ha, ha, ha. These humans must be out of their minds. Leave. We need to tear them apart before we leave." I couldn't hold back my anger, wanting to tear off that serious wolf's head. The traitors' agitation triggered a heightened alert among the 7, their psychic energy ready to unleash. Captain Elijah spoke again in a low tone. "You have 10 minutes to leave, or we will take you down with us." His voice was full of menace as his teammates aimed their attacks at the distant horde of monsters, with arrows drawn towards the skeletal creature at its center. The scene instantly fell silent. Muir flared his nostrils, icy breath billowing from them, the veins on his neck pulsing with rage. "How dare you threaten me?" 9 minutes left. Captain Elijah's gaze was icy, unfazed by Muir's anger, continuing his countdown. "Fine, fine, fine." It had been years since anyone had dared to threaten him, and now it was a group of cornered psychics. Muir's rationality was nearly consumed by fury, his eyes bloodshot, and the ice spikes on his arms growing denser. "Muir, enough. We've wasted enough time." Xia interjected just in time, fearing that this hothead would drag everyone into death. "Are you telling me what to do?" Muir's dissatisfaction peaked at Xia's interference. "Do you want to incur the master's wrath?" Xia stood her ground, black claws emitting toxic gas as their auras clashed. The argument between the two leaders left the traitors behind them holding their breath, unsure which side to take. The 7 below watched the scene unfold, finding it somewhat intriguing. An internal conflict? Will they start fighting each other? If they do, it benefits us no matter who falls. The psychics couldn't help but voice their thoughts. Captain Elijah sternly reminded, "Stay alert. Don't relax. Be wary of their sneak attacks." "The master again. Damn master." Suddenly, Muir grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Xia sensed danger and dodged to the side just in time as a sharp ice spike embedded itself where she had just stood. "Damn it. Are you insane?" Xia's face turned grim, not expecting him to actually attack her. "Die." Fueled by rage, Muir's psychic energy erupted, launching dozens of ice spikes at Xia. Damn lackey. He's going for the kill. It seemed that at this moment, Muir's fury towards Xia far exceeded that towards the 7 below. "Damn you, lunatic." With no escape, Xia's muscles began to twitch, her black claws enveloped in dark energy, striking at the incoming ice spikes. Each spike, she had instantly turned into black water. "Ha ha, ha. Not bad. Not bad. You have strength." Muir grinned again, the ice on his arms thickening. Xia's instincts screamed danger. Though she felt stronger than Muir, her mind was constantly worried about the monster horde below. Realizing she couldn't be entangled with this madman any longer, she made a decision. Striking first, her black claws slashed, sending 2 streams of dark energy towards Muir, who crossed his arms in defense. Boom. A sudden explosion of black energy turned into a thick fog, instantly obscuring Muir's vision. As he dashed through the smoke, he caught sight of a strong figure not far away. Mua, just you wait. Xia shouted menacingly from the edge of the dune, her eyes greedily scanning Muer's arms before she leapt over the dune's peak. Seeing Xia flee, Muer's senses returned slightly, and his bloodshot eyes refocused on the 7 people below. Captain, we missed our chance to strike. The 7 had been waiting for the right moment to ambush, but they hadn't expected the female traitor to be so cowardly and flee. Ha ha ha, how do you wish to die? With Xia's departure, Muer and a group of traitors began to approach mockingly. However, some of the more timid members at the back started to retreat quietly. It was clear to anyone that a fight was imminent, and if they attracted a monster horde, they were doomed. Given their leader's occasional madness, only the bravest traitors dared to slip away unnoticed. Captain Elijah's face was grim, his eyes glinting with cold intent. This guy has no intention of leaving. At his command, the other 6 launched an attack, arrows aimed directly at the monster horde in a desperate attempt. Kill them. Muer, filled with disdain, conjured dozens more ice spikes from his arms and shot them out. The traitors realized that the only way to escape before the monster horde went wild was to quickly kill these people, so they launched their assault. The 2 groups clashed fiercely. Samba, Sembo, hold on. Outnumbered and outmatched, the 7 traitors were nearly all injured after the first exchange. Especially Captain Elijah, entangled with Muer, who spat out ice shards as he was knocked back violently, crashing into the sand with blood gushing out. Quick, keep attacking the monster horde. We must take them down with us. In their desperation, the psionics fought with determination, resolved to drag the traitors to their doom. Amid the fierce battle, none noticed 11 red shadows silently approaching, swiftly crossing the peak. On the other side of the giant dune, a few traitors knelt trembling on the ground. Behind them, a terrifying purple skeletal creature. The shadow of a massive sword loomed over their heads, sweat the size of beans dripping down, eyes filled with terror, not daring to look up for fear of attracting the attention of the figure in front. Who summoned you? A deep, indifferent voice emanated from beneath the figure's helmet. The man was clad in full armor, concealing his identity. Among the kneeling traitors, 2 scrambled to answer. Sir, we don't know which faction. We follow the boss. Yes, our boss Muer is just up there. They hurriedly divulged information about their leader Muer. With a slash, the heads of these 2 traitors flew off, hot blood splattering over the remaining traitors' faces. The rest were filled with terror, trembling as they prostrated on the ground, burying their heads deep in the sand, not daring to even breathe loudly. Zhan En's voice was low and icy, his tone laced with a chilling intent to kill, filling the hearts of the kneeling traitors with boundless fear. Tell me the location of your camp. In response to this command, the remaining traitors dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads and trembling. Impatiently, Zhan En waved his hand, and with a swift motion, blood splattered as another head rolled to the ground, causing the traitors to plead for mercy. My lord, spare us. I truly don't know. Each time, the leader blindfolded us before taking us in. Please, spare my life. Zhan En felt irritated. These minor characters knew nothing. He waved his hand repeatedly, and heads rolled one after another, warm blood soaking into the sand, releasing a strong scent of blood in the sunlight. The temperature rose, yet the chill in the hearts of those left intensified. The atmosphere was oppressive, and none of the traitors knew who would be next. Desperate to survive, one traitor betrayed a comrade's identity. My lord, this woman is a high-ranking member of the camp. She must know a lot. Yes, she definitely knows where the camp is. Among the kneeling traitors, a strong woman with both hands evidently severed by a sharp weapon glared furiously at those accusing her. She was filled with despair. Just minutes ago, she never imagined she would encounter a terrifying group of red skeleton monsters as soon as she crested the sand dune. A mere flash of white light, and her prized claws were cut off. If not for her quick reflexes, she would have been like the corpses on the ground. What terrified her even more was that the red skeleton monsters were almost identical to one of the creatures in the monster horde, making their way up the dune. Considering the equally terrifying creatures behind her, though their patterns differed, Xia knew a dreadful force had targeted them. Her survival depended on her value. My lord, I am a member of the Black Poison Cult. Currently, the Black Poison Cult is plotting something big. I heard that if it succeeds, we will surely prosper. Whether this fearsome masked person is part of the traitors' camp or the human camp, they will definitely be interested in this matter. With that, Xia lay prostrate on the ground, blood still oozing from her severed hands, awaiting the mysterious masked person's questions. She felt confident, as she was telling the truth. Zhan En furrowed his brow. The Black Poison Cult, a name that immediately suggests a faction researching various toxins. In the Dead Silence Desert, with its myriad of toxins, the presence of the Black Poison Cult was not surprising. Prosper? According to records, the Black Poison Cult had indeed been rampant for a time. What had they discovered? Zhan En searched his memory and quickly found the relevant information. The Black Poison Cult would eventually develop a new type of human neurotoxin, capable of forcibly triggering the survival instincts of human flesh. Ordinary humans, once poisoned, would lose their sanity and their bodies would violently attack all living things around them, greedily devouring flesh and blood, and could even spread through biting. The highest grade could even infect psionic individuals. When a psychic becomes infected and cannot control their craving for flesh, they are doomed to fall. This terrifying neurotoxin is known as the elixir of death and life. In the future, it brings immense trouble to humanity. Zhan En remains calm, thinking to himself that even if it hasn't been developed yet, once it is, he'll need to immediately return to concoct an antidote. Zhan En cautiously utters the words, elixir of death and life. Hearing this, Xiao looks puzzled and quietly says, Sir, I haven't heard of this potion before. Zhan En silently reflects, realizing the potion hasn't been successfully developed yet. He continues to inquire. Tell me the location of your camp. The sword of the purple thorn shield warrior lowers, its sharp blade pressing against Xiao's neck, causing her pain. Gulp. Xiao swallows hard, anxious. Is this masked man uninterested in the black poison cult's plans and only cares about the camp's location? She quickly responds, Sir, our camp is far away, in a valley of quicksand. I can take you there immediately. Behind the mask, Zhan En thinks, there are many quicksand valleys in the deathly desert, so it's necessary to keep her to guide us. As for the other traders, snap, snap, all of them, except Xia, become headless corpses, collapsing one after another onto the blood-soaked sand. Xia's eyes fill with terror and her heart with despair, knowing that once she leads the way, she'll lose her value and likely be killed. Sweat beads on her forehead, her muscles twitching with unease as she desperately thinks of a plan. Put her in the cage and take her along. A narrow iron cage is set in front of Xia. Just as the nearby purple thorn shield warrior is about to grab her, Xia quickly says, No need to trouble yourself. I'll get in myself. She cooperatively crawls into the cage, fearing that if she delays even a second, she might really get caught. If it didn't know its limits, she might suffer severe injuries again. Zhan En is pleased with Xiao's cooperation and decides to give her a swift end after she guides them to avoid prolonged suffering. Bang! The cage locks shut, and the psychic suppression runes on each iron bar light up. Xia feels her psychic abilities completely silenced, sinking further into despair while also feeling puzzled. Psychic suppression device. This is top human technology. Who is this force? A purple thorn shield warrior pulls the chain at the front of the cage, dragging it along as they follow Zhan En up the sand dune. On the other side of the dune, the psychics seem to have underestimated the allure of the monster horde to the skeletal creature. Their continuous attacks fail to draw its attention. Provocation. Mu'er stands atop a wolf's head, laughing wildly, occasionally shooting an ice spike to pierce Captain Leisha's limbs, blood gushing from the wounds. Traitor, I'll wait for you in hell. Severely injured, Leisha knows escape is impossible, yet his eyes show no fear as he uses his last words to retaliate. Mu'er smiles cruelly, his sharp teeth grinding together with a chilling sound. Feel what hell truly is. The sound of tearing flesh suddenly echoes as he rips a piece of flesh from the immobilized Leisha. This scene fills the psychics with rage and even makes the traders' scalps tingle. Captain! The psychics shout anxiously, their minds faltering, giving the traders an opportunity. Flash! Flash! 6 of them fall heavily wounded, and Demi, full of despair, silently bids farewell. Goodbye, Minter. The traders surround and divide them, their cruel gazes promising dismemberment. In this moment of despair, a series of miserable cries suddenly erupts, causing commotion among the traders. Monsters are coming up. Run. Help. 11 terrifying red skeletal creatures silently emerged over the giant dune, swiftly closing in for the kill. Each emitted a fearsome aura and wielded immense power. With a large shield in their left hand, they effortlessly blocked the traders' attacks. Their right hand swung a massive sword with the speed of the wind. Every slash cut a trader in half, leaving their remains sizzling on the sand. These red skeletal monsters moved with incredible speed, forming a deadly encirclement. In mere moments, dismembered limbs flew through the air above the dune, screams of terror and agony mingling, as over a dozen traders' severed limbs scattered, with the numbers still climbing. Boss, we can't get out. What do we do? One of the traders attempted to break through the Red Rose Shield Warriors' encirclement, but it was a futile dream. The attack range of the 11 Red Rose Shield Warriors almost formed a single barrier, closing in like a crescent moon. Once a trader entered their range, they were instantly reduced to fragments, adding nutrients to the sand. Boss, we can't break through. Muir felt the lethal threat, knowing each red monster was beyond his capability to handle. Escape was no longer an option, so taking advantage of the slower traders to delay the inevitable, Muir led the others in a desperate retreat downhill. Even though a rampaging horde of monsters awaited below, including another red skeletal creature, it offered a slim chance of survival compared to being shredded to pieces. Ha ha, you'll all die with us. The psychics laughed, initially believing there was no chance of mutual destruction, only for these terrifying monsters to appear. The unexpected turn of events left the traders focused solely on fleeing, terrified of being overtaken by the monsters above and meeting a gruesome end. Meanwhile, the psychics, barely dragging their wounded bodies, gathered around their leader, Elijah. Bars helped Elijah up and gave him a low-grade healing potion, which slowed the bleeding from his wounds. Cough, cough. Didn't expect to live a few more minutes. Shibe coughed up blood, calmly watching ahead. Above, the skeletal monsters continued their slaughter, drawing ever nearer. Their companions remained silent, the anticipation of death unbearable. Loris nestled in Demi's arms, pale and weak from blood loss, softly pleaded, "Sister Demi, I want to hear you sing Land of Sand one last time." Demi gently stroked Loris's hair and replied, "Okay, sister will sing for you." She began to hum softly, her melodious voice rising over the dunes. Her companions involuntarily closed their eyes. In their final moments, they seemed to return to their homeland, with its sands, laughing children, and beautiful oasis. The grinding sound grew closer as the song neared its end, and a three-meter turtle shadow loomed over them. A fearsome skeletal monster stood, its crimson markings as if a creature from the depths of hell. What a beautiful sound. Everyone, when we reincarnate, I hope to be with you all again. The youngest, Loris, had tears welling up in her big eyes, feeling fear in the final moments, afraid of death, afraid of parting. The others exchanged a knowing smile and responded in unison. Demi and Sybil gently placed their hands on Loris's small face, savoring the last moments of warmth. Ledger, Bas, Samba, and Sember patted their chests as they made a final promise. A towering shadow completely enveloped them, with the blood of traitors still dripping from the blood-red greatsword. Creak, creak. The red skeleton monster ignored them, passing by to continue its pursuit of the human traitors below. Screams echoed from below, leaving everyone stunned. Huh? Why isn't it attacking us? We're alive. Demi, Sybil, we don't have to die. As the creaking sounds faded away, a wave of relief washed over them. Loris thought to herself that this must be a miracle granted by the gods. The more experienced psionics, though relieved, immediately realized they were not out of danger yet. Quick, we don't know why they're not attacking us, but let's use this chance to escape, urged Captain Ledger, reminding everyone that it was not yet time to celebrate. Climb up quietly, and be careful not to make too much noise and draw their attention. Yes, Captain. The grayness in the eyes of the psionics vanished, replaced by a renewed vigor for life. Rustle, rustle, the seven cautiously moved, trying not to make a sound, dragging their injured bodies as they climbed towards the top of the dune. Almost there, almost there. Once we get over, we'll be out of danger. Captain Ledger's voice was filled with excitement, spurring the team on. The light in their eyes shone brighter, with salvation just within reach. Creak, creak. Just as they were about to reach the dune's summit, several terrifying purple skeleton monsters suddenly appeared in front of them, colliding directly. The soul fire burning within the eye sockets of the purple skeleton monsters coldly stared at the crawling humans below, their greatswords all pointed at them. The oppressive intent to kill suffocating the seven psionics cautiously creeping on the sand, their bodies rigid and faces pale. Captain, stay calm, don't move. Ledger hoped these purple skeleton monsters would ignore them, as the red one had. For purple skeleton monsters continued moving downward, while four more emerged from the other side of the dune, their formation as disciplined as a military unit, crushing everything in their path. Demi and Sybil held Loris's small hand tightly, signaling her to remain silent. The first purple skeleton monster had reached them, its shadow casting a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. The seven held their breath, not daring to make a sound, like stones, not even blinking. In this tense moment, a deep voice broke the silence. Are you the psychics from Yinsha City? 7 psychics looked up, their eyes locked, faces pale. A masked figure approached slowly, followed by a procession of purple skeletal creatures that surrounded him respectfully, like a king on a journey. The psychics felt immense pressure and dared not look directly. These terrifying creatures were actually subordinates of the masked figure. Which faction do they belong to? Humans or traitors? What should they do? Captain Leja was flustered, his expression serious, unsure of how to respond to ensure the safety of himself and his team. Zhan En walked up to them, examining their attire with a hint of doubt in his voice. Aren't you the psychics from Yinsha City? This question made the psychics on the ground mistake Zhan En's tone for impatience. Captain Leja quickly raised his head and said, My lord, we are the psychics of Yinsha City. Behind the mask, Zhan En wore a peculiar expression, not because of their response, but because of the odd sight of these psychics respectfully lying on the ground, looking up to reply. He looked down at them, reading deep fear in their expressions and eyes. They were probably frightened by the shield warriors, leading to such a reaction. After a moment of thought, Zhan En understood the situation. This couldn't do. He was supposed to be a righteous savior, not someone to be misunderstood. Stand up. he commanded in an indisputable tone from beneath the mask. The psychics on the ground exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions, but they helped each other up nonetheless. Once standing, their numerous wounds became visible to Zhan En, especially the middle-aged man whose bloody wounds made Zhan En's heart tighten. Take a seat. A table and stone stools suddenly appeared on the ground. The shield warriors piled up sand to raise the table legs, and one of them expertly poured tea. Zhan En's request made the psychics sense that this formidable figure might actually be on the side of humanity. They relaxed slightly, but remained respectful and cautious as they took their seats. Even the usually carefree Hebel sat primly on the stone stool. However, since the table legs were raised by sand, the surface was even, but the stools remained the same height, so the shortest, Loris, found the table nearly at her neck. She was conflicted, wondering whether to suggest changing places or to adjust the stool height herself. The other companions noticed Loris's predicament, but in the face of a life-or-death situation, they dared not make any requests. Don't be nervous. I'm a psychic from Xinhua City, hunting down human traders, and I happen to encounter you. Zhan En's voice, coming from the highest point, carried a hint of reassurance and was friendly in tone. His words caused an immediate stir among the psychics. Xinhua City. My lord. Which lord from Xinhua City are you? Thank you so much. They didn't doubt Zhan En's claim, as there seemed to be no benefit in deceiving them at this point. Seeing the excited reaction of the psychics, some of whom even had their wounds start to reopen, Zhan En said helplessly, "You should treat your injuries first. If you're running low on alchemical healing potions, I can sell you a bottle." No sooner had he spoken, a beautifully designed alchemical healing potion appeared on the table. Demi, who was observant and passionate about alchemy, immediately noticed the shimmering golden patterns on the bottle and exclaimed, This is the best healing potion available on the market, the golden pattern healing potion." Demi, what's a golden pattern healing potion? Taking the opportunity, Loris quietly stood up, freeing herself from the small stool. She noticed that the adults weren't paying attention to her and felt relieved. Captain Lijah spoke slowly, cautiously glancing at Zhan En, wondering which high noble family he belonged to. The golden pattern healing potion is a top-tier potion circulated only among the upper-class nobility of the city-states. Just one bottle can heal all our injuries within half a day. Sybil could no longer maintain her ladylike demeanor and eagerly asked, "Is it really that effective? Can we afford it?" The team members exchanged glances, each having a rough idea of their financial situation, and remained silent. Zhan En's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "These high nobles have lived in luxury for so long, they've probably forgotten the financial status of ordinary psychics." However, he still wanted to help them recover, as he wouldn't have time to escort these severely injured people later. Zhan En understood that if they hadn't encountered him, even if they managed to escape by luck, they might still fall victim to other monsters. You can trade items for it. Given your current condition, healing your injuries is the only way to safely leave the silent desert, Zhan En continued. Even if he offered it for free, they probably wouldn't accept it. They needed to pay a fair price. This is one of the principles passed down through countless ages of humanity equivalent exchange. Barter. Zhan En's words resonated with the psychics, who knew their condition was too poor, and any unexpected event could lead to total disaster. Touched, they realized that the kind man before them was intentionally helping them. Captain Lijah carefully placed several rare minerals, robust beast teeth, and even removed his spirit gear gloves, placing them on the table. Others also brought out their treasured items, with Sybil reluctantly taking out a few colorful arrows, a pile of vibrantly colored fruits, and a spirit gear longbow. The others also brought out their belongings, including spirit gear, herbs, minerals, bones, and more, quickly filling the table with various items, even a small sand dog plush toy. From Loris's watery, reluctant eyes, it was clear that the small sand dog plush held significant meaning for her. Seeing all this, Zhan En could only think, what is all this junk? These were items he wouldn't even bother to pick up off the street. Just then, among the pile of junk, a Baijid Yutu woke up on the platter. Seeing itself amidst a pile of garbage, the large eyeball fluttered with discontent, emitting an urgent cry. Yudo, quiet. Demi quickly offered it a white crystal in an attempt to soothe it, reluctantly placing it back in its spot. At that moment, an idea struck Zane, and the shield-bearing skeletal warrior beside the table extended a bony hand to pick up a disc, presenting it to Zane with reverence. The bone hand was cold, exuding an aura of death. The large eyeball blinked uneasily, crying out in panic. Yudo. As Zane observed closely, his pupils slightly contracted, and a wave of emotion surged within him. A special alchemical life form, the Eye of Gaiwu. Zane was stunned. The Eye of Gaiwu was a precious creation from the lost ancient alchemical era, impossible to replicate, possessing incredible spatial perception abilities. It was the best tool for detecting various spatial fluctuations and tracking teleportation traces. Zane discreetly glanced at the woman who brought out the Eye of Gaiwu, suspecting she was unaware of its true value. Even hundreds of top-tier healing potions couldn't compare. Strictly speaking, only one Eye of Gaiwu existed in the world, irreplaceable not just due to craftsmanship, but because the ancient alchemical environment was vastly different from the present. While Zane examined the Eye of Gaiwu, Demi felt a mix of joy and anxiety. She was glad the person who saved them had found a suitable item, but worried about how to explain it to her mentor upon returning. Once I return, I must study hard to make another Yudo to give back to her. Demi thought confidently, recalling her teacher's claim that it was simple, and believing her own alchemical talent wasn't inferior. She hoped to achieve it in a short time. After a moment of silence, Zane decided to clarify. Do you know the value of this item? A bottle of gold-patterned healing potion can't compare to it. At this, the seven-member team widened their eyes, gasping in shock. Demi was equally stunned, never expecting her mentor's creation to be so valuable. She suddenly felt optimistic about her future, straightened her posture, and gracefully said, Sir, are you satisfied with Yudo? Very satisfied. Zane nodded, indeed pleased. However, he noticed the woman below, for some reason, stood very straight, her lips slightly curled as if in pride. Hearing the very satisfied comment, Demi couldn't contain her smile, biting her lip lightly, trying to stay calm. Sir, Yudo is not just an exchange for the gold-patterned alchemical potion, but also a token of gratitude for saving our lives. Please accept it. Even if Yudo's creator, my mentor, knew, they would certainly agree to entrust Yudo to you. Because you are a person of golden spirit, Yudo entrusted to you is more than fitting. The creator of Yudo? Zane's heart trembled. He sensed the pride in the woman's mention of her mentor, with no hint of deceit. He couldn't help but wonder. Could it be an alchemical master who lived from the ancient alchemical era to the present? But why is there no record of such a master in my memory? In front of this woman, Zhan En scrutinized her, trying to recall any famous figure that matched her in his memory. However, he was disappointed, unable to find anyone suitable. Perhaps because his heir was killed by a traitor, a certain influential figure had lost hope and chosen to live in seclusion, leaving no records behind. Zhan En speculated silently, his gaze becoming more serious, and asked, What is your name? Sensing the change in Zhan En's attitude, a small sense of pride arose in Demi. Demi Trevi, the only disciple of the mentor, she replied proudly. Zhan En nodded, remembering the name, as 6 more bottles of gold-patterned healing potion appeared on the table. Sir, this. Demi wanted to decline, but Zhan En waved his hand to stop her, calmly saying, These 6 extra bottles are my respect for your mentor. I will visit when I have the chance. This statement filled Demi with excitement, thinking, the master will personally visit the mentor. This is truly significant. She immediately said, I will definitely inform my mentor. She loves people like you, with a spirit of gold. I also look forward to meeting the great alchemist who created Yudo. Zhan En's prestige had Demi's heart surging with pride, as the sole disciple of a great alchemist. Those around were confused, unable to keep up with the sudden change, wondering, isn't this just an exploration instrument? It seems quite valuable. The master will visit personally? Despite not understanding, everyone felt relieved, thinking this was a positive development. I will inform my mentor to welcome your arrival, Demi said eagerly. Zhan En replied, All right, I'll send someone to notify in advance. Demi reluctantly bade farewell to the master, her face still glowing with excitement. Watching Demi and the others leave, doubts resurfaced in Zhan En's mind. The heir went out to gain experience. Did that influential figure not prepare any measures? Oh well, who knows what that old relic is thinking? Zhan En turned and looked toward the dunes below, where the scattered remains of traitors formed a faint blood trail. At the end of the trail, the Red Rose Shield Guards dragged 2 barely alive traitors forward. Having completed their mission, the Red Rose Shield Guards respectfully approached Zhan En. With a thud, the 2 severely injured traitors were forcefully pushed down to kneel beneath the table by the guards. The cold bone claws seemed ready to crush their necks at any moment. The old man in the gray robe didn't dare to move, his face pale. The other, the audacious Mooer, had lost both arms, blood dripping from the stumps, eyes full of resentment, desperately trying to rise, but was firmly restrained by the guards. From his high position, Zhan En lightly tapped his fingers on the table and suddenly asked, Who are they? This man is the leader of our expedition, but he's a madman, unaware of many things. Xia cautiously responded from the small iron cage beside the table, taking the opportunity to belittle Mooer and elevate her own value. It's you, traitor. A familiar voice rang out, and Muir whipped around to see Xia standing there with a sycophantic smile, spouting out information. The intense physical pain mixed with the fury of betrayal drove him even more insane. I'll eat you alive. He writhed, desperately reaching his head towards the iron cage, his mouth full of sharp teeth opening wide, making his face look terrifying and ferocious. Inside the cage, Xia felt nothing but disdain, thinking, what an idiot. Still daring to shout without realizing his current situation. I'll tear you apart, piece by piece. The hissing sound from below annoyed Zhan En, and the tapping of his fingers suddenly stopped. With a crunch, accompanied by the sound of blood spurting out, the frenzied howling came to an abrupt halt. A grim head rolled to the ground, its hateful eyes glaring directly at the iron cage. Xia lowered her eyelids, feeling a complex mix of emotions as Muir died in front of her, as she had expected. Her eyes showed deep resentment, but once she looked up, she skillfully masked it with a facade of flattery and fear, continuing to answer Zhan En's questions. Sir, this old man. She carefully observed the gray-robed old man's appearance, realizing she had never seen him before. Sir, there were too many members in this mission, so I don't remember him. As Xia explained, the gray-robed old man, like an ordinary trader, knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to breathe loudly. Behind the mask, Zhan En's eyes narrowed slightly. During the Red Rose Shield's ambush of these traitors, the gray-robed old man had shown strength second only to the madman just now. Certainly not a mere underling. But his exact status wasn't important. Zhan En just wanted to verify the information. Which faction's call did you respond to? Zhan En asked the same question he had posed during the previous interrogation of the traitors. Xia immediately felt nervous. She worried that the old man might be too loyal to his faction, and if he lied, she would be in trouble, likely facing a confrontation. Fortunately, Xia's worries were unnecessary. Expecting loyalty from a traitor was like expecting pigs to fly. Sir, we accepted a mission from the Black Poison Cult to collect some rare toxins here, the gray-robed old man answered truthfully. He was filled with deep regret, having thought that blending into the main group would be safer, only to encounter these terrifying creatures and face imminent death. Zhan En's fingers resumed tapping on the table. Although the two accounts differed slightly, they matched up overall. Tell me the location of your camp. Sir, our camp is hidden in a quicksand valley where the Black Poison Cult conducts secret research. If you're interested, I can take you there. The gray-robed old man's thoughts aligned with those of Xia in the cage. He also wanted to prove his value. After hearing the gray-robed old man's answer, Xia breathed a sigh of relief but cursed inwardly. That damned old man. Actually leading the enemy. How shameful. Zhan En's fingers tapped rhythmically, pounding on the anxious hearts of the two traitors. They held their breath, afraid to disturb the superior's thoughts. Zhan En weighed his next move, whether to continue dealing with the monsters or to first eliminate the traitor's camp. Zhan En quickly made a decision. The actions of the Black Poison Cult were significant and conspicuous. Could it be that their research had reached a critical stage? They must be stopped. Besides, there was another important reason. The exploration team they sent out had not returned with any news, which suggested that the traitor's camp might have noticed something was amiss. If the camp leader was cautious, they might relocate immediately, which would make it more difficult for Zhan En to find them later. Clearing out monsters could be done anytime, as they wouldn't run away, but the traitors might escape. Having finished thinking, the tapping sound on the table suddenly ceased, making Xia and the old man in the gray robe tense up. Lead the way now, Zhan En ordered. Thank you, my lord. I will lead the way immediately, the gray-robed old man replied obsequiously, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes as he plotted how to escape along the way. Suddenly, a narrow iron cage dropped in front of him. Creak. Before the old man could react, the red rose shield guard roughly shoved him into the cage, which closed, suppressing his psychic abilities. This is painful. Inside the cage, the old man broke into a cold sweat, his leg bone snapped by the guard's rough handling. He dared not cry out, biting his lip to endure the pain. You lead the way, Zhan En commanded. My lord, we need to bypass the monster horde below and continue eastward. Inside the cage, eager to outshine the gray-robed old man, Xia tried to prove her worth. In the other cage, the old man despaired as his escape plan crumbled. Hearing Xia's flattery, he realized he had to prove his value. My lord, I know a hidden path that can quickly bypass the monster horde. Hearing this, Xia glared furiously at the old man. Damn traitor, leading the enemy so eagerly, how shameless. The old man was equally enraged. What a sycophantic woman, seizing the chance to outdo me and put me in danger. Their eyes clashed with intense animosity. If not for the cages, they might have tried to strangle each other. Zhan En paid no mind to the hostility between the two traitors. In fact, it was precisely what he wanted. Go straight through the monster horde. He had no patience for detours. Tens of thousands of low-intelligence monsters were no reason for him to change course. Besides, he could clear them while traveling, killing two birds with one stone. Go through. The two traitors swallowed hard, knowing all too well the violent bloodthirstiness of the black mist monsters. Charging straight through while injured and trapped in a cage, if anything went wrong, the consequences would be dire. My lord, these monsters are a mere trifle to you, but getting entangled with them might hinder us and spoil your mood. The old man reasoned, trying to protect his life with flattery and persuasion. Xia was stunned by his words. Could language be used this way? For a moment, she couldn't think of anything better to say. Her brow furrowed as she regarded the old man as a formidable adversary. With just a single sentence, Zhan En sensed that the old man was a talented individual. His words carried a comforting tone. Instantly, Zhan En decided that once the guidance was over, he would grant the old man a swift release from the torments of this world. Yes, you're absolutely right. Zhan En nodded, accepting the suggestion. Upon hearing this, the two traders felt a weight lift off their shoulders. Zhan En indeed thought the old man made a valid point. Along the journey, they had been constantly harassed by hordes of monsters, unable to sleep well or eat in peace. So, he turned to number one and said, "You guided along the way." A purple thorn shield guard emerged, standing before the two traders. Absolutely, absolutely. The traders nodded frantically, too anxious to ask questions, only able to comply. The old man in the gray robe was internally conflicted, his broken leg a reminder that these creatures lacked humanity. "Move out, Russell." Two shield guards pulled the iron chain, and with a rustling sound, the iron cage began to move. In that moment of movement, the two traders exchanged a knowing glance, silently understanding each other. "Sir, we'll first cross the southern." The old man thought to himself that he must perform well to lower this lord's guard. However, Xia suddenly sensed something was wrong. The group seemed to be getting closer to the monster horde. "Sir, isn't this direction a bit off?" she asked. The old man in the gray robe looked ahead, seeing the dense swarm of monsters approaching, and felt a chill down his spine. He turned to Zhan En with a pleading look. "Sir, didn't you agree with my reasoning?" Walking beside the iron cage, Zhan En nodded in response. "Indeed, you made sense, which is why I won't be joining you. On the way, follow number one's instructions." The realization hit the two traders, and their faces turned extremely grim. "What? Do you have any objections?" Zhan En asked coldly. "No, we wouldn't dare." The two traders were terrified, and if not for the narrow cage, they would have prostrated themselves on the ground to show their absolute submission. "As long as you guide the way properly, the shield guards will protect you along the way." Zhan En stopped, his icy voice cutting through to the traders. They couldn't believe that this lord, who seemed to accept advice, would be so ruthless as to send them into the monster horde. But trapped in the cage, they had no choice but to submit, hoping the skeletal creatures around them would do their duty. Just as they were about to speak, their faces slammed into the iron bars with a loud crash, nearly knocking out their front teeth. The wind howled past their ears as the shield guards picked up speed. Slow down." The traders struggled to adjust, but the shield guards did not relent, the wind roaring, and the monster horde's growls growing louder. Pressed against the bars, the traders felt a bitter acceptance of their fate. In the distance, 23 shield guards, carrying two iron cages, charged straight into the monster horde. In an instant, blood sprayed, and the monsters along the path were sliced in half. As they delved deeper, the number 6 Red Rose shield guard joined the ranks. Amidst the frenzied assault of the monster horde, two traders panicked while the team steadily advanced. The plan was to return and further enhance the Tulip Skeleton Sword Guard before catching up. The Tulip Skeleton Sword Guard had reached the threshold for enhancement, but due to unexpected events, Zhan En hadn't managed to complete the process. With a roar, the wings of the crimson gold feathered serpent unfurled, and Zhan En soared into the sky. He needed to return to the flat mushroom pillar not only to complete the enhancement, but also to pack up tents and other belongings. As for the shield guards escorting the two traders, Zhan En felt assured. After all, the number 1 purple thorn shield guard shared his vision, allowing for timely remote command. Shortly after, on the flat mushroom pillar, a fierce gray-white flame suddenly erupted and then dissipated moments later. A brand new Tulip shield guard was born. It was incredibly robust, with a 3-meter skeletal body, a heavy and resolute lion-tiger red giant shield, and a sword engraved with elaborate tulip patterns, all showcasing its power. The Tulip shield guard had 400 health points, 50 constitution, 18 strength, 8 speed, and 3 skills, including Tulip Anomaly and Tulip Shield Tactics 13, sharing an astounding total of 29 attribute points with other shield guards. Zhan En quickly scanned through, noting no significant differences in attributes, focusing instead on the skills. Tulip Anomaly, a fusion of the Tulip tribe's sword and the First Legion's fearless shield of Ersba, endowed it with formidable talents. Tulip Shield Tactics level 32, with 10 increased damage and defense when using Tulip Shield Tactics. Moreover, the bond Fearless Tulip caused the Tulip shield guards to resonate in battle, enhancing the sword wielder's strength by 1 point for each additional guard, and slightly boosting self-healing abilities while granting immunity to negative effects. Each point of constitution could last for 10 minutes, and once the bond was activated, the Tulip shield guard's endurance in battle became exceptionally formidable. With its powerful self-healing abilities, the Tulip shield guard was undoubtedly the best suited for steadfast defense. After the enhancement was completed, Zhan En began packing away all the miscellaneous items on the flat mushroom pillar and ordered the Tulip shield guard to clear any remaining traces. Once these tasks were done, Zhan En retracted the Tulip shield guard. With wings vibrating, he ascended into the air, sensing the position of the shield guard team, which was advancing at a good pace. Before leaving, he took one last look at the now empty flat mushroom pillar, ensuring nothing was left behind. With a gust of wind, he transformed into a golden streak, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, the shield guards, under the scorching sun and blazing sand winds, continued their relentless march, carrying 2 iron cages. Inside one, the traitor Xia lay devoid of the vigor she had at the start. She sat slumped, lips cracked, with a numb and vacant expression. Her stomach growled uncontrollably. In a daze, she tried to press down on her stomach to alleviate the hunger, but pain. The wound on her forearm where her hand had been severed sent a sharp agony to her brain. She was reminded again of her dear claws, which had been brutally chopped off. Just wait, she thought. Once I escape someday. Pain brings clarity, but hatred can fuel an even stronger will to survive. Determined to live, Xia's eyes hardened as she suddenly bit down on her cracked lips. Warm blood gushed into her mouth, and she swallowed it, gulp after gulp, to quench her thirst. In another iron cage, an old man in a gray robe was also suffering from extreme thirst and hunger. Xia's desperate act of drinking her own blood caught his attention. Shocked, he wiped his eyes in disbelief and thought to himself, what a terrifying woman. If she can be so ruthless to herself, what would she do to others? Recalling their previous conflicts, he pondered how to strike first. As for mending relations, that was never in the mind of a traitor. Please, give me some water. I'm dying of thirst. The old man in the gray robe pleaded pitifully to the shield warriors who were battling monsters. Despite his thirst, he hadn't lost his mind like Xia. After all, these creatures still needed them to guide the way. Surely they wouldn't let him die of thirst. The old man's cries first caught Xia's attention, and through her haze, some sense returned to her. Was she doing something foolish? Already gravely injured, this deceptive way of quenching thirst was undoubtedly like drinking poison, only weakening her further. Yet the sweetness in her mouth was intoxicating, and she couldn't resist swallowing more. The shield warriors paid no heed to the old man's pleas and continued to hack away at the monsters, neither pausing to rest nor offering any water. Sir? Sir? He called out repeatedly, but none of the shield warriors responded. A sense of foreboding crept into the old man's heart. Would these creatures really let him die? Ha ha ha. Old man, your method won't work. Xia, sharing the same iron prison, smirked with a trace of malicious delight on her face, a bizarre look of intoxication. Crazy. She's a lunatic. The old man cursed inwardly. Was there no sane person among the traitors? The deceased Mad Muir was one thing, but now this woman was becoming unhinged too, drinking her own blood to quench her thirst, and even enjoying it? Could any normal being do such a thing? The old man had no interest in arguing with this damned woman and focused on whether he was asking for help incorrectly. Surely, if their master had ordered them to guide number 1, it meant the creatures could understand them. With the guide on the brink of death from thirst, why wasn't there any response? Desperate to survive, the old man continued to beg, Sir, I'm dying of thirst, just a sip of water will do. His voice was pitiful, and anyone hearing it would surely feel compassion. However, the surrounding skeletons were devoid of emotion, driven only by their master's orders. They had 2 commands. Advance quickly based on the directions provided by these 2 prisoners while slaughtering the monster horde, and prevent these 2 from escaping or letting monsters approach the cage. There was no order to provide water to the traitors, so the shield warriors naturally ignored him. Moreover, they didn't need water, and Zane hadn't given them any to carry, so even if they wanted to, they couldn't provide it. The old man in the gray robe begged for a long time, but the skeletal creatures remained unresponsive. His throat grew drier, and despair settled in as his spirits plummeted. During the flight towards the group, Zhan En noticed the unusual situation through the perspective of the first purple thorn shield guardian. How could they become so thirsty so soon, and still have the strength to shout and self-harm? Was there a hidden conspiracy? Zhan En subconsciously forgot that these 2 traitors were already severely injured and their psychic energy suppressed. Combined with the scorching sun overhead and the scorching sand winds, it was remarkable they had lasted this long. If they truly died of thirst, it would be troublesome. After some thought, Zhan En urged the golden-winged serpent to accelerate once more. Soon, he approached the group from above, deliberately bypassing them to fly ahead, where he deployed the Tulip shield guardian with orders to wait with 2 flasks of water. Meanwhile, in the hidden camp of the traitors, far from the shield guardians, a cacophony erupted. At the center of the camp's high platform, a traitor pointed to a tall sandboard, introducing loudly, Above is your new collection task, which must be completed within the designated time. Submitters will receive rich rewards. As soon as he finished, a few people among the dense crowd of traitors shouted excitedly, Oh my god, there's a reward of spiritual equipment and precious alchemical potions from human society. Quick, I want task 3. Why? I want it too. The spiritual equipment is mine. Task 5. Don't fight me for it. Immediately, the atmosphere heated up as the traitors rushed to claim tasks, some even coming to blows. Not far from the platform stood a dark brown sand tower, with an exterior that appeared quite worn. On the top floor, two figures stood by the window, overlooking the commotion on the platform. The person on the left wore a mask, their form completely shrouded in a dark brown robe. The mechanical voice that emanated from them was indistinguishable in gender. Beside them stood a burly man in heavy armor, his eyes fierce and glimmering with a green light. Seeing his subordinates scramble for tasks as if they had never seen the world, he felt embarrassed and said coldly, "What a clever trick, just a few people stirring things up, and it drives these fools to compete." Truly a clever trick. The robed person, adept at reading expressions, immediately noticed the camp leader Dun Luo's displeasure and laughed. "Ha! Leader, you jest. It's just a petty trick. Your subordinates are clearly eager because of your orders. The few people I arranged merely added a finishing touch, not worth mentioning." Hearing this flattery, Dun Luo's mood improved slightly, and he no longer paid attention to the fools below, laughing heartily. "You're right. Come, have a seat." He turned back to the table, inviting the robed person to sit. "Thank you, leader." The robed person, relieved that Dun Luo was no longer upset, breathed a sigh of relief. This was a crucial period for their close cooperation, and any mistake could lead to dire consequences. The robed person couldn't help but shiver at the thought. After taking a seat, Dun Luo tore into chunks of meat with gusto, then raised his bowl of wine, gesturing, "Guests are guests, and they should follow the host's lead. Come, let's drink." His eyes were fixed on the mask of the man in the brown robe, filled with curiosity. This individual, a psychic from Yinsha City, dared to venture into the camp. Despite their previous collaboration, both sides maintained a cautious mutual understanding, careful not to encroach on each other's territory to avoid any mishaps. The man in the brown robe remained silent, raising his bowl without the intention of drinking. He knew he couldn't reveal his identity unless the traitor leader before him was principled and wouldn't divulge secrets. But hoping for integrity from a traitor was like chasing rainbows. "Chief Dun Luo, the master is very dissatisfied with the progress of your experiments. I've been tasked by the master to personally verify the progress. Time is pressing. Can we go now?" The man in the brown robe mentioned the real purpose of his visit, trying to sidestep the insidious toast. Dun Luo, however, was unfazed, coldly responding, "What's the rush? The lab is just below, we'll go after eating." On his own turf, he wouldn't let anyone else take charge, and his firm stance implied that refusing to drink would be seen as disrespectful. "All right, as the master wishes." The man in the brown robe, helpless under Dun Luo's fierce gaze, slowly lifted his mask, revealing a black face covering. The mouth was uncovered, with bright red lips slightly parted. He lifted his cup and drank it all. Dun Luo's brow twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "This guy is really cautious, wearing a mask beneath another mask." But the more cautious he was, the more curious Dun Luo became about his true face. After finishing the drink, the man in the brown robe replaced his mask, a mechanical voice emerging. "Chief, the drink is finished, so shouldn't we?" But Dun Luo's gaze was intimidating, and with a forced smile, he said, "I forgot to mention, in our camp, there's a rule that you must show your true face, or else." He applied slight pressure to a bone, cracking it in half and greedily drinking the marrow. The man in the brown robe cursed silently, determined not to reveal his face. He then spoke coldly. "Dun Luo, even your faction's Bishop Hasawai knows my purpose here. What are you trying to do by blocking me repeatedly?" At the mention of Bishop, fear flickered across Dun Luo's face, his jowls quivering, and he dared not tease the man any further. "Ha ha ha, just a joke. Let's go now." Dun Luo set the broken bone aside, his demeanor softening as he stood and headed out. The man in the brown robe, disdainful, thought to himself what a bully Dun Luo was, and followed silently. Meanwhile, in the shield warriors' ranks, two nearly dehydrated traitors finally found salvation. They received the water pouches thrown by the Tulip shield warriors, desperately gulping down the contents. Gulp, gulp. They were saved. The man in the gray robe, drinking blissfully, felt tears at the corners of his eyes. He had never tasted water so good, like the legendary water of life, reviving his near-dead spirit. However, after a few gulps, Xiao frowned. No, the taste is too weak. Fresh water dilutes the blood, and that intoxicating sensation has faded significantly. After rehydrating, she managed to regain some clarity, and her survival instincts urged her to keep drinking. Nearby, the Tulip shield guards completed their task and quickly left the group, heading straight for a dark shadow in the distance. Zhan En descended, putting away the Tulip shield guards, as notifications of spirit essence gained echoed in his mind. Spirit essence 0.3, spirit essence 0.2. By now, the monster horde had been reduced by a quarter, yet the remaining creatures continued their frenzied assault on the shield guards. Spirit essence 288712000. Everything was proceeding according to Zhan En's plan, efficiently combining monster hunting with traveling. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhan En found a place nearby to rest. After some time of flying, he decided to take a short break. The Tulip shield guards kept watch, ready to rejoin the group once they were sufficiently rested. Time passed quietly, and the monster horde was finally annihilated. Spirit Essence, 7657120000. The shield guards picked up their pace again, kicking up clouds of dust as they traveled swiftly. It was now the 5th day since they set out. Inside the cage, Xia pressed her arm against her empty stomach when suddenly, a familiar landscape came into view. She hurriedly shouted, "Sir, keep going. Our camp is just ahead." The gray-robed man reacted a bit slowly, feeling a pang of frustration. Damn it, that madwoman got ahead of me. Besides his brief frustration, he felt a deep sense of anxiety. The camp was near, and soon his greatest value would vanish, yet he had no idea how to escape. What to do? Compared to the turmoil in the gray-robed man's mind, Xia appeared much calmer. She understood that in her current state, there was no way she could escape. Given the brutality of the armored man, failing to escape meant certain death. With this realization, Xia's thoughts shifted. I'll make sure to cause you trouble. She knew that the camp's strength was no match for these terrifying monsters. A flash of madness crossed her eyes as she discreetly placed her hand on her belt, where a flare was hidden. She would wait until they were closer to the camp before firing it into the sky to warn the camp, causing trouble for the armored man. That would teach him not to underestimate her. In midair, upon learning that the trader's camp was ahead, Zhan En accelerated rapidly, propelled by the storm. Soon, he spotted a massive sand dune below. Surrounding the dune, dark brown quicksand slowly rolled, capable of engulfing any creature daring enough to venture into it. This was a quicksand area, a natural barrier deterring outsiders, but it was merely a ground-level defense, incapable of stopping enemies from the sky. With a flap of his wings, Zhan En easily soared over the quicksand, encountering no obstacles, not even a glimpse of a person or monster. Zhan En surmised that the traders were overly confident in their quicksand barrier. As he flew over the massive dune, he saw that its top was a funnel-like hollow. The traders' camp must be inside. Zhan En took out his alchemical telescope and carefully observed the scene below. Suddenly, a cluster of small black dots caught his attention. He descended quietly, and as the view in the telescope expanded, he saw a trader's camp nestled at the deepest part of the funnel sand cavity. The entire camp was a dark brown color, constructed from sand and stone, blending seamlessly with the surroundings in an impressive display of camouflage. Without the suspicion that a trader's camp might be there, it would have been nearly impossible to spot even if one passed by chance. Having confirmed the location of the trader's camp, Zhan En's crimson gold feathered wings began to vibrate, and he transformed into a streak of light heading towards the shield warriors. Boom! A fierce wind descended, stirring up sand and dust, nearly blinding the two traders inside an iron cage. Who is it? An attack? Xia and the old man in the gray robe both felt a surge of hope, wishing for the attacker or creature to cause chaos, providing them a chance to escape. In the blurred view, they saw a pair of massive crimson gold wings, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura, as if belonging to a primordial beast. The hope in Xia and the old man's eyes grew stronger, silently urging, "Come on, attack now." As the wind subsided and the sand settled, the owner of the wings slowly turned and said calmly, "You did well. The camp is indeed ahead." The familiar figure and deep voice instantly dimmed the light in the two traders' eyes. It's over. The camp's location has been discovered by the masked man, and the threat of death loomed large. The old man in the gray robe, desperate to prove his remaining worth and save himself, pleaded, "Master, to enter the camp, you must use a special method to cross the quicksand area." Xia sneered disdainfully, "Idiot." Her mockery made the old man realize that this masked man could fly, and since he had confirmed the camp's location, the quicksand was no obstacle for him. Zhan En approached slowly, his voice low and cold. "Considering your cooperation, I've decided to make it quick for you." With the trader's camp location confirmed, these two traders were of no further use. Zhan En gestured, and two skeletal shield warriors approached the cage, their eerie soul flames watching, enveloping the area in a chilling intent to kill. Xia gave a bitter smile, her arm sliding weakly from her belt, resigned to her fate. The camp was still some distance away, and even if she launched a signal arrow, it wouldn't serve as a warning. She chose to give up. The old man in the gray robe was more terrified, his face pale as he desperately shouted, "Master, I know the secrets of the Black Poison cult's leaders. I know the camp leader's abilities. I know." Zhan En listened but found nothing of value, so he decided to end it swiftly. The shield warriors immediately raised their great swords, the sharp blades aimed at the two traders, sending a shiver down one's spine. These revelations did not sway the masked man. What else? What else? The old man's mind raced, suddenly recalling a scene he had once witnessed by chance. Master, the Black Poison cult, and the rock. But it was too late. With a swift motion, the sword slashed through the air, and inside the cage, The heads of the two traitors were severed from their bodies, blood splattering as their headless corpses fell with a thud, lifeless. The shield warriors then dumped the remains out of the cage to facilitate its cleaning. Two heads were poured out, and after they stopped rolling, they ended up facing each other. One displayed a look of resentment mixed with a sneer, while the other showed despair and unwillingness, vividly capturing their final thoughts before death. Zhan En looked down at the head of the old man in the gray robe, puzzled. What did the old man's last words mean? The Black Poison Cult in Yin? Could it be related to Yinsha City? The connection between Yinsha City and the Black Poison Cult made Zhan En ponder. In his memory, Yinsha City would one day unveil a bold organization secretly collaborating with the Black Poison Cult on experiments. On that day, the high-ranking officials of Yinsha City were enraged, executing all members of the organization and digging up their base thoroughly, leaving not even a sand rat alive. Things were getting complicated, Zhan En thought gravely. Collaborators within the human camp working with traitors were more detestable than the traitors themselves. He regretted acting too hastily earlier. However, the old man in the gray robe brought it upon himself. He should have spoken sooner rather than waiting until the moment of death. First, he needed to eliminate this traitor camp and see if any clues could be found. With a swift decision, Zhan En gathered all the shield warriors, and with the wind swirling around him, he soared into the sky. The hunt was about to begin. Inside the traitor camp, a man in a brown robe followed the camp leader into the innermost room of the sand building, guarded by several traitors. On the floor was an entrance to a basement where they would check the progress of their experiments. The camp leader descended, followed hesitantly by the man in the brown robe, step by step, until they reached the bottom. Dim candlelight illuminated the narrow corridor, lined with room after room stretching endlessly. The doors were tightly shut, with faint, pitiful cries emanating from within. The camp leader strode forward, indifferent to the brown-robed man's nervousness, who hurried to keep up, their footsteps echoing clearly in the passage. She felt a chill, as if something was watching her. Suddenly, the camp leader halted in front of room 27. Creak. The camp leader pushed the door open, revealing a brightly lit interior where several short-robed traitors were gathered around a large iron cage. Inside the cage, a tailless sand scorpion was feeding. Chief. Seeing Dun Luo enter, the traitors quickly saluted, noticing the brown-robed figure following him. Your experiment sponsor has sent him to check on the progress of experiment 27. At this, the traitors' faces showed slightly ingratiating smiles, knowing their experiments depended entirely on this sole benefactor. The brown-robed figure stepped forward, a mechanical voice sounding. Ladies and gentlemen, the patron wishes to know at what stage the experiment currently stands. At these words, the smiles vanished from the traitors' faces, and they exchanged awkward glances, hesitant to respond. After a few moments, one of the traitors stepped forward reluctantly, his expression serious and professional, indicating he was responsible. Rest assured, sir, we have reached the stage of live monster experiments. Live monster experiments? The brown-robed figure's mechanical voice quickened. 6 months ago, the live monster experiments had just begun. 3 months ago, they were still ongoing, and now they remain at the same stage. The man in the brown robe was furious, his dissatisfaction barely contained. Initially, the research team had confidently stated that the experiments would take about 3 more months. However, the timeline kept being postponed, and the man in the brown robe began to suspect that the members of the Dark Poison Cult were deliberately delaying to extract more resources. Sensing the man's obvious displeasure, the leader gave the researchers a prompting look, urging them to explain. The traitorous researcher quickly thought on his feet and said, Almost there. Almost there. We'll finish the live monster experiment phase in a few days and soon move on to human trials. The man in the brown robe was skeptical. She had heard similar reassurances from another member of the Dark Poison Cult 3 months earlier. She wasn't inclined to believe them easily. Now, you must complete the experiment within 3 months, the man in the brown robe said coldly. The master's patience is limited, and the repeated delays have already made him very displeased. She set the final deadline, stating that regardless of the progress, the experiments must be completed in 3 months, or she wouldn't be able to answer to the master. 3 months. The researchers exchanged nervous glances. In 3 months, they might be able to develop a preliminary version of the human longevity potion, but its safety would be uncertain. And that was assuming they had sufficient experimental materials. After some calculations, the researchers reluctantly asked, how much initial experimental material is needed? The man in the brown robe didn't care about safety. As long as they had a first-generation product, she could temporarily appease the master. When it came to experimental materials, the leader discreetly signaled 10 to the researchers. Internally conflicted, they proposed a demand 10 times the actual consumption, wondering if they were being too greedy. Finally, they concluded, we roughly need 9,000 civilians. 9,000? The man in the brown robe exclaimed, gritting her teeth, her voice filled with shock and anger. Do you understand what it means for 9,000 people to go missing? Not to mention whether we can quietly obtain that many people, just the number alone, roughly the population of several dozen villages. So many civilians disappearing would inevitably alarm the authorities, leading to a full city investigation. At that point, forget about the experiments. The master would likely be torn to pieces. The researchers awkwardly smiled, realizing it was indeed excessive, and frequently signaled to the leader, seeking guidance on how to proceed. The leader maintained a serious expression and held up 8 fingers. The researchers understood this was still too many, but it was the leader's order. They appeared troubled and said, if 9,000 people are not feasible, 7,000 might barely suffice. 7,000? Are you dreaming? What's the difference between 9,000 and 7,000? Both would attract the authorities' attention. The man in the brown robe looked at them as if they were idiots, questioning the intelligence of her partners. She said coldly, 7,000 is not acceptable, 6,000, no less. The researchers sighed, indicating that 6,000 was the minimum for the experiment. The man in the brown robe scoffed. Huh, even if you have it, it's still a fantasy. 1,500. No more than 1,500, delivered in 10 batches. 1,500. The researchers feigned collapse, their expressions pained. The person in the brown robe was secretly anxious, realizing that the quantity was far too little and fearing that the potion's effect might not be ideal. In truth, they were actually quite pleased, as they had reported a number double the actual consumption. Hearing the researcher's response, the person in the brown robe thought, oh no, I've still overestimated the numbers. She would never have guessed that the researchers had exaggerated the demand by tenfold. Too few? Do you have any idea how much resource, planning, timing, and risk it takes to make these 1,500 test subjects disappear reasonably? And to be honest, how much material we can ultimately provide you is still an unknown. The person in the brown robe decided to report back to her superior that the experimental materials needed to be reduced by a few hundred. She felt she had been deceived. The researchers were well aware of how incredibly difficult it was to obtain so many test subjects. A single careless leak could lead to the death and destruction of the human investors behind the scenes in the city. But opportunities to make such exorbitant demands were rare, and they were determined to profit as much as possible. Whether the investors would suffer as a result was not their concern. The camp leader, Dunluo, patted his chest and confidently assured, don't worry. As long as the experimental materials are adequately supplied, our black venom cult will definitely develop the initial version of the life-extending potion within 3 months. The person in the brown robe remained silent, her faith in the black venom cult's credibility severely shaken, making it hard for her to trust his promise. With no response received, the camp leader's expression stiffened, and he quickly said, come, show our guest the current results of our experiments. The researchers began leading the person in the brown robe around, introducing various experimental data on the tailless sand scorpions within the iron cages. Meanwhile, high above the outside world, Zhan En was circling the camp, observing all directions with his alchemical telescope. Earlier, a team of traders had returned, having crossed the flowing sands by boat, constantly adjusting their course until they reached the other side. Only one exit? Perhaps it was because the traders had too much confidence in the camp. Not only was there just one exit, but the guards at the exit, the guards on the watchtowers, and the guards in the passage were few in number and lazily gathered together, showing no signs of vigilance. Why overthink it? Just send in the 25 shield warriors. Zhan En decided with determination, choosing to rely on sheer strength rather than tactics. He flapped his wings, preparing to descend and deploy the shield warriors. At the camp's sole exit, a few traitorous guards were yawning out of boredom. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled above them, and they looked up in surprise to see a large bird they had never seen before flying overhead. Unexpectedly, the shadows above grew more numerous, rapidly descending like meteors, quickly enlarging in the traitors' eyes. Not good. It's a monster, they shouted in terror, realizing that the landing point was precisely where they stood. A dark shadow loomed, and a deadly sense of threat instantly engulfed them. In terror, the group turned and sprinted towards the camp. However, it was already too late. Boom! 3 shield guardians, using their sturdy shields as buffers, crashed heavily onto the ground with terrifying force. The impact crushed the fleeing traitors into pulp on the spot. Attack! Attack! Monsters! The guards who narrowly escaped were filled with dread, their faces pale. Witnessing their comrades' gruesome fate, they completely lost the will to fight and scrambled back into the gates in panic. The 3 shield guardians successfully took control of the gate, vowing not to let any creature escape. Meanwhile, Zhan En received news of an increase in ethereal energy, a smile playing on his lips. The show had begun. Starting from the exit, he continued deploying the shield guardians over the camp. At the camp's center, the traders gathered in groups, their noisy chatter drowning out the howling storm, with hardly anyone noticing the figures in the sky at first. Suddenly, some traders felt a shadow grow across their faces. What was that? Instinctively, they looked up, and boom, The shield guardians plummeted from the sky like meteors, the collisions deafening. Those struck were instantly reduced to pulp, with dismembered limbs and hot blood splattering onto the faces of their nearby companions. Many instinctively reached up to touch the blood on their faces, their pupils dilating in shock. The air filled with the metallic scent of blood, and screams erupted. "Help me! It's a monster! Quick! Run!" The screams, cries for help, and the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed throughout the camp. The skeletal monsters landed, wielding giant shields and swinging massive swords, slaughtering the traders mercilessly. Faced with the sudden attack, the traders, after a moment of panic, quickly regrouped for a counterattack, shouting angrily, "Damn monsters! Don't panic, everyone! There are only about 20 of them. Kill them! Avenge our fallen brothers!" However, in the frontal assault, they quickly realized the harsh reality. Even the strongest among them were like children before the terrifying skeletal monsters. Their proud attacks were effortlessly blocked by the giant shields, causing no harm at all. The defenders, known for their resilience, were as fragile as tofu against the massive swords. A flash of the sword, and both shield and bearer were cleaved in two. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the corpses of traders, and the number continued to rise at an alarming rate. The traders quickly fell into despair, terrified. "Damn it! What are these monsters? Leader! Quick, find a leader! Run! Run for your lives!" The loud chaos on the ground inevitably reached the basement. "What's happening up there?" Leader Dunluo immediately lost interest in continuing the tour with the brown-robed figure and hurried towards the basement exit. Without the leader's company, the brown-robed person appeared uneasy, her gaze stern as she coldly remarked, "I understand your progress. The master will give you 3 more months to complete the initial version of the life-extending potion." The researchers looked troubled, and the brown-robed figure snorted in dissatisfaction. "I will report to the master. Subsequent batches will be sent to you." At this, several researchers quickly expressed their determination. "Rest assured, as long as the materials are sufficient, the experiment will succeed." The figure in the brown robe nodded, albeit reluctantly, choosing to believe once more. She turned away and headed towards the direction of the camp leader, cursing silently. "Damn it! What on earth is happening? Where did these monsters come from?" The camp leader, Dunluo, stood on the top floor of the sand tower, his eyes fierce like a tiger's, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, as he watched helplessly below while his subordinates were being slaughtered. "Leader, these terrifying skeleton monsters fell from the sky." A group of traders who had fled to the top were behind him, their faces etched with fear. Dunluo was startled. Fell from the sky? Could they fly? If they could indeed fly, then standing atop the sand tower would likely attract these creatures. At this moment, a guard who had narrowly survived spoke tremblingly. Leader, my comrades and I saw a large bird fly over first, and then these monsters descended from the sky." Other traders chimed in. "Yes, I remember too. It seemed like there was a large bird circling before the skeleton monsters appeared." Dunluo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the top floor of the sand tower was temporarily safe. At least as long as the subordinates outside weren't completely wiped out, they were secure. However, the figure in the brown robe felt a chill watching the bloody massacre below. She thought she was having a streak of bad luck lately, with her experiments not going well, and during her first deep exploration, she encountered a trader camp being attacked by terrifying monsters. "Leader, isn't there a safe tunnel leading out of here?" a mechanical voice asked. The figure in the brown robe just wanted to escape. With her keen eyes, she could tell the skeleton monsters below were at least mid-level in strength. This frightened her and made her incredulous. Has the Dead Silence Desert's spiritual restriction increased? Safe tunnel. The traders in the room looked at her as if she were crazy. The figure in the brown robe couldn't understand. As a major research site for your black poison cult, didn't you consider escape routes during construction? One of the traders explained, "The outer quicksand barrier is bottomless, preventing enemies from entering from the ground and also stopping us from building tunnels." The figure in the brown robe held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, "What about other escape methods?" "Escape? Our camp is the most powerful force in the Dead Silence Desert besides the black fog monsters. Why would we need to escape?" the traders said matter-of-factly. The figure in the brown robe felt despair, not expecting the black poison cult to become so arrogant. She thought to herself, even if there were no skeleton monster attacks, wouldn't the high ranks of the human city-states take action if your camp were exposed? As they spoke, the traders suddenly realized their predicament, and their voices grew quieter until the room fell silent. Time slipped by quietly as the screams above the camp gradually subsided. Apart from the sand tower, the massacre by the skeletal shield guards was nearing its end. The remaining traders seemed to be hiding within this peculiar sand tower. Zhan En felt a hint of doubt. Compared to the previous trader camp cleanup, the resistance here was surprisingly weak. Particularly, the leader had yet to show up, making the sand tower seem even more suspicious. With a thought, Zhan En commanded the skeletal shield guards to trample over corpses and wade through blood, surrounding the sand tower from all directions. He ordered the number 1 purple thorn shield guard to lead 4 purple thorn shield guards and 4 red rose shield guards inside to investigate. The 9 shield guards easily pushed open the door and stormed in. Hovering above, Zhan En observed the interior through the eyes of the number 1 purple thorn shield guard, deciding to start the search from the top floor to drive the traitors downward, ensuring none escaped. Creak, creak, thud, thud. The skeletal shield guards quickly ascended to the top floor and began their search. To Zhan En's surprise, not a single traitor was found. No one. Keep going down. Creak, creak, thud, thud. Still no one. Continue. Creak, creak. Until they returned to the ground floor, there was still no sign of anyone. Where could they be hiding? Zhan En pondered slightly. The shield guards surrounding the sand tower hadn't sensed any living presence, nor had he seen anyone escape. Therefore, he deduced that there might be an underground chamber within the sand tower. Drawing from past experience, Zhan En swiftly made a decision. Thoroughly inspect the ground floor of each room to find an entrance. Creak, creak, boom, boom. The skeletal shield guards began a meticulous search, destroying tables, chairs, and benches in the rooms, and probing the ground with sword tips for any hollow spaces. Finally, they discovered an underground entrance in the deepest room. Realizing the traitors might be escaping through this passage, Zhan En hurriedly gave orders. The number 1 purple thorn shield guard immediately led 8 shield guards down to pursue. The 9 shield guards entered the entrance one by one, quickly descending the stairs. Before them lay rows of sealed doors and an open corridor, visible through the eyes of the number 1 purple thorn shield guard. Start with the first room, break in. Boom! With the force of the shield guards, the doors were violently destroyed, exposing everything inside. The room was in disarray, with various potion bottles shattered, and the floor littered with shards and spilled liquids. The bodies of strangely shaped creatures lay on the ground, their blood still warm, indicating they had just died. An experiment? Outside, Zhan En's expression grew more severe. He sensed the secret hidden within this traitor camp might be more serious than he had anticipated. Next room. Boom, boom. Room by room, the search continued, but no traitors were found, only various experimental equipment, devices, and biological remains. Some rooms even contained dissected, twisted human corpses that had suffered brutal torture. The tragic scenes ignited a furious anger within Zhan En. Once he encountered the traitors, he vowed to cut them into pieces. The search was incredibly swift. As soon as the door to the laboratory opened, everything inside was laid bare. The shield warriors, with their keen sense of the living, quickly advanced down the passage until they reached the end, where a large, ominous black and blood-red door stood before them. The black patterns on the door moved slowly, resembling a living creature, emitting a pungent stench, and the air was filled with a sizzling sound of corrosion. This was the Black Poison Gate. Zhan En narrowed his eyes, understanding that this was a unique method used by the Black Poison cult to protect highly important laboratories. The black patterns on the door were actually precious toxins integrated through a special ritual by the cult. If one attempted to force their way in without the correct method, the patterns would rapidly activate, and the terrifying black poison would invade all nearby living beings, inflicting various dreadful negative states that even unprepared high-level psionics could not withstand. The cost to create such a formidable poison guard was immense, only used in exceptionally important experiments. Activate the fearless purple thorn. Activate the fearless red rose. Zhan En ordered without hesitation. Immediately, the aura of the purple thorn shield warriors and red rose shield warriors began to rise dramatically. The patterns on their bones became more intricate and dazzling, and a faint crimson glow enveloped their bodies, boosting their strength to 30 points and granting immunity to all negative effects. Their astonishing presence whipped up waves of air, provoking the Black Poison Gate. The dense black patterns on the door suddenly wriggled and extended black spikes that lunged toward the shield warriors. Boom! The black spikes struck the large shields, instantly turning into a cloud of black mist. The air sizzled as the touched walls began to dissolve, highlighting the poison's ferocity. The black mist quickly enveloped the giant shield, spreading to the skeletal claws in the blink of an eye. But as it touched the crimson glow surrounding the skeletal shield warriors, it dissipated instantly, leaving the warriors unharmed. Ignore those black spikes and attack the Black Poison Gate directly. With Zhan En's command, the shield warriors launched an unhesitant assault on the Black Poison Gate. Beyond the gate was a massive laboratory. Leader Dun Luo, the brown-robed figure, and dozens of traitors were hiding there. The Black Poison Gate, constructed at great expense by the cult, was a formidable barrier that even terrifying monsters and high-level psionics could not withstand. A traitor pointed toward the ominously emanating Black Poison Gate, introducing it to the brown-robed figure. Excellent. Your cult's power is truly extraordinary. The brown-robed figure felt slightly relieved, sensing that the ultimate measure of this group was reliable. With a sense of security, she took a moment to observe the enormous laboratory. In the center of the chamber stood a large, cylindrical container 3 people high, connected by a network of fine tubes, filled with a dark brown liquid. Within the viscous liquid, the brown-robed figure faintly discerned the outline of a humanoid creature. Sensing the gaze upon it, the creature turned its body, its hollow black eyes locking onto the brown-robed figure. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming sense of despair surged into the brown-robed figure's heart, her eyes turning vacant as though plunged into a world of deathly silence, compelling her to walk toward the container involuntarily. Stop! What are you planning to do? The leader of the camp shouted sharply as the person in the brown robe made a conspicuous move. The brown-robed figure snapped back to reality, cold sweat forming on her forehead. In just a few seconds, her mental energy was drained, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her. She bit her tongue to stay alert and asked, "What kind of monster are you studying?" The traders exchanged confused glances. Most of them were entering this laboratory for the first time. Several researchers, upon hearing the term monster, expressed dissatisfaction. Monster? What a crude term. It is just one step away from embodying the great power of the Black Mist. Soon it will transform into the exalted child of the Black Mist, possessing the power to destroy an entire city-state. Indeed, it will be the future of our cult. The researchers' voices were filled with excitement, their eyes fanatically fixed on the container, showing signs of reverence. The surrounding traders felt their blood boil, eagerly gazing at the container. The power to destroy a city-state sounded like a magnificent prospect. Even in their dreams, they never dared to hope for such a thing. A chill ran down the brown-robed person's spine. Despite her faction's cooperation with the traders, they certainly did not want them to possess the power to overthrow humanity. The madness and chaos of the traders were evident to everyone. No sane person, not even the most ambitious among them, would willingly lose their sanity and join the ranks of the Black Mist. This information had to be reported back. The brown-robed person remained silent, staying vigilant. However, more than her concerns about the future, she worried whether she could leave alive after discovering the Black Poison cult's deep secret research. Her unease became reality within seconds. The leader, Dun Luo, stared coldly at the brown-robed person, speaking with a chilling tone. The existence of the child of the Black Mist must not be revealed to outsiders. The surrounding traders immediately understood and began to encircle the brown-robed figure. Leader, how can I be an outsider? We are the closest partners. Seeing the murderous intent in the trader's eyes, the brown-robed person's heart sank. Her worst fears had quickly come true. Ha ha ha. Partners. Only those who commit themselves to the Black Mist are truly one of us. Leader Dun Luo sneered, the gray aura on his armor rising menacingly, forcing the brown-robed figure to make a choice. Would she fully commit to the Black Mist and become one of the traders, or face a brutal death? She gritted her teeth, unwilling to choose either option. Surrendering to the Black Mist meant being hunted by the human faction and gradually losing her sanity, something no sane person would do. However, surrounded by so many traders, escaping was impossible. Resistance would only lead to certain death. Faced with the choice between living with purpose or dying in vain, the brown-robed person leaned toward one option but remained conflicted, unable to decide. Leader Dun Luo grew impatient, advancing closer, the gray aura on his armor intensifying. Since you refuse to become one of us, then die. Wait. Just then, boom. A violent explosion erupted from the Black Poison Gate, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. Thud, thud. Tall shield warriors emerged from the toxic mist. Each step they took exuded a terrifying pressure, weighing heavily on the tense nerves of dozens of traders. Finally, one of the traders couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Mon!" Before he could finish, a red blur flashed by, followed by a piercing sound. The trader who had spoken was instantly cut into countless pieces. With a boom, the explosion scattered across the ground, and countless pieces of flesh splattered onto the remaining traders, jolting them into action. Run! Run quickly! But where could they run? Some, in utter despair, desperately searched for a place to hide. Others, in a fit of desperation, decided to fight to the death. Yet, before the shield warriors in their linked state, none of these actions mattered. 5 violet thorn shield warriors guarded the entrance, while 4 red rose shield warriors, with a speed of 19 points, began a frenzy of efficient slaughter. Each flash of red light meant another trader was reduced to pieces. In just a few minutes, the traders were nearly wiped out. I'll fight you to the death. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The leader, Dun Luo, eyes bloodshot, roared repeatedly, unleashing all his spiritual energy in a tenacious state. Gray light shone as he activated nearly all his enhancement abilities, leaving no spiritual energy behind. With a fierce shield strike, the large shield in his hands emitted a dense gray light, almost merging with him as he charged at the door with all his might. He was making a desperate gamble. If he could break through, there was a slim chance of survival. The number 1 violet thorn shield warrior casually raised its giant shield, meeting Dun Luo's fierce attack heat. Boom. The collision of the two shields produced a resounding metallic clang, and then Dun Luo, along with his shield, was thrown back at even greater speed. His chest shield was nearly flattened, and the massive recoil instantly crushed his chest bones. With a crash, he slammed into the wall, raising a cloud of dust, his fate unknown. Just then, a red rose shield warrior passed by. A few sword flashes later, a scream echoed from the dust, and blood began to spread. More screams followed. In the laboratory, only one person remained kneeling on the ground, trembling in a brown robe. She cried out, I'm not a traitor. I'm a human psychic. Realizing that her weak powers stood no chance against these monsters, in a flash of inspiration during the life and death crisis, she guessed these monsters might have been sent by humans, leading her to reveal her identity. Bring her out. Outside, Zhan En's face was like ice. His worst fear had come true. A psychic, fully disguised, hiding among the traitors. Anyone could deduce with certainty that this person was likely a traitor hidden within the human camp. However, he had no time to deal with her for now. In the vision of the number 1 Violet Thorn Shield warrior, the humanoid creature in the container at the center of the lab was the most unexpected presence. A shielded warrior dragged out the man in the brown robe, and Zhan En immediately ordered number 1 Purple Thorn Shield warrior to approach the container. Through the perspective of number 1 Purple Thorn Shield warrior, his pupils instantly contracted as he clearly saw the back of the bizarre, humanoid mass inside the container. It appeared as a grotesque, humanoid mass of decaying flesh, a mixture of red and black, exuding a foreboding aura and writhing disturbingly. The humanoid mass seemed to sense the approach of the Purple Thorn Shield warrior and suddenly turned around, revealing its full appearance. The mass was covered in pitch-black vortices, positioned precisely at the eyes, mouth, ears, heart, and limbs of its humanoid outline, voraciously devouring the blood inside the container, seemingly twisting the light passing through. Despite its reduced size, its appearance was identical to the original form of the Black Vortex Collector. The moment it noticed the Purple Thorn Shield warrior, the humanoid mass erupted with extreme greed and desire, and a dark aura surged forth. The crimson light on the surface of number 1 Purple Thorn Shield warrior intensified, clashing violently with the dark aura. Boom! The crimson and dark energies continuously dissolved and opposed each other, quickly reaching a stalemate. The terrifying shockwave from their collision sent the remnants and blood on the ground flying, smashing into the densely packed pipes around. One by one, the pipes burst open, spilling bright red liquid with a strong scent of blood. It was all blood. This mass, still in its larval stage, had already exhibited such a terrifying dark aura, making Zhan En's expression grow increasingly grave. This bizarre humanoid mass had not yet transformed into a true Black Vortex Collector. According to records, during the brutal and bloody flesh fusion experiments conducted by the Black Poison Cult, this strange humanoid black blood mass was accidentally created. They were ecstatic, believing it to be a gift from the Black Mist, and began frantically collecting various flesh and blood to feed it, hoping for a terrifying transformation. Through the efforts of the Black Poison Cult, the mass, initially the size of a finger, eventually expanded to 5 meters. As they wished, on a pitch-black night, the aura of the Black Mist descended. This bizarre mass, formed by devouring countless flesh, was successfully infected by the Black Mist's aura and transformed into the terrifying creature known as the Black Vortex Collector. Upon its creation, the Black Vortex Collector had a more refined humanoid silhouette, with the strange vortices still present on its body. Every inch of its soul was filled with a greedy desire to complete itself. This desire drove it to frantically attack all sensed creatures, whether humans or monsters, with the aim of tearing off their organs and absorbing them to complete itself. With each organ it completed, the dark aura of the Black Vortex Collector would grow stronger, increasing its terrifying power. Even more frightening, the alien organs it absorbed often exhibited greater power on its body than in their original form. The organs of psychics were its favorite, and many psychics met their end at its hands, their organs becoming part of its collection. The title of Black Vortex Collector originated from this behavior. Ultimately, a high priest gathered sacred power within his heart and willingly sacrificed himself. When the Black Vortex Collector eagerly absorbed the high priest's heart, the sacred power hidden deep within erupted, destroying the terrifying creature from within. Zhan En exhaled softly, his gaze fixed on the Black Vortex Collector inside the container. It was about 3 meters tall, clearly not fully developed. Now was the perfect time to kill it. The shield guards raised their large shields, surrounding the container. The crimson glow from the surface of their shields burst forth instantly, forcefully suppressing the dark aura of the creature back into the container. Immediately, the shield guards attacked in unison, their sharp swords striking the giant container with a powerful blow. Crack! Under the immense force, the container shattered, causing the blood-like liquid inside to gush out and splash everywhere. The Black Vortex Collector, now exposed without the liquid, stood dazed, caught off guard. It was stunned, but the shield guards wasted no time. Seeing their target revealed, they simultaneously thrust their swords, piercing the unresponsive black vortex collector in various places. Black liquid dripped from the pierced areas, evaporating into a mist of blood-red vapor before reaching the ground. Moments later, the black vortex collector seemed to realize it was under attack. It looked down at its body, pierced by multiple swords, and the vortex on its pitch-black face began to twist, as if in an unsettling, manic laughter. Something was wrong. The creature's reaction was abnormal. Although its aura was rapidly weakening, it showed no signs of a desperate struggle. Keep attacking. Cut it to pieces. Zhan En commanded. In the lab, the shield guards swung their swords horizontally, slicing off chunks of flesh that fell to the ground. They quickly followed up by chopping at the pieces, reducing them to a pulp. Yet, Zhan En still hadn't received confirmation of the kill. This thing's resilience is incredible, he marveled. The aura of the creature was barely detectable, but its final thread of life refused to sever. Keep chopping. Don't stop. The extreme pain of its body being reduced to pulp washed over the black vortex collector's soul, an experience it had never encountered before. In response to the shield guard's relentless assault, it abandoned all defense and resistance. The euphoria of its soul even suppressed its greed for the enticing bones around it, allowing its life force to ebb away. Suddenly, as it was immersed in this extreme experience, the black vortex collector sensed a deep, ominous aura enveloping its soul. It let out an anxious roar, as this dark aura began to corrode the outer barrier of its soul at a rapid pace. Despite its limited intelligence, the core instincts of its soul would not allow itself to be reshaped by another force, and it fought back with all its might. However, against the terrifying dark aura, the resistance of the soul's core was almost futile, with a tenth of its soul barrier already tainted. Outside, Zhan En's expression changed dramatically. Black mist. The aura of the black mist. How is this possible? The aura of the black mist has been drawn in already. His soul screamed warnings, overwhelmed by the darkness, the deadly silence, the profundity. The scattered pulp began to coalesce, quickly reforming into its original humanoid shape within moments. Damn it! The black mist infection has begun. If the infection completes, Zhan En thought gravely, the black vortex collector's strength will reach a higher tier. At this point, the 25 shield guards, each linked by soul bonds, had their full potential unlocked, reaching the threshold of a higher tier. 25 against 1, Zhan En suddenly felt a sense of calm. What was that? Just as he was about to launch an attack amidst the chaos of infection, the numerous strange vortexes on the black vortex collector began to shake violently, as if struggling desperately. Suddenly, the collector let out a mournful howl, accompanied by a thin layer of dark aura that exploded outward, briefly touching the surrounding shield guardians before dissipating. Through the shield guardians, Zhan En surprisingly sensed a plea for help. Could it be that the black vortex collector didn't willingly succumb to the black mist? Zhan En felt an odd sensation, as if the scene before him suggested that the black mist was forcibly infecting the collector. This seemed like a rare opportunity, one that Zhan En instinctively felt he could seize. His mind raced, rapidly recalling various secret techniques and information, until a flash of insight crossed his eyes. He had familiar alchemy. This was a high-level ritual developed from a combination of summoning ceremonies, human transmutation rituals, physical fusion rituals, soul restructuring ceremonies, and blood-bone connection rituals. The power of the ritual was immense, capable of fusing a summoned entity with a formidable soul core creature, creating a powerful familiar that boasted the strengths of both, a unique form of ascension. However, the conditions for the familiar alchemy ritual were extremely stringent, the most challenging aspect being the opening of the soul barrier of the fusion creature. Only by opening the soul barrier could the power of the ritual penetrate the soul core of the creature and begin the fusion process. Yet, the soul barrier existed almost in another dimension. Current methods by psionics could disrupt and impact the soul on a macro level, but were nearly powerless to peel it away layer by layer. The first stage of black mist infection was precisely to dissolve the soul barrier completely. In theory, if the timing was perfect, just as the soul barrier was about to dissolve, fully initiating the familiar alchemy could snatch the monster's soul core from the clutches of the black mist. However, Zhan En felt a twinge of uncertainty. Though there was a chance of success, he was unsure of how the black mist would react if it lost its infection target. Still, the thought of letting this opportunity slip away was too frustrating. After a brief hesitation, Zhan En took out a precious teleportation scroll and pressed it to his chest. He decided to take the risk, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. If the black mist aura became turbulent, he would immediately recall the shield guardians and activate the teleportation scroll. Time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly. The vortexes on the black vortex collector were shaking more violently, indicating that the infection by the black mist was accelerating. Zhan En needed to activate the familiar alchemy ritual circle immediately. Descending, he retracted his crimson gold feathered serpent wings and landed at the underground entrance. The shield guardians on the ground quickly followed, surging into the final laboratory. Fortunately, the materials for the familiar alchemy ritual circle were not lacking. Under Zhan En's direction, the shield guardians encircled the black vortex collector and began the drawing. Before long, the ritual circle was complete. Which shield guardian should enter? After some thought, Zhan En decided that the number 1 purple thorn shield guardian was the most suitable choice. With a creak, the number 1 guardian stepped forward, joining the black vortex collector at the core position, and the process began. Zhan En wore a serious expression as he walked deliberately along the edge of the mystic array. With each step, his fingertips released a beam of spiritual energy, landing on the first position, then the second, the third, until all positions were activated. As they lit up in sequence, the outline of a bizarre vessel gradually appeared, resembling an inverted double-horned cup with open ends. Zhan En bowed his head, eyes closed, continuously chanting, "Great, I implore." Moments later, a fierce wind swept through the basement, and the positions within the mystic array grew increasingly bright until a soul-stirring sound descended. The peculiar object, once just an outline, began to float. In an instant, a terrifying phantom appeared, with an eerie voice whispering temptations in his mind. Zhan En fought to suppress his inner distractions, soul, and after a few breaths, his tightly shut eyes suddenly beheld a strange vision, indescribable by human language. Sky, earth, walls, flesh, all tangible things vanished, replaced by clusters of colored lights rising in droves, flying toward an unknown horizon. Zhan En steadied himself, his soul's gaze fixed on the black vortex collector. In his vision, the collector's soul barrier was engulfed by a deep aura, rapidly dissolving. At this point, 4/5 of the barrier had already disintegrated. The core at the deepest part of the collector's soul trembled violently, desperately trying to mend the soul barrier, but the repair was far outpaced by the consuming aura. Zhan En watched quietly as the collector's soul barrier dwindled to 1/6, 1/7, 1/20, until a thin layer remained, on the verge of breaking through. Now was the moment. Great. Zhan En immediately fully activated the familiar crafting mystic array. Outside, above the array, the terrifying vessel phantom unleashed a dreadful suction force. The number 1 purple thorn shield guardian and the black vortex collector were effortlessly drawn in. In Zhan En's view, just as the dark mist aura finished dissolving the collector's soul barrier, a vessel phantom suddenly appeared from behind, its mouth aimed at the black condensed soul core, sucking it in effortlessly before vanishing. The dark mist aura, on the brink of success, found itself grasping at nothing, bewildered by the disappearance of such a massive soul core. Frustrated, it began to spread anxiously, converging swiftly toward the vessel phantom. Zhan En remained mentally tense, ready to activate the teleportation scroll at any moment. Fortunately, the rank of the familiar crafting ritual was high enough, and since this was merely a wisp of aura that had descended, even penetrating the mystic array, it failed to detect the mysterious vessel's presence. After several minutes of fruitless searching, the dark mist aura reluctantly accepted the reality of the collector's disappearance and gradually dissipated, allowing the incident to pass unnoticed. Relieved, Zhan En kept his eyes closed, while inside the mystic array, the mysterious vessel continued to emit an eerie glow, producing strange sounds from with thinklinks, rumbles, and clangs. Unmoved, Zhan En silently recited his prayers as time quietly slipped by. Suddenly, an indescribable whisper exploded in the air. The mysterious vessel's phantom vanished, replaced by a terrifying creature. It stood 3 meters tall, clad in a crimson shield, wielding a sharp sword, reminiscent of the purple thorn shield guardian. Once powerful bones now bore layers of black-red flesh, covered in purple thorn patterns that stretched into deep, dark vortices. The creature's eyes, mouth, ears, and heart were marked by slowly rotating violet vortices, with the eye vortices nearly still, as if not yet awakened. A pervasive violet aura radiated, creating an overwhelming pressure that instantly pulverized the surrounding instruments and remains. A hint of joy flashed in Zhan En's eyes. Just as he was about to step forward for a closer look, the creature's vortices began to spin rapidly, unleashing a terrifying violet aura. Instantly, the laboratory's pipes shattered, walls cracked, and the ceiling shook violently. With a thunderous roar, the violet aura shot skyward, piercing the thick overhead sand and sending shockwaves. Outside, a brown-robed man watched in shock as the towering sand building slowly collapsed, engulfed by the terrifying violet light column. Damn! Zhan En quickly ordered the shield guardians to raise their defenses. Boom! The basement collapsed, and the flooding sand buried them. Fortunately, the shockwave had blown away most of the debris, leaving Zhan En and the guardians not too deeply buried. Coughing, they emerged, shaking off the sand, their eyes eagerly fixed ahead. By now, The newly born creature had withdrawn its violet aura, standing atop the sand pile, curiously observing its surroundings. Zhan En eagerly approached to assess the attributes and abilities of this formidable creature. Unnamed creature, formed from a super fusion of the purple Thorn Shield Guardian and the Black Vortex Collector, inheriting their abilities. Health, 700. Constitution, 50. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 14. Speed, 5. Skills, Purple Thorn Variant, Purple Thorn Shield Tactics Level 13. Violet Force Field Intensity 12. Black Vortex completed 2. Strength increased by 2. Constitution by 6. Speed by 2. Totaling an impressive 10-point increase. Zhan En couldn't contain his joy at the remarkable enhancement, comparable to a significant evolution. Clang, clang. The new creature, seeing its master immobile, tapped its shield with its sword, trying to rouse Zhan En. Surprised, Zhan En noted it was the first time a summoned entity acted beyond orders, indicating a significant increase in intelligence. He patted the creature's massive shield, signaling it to remain quiet as he continued to examine its skills. The creature obediently stilled, though its eye vortices occasionally shifted. The original abilities of the Purple Thorn Shield Guardian were fully retained, while the latter two skills were fused with those of the Black Vortex Collector. Violet Force Field Intensity 12, driven by the most primal greed of flesh, materializes willpower to wreak havoc on reality. Each completed organ boosts the Violet Force Field Intensity by 1. This was a uniquely powerful ability of the Black Vortex Collector. The reason why the Psychics suffered heavy losses during their attempts to combat was largely due to this unpredictable aura attack. Zhan En had just witnessed the terrifying power of the dark purple aura. In an instant, the basement was completely destroyed, truly a horrifying sight. He continued to observe, his mind reeling. Within the Black Vortex, each whirlpool could integrate and steal corresponding organs, inheriting their abilities to complete itself. Notably, these organs could be replaced at will. Currently, the skeleton and brain bone have been completed, sourced from the skeleton of the Purple Thorn Shield Warrior. The abilities acquired include the Purple Thorn Anomaly and the Purple Thorn Shield Tactics with a level 13 brain, which came from a brain beast, granting it vision sharing and spiritual wave amplification abilities. The power of this Black Vortex was truly formidable. Even though he had anticipated it, Zhan En's shock did not diminish. He estimated that there were no fewer than 30 vortices exposed on the familiar's body, meaning it could potentially steal and integrate over 30 powerful biological organs. Zhan En couldn't help but think of those terrifying black mist creatures later on, whose organs often possessed incredible capabilities. If the abilities of these terrifying organs could be combined into one, what a spectacular scene it would be. Pulling himself back from endless imagination, Zhan En calmed his excited mind, returning his focus to reality. On the sand pile, the two vortices in the familiar's eye sockets were restlessly spinning. Through the soul link, Zhan En sensed the familiar's intense desire to move. All right, no need to stay still any longer, go ahead and move. Roar. The familiar immediately responded with excitement. It positioned the giant shield on its back, with two pieces of flesh extending to link the shield. Then, it inserted the great sword into the gap between the shield and its back, with protruding flesh holding it in place. This freed its hands. Zhan En crossed his arms, watching with curiosity what would it do after freeing its hands. The newly born familiar squatted down and happily began digging into the sand with its hands. Zhan En's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit helpless. Well, I shouldn't have expected too much from its intelligence. The materials fused into this familiar, whether the number 1 Purple Thorn Shield Warrior or the Black Vortex Collector, were not highly intelligent. In fact, quite the opposite. Naturally, the intelligence of the fused familiar wouldn't be high either. Nevertheless, they at least had some self-awareness. Zhan En decided to give it a unique name, pondering. Little Purple? Big Purple? Little Vortex? Big Vortex? A series of names flashed through his mind, but they seemed too ordinary, not matching Zhan En's elegant taste. How about combining the words and calling it Ziwa? It sounds nice, is easy to remember, and has high recognizability. Deciding not to overthink it, he settled on that. Zhan En walked over to the sand-digging Ziwa, which sensed its master's approach, and looked up in confusion, hands still digging downward. The voice accompanying the soul connection echoed in Ziwa's mind, instantly making it understand Zhan En's intention. The vortex in its dual pupils paused momentarily before resuming its rotation. Clearly, Ziwa's had no objection to the name. Zhan En felt slightly uneasy, doubting Ziwa's intelligence, and tentatively called out, Ziwa's? Ziwa's nodded immediately, indicating its presence, yet continued its sand-digging work. Feeling relieved, Zhan En also felt a tinge of disappointment. It was said that summoned creatures should be extremely excited and grateful when given a new name by their master, but Ziwa's showed no such reaction. Suddenly, Ziwa's stopped digging. A head was revealed in the sandpit. Then, Ziwa's roughly tore an eyeball from the head and aimed it toward the vortex in its right eye socket. The vortex emitted a suction force, drawing the blood-soaked eyeball in. The vortex abruptly stopped and transformed into a large, bright blue eyeball, flickering eerily on the dark face. It was then that Zhan En realized that Ziwo's intention in digging was to collect organs for fusion. Was it possible for a low-tier psychic to meet the requirements for organ fusion? Zhan En checked Ziwo's completion status and found that only the brain and skeleton were complete, while the eyes remained unfinished, seemingly serving only a decorative purpose. Ziwo's continued to dig diligently, unearthing one trader's corpse after another, selecting suitable organs, and merging them into the vortex. Right eye, nose, mouth, gradually piecing together an incredibly bizarre face. Each organ looked fine individually, but their differences made the face appear extremely strange. After assembling the face, Ziwo seemed incredibly excited, eagerly circling Zhan En to show off. Seeing this eerie face, Zhan En felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but avert his gaze. Receiving praise from its master, Ziwo's became even more excited and went off to search for other organs. Whatever, as long as it was happy. After all, Ziwo's was Zhan En's first familiar, so he was quite tolerant of it. Just as he averted his gaze, out of the corner of his eye, Zhan En noticed the brown-robed person locked in an iron cage not far away. She was curled up in a corner of the cage, trembling and too frightened to make a sound. The arrival of the dark mist had taken up time, and he had almost forgotten about her. Inside the cage, the brown-robed person was filled with deep regret, silently lamenting. If I hadn't met that man back then, I wouldn't have joined the Golden Sands Society. If I hadn't joined, I wouldn't have received the task of checking the Black Poison Cult's research progress. Without this damn task, I wouldn't have encountered these terrifying creatures, wouldn't be trapped in a cage, wouldn't want to escape but couldn't, wouldn't want to die but didn't dare. She reflected on her life, realizing that every turning point occurred after meeting that damn man. Before meeting him, she was a good psychic striving for the glory of humanity. Though her meals weren't lavish, she could eat her fill. Though her sleep wasn't comfortable, she slept soundly. After joining this organization colluding with traitors, although her living conditions improved, everything felt tasteless. Her sleeping quarters were luxurious, yet nightmares haunted her. Living in constant fear, dreading the day her secret would be exposed, and she would be sent to the guillotine. Now, it seemed that fear was becoming a reality. Even before facing the executioner, she might suffer brutal torture and die a miserable death, leaving behind a tarnished reputation. If she could relive her life, she swore she would spit on the offer of an olive branch. Let her out. A cold voice commanded, and the person in the brown robe felt their hair stand on end, shivering involuntarily. Creak. Thud. She was thrown to the ground by a shield guard, surrounded by several sharp swords hovering over her head. The brown-robed person swallowed hard, knowing that any sudden movement would result in being hacked to pieces by these monsters. She fell to her knees, bowing her head deeply to the ground, speaking with utmost respect and fear. Honorable Sir, Philemi of the Sands Guild, Level 2 member, at your service. Before Jan could question her, Philemi introduced herself. Behind the faceplate, Jan's expression was icy as he thought to himself. Just as I suspected, the damned Sands Guild. The Sands Guild, one of the major organizations in Rock Sand City, was expelled by the city's authorities for colluding with the notorious Black Poison Cult. Now, they seemed to have established a close connection with them. Seeing this member openly visiting the trader's camp suggested a deep level of collusion. What are you and the Black Poison Cult plotting? Jan's anger was rising. Philemi felt the pressure and bowed her head even lower, trembling as she replied. Sir, the Sands Guild is guilty of heinous crimes. They dared to secretly collaborate with the infamous Black Poison Cult to develop a life-extending potion. Her voice was filled with regret and tears as she continued. I deeply regret it. The Sands Guild threatened my family, forcing me to infiltrate this place to check on the Black Poison Cult's experiment progress. Finally, she looked up abruptly, tears streaming down her face, expressing her gratitude with emotion. Thanks to you, sir, for wiping out the traitors. Otherwise, I would be a corpse by now. Her words not only answered Jan's question, but also emphasized her innocence and helplessness. Unfortunately, she regretted not removing her mask earlier, believing her delicate appearance might have saved her life. Having spent considerable time under her superior, Philemi understood the thoughts of those in power. Typically, when faced with her tactics, influential figures would likely spare her life and even consider recruiting her. A life-extending potion? Children of the Black Mist? Sadly, she was dealing with Jan, who ignored the irrelevant details and focused on the key points. A life-extending potion, isn't that just a scam by the Black Poison Cult? Jan wondered. Extending one's lifespan, especially for psychics, required exceptionally rare spiritual materials that were nearly impossible to obtain. The idea of humans developing a potion with such effects was pure fantasy. At least in Jan's memory, no organization had ever succeeded, only scams, with the Black Poison Cult being the most notorious. The dark poison cult often uses aging black mist creatures as experimental subjects to demonstrate the life-extending effects of their research. The performance begins with an injection of a potion, after which the aged creatures appear to regain their youth, painting a promising picture of applying the experiment to humans. This spectacle attracts investment from various organizations, including some human groups who secretly make contact. However, in reality, the rejuvenation of the black mist creatures is merely a mimicry created by the cult using mature flesh, unrelated to actual life extension. It was later revealed that the news of the Sands Association colluding with traitors was actually a result of the Dark Poison cult's own report. This cult's brief existence before being eradicated is indeed notable. The term, Children of the Black Mist, refers to the Black Vortex Collectors. These are terrifying creatures born from complete corruption by the Black Mist, possessing immensely powerful souls capable of wreaking havoc across multiple regions. Only at a great cost can humans hope to successfully combat them. For instance, the Shadow Twins and the Star of Destruction currently positioned beside Sister EC also belong to the Children of the Black Mist. However, they have not yet been infected, so there should be no issue with them being near Sister EC. In the Charles family mansion in Ember City. Achoo! EC suddenly sneezed, puzzled, as it was her first time since becoming a controller. Moreover, the day wasn't cold. As she pondered why she, as a controller, would sneeze, a pair of adorable twins ran in. Sister EC. Look, I caught an exotic butterfly. It's so pretty, exclaimed Sister Roulet excitedly, holding a beautiful butterfly with red and green wings, its scales shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. EC smiled and gently ruffled Roulet's hair, who closed her eyes in contentment. Meanwhile, Sister Anna looked at her with hopeful eyes. Sister EC boohoo. Anna's eyes sparkled with anticipation. EC couldn't help but smile and softly said, all right, I'm sure Anna helped too. She used her other hand to ruffle Anna's hair. Over time, EC had grown very fond of these affectionate twins. Anna immediately displayed the same expression of enjoyment as her sister Roulet. After a while, EC felt it was time to head out and gently said, you too, sister needs to go out now. Play in the yard, okay? The twins nodded and replied in unison, okay. Just as she stood up, they reminded her together, Sister EC, the exotic butterfly. They wanted EC to take the gift they had caught. EC patted their little heads softly and said, I appreciate your kind gesture, but I'll leave this beautiful butterfly with you. With that, she placed the exotic butterfly on the table and hurried out. In the yard, the air suddenly became still. The twins simultaneously focused on the exotic butterfly on the table. Sister Roulet said, Sister, there seems to be only one. Sister Anna responded, indeed, there's only one. What should we do? Both showed puzzled expressions, contemplating a solution. Riley and Anna each extended a small hand, firmly holding down the two wings of the oddly colored butterfly. In their other hands, they conjured two small knives glistening with a cold sheen. With a soft sound, the two knives merged into one at the same moment, slicing neatly along the butterfly's midline. The translucent butterfly blood trickled slowly, eerily spreading symmetrically on either side of the wound. Sister, your wing is red. Anna exclaimed in surprise. Sister, your wing is green. Riley echoed, equally puzzled. The twins stared at their respective, differently colored wings, deeply troubled. In the deathly silent desert, within the camp of the betrayers, Ziwa was methodically disassembling parts from a headless corpse, its brown robe stained and conspicuously jarring. Not far from the body, a delicate head bore an expression of disbelief frozen at the moment of death. Zhan En sat resting on the sand while shield guards cleared the camp, scavenging loot and piling items before him. Another bunch of paupers. Zhan En thought to himself as he casually surveyed the items, finding nothing worth his attention or spiritual equipment. Taking this opportunity, Zhan En reviewed the spiritual essence notifications in his mind. Spiritual Essence 15, Spiritual Essence 12, eliminated small human betrayer camp, Spiritual Essence 5,000. His spiritual essence accumulation had reached 12,000, with his spirituality now at 13, earning him an attribute point and a skill point. After eliminating several hundred betrayers, he gained approximately 4,000 spiritual essence, and with the camp's faction reward of 5,000 spiritual essence, he gained a total of 9,000 spiritual essence from this endeavor. So rewarding, Zhan En thought with delight, particularly as reaching 13 spirituality meant he was over a third of the way to the next enhancement, recorded as 4657130000. Moreover, he had uncovered the conspiracy between the Sand Club and the Black Poison Cult and gained his first familiar, increasing his strength by 1 point and reviving the skeleton by another point. Name, Zhan En Charles, Path, Death Messenger, Spirituality, 13, Spiritual Essence, 4657130000, Health, 930, Constitution 50, Psyche, 185, Spirituality, 10 Mind 10. Attributes: Strength 18.5, Speed 5.5, Constitution 18.6, Mind 5.5, Skills: Nature's Child max level, Skeleton Revive 12-14 level, Solar Quartz Swordsmanship 5 level, Skill points remaining 0, Attribute points remaining 0. Strength 18.5 points, Constitution 18.6 points, just over 1 point shy of 20. Zhan En calculated, knowing that only when his strength and constitution reached 20 points could he wield the Solar King's sword properly. Otherwise, the effort would leave him breathless after a few swings. He estimated that when his strength and constitution reached 20 points, his Solar Quartz swordsmanship would only be at level 6 or 7, still far from the max level of 10. The incredibly powerful spiritual equipment, the Solar King's sword, had usage restrictions, one of which was mastering Solar Quartz swordsmanship at the max level. Zhan En wasn't overly concerned. If things didn't work out, he could always use the fantasy armament to devour and lift his own restrictions. In its original state, the fantasy armament could only replicate armaments of pale gold quality or lower. However, once it entered its growth state, there would be no quality limit on the armaments it could devour. After devouring, the fantasy armament would perfectly inherit the attributes and special enhancements of the Sun King's sword. At that point, Zhan En would only need to equip the fantasy armament, and the original swordsmanship, bloodline, and path limitations of the Sun King's sword would disappear. However, once the fantasy armament entered its growth state, it could not revert to its original state, meaning it would lose its replication ability. Once his strength and physique reached 20 points, Zhan En planned to acquire the Sun King's sword. With his thoughts settled, the shield warriors had already cleared the battlefield, and the spoils of war were piled before Zhan En. Having rested enough, he began sorting through the loot, finding nothing particularly valuable. He then casually selected a corpse and used skeleton revival. The 26th skeleton soldier creaked into existence. Next, Zhan En's gaze fell on Ziwo not far away, who was engrossed in examining the eyeballs in its hands, trying to determine which ones were of better quality. Ziwo, stop playing around. It's time to go, Zhan En called out. Roar. Ziwo hesitated slightly, ultimately deciding to keep the 2 high-quality eyeballs in its eye sockets. It crushed the remaining eyeballs in its hands and stepped toward Zhan En. Seeing Ziwo's form, Zhan En couldn't help but twitch his lips. The eerie face that sent shivers down one's spine, along with the heart, liver, and lungs pulsating on its chest of black-red flesh, was truly shocking. Noticing its master's gaze, Ziwo smugly shook its upper body, causing its various organs to jump in unison, producing a rhythmic and eerie thumping sound. With a thought, Zhan En recalled all the skeleton soldiers, including Ziwo, into the summoning space. No time to waste. Let's set off to the first black mist node, the ant mine. With his crimson gold wings unfurled and propelled by a storm, Zhan En shot into the sky like a beam of golden light, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Leisha's team of 7, after fully recovering by drinking the Golden Vein alchemy potion, immediately donned a set of ordinary equipment. Their previous gear had been severely damaged during the trader's attack, its defensive capabilities significantly reduced, even falling short of standard equipment. After days of relentless travel and several encounters with monsters, they finally returned to Roxanne City and headed straight to the exploration unit's base to report the mission's outcome to the squad leader. The ruins portal was destroyed by a mysterious high-level ritual set up by the traders. Dozens of traders attacked us, gathering to plot a terrible scheme. Fortunately, a powerful and mysterious figure passed by and saved us, Leisha explained. The squad leader listened with a grave expression, surprised at the magnitude of the mission's events. You've all worked hard, he said, turning to report the matter to the captain. At that moment, Sybil, one of the 7, began to complain to her teammates. We took such huge risks and gathered so much information. Where's our reward? Upon seeing Zybier's signal, Loris understood and cooperated by saying, the city-state won't forget us. Maybe they'll give us more later. The 2 women accidentally spoke a bit too loudly. The squad leader stiffened, turned around again, and said irritably, after the report, I'll discuss with the captain what level of reward to give you. Or should I just give you the standard reward now? No. Squad leader, please go ahead with your work. There's no rush for the reward. The 2 women shook their heads repeatedly, watching the squad leader leave. After completing their report, the 7 of them left the exploration unit's location in Yensha City. On the street, the squad leader, Leisha, clapped his hands to get the team's attention and said, dismissed. Everyone, enjoy your rest. Hooray. Finally, we can sleep. I'm exhausted. The 7 of them scattered immediately, each finding their own way to rest or have fun. Once they were gone, several shadows nearby also quietly slipped away. At the Sands Association residence, a luxurious mansion, in the hall, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, wearing a gold robe with white trim, was playing with a wolf-head parrot. In front of him, a person in a black robe was kneeling. You're saying that Demi and her group returned safely? The old man spoke slowly, his voice steady, revealing no emotion. Yes, sir. The 7 just returned, without any casualties or serious injuries. However, their equipment is quite damaged, indicating they probably went through a lot of battles. The person in the black robe replied respectfully, detailing everything he had seen. Useless. In the Black Mist area, which squad doesn't go through multiple battles? Suddenly, the old man burst into anger, his face wrinkling with rage. Is this what I asked you to monitor? With a kick, he sent the black-robed person flying, a glint of menace in his narrow eyes. After the kick, the old man continued feeding the wolf-head parrot. The parrot squawked, useless, useless, repeatedly, as the old man's eyes grew fiercer. The black-robed person remained kneeling, and amidst the repeated cries of useless, he finally reacted and hurriedly said, Master Shalamo, the marks on their equipment are clearly from monster attacks, with no signs of spiritual skills. Upon hearing this, Shalamo paused his feeding. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. The black-robed person responded without hesitation, confident he couldn't be wrong. A few moments later, Shalimo's aged voice spoke. You may leave. The black-robed person carefully exited the hall. Shortly after, another black-robed person entered, facing the same questions and giving the same answers. Shalimo was now convinced of his subordinate's intelligence. His eyes flashed with malice. Very well, a group hiding in the shadows dares to deceive me. Deceive? Deceive. The wolf-head parrot echoed loudly, its canine teeth stained with blood. I will slaughter them. Slaughter. Slaughter. The wolf-head parrot cooperated, letting out a piercing wolf howl. This, instead, calmed Shalamo down. Fine. After I get their research potion, I'll slaughter them. Shalamo set down the meat in his hand, leaned on his cane, and slowly stood up. The wolf-head parrot brought over a gold veil hat, skillfully placing it on the old man's head, and then obediently perched on his right shoulder. Let's go. Ask them what it means to take money and not do the job. In the southern district of Roxanne City, there's a small alchemy shop called Porcina's Alchemy Treasures. Inside, there are only a few small display stands, and a woman is diligently trying to sell products to her sole customer. Madam, this alchemy mask has an exceptional concealment effect. It can easily alter your voice and is absolutely worth the price. The customer, eyeing the steep price, shook his head. The price is a bit high. The store 2 streets over is 20% cheaper than yours. The woman smiled slightly. While it may be a bit pricier, the mask I crafted is top quality in all of Roxanne City. Look at the material, craftsmanship, and design what other store can compare. She held the alchemy mask in her hand, showcasing it from various angles, passionately explaining the secret alchemy techniques she used and the many failures she overcame to create such an outstanding mask. Under the woman's persuasive pitch, the customer felt a bit dizzy and nodded involuntarily. It seems pretty good. Hearing this, the woman's lips curled into a smile, sensing the sale was secured, and decided to press on. Try it on. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, she said, preparing to place the alchemy mask on the customer's face. Just then, the door burst open with a loud shout. Minter, I'm back. The sign on the door fell with a clatter, breaking into pieces, clearly of poor quality. Startled by the sudden noise, the woman's hand shook, and the alchemy mask fell, smashing onto the floor into pieces. Both the woman and the customer looked down at the scattered mask fragments in silence. Is this what you call value for money? The customer's face showed anger, realizing he almost fell for it. Please let me explain. This was just a sample, the real one. The woman was embarrassed, trying to find words to smooth over the unexpected mishap. But feeling deceived, the customer no longer wanted to hear her explanations, angrily shouting, Porcina, do you think I'm a fool? He turned and stormed towards the door, inadvertently kicking a piece of the shattered sign before quickly disappearing outside. Porcina hurried to the door, calling out loudly, Hey, don't leave. I'll give you a discount, all right? 10% off? 50%? 90% off, okay. At the door, Demi, who had just burst in, watched her mentor portray the struggles of a third-rate alchemist so vividly, feeling a surge of admiration. Mentor, you're such an actor. If I hadn't learned about your exceptional skills from that distinguished person, I might still think you were just a third-rate alchemist. Failing to retain the customer, Porcina cursed under her breath. Damn, I hope you get ripped off somewhere else. After venting, she turned to the grinning culprit and kicked her lightly in frustration. You really are my good student. You just got back and already ruined a big sale for me. Mentor, it's not my fault. Who told you to make such a lousy mask? Demi pointed at the fragments on the floor to defend herself. Porcina's face was dark. The mask was something she had painstakingly crafted, consuming a lot of time and effort. She didn't expect her prized student to return and immediately criticize its quality. Did she think she had outgrown her mentor and wanted to strike out on her own? Watching her mentor's performance, Demi wore a knowing expression, thinking to herself, Mentor, are you doing this on purpose? Using a subpar alchemy tool to hide your true skills? Porcina was full of confusion, wondering what this meant and why she couldn't understand it. Concealment? What did she have to hide? Seeing her mentor still acting, Demi suddenly stepped forward, her eyes sharp like a sage, with a slight smile on her lips. Minter, you can't hide from me anymore. Now, I know everything, especially how high your alchemy skills truly are. Perkina was baffled, wondering if she had ever hidden anything in the past. High skills. She was puzzled, thinking perhaps this child had gone out and started speaking in riddles. Perkina remained silent, but Demi mistook this for shock, feeling a sense of pride within. Minter, don't worry. I will study diligently in the future and will not let down your esteemed reputation. She vowed with determination, her gaze filled with admiration as she fixed her eyes on Perkina. Perkina instinctively reached out to touch her student's forehead, murmuring to herself, not hot. Could it be a wounded soul? Oh, Minter, stop pretending in front of me. Feeling somewhat awkward being patted like a child, Demi, who was already an adult, ducked her head to avoid her Minter's hand. Perkina, though not understanding the reason, saw this as a good opportunity to establish a perfect image for herself. She withdrew her hand, sighed softly with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Ah, I didn't expect you'd find out. Demi raised her chin slightly, straightened her back, thinking to herself. Indeed, the Minter can't keep up the act. She perked up her ears, attentively listening to Perkina's words. Back in the day, I was a revered guest among the high ranks of many human city-states, and countless powerful psychics coveted the alchemy tools I created with ease. Recalling her glorious past, Perkina was filled with emotion, her eyes sparkling with memories, occasionally glancing at her student Demi. She noticed the stars of admiration in Demi's eyes, her excited expression as if she was living through those glorious years herself, prompting Perkina to speak with even more enthusiasm. Even now, many city-states are still fervently pursuing my work. Demi exclaimed, Minter, you're amazing. Although she already knew her Minter's alchemy skills were high, she hadn't expected such a brilliant past. Feeling a secret joy, as the Minter's only student, Demi couldn't help but indulge in beautiful fantasies. Ah, it's all in the past, nothing worth mentioning. Perkina waved her hand, seemingly dismissive of her former glory. At this moment, in Demi's heart, Minter Perkina's image had never been taller or more mysterious, far surpassing any other figure she admired. For the first time, Perkina experienced the overwhelming sensation of being admired, and she couldn't hide the smug smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Just then, Demi posed a question that piqued her curiosity. With such a prestigious status, why have you chosen to live in seclusion? Immersed in the adoring gazes, Perkina was momentarily stunned. Seclusion? Yes, she had indeed decided to live a reclusive life in Roxanne City. At that moment, she began to ponder the reason for her seclusion. Was it due to being hunted by enemies? Heartbreak? Or perhaps the pursuit of a higher goal? Torn between these possibilities, Perkina struggled to respond. Because of what? She met Demi's admiring gaze, her mind blank. At that moment, Demi noticed her mentor's thoughtful look and shyly asked, Is it because of me? Yes, it's because of you. This sudden realization delighted Perkina. My dearest student, you possess alchemical potential no less than mine. My purpose in seclusion is to nurture you into the next great alchemist. As for the first great alchemist, naturally, that was Perkina herself. Minter. Demi's heart surged with excitement. Although this affirmation was similar to past ones, it struck her with unprecedented impact. I will become the next great alchemist. Her voice was resolute, determined to study tirelessly. Seeing her student's enthusiasm, Perkina felt a twinge of worry. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Although I embellished my past a bit, it was all to inspire her. It will be fine. Despite her thoughts, Perkina felt a hint of regret, wondering if she could maintain this image of a great alchemist in the future. Suddenly, Demi remembered something she hadn't told her mentor. Minter, please teach me how to create in Yudo. Yudo? That's no easy feat, even she had only succeeded at the age of 40. Unconsciously boasting, Perkina said, Minter, I too only succeeded at 40. Demi's eyes sparked with determination. I want to challenge that. I'll strive to create in Yudo before I'm 35. She resolved to surpass her mentor. That's truly my student. Perkina outwardly supported her, but inwardly she was distressed. This is a nightmare. Who knows how to create in Yudo? It's a legendary ancient alchemical life form. She thought to herself, realizing she needed to stall. With a serious tone, Perkina said, Demi, don't aim too high too soon. First, you must learn to create alchemical masks, potions, armors, and so on. Only by mastering these basics can you move on to the next step. Although Demi felt a bit disappointed, she nodded in agreement. All right, I will heed the words of the great alchemist. However, this meant she couldn't fulfill her promise of an Yudo to her teacher anytime soon. Seeing that Demi had taken her advice, Perkina breathed a sigh of relief. However, she knew that Demi would need decades to truly master these basic skills. Oh, the mission was over, and she needed to release Yudo. She had grown quite accustomed to having Yudo around, and its absence had been unsettling. Minter, I forgot to tell you, I traded Yudo with a certain person, Demi said, a bit embarrassed. Although it was to save herself and her teammates, Yudo was still the mentor's belonging. So it was traded? Perkina's expression suddenly changed, and her voice rose. What? Traded? You traded Yudo. She gripped Demi's shoulders tightly, her voice filled with disbelief. Stop shaking me, I'm going to be sick. Listen to me. Demi shook her head, trying to clear the dizziness, and began to explain. During this mission, we encountered a large number of traders. In the end, to express my gratitude, I took it upon myself to trade Yudo with that person. After hearing this, Perkina seemed to turn to stone, her eyes unblinking, her breathing halted. Inside, she was lamenting, Yudo, my Yudo, how did you end up being targeted as soon as you left? Without you, how am I supposed to find treasures? In truth, Perkina did not blame Demi for making the trade. In that situation, without the trade, both Demi and Yudo might have disappeared. At least with the trade, Demi returned. Demi looked uneasy. She hadn't expected her mentor to react so strongly. After all, it was just a creation made when the mentor was 40. Did it hold some special significance to her? Mentor, how about we create a new Yudo in the future and then exchange it for the old one? Perkina, though heartbroken, couldn't help but think, you really dare to dream. Yudo, an ancient alchemical life form, is not something we third-rate alchemists can create. But recalling what she had said before, she had no way to tell Demi the truth. It's just a mere Yudo, nothing to worry about, not worth much, Perkina said with a calm demeanor, as if her previous outburst had been an illusion. Mentor, I understand. Demi sighed with relief, secretly thankful that it wasn't too valuable. In reality, Perkina was internally screaming, determined to redeem Yudo. Even if it meant giving away all her treasure finds, she needed to get Yudo back. Right? Yudo was given as a gesture of gratitude to that mysterious person. She thought to herself, she needed to confirm the value of the Yudo trade to devise a strategy for its redemption. Demi nodded, then shook her head. Although she was filled with gratitude, the gentleman had unexpectedly given them 6 bottles of precious healing potion. Healing potions were not a big deal for Perkina, as she was capable of making them herself. Your mentor almost forgot to hand these 6 bottles to you, she said. 6 bottles of golden-patterned potion appeared before Perkina, and though she hadn't thought much of it initially, her eyes were immediately drawn to them, and she quickly grabbed them. Is this the golden-patterned healing potion? She asked, carefully examining the intricate gold patterns on the bottle. She couldn't help but open one and take a gentle sniff, feeling instantly revitalized. Yes, it's definitely the golden-patterned healing potion. Demi remained calm, unsurprised by her mentor's reaction. As a master alchemist of great renown, she couldn't believe her mentor would be so astonished by mere golden-patterned healing potions. After confirming the identity of the potions, Perkina began to question whether she should still redeem Yudo. These were 6 bottles of golden-patterned healing potions. After all, while she was lost in thought, Demi suddenly remembered something she hadn't mentioned. Mentor, that gentleman said he would visit you personally soon. Should we prepare for his visit? Perkina was carefully wiping the bottles of the golden-patterned potions when she looked up, confused. Why would he visit me? We've never met. Demi's eyes sparkled with pride as she explained. That gentleman was so impressed by your little creation, Yudo, that he insisted on visiting you before we parted. Perkina fell silent, contemplating whether it might be time to move to a new city and perhaps find a new student. Deep within the silent desert stood a massive ant nest, hundreds of meters tall, resembling a small mountain. The entire structure was built from dark brown sandstone, emitting an eerie green glow. Outside the nest, worker ants about a meter long busily crawled up and down, their abdomens constantly secreting a green, viscous liquid that mixed with the sand, continually expanding the nest. Not far from the nest, a figure hovered in the sky, observing the scene with a contemplative gaze, seemingly having formed an initial assessment of the ant nest. Although the minor ant nest had not yet reached its peak size, it was still formidable. The base of the nest featured dozens of entrances, undoubtedly leading to a complex network of tunnels. Looking around, squads of fierce minor ants moved in and out, either transporting prey into the nest or going out to hunt. Compared to the smaller worker ants, these minor ants were much larger, measuring up to 3 meters long. Their massive mandibles gleamed with a metallic sheen, razor-sharp. Zane circled the nest, observing closely, and made a further assessment of the black mist node boss's condition. At this moment, the minor ants were out hunting, and there was no sign of the minor ant guards, suggesting that the minor ant queen was still in the second stage. The mining ant nest, shrouded in a dark mist, is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the construction phase. Once the mining ant queen awakens, she rapidly breeds a large number of worker ants. These worker ants hunt low-intelligence monsters to provide nutrients for the queen and construct the nest. At this point, the nest is at its weakest and most vulnerable, with the shortest cycle, making it the easiest stage to eliminate. In the second stage, the mining ant queen has accumulated enough nutrients and begins to produce stronger soldier ants, as well as a small number of elite guard ants. The soldier ants replace the worker ants, hunting higher intelligence monsters, while the elite guard ants remain in the nest to protect the queen until they reach a certain scale. In the final third stage, the mining ant queen ceases producing soldier ants and sends out the elite guards to accelerate hunting, focusing all efforts on nurturing female ants. Once a few female ants are nurtured, even if the first generation queen is eliminated, one of the female ants will become the new queen, ensuring the nest's continuation. After completing his reconnaissance, Zhan En's wings buzzed as he flew to a distant location. He landed on a sand dune about 700 meters from the nest, just outside the communication range of the mining ant queen. With a thought, shield warriors exuding a menacing aura appeared on the sand, with Ziwo standing out among them. Its large head rotated 360 degrees, and its eyes spun 180 degrees, curiously observing the surroundings. Dig a deep pit here, as big as possible, Zhan En instructed the shield warriors. With a crunch, the great sword sliced through the sand, and the sound of shoveling erupted. The 24 shield warriors transformed into furious sand-digging machines, sending waves of sand flying. A pit rapidly formed and expanded on the previously flat sand. Roar! Not having received the digging command, Ziwo looked puzzled at its frantically digging companions. It seemed to have an epiphany, with an expression of sudden realization appearing on its patchwork face. It stared passionately at the pit, as if seeing the secrets buried beneath. Roar! It urgently sent a soul request to Zhan En, eager to join the digging. You want to dig too? Initially, Zhan En thought, as his first familiar, Ziwo should be exempt from such labor. But to his surprise, it volunteered, touching Zhan En with its willingness to help. All right, go dig. Roar! With a booming sound, Ziwo excitedly leaped to the center of the pit, thrusting its hands into the sand, sending it flying. The black sand flew wildly, with Ziwo at the center, launching countless grains that clinked against the shield warriors, rapidly enlarging the pit. Impressive, Ziwo's digging speed alone matched 5 others. Zhan En realized his initial decision was wrong. Ziwo was clearly skilled and enjoyed it. In the future, Ziwo would be indispensable for such tasks. After digging diligently for a while, Ziwo began to realize something was amiss. Roar! Why is there nothing under the sand? Beneath the sand, there was indeed nothing. Suddenly, its speed of digging slowed, feeling a vague need to hide this from its master. Sneakily, it glanced up to see if its master noticed its laziness. Unfortunately, Zhan En was intently watching the progress. Their eyes met, startling it into quickly lowering its head, letting out a deliberate roar, and trying to speed up its digging. But gradually, the pace slowed again. What was going on? Zhan En often thought this creature of his was a bit inconsistent, not quite sure what it was thinking. Time slipped by quietly, and a deep, large pit formed in the sand. The large shield warriors stood upright in the pit, their numbers filling less than a quarter of the space. With 24 shield warriors and Z was standing within, they occupied less than a third of the area. It seemed the size was just right. Zhan En clapped his hands, signaling them to stop. The shield warriors immediately ceased and stood straight, awaiting Zhan En's next command. Descending into the pit, Zhan En recalled most of the shield warriors and Ziwa, leaving only 4 behind. Then, from his storage space, he retrieved a pile of yellow-brown items. Each was about 10 centimeters wide, resembling cubic crystals with smooth surfaces, neatly stacked at the pit's bottom. These were the heart-flesh cores he had collected from hunting sandworm creatures. Zhan En ordered, "Chop them up." The 4 shield warriors swung their great swords at the cubic crystals. Bang! Though made of flesh, the crystals emitted a sound like shattering stone upon impact. The outer crystal layer broke, releasing some yellow-brown liquid. As it met the air, a strange mineral scent began to spread, but it diffused too slowly. Seeing this, Zhan En flew above the pit, channeling his inner psionic energy to invoke the power of the storm. Whoosh! A whirlwind carried the mineral scent swiftly towards the distant ant nest, several hundred meters away. Near the entrance of the ant nest, a minor ant that had just emerged from the hole began to twitch its antennae rapidly. The incoming whirlwind brought a captivating mineral aroma. Rustle! Rustle! They all lifted their heads, their pairs of compound eyes gazing dreamily in the direction of the wind. Rustle! Rustle! The group of minor ants became agitated, their legs moving quickly as they eagerly headed towards the source of the scent. There lay perfect minerals for the queen ant to absorb. Suspended above the large sandy pit, Zhan En watched the direction of the ant nest. Soon, silhouettes of several minor ants appeared, followed by over 20 more. Their intelligence was 18, strength 10, constitution 3, speed 5. Among creatures of the same level, their strength was top tier. With powerful jaws, they could easily snap a prey's skull and even crush hard minerals. Even more terrifying, they often hunted in groups, with over 20 forming a hunting squad. As creatures of the black mist node, minor ants were controlled by the minor queen ant, and when facing strong enemies, they might retreat to summon reinforcements. Over 20 of them. Jane observed that it was a hunting squad of minor ants, just as he had anticipated. The wind had died down, but the minor ants were still close enough to the sand pit, drawn by the intoxicating scent of the mineral crystals that lured them forward. One by one, the eager minor ants tumbled into the large sand pit. At the center of the pit, the yellow-brown crystals emitted a captivating mineral aroma that drove their collection instincts wild. The ants became increasingly agitated, their mandibles vibrating, legs rapidly alternating as they charged toward the heart of the worm creature. As the minor ants neared, for sword lights flashed, slicing through the air. Translucent insect blood sprayed into the air as the leading minor ants were instantly severed into pieces, the acrid smell from their wounds snapping them back to awareness. They suddenly noticed the presence of 4 formidable opponents near the precious crystals. The minor ants' legs trembled, and the aura of the shield warriors instinctively triggered their aggression. Yet they sensed the formidable power of these warriors and held back, wary and cautious. When the entire hunting squad had fallen into the pit, they moved. Over 20 minor ants opened their powerful mandibles, launching an assault on the shield warriors. Unfazed by the sharp jaws, the shield warriors swung their great swords. With an impressive strength of 18 points, one swing sliced a minor ant from head to abdomen. The swords continued to slash, spraying translucent insect blood as one minor ant after another was cut in half. In a matter of moments, only 5 minor ants remained. Inside the pit, the pungent smell grew stronger. Realizing the terrifying strength of the shield warriors, the remaining minor ants finally understood they were outmatched. They began to retreat in unison, attempting to escape and call for reinforcements. However, the high walls of the pit blocked their path. The shield warriors quickly caught up, their swords swiftly cutting the remaining minor ants into pieces. Thus, the first minor ant hunting squad lured into the pit was completely annihilated. Spirit Essence 1.80, Spirit Essence 1.80, Spirit Essence 1.80. As the shield warriors slaughtered the minor ants, Jane's mind echoed with notifications of increased spirit essence. Throw these insect corpses out. The shield warriors lifted the insect bodies and hurled them toward the edge of the pit, away from the minor ant nest. It was done. Now they just had to wait. With the arrival of the first minor ant squad, more would inevitably follow. Drawn by the enticing scent of the worm heart crystals, the first squad would have left a trail of summoning scents along the way, guiding their comrades to the pit. Before long, the second squad of minor ants rushed over, following the trail left by the first squad. Like the first squad, as soon as they entered the area filled with the scent of minerals, they lost control and fell into the sandpit one after another, adding 1.8 spirit essence each time. Soon, dozens of mangled minor ant limbs were tossed out. The lure plan was a success. Zhan En breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the lure plan was working. The arrival of the second minor ant squad indicated that they were now beyond the queen ant's communication range within the nest. Otherwise, if the queen knew a squad had perished, she would either send a large force of minor ants or none at all, not sending them to their deaths. This lure method was specifically used to clear out the outermost minor ants without alerting the queen, preventing her escape. After all, the minor ant nest was huge with numerous exits and thousands of minor ants inside. These ants not only hunted but also protected the perimeter and served as an early warning system. If the queen learned of a powerful enemy attack in advance, she would quickly relocate under the protection of the minor ants. If that happened, Zhan En would find it extremely difficult to locate her. Next, the golden-winged snake vibrated its wings, and with the minor ant nest as the center, Zhan En flew to another sandy area at the same distance. Then, he summoned the shield warriors and Purple Whirl, ready to begin the operation. This time, Zhan En did not exclude Purple Whirl, the sand-digging expert, from the orders. The shield warriors transformed into tireless sand-digging machines, just like before. However, Purple Whirl was different. Having experienced digging under a sandpile once, it had become smarter. It slowly squeezed between the two shield warriors, drew the large sword from its back, and began digging sand, maintaining a pace nearly matching the shield warriors, no longer exhibiting its previous high-efficiency digging. Zhan En was surprised by the rapid growth of Purple Whirl's intelligence. Only on its second attempt, it had instinctively learned to exert 2 parts of effort for 10. Never judge a skeleton by its appearance, and never underestimate Purple Whirl. Observing this, Zhan En pondered the origins of life and the destiny of souls, exclaiming, "This is the innate laziness of intelligent beings." After his musings, he immediately ordered, "Don't imitate them, dig on your own. This wind cannot rise. If Purple Whirl dares to exert 2 parts today, it may only exert 1 part tomorrow. Who knows how lazy it might become in the future?" "Roar," Purple Whirl questioned, confused. Zhan En returned a stern gaze. "Roar. The master's orders must be obeyed." Under Zhan En's watchful eyes, Purple Whirl could only return the large sword to its back, leap into the pit's center, and expertly plunge its hands into the sand, beginning to dig vigorously. Sand and stones flew, and though its speed was slightly slower than before, Zhan En sent a questioning thought through their soul link. What's going on? The master noticed. Purple Whirl froze momentarily, then resumed digging with increased speed, matching and slightly exceeding its previous pace. Zhan En nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of dedication he expected from his loyal follower. To work diligently for him, they must perform at least 100 efficiency. The task of digging sand was both tedious and dull, as Ziwo mechanically repeated the monotonous actions. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, sand and stones flew, striking the surrounding shield warriors with a crisp sound. Hearing this, Ziwo's eyes darted around, though its hands never stopped. With each strike and sound, its spirit seemed to leap, tossing sand and stones at the shield warriors as if orchestrating a symphony of ding ding ding. Surprisingly, Ziwo's efficiency increased by 20. This proactive initiative was something the shield warriors had never shown, perhaps highlighting an advantage of heightened intelligence. Zhan En had a realization and decided to make good use of this. Before long, the second large sandpit was dug, even larger than the first. Zhan En left 4 shield warriors in the pit, then took out a pile of heart crystals from sandworms, crushed them, and let the whirlwind carry them towards the miner ants' nest to lure them. As expected, a squad of miner ants appeared and fell into the pit, completing the trap. Once he ensured the second pit was functioning properly, Zhan En quickly flew to the third target location to dig another pit, followed by the fourth, fifth, and sixth, setting up all 6 miner ant traps. From above, squads of miner ants could be seen eagerly heading towards the deep pits, drawn by the alluring scent of minerals or following the trails left by their comrades. The 7th pit was the final one, and Zhan En specifically instructed Ziwo to take a Tulip shield warrior to protect an ordinary skeleton soldier and gather death energy. He emphasized the importance of protecting this ordinary skeleton and to weaken the miner ants, particularly targeting their mandibles and limbs, ensuring they were completely incapacitated before letting the skeleton soldier finish them off. Zhan En earnestly reminded Ziwo to be cautious while harvesting the spiritually potent miner ants. Roar! Ziwo's eyes rolled diagonally, signaling that it could handle the task without issue. Zhan En nodded, confident that with the all-encompassing attack and defense of the ethereal purple force field, Ziwo would have no trouble. He flew off, inspecting the first pit for any issues. Soon, a squad of miner ants arrived at the 7th pit, falling into the trap one by one. Rustle. Seeing the miner ants appear, the Tulip shield warrior prepared to charge, but roar. Ziwo quickly stopped its companion, nudging the Tulip shield warrior and signaling with its eyes to step aside, intending to handle the situation alone. The Tulip shield warrior, puzzled by Ziwo's actions, couldn't understand why it was being stopped from fighting. However, respecting Zhan En's earlier instructions, it complied and stepped back. Roar. Seeing the Tulip shield warrior obediently comply, Ziwo mimicked Zhan En's gesture, nodding slightly, and even attempted to pat the Tulip shield warrior on the shoulder. Unfortunately, the Tulip shield warrior retreated too quickly, leaving Ziwo patting thin air. Roaring in dissatisfaction, Ziwo let out a growl towards the Tulip shield warrior, leaving the warrior puzzled by its unusual companion's behavior. At that moment, the mining ants quickly launched their attack. Ziwo immediately diverted its attention to these mining ants, its face showing irritation from the interruption. Over 20 pairs of massive mandibles, glinting with a cold light, simultaneously targeted various parts of Ziwo's body for an attack. In response, Ziwo let out a low growl followed by an ear-splitting roar. A terrifying, dark purple force field erupted from its body, instantly enveloping the attacking mining ants. In an instant, the ants were paralyzed, forcibly immobilized, with some frozen mid-leap, unable to land. The pit fell silent, save for the soft rustle of Ziwo's footsteps as it approached the mining ants. The ants struggled desperately, their mandibles straining to escape the dreadful force field, but their mere 10 points of strength were too weak to challenge the current intensity of the force field. As Ziwo drew nearer, the oppressive power of the force field grew even more frightening. A grating sound of cracking echoed as the mining ants' tough shells began to deform and break under the immense pressure, oozing a translucent liquid while faint cries of agony could be heard. Nearby, the Tulip shield warrior sensed the rapid weakening of the creature's aura. With a low growl, it hurriedly picked up a small, ordinary skeleton warrior, moving in front of Ziwo. Its growl served as a reminder to the abnormal companion not to forget the master's order that these mining ants were to be finished by the ordinary skeleton. Ziwo's steps halted momentarily, its eyes rolling 180 degrees as it recalled the master's earnest instructions. Roaring in response, it indicated it hadn't forgotten. Then, it drew its greatsword and began slashing at the mining ants on the brink of death from the force field, severing mandibles, legs, and antennae. Soon, Ziwo sheathed its sword, satisfied with its handiwork. At this point, the mining ants were barely clinging to life, translucent fluid continually dripping from their severed limbs, their compound eyes filled with utter despair. Roaring once more, Ziwo signaled the ordinary skeleton to move forward and finish them off. The skeleton soldier wielded its broken bone blade, striking the ants repeatedly at a slow pace. Zillow watched in boredom, its eyes wandering. The severed mandibles scattered on the ground began to catch its attention. Meanwhile, in midair, Jian kept receiving notifications of increased spirit matter. Excellent. 7 pits were simultaneously luring the ants. In 2 to 3 days, most of the mining ant squads within the nest would likely be lured and eliminated. After completing a round of surveillance, Jian flew back over the ant nest, taking out an alchemical telescope to observe. At this time, whether returning from a hunt or just emerging from the nest, squad after squad of mining ants continued to move towards the 7 lure pits. Everything went according to Zhan En's plan. The ant queen inside the nest hadn't noticed anything unusual. All that was left was to wait. Zhan En hovered silently in midair, keeping a close watch on the ant nest to prevent any disturbances. As the sun gradually set and the blood moon hung high, squads of mining soldier ants continued to pour out, making a rustling sound. In the air, Zhan En yawned, drank an alchemical potion to replenish his psychic energy, and kept his eyes glued to the telescope for continuous observation. Night fell, and as the dim sun rose quietly to noon, the scorching sunlight beat down. Feeling a bit thirsty, Zhan En took out a water pouch and drank a few gulps to rehydrate. Glancing at the amount of information gathered from the spirit essence, Zhan En estimated that roughly 27 hours had passed, and the 7 ambush pits had already slaughtered over 4,000 mining soldier ants. The number of mining soldier ants inside the nest should be less than half by now. Suddenly, a sound of spiritual enhancement echoed in his mind. Spirit essence accumulated to 13,000, spirituality 1, current spirituality 14, attribute point 1, skill point 1 gained. Despite having stayed up all night, Zhan En instantly felt awake. He added 1 point to strength and 1 point to skeleton revival. With a flap of his scarlet gold feathered wings, he quickly flew towards the 7th ambush pit. Inside the pit, Zillow was using a dark purple force field to handle another squad of mining soldier ants. Next to it stood a small skeleton soldier. Compared to before, the skeleton's bones had grown sturdier, and its soul fire was more vibrant, indicating it had reached the threshold of ascension. Meanwhile, the Tulip Shield warrior stood alone at the edge of the pit, its large sword unstained by blood, which was somewhat unusual. Zhan En knew this was Zillow's doing, as it didn't want the Tulip Shield warrior to interfere. Simply put, the Tulip Shield warrior had been sidelined by Zillow. Boom. As a storm howled, Zhan En landed. Zillow immediately approached, pointing to the skeleton soldier that had reached the threshold of ascension, its soul link sending out ripples. Zhan En's wings fluttered slightly as he floated in front of Zillow, complimenting. Very well done, Zillow. As he spoke, he patted its shoulder, showing his satisfaction. Roar. Delighted by the praise, Zillow's head spun 360 degrees, and the pairs of mandibles around its neck clinked with metallic sounds. Then, with a light tap of his finger, Zhan En sent a gray-white psychic energy towards a monster's corpse. Skeleton revival. A creaking sound ensued, and the 27th skeleton soldier was born. Subsequently, Zhan En recalled the 26th skeleton soldier and the Tulip Shield warrior, while assigning Zillow a new task. Next, take this skeleton soldier and clear the monsters. Roar? Zillow found the task of protecting the skeleton soldier while clearing monsters too dull and was about to express its thoughts when it heard its master's trusting voice. I trust you with this. Roar. Zillow's roar changed instantly, patting its chest with resounding thuds, indicating it had no problem at all. Filled with energy, it swung its large sword repeatedly, demonstrating to Zhan En how it could slice each mining soldier ant to a sliver of health. In Zhan En's eyes, there was a look of satisfaction. The purple vortex's mysterious force field was the perfect place for training the fragile skeleton soldiers. As long as the psionic energy within him remained unbroken, no monster could threaten these delicate skeletons. After casting another approving glance, Zhan En flapped his wings and flew away, finally landing on a flat piece of sand nearby. He recalled the Tulip Shield guard and the 26th skeleton soldier, instructing the guard to teach the skeleton the art of swordsmanship. Then, he took to the skies again to monitor the ant nest. As night fell, the blood-red moonlight bathed the desert, and the flow of minor ant squads from the nest slowed noticeably. That night, Zhan En was busy. First, he elevated the 26th skeleton soldier, who had mastered swordsmanship, to become the 2nd Tulip Sword Guard. Then, he retrieved the sulfur-filled 27th skeleton from the 7th trap pit and had the 2nd Tulip Sword Guard teach its swordsmanship. Once learned, he immediately elevated it, resulting in the birth of the 3rd Tulip Sword Guard. He then deployed these 2 guards into separate trap pits to continue accumulating the death energy needed for the next elevation. After completing these tasks, he flew back near the ant nest for further surveillance. Almost there, Zhan En muttered to himself, taking a swig from a refreshing potion as he steeled his nerves. The crimson moonlight faded, replaced by the warm glow of daylight, marking the start of a new day. Zhan En's expression was slightly numb as he continued to watch over the miner ant nest. It had been over an hour since the last miner ant squad emerged, yet no new squad had appeared. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he flew around the nest, noting the absence of any ant squads near the entrances. Only a few weak worker ants reinforcing the nest with liquid. A gleam of joy flashed in Zhan En's eyes. It meant that the miner ant squads within the nest had been nearly wiped out. His first phase goal was finally achieved, signifying he no longer needed to monitor with such intensity. A quick check of the accumulated essence showed 4657140000, more than a third of the way to the next advancement. Good, finally. Despite the perfect execution of the first phase, successfully luring and eliminating most of the miner ants within the nest, it was not yet time to relax. He had to take advantage of the brief period before the ants noticed the loss of most of their squads and delved deep into the nest, giving them no chance to escape. Glug, glug, glug. Zhan En downed several alchemical potions, forcibly suppressing his mental exhaustion. With a flap of his golden serpent wings, he swiftly flew to the trap pits, retrieving the shield guards, the purple vortex, and the sword guards, all without touching the ground. Then, he quickly returned near the miner ant nest, deploying the shield guards at 24 carefully chosen nest entrances, ready to launch a swift assault. Creak, creak. The 24 shield guards raised their hefty shields and charged into the dim ant nest from various entrances. Meanwhile, Zhan En issued a separate order to the purple vortex. Purple vortex, go. The entrance before it was the largest, symbolizing Zhan En's special expectations for it. Roar. As Ziwo stared at the small entrance where the rest of his companions were, he felt a surge of excitement and responded eagerly. With a thundering step, he rushed into the entrance. The second phase had begun. Having arranged everything, Zhan En swiftly flew to the highest point of the ant nest. From there, he could oversee the entire nest and react immediately if the mining ant queen managed to escape. Through Ziwo's sensory vision, Zhan En clearly observed the damp passageway, surprisingly devoid of any ants. This situation aligned with his expectations, as none of the shield warriors had encountered any monsters yet. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and the path remained unobstructed. This was a deviation from Zhan En's prediction, but a favorable one. He had anticipated some ordinary mining soldier ants to remain, but it seemed they had all been lured and eliminated. The core area of the ant nest was a gigantic space, with a raised platform at its center. On this platform lay a massive, over 10-meter-long, plump insect, entirely white, covered in layers of semi-transparent hardened cuticle that shimmered with a mineral-like glow. Through these translucent layers, its soft internal organs were visible. Its abdomen was exceptionally large and greasy, surrounded by freshly laid ant eggs yet to be moved for incubation. Suddenly, the creature yawned slightly, and its tightly shut 6 pairs of compound eyes slowly opened. With a slight twist of its head, it noticed the pile of eggs. The touch on its tail had awakened the mining ant queen from its slumber. Instantly, it was furious and demanded, "What's going on? What are the soldiers doing? Why haven't the newly laid eggs been moved to the incubation area promptly?" The mining ant queen was extremely angry, letting out a series of hisses, prompting its guards to rush forward for instructions. Ordinary mining soldier ants were responsible for both external defense and egg incubation, while the queen's guards were tasked solely with defending the core area at this stage. Ignoring the guards, the queen urgently sent out signals, summoning the mining soldier ants within the nest. As time ticked by, not a single ordinary mining soldier ant appeared before it. Even more bizarre, within the queen's sensory range, there was no signal from any ordinary mining soldier ants, only from the guards. Could it be that all its soldiers had gone out to hunt? The queen was puzzled. What had happened? It had only taken a nap, and now its 7,000-strong outer force had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the queen had not received any distress signals. Sensing something was amiss, it quickly ordered some of the guard ants to go out and find out where its 7,000 soldiers had gone. At that moment, a rapid creaking sound approached from multiple passages. Just as the queen was about to instruct the guards to investigate, boom. Suddenly, over a dozen red figures burst forth, landing directly in the core area, with an icy killing intent descending instantly. Enemies. Enemies. To ensure the queen's absolute safety, the guard ants immediately surrounded the intruders, and the battle was about to begin. Crack. Flash. A sudden signal of soul fluctuation echoed in Zhan En's mind as the red rose shield warriors swiftly located the target mining ant queen. Information about the increase in spirit quality poured in. Spirit quality 2.0, spirit quality 2.0, spirit quality 2.0, indicating that they had penetrated the core area of the anthill. This core area was not only the egg-laying zone of the boss mining ant queen, but also the heavily guarded stronghold of numerous mining soldier ants elite guards. Judging by the rate of spirit quality increase, Zhan En realized that the red rose shield warriors were engaged in a fierce battle with the mining soldier ants elite guards. The mining soldier ant guards had spirit levels of 20, strength of 13, constitution of 6, speed of 2, and their bodies were encased in hard minerals, making their defense exceptional among monsters of the same level. Their strength was also formidable. Zhan En ordered them to focus on the largest mining ant queen, ready to activate a bonding skill if necessary. However, Zhan En did not immediately command the Red Rose Shield warriors to activate the bond. Instead, he chose to delay, hoping to lull the mining ant queen into a false sense of security while waiting for the Purple Thorn Shield warriors and especially the vision-sharing Purple Vortex to arrive. In the core area of the anthill, the mining ant queen watched the battle below with its 6 pairs of compound eyes, filled with gravity. A large number of mining soldier ant guards were furiously attacking the dozen or so red skeleton creatures that had invaded. Initially, the mining ant queen was not worried, believing its guards were more capable in battle and outnumbered the enemies, thinking that these 12 intruders were merely walking into a trap. However, as the battle unfolded, the queen's expectations were shattered. These red skeleton creatures showed no fear in the face of the guards' attacks. Their crimson giant shields effortlessly blocked the mining soldier ant guards' assaults. Whether it was the fierce close combat bites or the long-range acid mineral liquid sprays, all were ineffective. More terrifying was the fact that the red-patterned greatswords they wielded were incredibly sharp, slicing through the hard mineral armor of the mining soldier ant guards as if it were paper, each sword swipe easily cutting a guard in half. In just a few minutes, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of mining soldier ant guards, and the air was thick with a pungent, overpowering odor. The mining ant queen restrained the urge to join the fight, aware that it was the core of the mining ant clan. As long as it remained unharmed, the loss of guards was acceptable. Although these creatures seemed difficult to deal with in a short time, they too could not approach the queen amidst the guards' onslaught. The mining ant queen kept urging more guards into the fray, with nearly 3,000 mining soldier ant guards continuously launching attacks, confident that the intruders would eventually be worn down. Time passed, and the Purple Thorn Shield warriors and Tulip Shield warriors were still on their way, while the Purple Vortex moved at a faster pace, faintly hearing the sounds of intense battle. It rushed forward, and suddenly, its vision cleared, revealing the scene of battle in the core area of the anthill. On the raised platform, the enormous, grotesquely obese mine ant queen immediately caught Ziwo's attention. The mine ant queen. Through Ziwo's vision, Zhan En clearly saw the boss of the ant nest's core area. Feeling somewhat relieved, it seemed the mine ant queen had no intention of fleeing. Zhan En was not in a hurry to strike. He decided to wait for the other shield warriors to arrive. He ordered Ziwo through a soul link, knowing the other shield warriors were not far from the core area. Once they arrived, they could activate their bonds together to maximize the time their bond-enhanced strength would last. Roar Ziwo responded, its eyes scanning up and down the plump, ugly queen, as if selecting which organ was the finest delicacy. Time slipped by quietly as creaking sounds echoed from over a dozen passageways, growing louder as they approached. However, the fierce battle sounds between the Red Rose Shield warriors and the mine ant guards drowned out everything else, failing to catch the queen's attention. On the platform, the mine ant queen, seeing the fierce red creatures below showing no signs of faltering, felt a wave of worry. The limbs on its bloated sides trembled uneasily, sensing a deadly aura in the air. Just then, the slower shield warriors finally arrived. Zhan En immediately ordered the bonds to be activated. Boom. Instantly, whether it was the Red Rose Shield warriors engaged in fierce battle or the newly arrived Purple Thorn and Tulip Shield warriors, as well as Ziwo, their auras surged dramatically, spreading a terrifying presence. The air grew oppressively heavy, and a chilling sense of doom enveloped the area. The mine ant guards' antennae began to tremble anxiously, filled with fear. Their attacks halted as they retreated in panic to the edges of the platform. On the platform, the highly perceptive mine ant queen felt a sudden chill. In its perception, over 20 terrifying auras rose, each exuding a murderous intent directly at it. Instinct screamed a warning. Each owner of these terrifying auras was stronger than itself. Escape. Without hesitation, dozens of short legs dragged its bloated body swiftly toward a large passageway behind the platform. Simultaneously, it emitted a sharp signal. Stop them. The mine ant guards, agitated and desperate, formed streams of ants to block the shield warriors, buying time for the queen's escape. Meanwhile, Zhan En instantly ordered attack. Don't let the mine ant queen escape. The Purple Thorn, Tulip, and Ziwo immediately leaped down to join the Red Rose Shield warriors in launching their assault. Roar, crack, sizzle. In an instant, translucent blood splattered as the mine ant guards, like praying mantises trying to stop a chariot, were chopped into pieces. The streams of ants were breached, unable to halt the shield warriors' advance. Despite this, they continued to frantically block the shield warriors, leaving a trail of corpses with every step forward. These corpses were trampled into pulp by their companions, releasing a potent, pungent odor that drove them to even greater frenzy. On the high platform, the corpulent mine ant queen moved with surprising speed. In mere moments, she approached the nearest tunnel, seemingly ready to escape to the outside world. At this point, Zhan En, with a calm expression, issued a command through a soul link. Ziwo, stop playing around. Ziwo, who was enthusiastically smashing the soldier ants into pulp, tensed up at Zhan En's call and immediately ceased his actions. Following that, Zhan En's order reached Ziwo. Block it. Roar. A terrifying aura of ghostly purple energy erupted instantly, swiftly catching up to the mine ant queen and seizing her tail, preventing her escape. The queen was terrified, frantically thrashing her tail in an attempt to break free from the strange hold. But with just 15 points of strength, she couldn't budge it. Meanwhile, the powerful ghostly purple energy field expanded rapidly, knocking aside the blocking soldier ants one by one. Ziwo quickly advanced, being the first to reach the platform. As Ziwo approached, the ghostly purple energy field, initially gripping only the tail, gradually spread over most of the queen's body. The mine ant queen let out a sharp, piercing cry, calling for the soldier ants to come to her aid. In an instant, the soldier ants grew even more frenzied, charging at the ghostly purple field. Boom, boom. The sound of massive collisions echoed continuously, and the soldier ants' hard shells cracked from the impact, oozing semi-transparent blood. Yet, they felt no pain and continued their fierce assault, with many soldier ants crashing to their deaths. During this time, more than 20 shield warriors successfully ascended the platform. In the face of the terrifying enemy, the soldiers' defenses were ineffective. The mine ant queen was filled with terror, struggling desperately, spewing out deadly venom repeatedly. The shield warriors stood their ground, unyielding. The venom exploded around them, trying to corrode their skeletal forms, but was blocked by the crimson glow on their bodies. Seeing this, the mine ant queen felt despair. Don't waste time, attack together. Kill it. Zhan En was growing impatient. The mine ant queen had a spirit level of 25, strength of 15, constitution of 30, and speed of 10. Though her strength and speed were not weak, her constitution was an astounding 30, making her survival capabilities extremely robust, and her chitin armor provided formidable defense. Despite her relatively weak combat abilities compared to other bosses, attacks from lower-tier psionics could barely harm her. Unfortunately for her, her impressive defenses were useless against the razor-sharp greatswords. Flash, flash. 25 greatswords pierced the mine ant queen's body in unison. The queen let out a wretched howl, her massive body writhing violently, emitting grating sounds as corrosive transparent blood gushed out, eating away at the stone surface and leaving crater-like holes. Suddenly, the soldier ants began frantically tearing into the queen's midsection flesh, and within moments, her bare bones and internal organs were exposed. Zhan En immediately understood her intent was to sever her tail and escape. But it was too late. Flash, crash. The great sword was raised and then swung down repeatedly, echoing the screams of the mine ant queen throughout the nest. White chunks of flesh thudded to the ground, piling up like small hills. The guardian mine ants charged at Zhan En in a frenzy, but their attacks were futile against the mighty sword. As time passed, the screams gradually subsided. The once plump body of the mine ant queen was now reduced to a semi-transparent skeleton, though its head remained intact. Its attempt to feign death was easily seen through by Zhan En, its tenacity impressive. With a swift motion, Zhan En's sword pierced through the queen's head, extinguishing its life completely. A system prompt immediately followed. Kill Black Fog Node Boss, Mine Ant Queen. Spirit Quality 3000, Fantasy Spirit Gear 1. Without pausing, Zhan En commanded. Clear out the remaining creatures. The battle was far from over. The leaderless guardian and worker ants launched suicidal attacks against the shield warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Zhan En quickly found an entrance from the top of the ant nest and slipped inside. With the aid of the storm, he soon reached the core area, witnessing a bloody carnage. Go, unleash the slaughter. Zhan En gestured, summoning 2 Tulip sword guards to join the fray. Under the protection of the shield warriors, they could safely harvest the death energy. Time passed, and as dawn broke, the number of guardian ants in the core area dwindled. The massacre was nearing its end. The system prompted again. Spirit quality accumulated. 14,000, spirituality 1, current spirituality, 15. Attribute point 1, skill point 1. Zhan En quickly decided to allocate 1 point to strength, bringing it to 20.5. With the blessing of the child of nature, his physique also reached 20.5. This meant he could finally wield the weight of the Sun King's sword. As for the skill point, he chose to hold on to it for acquiring the Sun King's sword in the future. With the final splatter of blood and flesh, the battle was finally over. Fighting off exhaustion, Zhan En ordered the collection of valuable materials from the guardian ants, their chitin and mandibles. He then stored the 2 Tulip sword guards, brimming with soul fire, planning to proceed with their second ascension soon. With the golden wings of the feathered serpent fluttering, Zhan En flew out of the nest. Before long, Two pale flames rose from the nearby sand, marking the birth of the second and third Tulip Shield warriors. Yawning, Zhan En returned to the nest, retrieving the shield warriors and the mountain of loot. At last, everything was settled. He took to the skies once more, quickly finding a secluded sandy valley. Upon landing, Zhan En summoned the shield warriors to guard the perimeter and eagerly crawled into his tent. As soon as he lay down, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and his eyelids drooped shut. Within seconds, the tent was filled with the sound of soft, even breathing. Around the tent, the shield guardians stood silently on watch. The most intelligent among them, Ziwo, enveloped the tent with a silent, dark purple force field, creating a protective barrier. The blood moon hung high, and a gentle breeze whispered over the sandy ground, producing a soft rustling sound, making everything seem harmonious. Occasionally, when a monster appeared, before it could make a sound, several flashes of sword light would streak by, instantly reducing it to fragments. The scorching sun beat down on the desert, causing waves of heat to rise from the ground. In the shade of a sand valley, several tall figures held large umbrellas respectfully, shielding a man from the sun. On a reclining chair, Zhan En squinted, enjoying a post-meal rest. The Sun King's sword was currently lost in the deeper spiritual realm, and no one knew why it was there. Perhaps it was due to a great battle, or maybe it encountered a psychic void. The reason for its loss was unimportant to Zhan En. His only desire was to obtain the Sun King's sword. However, the spiritual realm, being the resting place of spirits, was not easy to enter, let alone searching for a spiritual weapon within it, much like finding a grain of sand in the ocean. The only way was to conduct a summoning, allowing the Sun King's sword to break through the spiritual realm and descend into the material world. To summon the Sun King's sword, one must use something closely related to it. Zhan En continuously searched his memories, looking for something that met the criteria and was nearby. Soon, Zhan En identified a clue: Chushi Chunyan, one of the Sun King's sword's companion flames, symbolizing the nascent sun, vibrant with life. As a companion flame, it didn't fall into the spiritual realm with the Sun King's sword, but remained in the material world. When the Sun King's sword fell into the spiritual realm, it deliberately left the companion flame in the material realm, hoping to find a suitable psychic to summon it back. Chushi Chunyan was hidden in the Red Willow Desert south of Baiyang City. Zhan En pondered slowly, reviewing the information about Chushi Chunyan in his memory. Although the distance was considerable, the thought of the Sun King's sword's powerful attributes filled him with enthusiasm, quickly quelling any hesitation. Without delay, Zhan En immediately packed up the shield guardians and his belongings, ready to set off. With a leap, his wings unfolded, and he vanished from his original spot. After several days of intense flying, Zhan En arrived at a small city, Baiyang City. It lay adjacent to the Dead Desert, and was a necessary stop on the way to the Red Willow Desert. Though called a city, its population was only a few thousand, resembling a large village. Due to its proximity to the Dead Desert, many psychics stopped here for rest and supplies, making it relatively bustling. This area was beyond the restrictions of the Black Mist Zone, so Zhan En had to proceed cautiously. Although his subordinates could individually match high-level psychics when fully unleashed, there was no telling if a powerful figure was hidden within this city. If he were to encounter a controller, or even a weaver, Zhan En's plan to acquire Chushi Chunyan could face unforeseen challenges. Quietly landing, Zhan En retracted his golden feathered serpent wings, slung a regular greatsword over his back, and walked towards Bailu City alone. As he stepped into the city, a child approached nervously, speaking with respect, head bowed, and messy, dry hair. Seeing no response from Zhan En, she quickly added, "My name is Mumu, and I know the city inside out." The child's anxious expression was accompanied by beads of sweat on her forehead. Zhan En paused and asked gently, "Is this your first time being a guide?" The child stammered, "Yes, sir." Her eyes dimmed as she thought to herself, "Oh no, he figured it out." She bit her lip lightly, her eyes welling up, trying hard not to cry. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "All right, little guide, quickly take me to find a room." The unexpected surprise left the child stunned and incredulous. Zhan En ruffled her dry hair and urged, "Well, lead the way then." The child nodded eagerly, "Yes, yes, I'll take you right away." She bounced ahead of Zhan En with joy. "Be careful, slow down, no need to rush," Zhan En reminded her. Soon, they arrived in front of a row of detached wooden houses. The child excitedly exclaimed, "Sir, we're almost there. My mom says that row of wooden houses is the best in all of Bailu City." Before she finished speaking, she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground with a thud. "Ouch," she cried, quickly getting up and, without brushing off the dirt, continued leading the way. Before long, Zhan En was led to a row of detached wooden houses. After a brief inspection, he decided, "We'll rest here for the night." Compared to the stone houses seen along the way, this was indeed a good place to stop. Zhan En handed the child some payment. "Here, little guide." The child jumped with joy, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. She then ran off, but in her haste, tripped over the same stone again. Frustrated, she picked up the stone and threw it to the ground with a vengeance, saying, You tripped me twice, so I'll throw you twice. With another thud, she tossed it again and walked away with her head held high. However, she didn't notice that the stone rolled back to its original spot. This child has quite a temper, Zhan En thought to himself. Sensing she might trip over that stone again, perhaps this was the legendary fate between wood and stone? These thoughts quickly passed. He approached a black tent, ready to pay the rent. Sir, please keep the key safe. Taking the key, Zhan En turned to leave. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed in, and the two narrowly missed each other. In a remote area, Zhan En entered a large wooden cabin, surrounded by an exceptionally tranquil environment. Having just emerged from a tent, he was clad in armor, with a faceplate concealing his visage, giving him an air of mystery. At that moment, more than a dozen psychics, cloaked in black robes with their faces obscured, were waiting quietly, occasionally casting suspicious glances at Zhan En, as if questioning his identity. Zhan En pondered, wondering why so many psychics were gathered in Baiyang City. He sensed a faint psychic aura, confirming that these individuals were indeed psychics. Although it was not unusual for psychics to occasionally rest here, having more than 10 assembled together was rare. Zhan En noticed the unfriendly stares from the robed figures, feeling a slight unease. He calmly proceeded to his cabin and closed the door firmly. Among the robed figures, someone murmured, Lord Kitts, this man with the faceplate is too calm and doesn't dare show his true face. Could he be? Another replied, No rush, we'll test him tonight. Inside the cabin, simple bread and water were laid out on the table. Zhan En pushed them aside and took out his own prepared meat to enjoy. Although it was not yet dark, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He instructed the purple vortex and the 5 red rose shield guards by his side. Stay alert. Wake me at once if anything unusual happens. The shield guards responded in unison, and despite the cabin's small size, they fit within its confines. Assured, Zhan En lay down and drifted into a deep sleep. As night fell, Purple Vortex idly counted the beads on its necklace, suddenly looking up towards the window, prompting the 5 red rose shield guards to become vigilant. They sensed a living presence stealthily approaching the cabin, but due to Zhan En's orders, they remained still, guarding the bed. Through a soul connection, Purple Vortex immediately awakened its master. Zhan En, who was dreaming blissfully, felt the soul vibrations of the shield guards and awoke instantly. He did not rise immediately but maintained a steady breathing rhythm, pretending to remain asleep, quietly waiting for the person outside to make a move. To his surprise, the person merely lingered by the window, listening for a while, then quietly departed without attempting to enter. Swiftly, Zhan En handed the alchemy telescope to Purple Vortex, issuing a command through their soul link. Purple Vortex followed discreetly. Purple Vortex took the telescope, quickly enveloped itself in a layer of ghostly purple energy, and silently opened the cabin door, tracking the person's aura as it swiftly followed. Apart from the slight creak of the door, the process was nearly soundless. Zhan En thought to himself, let me see who is investigating me. A shadowy figure moved stealthily through the shadows cast by rows of wooden huts. Without careful observation, it was nearly impossible to discern anything unusual. Clearly, this was a low-tier infiltrator. The ability to move through shadows is a skill only those above the lowest tier can master. Under Zhan En's direction, Zhuo deliberately kept a distance, silently trailing the figure. The shadow seemed unaware, moving briskly in a straight line after completing a reconnaissance task, without any detours. Zhuo followed from afar and eventually reached the edge of the wooden hut area. There stood a large wooden building, brightly lit from within. Several figures in black robes were on guard, the same group from earlier in the day. Recognizing them, Zhan En remembered the hostile looks they had given him. From a distance, Zhuo observed through binoculars. As the shadow approached, one of the black-robed guards whispered, Who is it? The shadow replied, It's me, back from scouting. Hearing the familiar voice, the guards relaxed but still followed protocol, demanding, Token. The shadow grumbled, troublesome, but complied, producing a dark brown token. Strangely, the token was blank, without any markings. The guards did not let their guard down, their eyes fixed on the token. The shadow grumbled again, such a hassle, and manipulated the token slightly. Moments later, a golden sand dune appeared on the blank surface, resembling a golden mountain. Seeing this, Zhan En immediately realized who these people were. They were from the Golden Sand Society. Why were they here? Roxanne City was far from Baiyang City. If they had come all this way, they must have a purpose. Zhan En pondered what could be attracting them near Baiyang City, or if they were plotting something. Once the golden sand appeared, the guards allowed passage. Noticing the dissatisfaction of his companions, the shadow explained, No choice. It's the chairman's rule to prevent outsiders from infiltrating. Hearing the mention of the chairman, the shadow ceased his complaints, quickly opened the door, and entered. As the door opened, Ziwo caught a clear glimpse inside. Two men and a woman sat in elevated positions, with other black-robed individuals standing before them, seemingly receiving instructions. Upon entering, all eyes turned to the shadow, who respectfully bowed and cautiously approached the trio. Zhan En speculated that these three were likely mid-tier psionics, high-ranking members of the Golden Sand Society. It was probable that they were a rank above the low-tier psionics, which would explain the caution shown towards them. Zhan En didn't think they were high-tier, as within the Golden Sand Society, only Chairman Salomo was of high-tier status. If he had come personally, the subordinates wouldn't dare sit as equals. This deepened Zhan En's curiosity, sending their highest forces besides the chairman, and three of them at that. What was their true objective? Could it be similar to his own? Beneath his mask, a playful smile crept onto Zhan En's lips. Don't rush. Keep watching their movements. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Jian's eyes, but he didn't make a move. Killing a psychic within the city would cause panic. Even though these people were traitors colluding with defectors and deserved to die, outsiders wouldn't understand this. Jian needed to obtain the morning light chalice without causing unrest. The shadow entered the house, and the door closed quickly, leaving no valuable information. He decided to continue monitoring and notify Zivuo if there were any changes, maintaining a distance to avoid detection. After giving instructions, Jian closed his eyes again, immersing himself in the interrupted dream. Inside the large wooden house, the shadow reported to three superiors, while Jian listened outside the window for over 10 minutes without detecting anything unusual. The man on the left, Keats, frowned and asked, "He didn't notice your approach?" No, he was in a deep sleep, completely unguarded. Hearing this, Keats' brow remained furrowed. On the right, the woman Tammy trimmed her nails with a small knife, seemingly indifferent to Keats' caution. "Keats, you're too cautious. Just a passerby, and you sent someone to probe him." That masked man was too calm, showing no panic under the gaze of so many psychics during the day. "I feel he has something backing him up." Keats explained his reason for sending someone to investigate. Tammy blew on her nails lightly, half-jokingly saying, "Backing? He can't possibly be a high-level psychic, can he?" Keats remained silent, knowing this was almost impossible. Every high-level psychic held significant power and status. Why would they come to such a desolate place unless they knew of a hidden treasure? Besides, the masked man's failure to notice his subordinates eavesdropping suggests his strength is quite ordinary. Keats' brow gradually relaxed, feeling at ease. "You're right, I was too cautious." Tammy did not respond, continuing to trim her nails, seemingly accustomed to Keats' reactions. At this moment, the tall man in the middle, Dirya, spoke with a serious expression. "Keats' caution is justified. The guild master places great importance on this mission. We can't afford any mistakes. If you think the masked man is a problem, then we should." Tammy's eyes lit up and interrupted. "Take him out directly. I'll handle it. After traveling so far, my bones are stiff." Her pitch-black nails contrasted with her ruthless gaze. "No, leave immediately. Avoid him." Dirya enunciated each word carefully. This treasure was significant, and before departure, Guildmaster Salomo repeatedly warned them to bring it back intact. To accomplish the mission, Dirya was unwilling to stir up trouble. He believed that even if they killed the masked man, it would cause unnecessary commotion without any real benefit. "Dirya, you're even more timid than Keats," Tammy said with a stiff expression, surprised that the tall Dirya was even more cautious than Keats. Dirya remained expressionless, pretending not to hear Tammy's taunt, and ordered his subordinates, "Go notify the others outside to gather their things. We're leaving now." "Yes." The robed figures began packing up, readying themselves for departure. After barely resting for a moment, they had to travel through the night again. Dirya was the nominal leader of this expedition, and despite a few complaints, Tammy ultimately put away the jars and containers she had just arranged, complying with the guild master's orders. "I hope my perfect nails won't complain about not getting pampered." This group was traveling light and quickly got ready. Outside, Ziwo noticed the large wooden door of the cabin suddenly open, and the group they were instructed to monitor emerged, hurrying towards the city gate. It realized this must be the movement its master had mentioned and quickly alerted him through their soul connection. Back at the cabin, Zhan En was just slipping back into his pleasant dream when Ziwo's soul signal woke him up. "They've moved already?" He thought they'd stay put until tomorrow. He immediately ordered Ziwo to follow them and see where they were headed. Under the cover of night, the group from the Jinsha Society swiftly left Baiyang City, proceeding along a southern path towards the Baiyang Desert. Through Ziwo's vision, Zhan En deduced their destination. Could their target really be the Morning Glory Flame? Zhan En's intent to kill surged. Should he deal with them directly? Outside Baiyang City, he wouldn't have to worry about causing a commotion. However, the location of the Morning Glory Flame shouldn't be known to anyone. He remembered that a player had only found it after much difficulty, guided by the Sun King's sword. At this stage, there shouldn't be any information about the Morning Glory Flame circulating. Zhan En restrained his murderous intent, wanting to see what this group's true purpose was. They were so cautious, Their plot must be significant. As the moonlight faded and the sun began to rise, the group from the Jinsha Society traveled through the night. Sparse poplar trees started to appear on the barren desert landscape. They showed a hint of joy. They had reached the Bayang Desert. It hadn't been easy, enduring the wind and sun from Yansha City, chewing on sand all the way, and finally arriving at Bayang City. Without much rest, they continued traveling through the night and finally made it. Master Delia, should we take a break? One of the robed figures quietly suggested, and the others looked at Delia with pleading eyes. They had traveled as fast as they could through the night and were feeling hungry and exhausted. Delia knew his men were tired and didn't want to push them too hard. 1 hour of rest. The robed figures exchanged glances. 1 hour wasn't much. But seeing Master Delia's stern expression, they silently accepted the decision. Yes, Master Delia. They all immediately sat down, took out food, and began to rest. The 3 mid-level psionics did not rest with their subordinates, but climbed onto a large rock, gazing towards the Bayang Desert. Strange, why are the poplar trees so tall? Kits murmured. In this gravelly terrain, nothing should grow, or perhaps only low shrubs at best. But the poplar trees before them were even taller than those in an oasis. This was unusual. Tammy, casually inspecting her nails, appeared indifferent. Who knows? It doesn't matter to us anyway, she said nonchalantly. The treasure the president valued was deep within the Bayang Desert, and there would surely be beast attacks along the way, so they couldn't be careless. Delia wasn't concerned about the unusual poplar trees. He only wanted to secure the treasure and complete the mission. Mere mindless beasts can't threaten us. I'll ensure our men are vigilant, Tammy said dismissively, while Kits remained cautious. Delia said nothing more, mentally reviewing the map route for their journey. An hour later, Jinsha Hui and his team set off again, following a specific route deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, they mostly encountered small beasts or insects, which were easily dealt with, posing almost no danger. Zivuo followed them from a distance, maintaining sufficient space to avoid detection. Even with an alchemical telescope, he could only make out a group of small black dots. Meanwhile, Zhan En flew high above, ready with a backup plan. After 2 days of travel, the sparse poplar trees suddenly became dense and towering. Stay alert. Delia instinctively sensed that something unusual might happen. With a wave of his hand, a hidden scout in the group nodded and carefully advanced along the shadows of the poplar trees to investigate. As soon as he stepped into the dense area, a sand lizard hidden behind a tree attacked, biting the scout's head. The lizard's powerful jaws crushed the skull with a sickening crunch, and it swallowed the remains. The sight of dripping brain matter made everyone's skin crawl. Beast! Kits shouted in anger at the loss of his comrade. He summoned bone spears that shot out with precision, pinning the sand lizard to a tree. The creature writhed and roared in pain, and with another bone spear, its head was pierced, leaving it lifeless. Delia sighed, lamenting the scout's unfortunate demise. The plan was for the scout to hide in the shadows, but no one expected a treacherous sand lizard to be lurking. Leaving one person to bury the fallen comrade, the rest moved on. They faced continuous attacks from large beasts, losing 3 more men, but finally reached their destination, a desolate area deep within the poplar grove, filled with ruins. The tense atmosphere eased slightly as excitement spread among the group. The treasure must be here. High above, Zhan En used a spare alchemical telescope to survey the ruins, barely making out some details. He immediately recognized the architectural style of the Sword Era. As he examined closer, he found a faint family crest on some fallen stone walls. Though blurred, the outline was enough to compare with the family crests in his memory. After a moment, a look of joy crossed Zhan En's facade. Was the crest of the Silver Sword Orchid family, one of the 12 families from the Sword Era. His heart raced with the revelation. He recalled that after the downfall of Jinsha Hui, a Silver Sword Orchid sword had emerged from their treasure hoard. Could it be that Jinsha Hui discovered the sword here? Zhan En focused intently, eager to observe how they located the Silver Sword Orchid sword. Even a single sword was of significant importance to him. Are you sure this is the place, Delia? Tammy asked, tapping her nails with some skepticism. The ancient structures were so weathered by the elements that they were barely recognizable, surrounded by ruins and debris. It looked like a disaster had struck here. This place didn't seem like a spot where treasure could be hidden. Yet, this was the address given by the guild leader. Delia was visiting for the first time, filled with doubt. Kits walked up to a fallen stone wall, bent down to examine it closely, and said with a fervent tone, "Yes, this is definitely the place. Look at these marks. They belong to an ancient era." He pointed at an emblem, exclaiming excitedly, "This emblem is almost identical to what the guild leader described." Tammy, appearing very impatient, interrupted Kit's lengthy explanation. "It's been days, and I just want to finish this mission and get out of this wretched place." Kits was momentarily stunned, but he continued to move around the ruins, occasionally bending down to listen, until he stopped at a particular spot. "We need to dig here. The entrance to the treasure is most likely below," he said confidently. "Dig? What are you waiting for?" Tammy immediately urged the subordinates to start working. Right away, right away. The subordinates didn't dare to delay, quickly grabbing their digging tools, swinging pickaxes and hammers, and began the excavation. High above, Zhan observed quietly, without any intention of intervening. I'll wait until they unearth the silver sword of the Lantian clan before making my move. Suddenly, a group of sand lizards entered Zhan's view, stealthily surrounding the members of the Golden Sands Guild from all directions. The guild members, busy with their digging, were completely unaware of the encroaching danger due to the wide encirclement. A barely perceptible rustling sound began to emerge, prompting the 3 mid-level spirit users among them to abruptly lift their heads, simultaneously sensing the threat, as if something massive was closing in from all sides. The faint rustling grew louder, and one sand lizard after another emerged, flicking their tongues from all directions. This is bad. It's a sand lizard swarm. Quickly, form a defensive line. The guild members' faces turned pale as they saw the swarm closing in, with more sand lizards appearing by the moment. Even more alarming, there were several much larger elite sand lizards among the swarm. Roar! Before the guild members could fully prepare, the sand lizards lunged with their mouths wide open, flinging venomous, foul-smelling saliva. The black-robed person nearest to the swarm was instantly overwhelmed, screaming in agony as they were torn apart. Within moments, only a bloodstain remained, marking the site of the horrific event. The scent of blood incited the sand lizards into a frenzy, driving them to attack the group. Defend! Defend! Be careful not to get bitten. Quickly kill them! The spirit energy erupted as various spirit techniques were unleashed, and for a moment, the guild members managed to hold back the sand lizard swarm. The 3 mid-level spirit users, in particular, eliminated several sand lizards with each strike. Despite the mounting pile of sand lizard corpses, the number of attackers showed no signs of decreasing. Adding to the trouble, the elite sand lizards watched from the sidelines, seemingly using the ordinary ones to drain the guild members' spirit energy and stamina. Time seemed to have taken its toll, and suddenly, the elite sand lizards joined the fray. They attacked from both front and back, cunningly breaking the defensive formation of the Jinsha guild members. In an instant, the remaining sand lizards swarmed in, surrounding and overwhelming them. The air was filled with screams, as one by one, the black-robed figures were torn apart. Within mere moments, except for the 3 mid-level psionics, all the black-robed individuals were dead. From high above, Zhan En looked down at the thousands of sand lizards below, feeling puzzled. The sheer number was abnormal. Sand lizards were known to be solitary predators, rarely moving in groups. The total population within the Baiyang Desert was estimated to be only a few thousand, which was clearly unusual. It was highly likely that someone or something had organized them. Could it be the emergence of a sand lizard leader? The thought crossed Zhan En's mind, as only a leader could command so many elite sand lizards. He raised his alchemical telescope, searching with interest for the sand lizard leader. As for the Jinsha guild members being torn apart, Zhan En was indifferent. As long as one survived in the end, that would suffice. He thought to himself, no rush, no rush. Perhaps the attack by the sand lizard swarm would lead them to the silver Swordlong clan sword. Damn it, we can't keep going like this. At this moment, Tammy's hands were adorned with long, sharp black nails, surrounded by intense shadow energy. She needed to find a way to break through. With a claw strike, she pierced through a sand lizard's skull, and as she withdrew her hand, it collapsed lifelessly, revealing 5 bloody holes in its head. At her feet lay a pile of sand lizard corpses, yet the number attacking her showed no signs of decreasing. Break through, but to where? Every time a skeleton soldier was crushed, Kits immediately used skeleton revival to replenish their ranks. Everywhere he looked, there were sand lizards, and he didn't think blindly breaking through was wise. Delias swung his greatsword, slashing through several sand lizards in an attempt to escape, but was quickly entangled again, his movement slowed. At this point, none of them had the mind to care about treasure. From above, Zhan En grew increasingly uneasy. Did these 3 have no backup plan? This was odd. Had he guessed wrong? Was the silver sword lawn not discovered here? It also could be because they arrived here a day earlier. If they hadn't encountered Zhan En, they would have rested in the cabin overnight before setting out again. They wouldn't have rushed so much on the road. Perhaps if they'd been a day later, they wouldn't have encountered the sand lizard swarm. Zhan En was conflicted, unsure whether to intervene. Watching as the trio's psionic energy dwindled and the sand lizard leader emerged, the swarm's onslaught grew fiercer. It seemed that if he waited any longer, all 3 would perish. Just then, Ziwo communicated through a soul wave, delivering unexpected news to Zhan En. What? Not far from here, there was a living presence. Wings flapping, Zhan En moved swiftly, soon spotting the figure Ziwo had sensed. Below, a black-robed figure was frantically digging a pit, trying to act quickly as the sand lizard swarm was lured away. As he dug energetically, he seemed to take pleasure in the chaos. Those 3 fools would never have guessed that the location given to them by the master was intentionally wrong, meant to serve as bait to lure away the sand lizards. Bang! The passage was finally dug through. The man in the black robe immediately jumped in, but shortly after, a rumbling sound came from within the tunnel. He scrambled out in a panic, secretly relieved that he had narrowly escaped death. The black-robed man was filled with fear at the thought of the terrifying alchemical golem guard hidden deep inside. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and stealthily enough to successfully steal the greatsword guarded by the golem. With such a fearsome guard, the quality of this greatsword must be extraordinary. Excited, the black-robed man couldn't help but take out the greatsword to examine it closely. Blue quality? He gripped the sword tightly, his face full of disbelief. How could a sword guarded by such a terrifying alchemical golem be merely of blue quality? How was he supposed to explain this to the guildmaster? He couldn't possibly say that 3 mid-level warriors were sacrificed only to dig up a blue greatsword. If he did, he knew he would likely be suspected of embezzlement, or worse. As he was agonizing over how to report this, a cheerful voice rang out above him. If you don't like it, just give it to me. Boom. Before he could look up, for shield-bearing warriors exuding a menacing aura formed a small cage around him with their massive shields, trapping him completely. Faced with the low-level black-robed man, his legs trembled instantly, and sweat dripped from his forehead. You are the masked man, he exclaimed, recalling the masked figure he had encountered in Bayong City. A few seconds later, he finally realized and hurriedly presented the great sword. Please, take it. Jane hovered in midair, picking up the lifeless great sword, contemplating this rare sword of an unknown legion, with its blue sharpness, 25 equipment requirement, 15 spirit, and 5 strength. Yes, this was indeed a sword from the Silver Sword Lawn clan. Though the sword seemed dormant, Jane recognized it at a glance. After stowing the great sword, he turned his attention back to the black-robed man. Tell me what's below and how you found out about it. An ancient aura emanated from the crimson gold feathered serpent wings, and the black-robed man, drenched in sweat and filled with terror, had only felt such a frightening presence from the guild master before. Could this masked man be of a high rank? That crow-mouthed Tammy was right after all. For survival, he dared not conceal anything. I am a member of the Golden Sands Guild in Yansha City. The guild master said there were precious treasures here, using others as bait and secretly ordering me to dig and bring it back. Below is a secret passage leading to a chamber, where only this greatsword was placed, so I brought it out. Who would have thought it was only blue quality? I swear I didn't keep anything for myself. The black-robed man prayed that this mysterious strong man would spare him for the sake of the Golden Sands Guild. He deliberately omitted any mention of the alchemical golem. After listening, Jane nodded slightly. The black-robed man mistakenly thought Jane was satisfied, believing his life was spared, and a fawning smile appeared on his tense face. Squeak! A flash of sword light passed, blood splattered, and his head fell with a thud, the ingratiating smile frozen in that instant. Playing tricks, Jane quietly descended after him. The unusual rumbling from below a while ago was heard clearly. Zio, no need to stay hidden and watch them any longer. Hurry over here. Zhan En's voice echoed in Zio's mind. Having acquired a sword from the Silver Sword Lawn tribe, those 3 individuals besieged by the sand lizard had lost their value. Zhan En needed Zio to come immediately to investigate the underground situation. Upon receiving the order, Zio tore apart the shroud of the dark purple force field enveloping him. He let out a few loud roars, finally releasing the pent-up frustration from the past days. Zio quickly arrived at Zhan En's side and, under his command, led 5 shield guards swiftly into the pit. At the end of the underground passage was a secret chamber, just as the man in the black robe had said. The chamber had no door, but on the opposite wall, there was a large, sword-shaped groove, clearly meant for the Silver Sword Lawn tribe's sword. Zhan En didn't rush the shield guards in, remembering the previous rumbling sound and needing to investigate carefully. Several glowing stones lit up the interior of the chamber. Suddenly, Zhan En noticed a massive stone beside the door. This stone, over 3 meters tall, was fused with the ground at its base and bore several unusual claw-shaped indentations around it. Zio, attack, Zhan En ordered. Zio immediately unleashed his dark purple force field, striking the massive stone fiercely. In an instant, the stone emitted a piercing warning sound. Warning! Warning! Under attack. It then began to shake violently and transform into a lifelike stone sand lizard. It turned out to be an alchemical golem in stone form, capable of drawing energy from the earth to remain active. Even after its master's death for many years, it retained considerable combat strength and was often used as a guardian for underground chambers. Go, smash it, Zhan En commanded. This mid-level alchemical golem was an unbeatable threat to low-level black-robed individuals, which explained their panicked escape. However, it posed no threat to Zio and the shield guards. The shield guards quickly surrounded and shattered the stone sand lizard. Among the scattered rubble, a distinctive earth-brown triangular piece stood out. This was the core of the alchemical golem, used for energy storage and providing mobility. Take the alchemical golem core, Zhan En instructed, planning to use it to perform a secret technique to locate any similar golems nearby. Zio picked up the core, while the shield guards thoroughly searched the chamber but found nothing else of value. Everyone, return, Zhan En ordered. Back on the surface, Zhan En took the golem core handed to him by Zive. He swiftly inscribed a secret magic circle and placed the core within it. As the arcane energy activated the search spell, the core began to dissolve, turning into a pool of earth-brown liquid. A few seconds later, the brown liquid emitted a strange ripple, spreading outward, then suddenly quivering and transforming into 11 small pointers, each pointing in a different direction and starting to float. Zhan En ordered the shield warriors to follow each pointer. He then soared into the sky to get a bird's-eye view. The 11 search pointers indicated the discovery of 11 alchemical golems, adding to the original one, making a total of 12. This number stirred a bit of excitement in Zhan En's heart. Could it be that the remaining 11 silver swords of the Lan clan were among them? The 11 search pointers gradually stopped, all pointing downward, and vanished a few seconds later. Zhan En immediately commanded, "Dig. Dig down." He directed the remaining shield warriors to start excavating. With a thud and a rumble, the team near the purple vortex was the first to break through the ground. The alchemical golem's strength was negligible, and Zhan En unhesitatingly ordered the purple vortex group to go down directly. After they descended, a rumbling sound came from underground, which dissipated after a few moments. The purple vortex emerged, excitedly clutching a large sword. Not bad, another silver sword of the Lan clan. Zhan En took the sword, confirmed it, and his eyes gleamed with joy. Continue. Speed up, he urged the other shield warrior groups to pick up the pace. He was eager to gather all the silver swords of the Lan clan. In the end, all 12 silver swords of the Lan clan were successfully acquired, with no incidents occurring during the process. Zhan En successfully unearthed the remaining silver swords. In the original timeline, only one silver sword of the Lan clan was known to have surfaced from the Golden Sand Society. Zhan En pondered that the underground chambers weren't that far apart. With careful exploration, an organization could certainly find them all. A bit of reflection made Zhan En realize the truth. The dormant silver swords of the Lan clan were merely of blue quality, and without Zhan En's intervention, the upper echelons of the Golden Sand Society would have been greatly regretful upon learning that they had sacrificed over a dozen psychics for just one piece of blue spiritual equipment. However, with Zhan En's involvement, although people still perished, they wouldn't receive the news that it was only blue spiritual equipment, and thus wouldn't feel the same extreme regret as in the original timeline. Could this be considered a good thing for the upper echelons of the Golden Sand Society? Zhan En noticed sand lizards beginning to appear around him, indicating that the battle over there had ended. With a whoosh, Zhan En retracted the purple vortex and the shield warriors, and flew swiftly towards the site of the battle between the Golden Sand Society and the sand lizards. In the white poplar grove, blood stains were everywhere, and the ground was littered with the corpses of sand lizards, bearing witness to the fierce battle that had just concluded. Zhan En descended slowly, landing next to a large sword and a bone staff, both soaked in blood and bits of their former owner's flesh. If he remembered correctly, these were the spiritual equipment of 2 individuals. He collected these 2 pieces of blue-quality spiritual equipment, which were worth a good amount of money. Not far away, there were also some white spiritual equipment and potions left behind by the black-robed individuals after their deaths, mostly intact as the sand lizards had no interest in them. Zhan En commanded, "Gather all the valuable items." He summoned the purple vortex and the shield warriors, and began to clean up the battlefield. Zuo was happily picking up trash when he suddenly came across a severed hand, perfectly formed, which delighted him. After quickly absorbing it, his right hand became slender and fair, much to his satisfaction. Energized, he continued to meticulously search every inch, determined not to overlook any corner. In the shadow of a poplar tree in the area, a pair of terrified eyes watched everything unfold. Tammy held her breath, filled with fear. Hours earlier, Delia and Kits had unleashed their final strength to trap the sand lizard leader and its minions. However, Tammy deviated from the plan, using her spirit skill to hide in the shadows instead. This move allowed the sand lizard leader and its followers to break free, leading to a swarm of them charging forward. She watched in horror as the exhausted Delia and Kits were torn to pieces. Mistaking her for having fled the battlefield, the sand lizards left, allowing Tammy to finally exhale in relief, grateful to have survived. Just as she was about to leave, a shadow descended from the sky, causing her to hide immediately. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the masked man she had encountered in Poplar City a few days ago. He could fly. A chill ran through her as she realized he had been following them all along. The ancient aura emanating from his wings heightened her tension, prompting her to quietly slip away. Yet, the masked man suddenly summoned terrifying skeletal creatures, leaving Tammy too frightened to move. Particularly unsettling was a bizarre black creature that sent shivers down her spine. Its exposed black and red flesh writhed continuously, with a vortex seemingly capable of devouring souls. The vividly bloody innards were all too clear to Tammy. Although she had encountered many dark mist creatures and even destroyed several grotesque beings created by the Black Venom sect, none gave her such an eerie feeling. More horrifyingly, after the creature devoured a severed hand from one of its minions, its right hand transformed to look exactly like the severed one. Though much larger, Tammy recognized it instantly as the right hand of her loyal subordinate. A chilling realization struck her, causing her scalp to tingle and her hairs to stand on end as she bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, outside, Zhan En couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination, he reconsidered as the shield warriors finished cleaning up the battlefield. Only white quality spirit armor. The three members of the Golden Sands Society clearly held similar status, so logically, two should have had blue quality spirit armor, and the third was also likely to have blue armor. Yet there were only two pieces. Either one truly couldn't afford blue quality armor, or that person wasn't dead. If they weren't dead, their spirit armor would naturally not be left behind. Zhan En immediately flew into the air, looking down at the sand lizard horde below. They were spreading out in a circular pattern, showing no signs of battle. Recalling the desperate struggle of the three from the Sand Society, Zhan En pondered. If they had a way to escape, they would have done so long ago. Hence, if anyone survived, they must have used some unknown method to hide themselves. His gaze settled on the dense poplar forest, thinking that if someone was indeed hiding, it would be troublesome. The shield warriors had thoroughly cleared the battlefield, but found no signs of life. Despite this, Zhan En remained composed. He calmly took out a disc Udo. The large eye on the disc blinked as if just waking up. This was the special alchemical life form, the Eye of Ga, which he had exchanged from the Rock Sand City team. Since acquiring it, Zhan En was using it for the first time. He wanted to sense if anyone was hiding in the poplar forest below. The Eye of Ga had an astonishing ability to sense, making it easy to detect if someone was hidden. However, Udo didn't act immediately. It blinked its large eye, seemingly conveying a message with a human-like expression. Zhan En's mouth twitched slightly, almost forgetting that this creature wasn't like his tireless, complaint-free skeletons. Though it was an alchemical creation, it was still a life form with its own desires and needs. Zhan En thought to himself, what does this thing eat? He recalled the information shared by players who had obtained the Eye of Ga. The feeding guide for the Eye of Ga mentioned it required mithril crystals, secret silver crystals, refined gold, refined silver, combined with blue water mineral liquid, black flame magma, and other materials. Zhan En felt that using this creature was quite costly. Wait, what was that white crystal the girl fed it? Why wasn't it in the guide? He realized he had never seen such a white crystal before. It might have been a special feed created by an alchemy master, which would explain its absence from the player's feeding guide. Soon, he saw at the end of the guide that if none of the above were available, ordinary gold or silver could be used, though the Eye of Ga wouldn't like it. Ordinary silver would do, which was decent enough. Whether it liked it or not didn't matter, as long as it got the job done. Zhan En took out a silver coin and placed it on the disc. Udo approached the coin, its eye widening in disbelief. After repeatedly confirming that it was indeed a silver coin, it let out a joyful cry. Udo! The coin melted and was absorbed into the disc, and the large eye closed contentedly. After digesting it, it savored the taste, experiencing silver for the first time since being sealed for so many years. Then, it bounced up and down excitedly, repeatedly exclaiming, Udo! Udo! The large eye eagerly wanted to point out the hidden person below, eager to demonstrate its ability. Not liking it, Zhan En thought to himself, feeling that the Eye of Ga seemed to really enjoy the taste of the silver coin. He began to doubt the accuracy of the feeding guide for the Eye of Ga. He noticed Woodow's reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, someone was hiding. Following Woodow's guidance, he quickly flew above the poplar tree. On the tree, Woodow shook its head left and right, mimicking a human gesture. Inside the tree, Woodow shook its head again. Seeing its master didn't understand, it anxiously bumped against the disc. In the shadow? That's it. Woodow spun around joyfully. At that moment, Tammy, hidden in the shadow, was entirely focused on Ziwo, completely unaware that the shadow beside her had suddenly grown larger. After pinpointing the location of the hidden person, Zhan En immediately ordered through their soul connection. Ziwo, go get them out. Ziwo turned its head in confusion, looking at the shadow under the tree, puzzled, didn't sense anyone there? Meanwhile, an incredibly bizarre face suddenly appeared in Tammy's sight. Each feature of the face, eyes, nose, mouth was perfect on its own, yet distinctly separate, as if forcibly pieced together, creating an intensely eerie and horrifying appearance. Even more terrifying were the rolling eyeballs on that face, staring directly at her. In an instant, Tammy shivered, a bone-chilling cold enveloping her. Had the creature discovered her? She was utterly terrified, watching helplessly as the terrifying, strange creature approached her. The oppressive fear was overwhelming, and she fought the urge to flee. She knew that rushing out to face so many creatures would only lead to death, She could only gamble, hoping the creature hadn't noticed her. Unfortunately, she lost the bet. Ziwo extended its white right hand, a surge of ghostly purple energy erupting as it struck the shadow beneath the tree. Boom. A figure was knocked out, coughing up blood, slamming hard into a nearby tree, and then falling to the ground. The ghostly purple field followed, transforming into a giant hand that grabbed the fallen figure. Pain. Tammy's face turned pale, agony spreading through her body, blood trickling from her mouth as she murmured, "Monster, monster, roar?" It had actually caught a human. Ziwo curiously examined the woman. How had this little thing hidden in the shadow without being noticed? Suddenly, its gaze was drawn to Tammy's hands, more precisely, the exquisitely beautiful black nails on them. Roar. It raised its own right hand, which had seemed fine before, but now appeared rough and ugly by comparison. Ziwo was somewhat disdainful, its gaze returning to Tammy's delicate hands, filled with greedy desire. Perceiving the creature's covetous look, Tammy was terrified. In her mind, she envisioned the creature devouring a human right hand. No, don't. The thought of her perfect nails being taken by the creature sent a shiver down her spine. She would rather destroy her flawless nails herself than let this bizarre creature take them. She struggled desperately, trying to summon what little psychic energy she had left. Unfortunately, under the constraints of the ghostly purple field, she couldn't even move her eyes, let alone harm herself. Ziwo beckoned with a finger, the ghostly purple field slowly dragging the despairing Tammy closer. It extended a finger, gently tapping the enchanting nails, inadvertently letting out a soft growl. Despite the allure and intricacy of the black nails, Ziwo did not act to devour them, as its master had not given the order. Let go of her head. Zhan dropped down, unfazed by Ziwo's actions. Who are you, and why did you attack me? At this moment, Tammy knew she was unlikely to escape death, and the thought of begging for her life had already vanished. She couldn't fathom why this armored figure would target her. She and her companions had concealed their identities, and no one outside knew, not even having the chance to send out a message. To avoid conflict with the armored figure, she had set out overnight. So why was she being targeted? Tammy was puzzled. They hadn't found the treasure, so there was no motive for murder and theft. Treasure. Of course. In her moment of despair, an idea struck Tammy. Perhaps the news of the treasure could save her life. Do you know about the Black Poison Cult? A cold voice came from beneath the helmet. Black Poison Cult? Upon hearing this, Tammy's expression turned complex, as if recalling something, and she remained silent. Zhan's eyes shimmered with a murderous intent, his voice icy. Tell me about the connection between your Golden Sands Society and the Black Poison Cult, or you'll die painfully. Under Zhan's intense threat, the fear on Tammy's face oddly dissipated, and she even showed a faint, bitter smile. Cough, cough. If I told you I am an investigator for the Roxanne City Defense Forces, would you believe me? Zhan was taken aback. An investigator for the Roxanne City Defense Forces? The sole survivor, an investigator? Zhan's first reaction was to think she was lying to survive, but seeing no fear in her eyes made him hesitate. Those black-robed men feared and obeyed you, which clearly isn't how one treats an investigator. Zhan stared at Tammy, waiting for her explanation. Tammy immediately explained, they didn't know my true identity. I joined the Golden Sands Society under a false identity to investigate from within if they had ties with the Black Poison Cult. An undercover agent? Zhan remained unmoved. A claim like this couldn't earn his trust. Seeing the armored figure's disbelief, Tammy pursed her lips. I have an investigator badge issued by the captain of the Roxanne City Defense Forces. Zhan's gaze wavered slightly, indicating, show it to me. Beyond that, he had no other reaction. Clearly, Zhan wouldn't believe a word until Tammy provided proof. Tammy thought to herself, this warrior is indeed cautious. She mustered the remaining energy within her to open her storage space. A mud-brown stone tablet appeared out of nowhere and fell to the ground with a thud. She gestured downward with her chin. Look, that one below. Activate it with energy to prove my identity. Out of caution, Zhan didn't pick it up himself, but had Ziwo retrieve the mud-brown stone tablet. When activated with energy, the palm-sized stone tablet projected an image of a woman. Beside her, information appeared. Name, Dalia, position, investigator for the Roxanne City Defense Forces, direct superior, Captain Barossa of the Roxanne City Defense Forces. It seemed to be a genuine investigator badge. Is your real name Dalia? Zhan En's voice was filled with skepticism. Yes. The woman nodded excitedly, her voice brimming with joy. Tammy, now I should be called Dalia? Zhan En's brow furrowed, and his eyes revealed a peculiar look. He pointed to the image of a woman projected by the investigator's badge and asked gravely, is this woman you? A hint of confusion crossed Dalia's face, but she quickly answered, it's me. Zhan En signaled to Ziwo to adjust the projection of the badge so that the image of the woman and the real Dalia, trapped by the purple force field, appeared simultaneously in view. He scrutinized them carefully, frowning even more deeply. It's you? Take a look for yourself. Zhan En's tone carried a clear note of disbelief. Delia turned to the projection, puzzled. The woman in the image had a stunning figure and flawless, captivating features. In contrast, the real Delia had an average build and a face that could only be described as decent, far from beautiful. The only similarity was their delicate hands, though one had emerald green nails and the other, pitch black. It's me, Delia insisted, her voice filled with nostalgia and a touch of wistfulness. When I first joined the investigators, I was a bit heavier. So many years have passed since then. Zhan En remained silent for a few seconds, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The woman in this image can't possibly be you. Look at yourselves. What do you have in common? Delia panicked, stammering in her explanation. The figure. I've been very successful in slimming down lately. The face. Well, I've been staying up too late recently. The slim waist. Her voice trailed off, growing weaker. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, she exclaimed, Sir, look at these hands. Aren't they both perfectly identical? Zhan En's mouth twitched. Although he wasn't an expert on hands, he could still tell the difference between black and green. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and in her confusion, Delia asked, If it's not me, who is she? Zhan En looked at her, as if she were an idiot, while Zuo helpfully pointed to the name beside the projection. Name, Delia? Delia muttered to herself. She's Delia, then who am I? She shook her head violently, realizing the absurdity of her situation. Zhan En's patience had run out, his voice flat yet chilling. Have you had enough fun? Realizing her secret was about to be exposed, Delia quickly shouted, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Zhan En listened intently, curious to hear what explanation she could offer. She's not me, Delia declared. Seeing Zhan En's impatient expression, she hastily added, But she is me. Zhan En had lost all patience, feeling like he was wasting time with someone not in their right mind. Is this your final statement? He asked coldly. Zuo, standing by, raised his greatsword, ready to strike at any moment. Finally, Delia gave up hiding and shouted, I have an ability that allows me to change into another form. A hint of doubt flashed in Zhan En's eyes as Zuo's greatsword remained poised above Delia's head, its sharp aura prickling her scalp. She understood that mere words wouldn't suffice to convince anyone. A conflicted expression flickered across her face before she gritted her teeth and said, I can transform now. Zhan En's gaze remained fixed on her, and Zuo slightly raised the sword. The message clear. Transform quickly, or face the consequences. Delia received the message but remained calm, confident in the authenticity of her abilities. Just as she was about to switch to another physical form, she realized a problem. Could you loosen me up? This space is pressing on my. She hesitated to continue. Zhan En seemed to understand instantly and ordered Zuo to grant her some room. Though limited, it was enough for 2 bodies. With a sigh of relief, Delia closed her eyes. Her body began to transform. Her previously flat clothing started to fill out, and her face morphed into the graceful visage of the projected woman. A hint of green appeared on her black nails. In Zhan En's perception, the woman's previously cold and hidden aura vanished, replaced by a natural serenity. Had she switched from a concealed path to a natural one? Zhan En was astonished. More than her dramatic physical change, the shift in her energy intrigued him. The ability to switch paths and the intense physical transformation instantly brought a term to Zhan En's mind dual soul. In the womb, there is a rare chance for 2 embryos to merge by consuming each other. Either one dominates and absorbs the other to survive, or both perish in the attempt. However, a miraculous possibility exists. If the embryos are remarkably compatible, they cease to consume one another, instead merging in a dimensional overlap. To the material world, this appears as a single embryo, a new soul. But from a higher dimension, it is the overlap of 2 embryos, 2 souls. This is known as the unified independence of dual souls. Hence, in the material world, a dual soul awakens as a single entity, experiencing a singular awakening. Due to their high-dimensional spiritual nature, they are regarded as 2 souls, each embarking on different paths. Simply put, dual souls are 2 individuals overlapping into one. Delia opened her eyes, a gentle warmth in her gaze. Her leather armor was unchanged, as was her hairstyle, yet she gave off a completely different impression. Her figure beneath the armor was nearly perfect, and her soft, smiling face was enchanting. This was Zhan En's first true encounter with a dual soul, a wondrous state of overlap. In his perception, no matter how he looked at her, she was undeniably one person. As the switch was completed, Delia looked eagerly at Zhan En, thinking to herself, she looks exactly like the projection on the investigator's badge, so why hasn't she been let down yet? Even though this woman had proven she was an investigator, Zhan En still harbored doubts about her. After all, who could guarantee she wasn't a double agent? If she was posing as a mole for the Rock Sand City garrison while secretly working for the Golden Sand Society, that would be troublesome. Although the chances were slim, it wasn't impossible. Thus, even if she couldn't be fully trusted, her life was temporarily spared. Let her down, Zhan En decided inwardly. He believed. Delia was overwhelmed with emotion as the eerie purple force field vanished, and she returned to the ground, breathing in the long-lost air of freedom. The air was filled with the bloody scent of her kind and the stench of sand lizard blood, bringing tears to her eyes. She had survived. She felt a surge of relief, but suddenly sensed a familiar greedy gaze upon her. Turning her head, her face turned even paler. The creature beside the Lord was staring intently at her hands, eyes filled with greed and desire. At that moment, Zilla was both disappointed and excited. Disappointed because the beautiful, perfectly matched black nails were gone. Excited because the woman had grown a new set of nails. Although the color was different and had a distinct aura, they were equally perfect, striking a chord with Zilla's heart. With its intelligence at work, it understood that nails grew from hands, and if it possessed these hands, the burning greed in its eyes made Dalia shudder. She subtly moved her hands behind her back, leaving Zillo puzzled. Where did the hands go? Before she could relax, a chilling sensation crept up from behind. She turned her head stiffly, only to find that the creature previously in front of her had somehow appeared behind her. Those eerie, swiveling eyes were again fixated on her hands. This was bad. Dalia felt a strong sense of danger, and as she tentatively moved her hands from behind to in front of her, the creature moved almost in sync, always watching her hands. Damn that allure. Dalia was annoyed yet oddly proud. Being targeted by such a terrifying creature was indeed troublesome. She directed a pleading gaze towards the masked man in front of her, her eyes silently begging, "Lord, why don't you do something about this pet?" Unfortunately, she was dealing with Zhan En, entirely immune to expressions that usually disarm innocent youths. Zhan En didn't have the time for her, giving her a look that signaled to remain quiet. Dalia's smile froze, and she quietly withdrew it. How to deal with this investigator? Zhan En was deeply troubled. He knew he couldn't just let her go back, as there was no certainty about her being free of issues. If she were a double agent, she would surely inform the Golden Sand Society upon returning, complicating his subsequent dealings with them. It was best to keep this variable under control until he had dealt with the Golden Sand Society. Zhan En had a preliminary plan for her in mind. However, before proceeding with the arrangements, he had a small question to ask. "Dalia, where's the treasure you mentioned earlier?" Dalia, who was playing a hand-hiding game with Zywog, hesitated for a moment after hearing Jin's question, but quickly pointed to a nearby broken wall and said, "Over there. The entrance to the treasure is beneath it." Dalia revealed the treasure's location so readily, mainly to gain favor with the mask-wearing figure and restrain the creature that coveted her hands. "Go dig it up," Jin ordered, and several towering shield guards began to dig aggressively, sending sand and gravel flying with loud rumbles. As time passed, the pit grew deeper and larger, but not a single coin was in sight. Jin looked at Dalia with a questioning gaze. "Is the treasure really down there?" Kits had said so. Standing at the edge of the pit, Dalia looked embarrassed. As a confidant of the chairman of the Golden Sands Guild, she knew the exact location of the treasure. After a pause, she added, "Maybe it's buried a bit deeper, but not much." Jin withdrew his gaze and had the shield guards continue digging. Time went by, and the hole was dug exceedingly deep, yet not even a rare mineral was found. "All right, come on up," Jin instructed the shield guards to stop digging. By now, Dalia was standing at the edge of the large pit, looking even more embarrassed. "My lord, that Kits must have given us a fake location," she muttered defensively, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Who would have thought that Kits, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had his own agenda, deliberately giving a false location? What was he up to? Dalia wished she could dig Kits out of the sand lizard's belly and get some answers. Now, not only did her favorability not increase, it likely dropped significantly. With the creature beside her eyeing her menacingly, she had no doubt that if left unchecked, she'd end up missing most of her parts. She was truly afraid that the masked man would suspect her of lying and let the creature have its way. However, Jin didn't get angry. Considering the robed man's prior secretive actions, he suspected that this woman's team might have been treated as expendable. The treasure's location was likely in the secret chamber where the Silver Sword Orchid clan's sword was kept. With this thought, Jin looked at Dalia with a hint of sympathy, which instantly alarmed her, making her hands fidgety and restless. Jin's mouth twitched slightly under his mask. As a partner of justice, there's no way he would let Zywog harm her. He reassured her, "Don't worry, Zywog won't harm you." Zywog. Dalia realized this was the name of the creature beside her. Hearing her call its name, Zywog responded with a roar and flashed a bright smile to show friendliness. However, the smile stretched a bit too far, almost reaching its ears, and its eyes bulged slightly, making it somewhat unsettling. Witnessing this, Dalia's mind went blank from the shock. Jen explained on behalf of Zywog, "Zywog is greeting you. It really likes you." Indeed, Zywog was quite fond of her hands and nails. "Thank you. I like it too." Dalia replied with a smile that looked more like a grimace, feigning acceptance of Zywog's goodwill. Zhan En continued, "That's good. For the time being, let Zillo accompany you. I need to take care of some matters." Delia was taken aback, puzzled by what he meant. At that moment, She saw the armored man wave his hand, causing all the skeletal creatures to vanish instantly. With a flap of his wings and a whirlwind surrounding him, Zhan En turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. A gentle breeze blew, awakening the still bewildered Delia. She suddenly realized that in this area, apart from herself, only the creature that coveted her perfect nails remained. A shadow quietly enveloped her as Delia mechanically turned her gaze to find a creature named Ziwo close by, exuding a strong scent of blood and death. Ziwo's eyes were greedy, darting around incessantly. In its mind echoed Zhan En's command to watch over this woman and not let her escape. It couldn't act unless she attacked first. But how could it obtain those alluring nails? Suddenly, a thought struck Ziwo. If it couldn't take them, could the human offer them willingly? So it immediately greeted her warmly, flashing a terrifying smile. Hello, Master Ziwo. Delia's heart skipped a beat, sensing the creature's eerie enthusiasm. Thus began a harmonious coexistence between the human and the creature. High above, seeing the friendly interaction between Ziwo and Delia, Zhan En felt assured and entrusted the task of guarding to Ziwo, continuing his flight deeper into the poplar desert. Below Zhan En appeared a peculiar grove of red poplars, standing out starkly among the white poplars. He descended and entered the center of the red poplars. Here grew a unique red poplar, similar in height to the others, but with a much deeper color and a girth 10 times that of its kind. Its branches were lush, and its fiery red leaves seemed to blaze, showcasing vibrant life. Who would have thought that around this red poplar lay buried one of the companion flames of the Sun King's sword, the Dawn Flame? This was precisely why Zhan En had come to the poplar desert. He began to carefully observe the base of this unusual red poplar. Suddenly, faint red threads caught his attention. Zhan En crouched down and started digging in the direction of these red threads. Soon, a small section of the red poplar's root was exposed, with one red thread being particularly prominent. Zhan En summoned his shield guards to dig carefully along this root. As the shield guards dug deeper, the temperature rose, causing a slight smile to appear on Zhan En's lips, indicating they were on the right track. The closer they got to the Dawn Flame, the higher the natural temperature became. Time slipped by until a boom echoed and gravel fell away. At the bottom of the pit, a large hole broke open, spewing scorching hot air. Looking inside, it was a sea of red. They had finally reached it. A gleam of joy flashed in Zhan En's eyes as he immediately instructed the shield guards to jump down. Minutes later, the shield guards sent back a safe soul signal, reassuring Zhan En to fly down himself. It was so hot. Entering the fiery cave with the heat pressing against him, Zhan En felt the searing temperature roasting his flesh, and within seconds, sweat poured from his forehead. He quickly gulped down a bottle of fire-resistance alchemical potion to withstand the intense heat. As soon as the potion touched his mouth, a cool energy spread rapidly throughout his body. Zhan En continued flying forward, feeling the temperature around him growing increasingly scorching. He repeatedly consumed several bottles of the fire-resistance potion, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly, a dazzling red dot appeared in his field of vision, prompting Zhan En to speed up and rush toward it. Was it the Dawn Hibiscus Flame? Before him bloomed an incredibly brilliant crimson flame, surrounded by a fiery red glow, resembling a rising sun, and emitting an extremely terrifying light and heat. Zhan En's specially chosen cold iron armor started showing signs of turning red and melting, indicating the terrifying intensity of the heat. However, amidst the scorching sensation, his body also felt a surge of revitalizing energy. The Dawn Hibiscus Flame symbolized the revival of all things and was imbued with a rich life force. Information about the Dawn Hibiscus Flame flashed through Zhan En's mind. He suppressed his inner desire, knowing that absorbing the Dawn Hibiscus Flame required caution, as any mistake could be life-threatening. Thus, he decided to first use the extreme cold sealing array to suppress the terrifying high temperature of the Dawn Hibiscus Flame and seal it. Zhan En began placing several pre-prepared extreme ice pillars around the Dawn Hibiscus Flame in a specific pattern. These extreme ice pillars were rare ice-attributed minerals with excellent cold conductivity, often used as foundational elements in ice-based mystical arrays. As soon as the extreme ice pillars appeared, they came into contact with the hot air, emitting a strong sizzling sound, and the outermost layer began to melt. Seeing this, Zhan En swiftly shot several streams of psychic energy toward the extreme ice pillars, activating the runes on them. He then started chanting softly, his incantations interspersed with words of the ocean and praise. Boom! All the extreme ice pillars seemed to receive some form of power, erupting with astonishing cold, causing the temperature inside the cave to plummet. The extreme cold sealing array quickly enveloped the area, suppressing the fiery red light. The cold spread, gradually reaching the core of the Dawn Hibiscus Flame. At this moment, the Dawn Hibiscus Flame seemed to sense the threat and flared up, exploding with terrifying flames. The once invincible cold air was suddenly pushed back by the fierce red flames, retreating step by step. Zhan En's expression was anxious, and he thought to himself, what's going on? This is the extreme cold sealing array empowered by the might of the sea. He prepared for the possibility of the seal failing, his crimson gold feathered serpent wings quietly unfolding behind him. Just as the red flames were about to break through the cold seal, suddenly, boom, a more powerful force descended, causing the extreme ice pillars to burst with deep blue light, and the cold intensified dramatically, making the entire cave visibly freeze. This deep blue cold and the red flames engaged in a fierce battle, causing the cave's temperature to fluctuate between extreme heat and bone-chilling cold. Time passed by the second, but no victor emerged. Just when Zhan En thought he might need to wait longer, the extreme ice pillars suddenly shattered, and the cold's power increased significantly. The dawn hibiscus flame was caught off guard by this unexpected surge, unable to react, and was swiftly confined to a small area. In this space, deep blue ice crystals gradually formed in the air until it was completely filled. Success. The sealing process was full of twists and turns, but ultimately, the power borrowed through the extreme cold magic array prevailed. It wasn't easy. Zhan En carefully held a thumb-sized ice crystal, its surface covered in intricate, mysterious patterns, the core power of the seal. Inside, a dazzling crimson flame floated, and despite the seal, a wave of heat surged in his heart. The next step was to introduce the ice crystal into his body. Zhan En's psychic energy surged within him, trying to penetrate the ice crystal and establish a connection with the core of the morning ash flame inside. However, the power of this extreme cold seal was too strong. After several attempts, his psychic energy couldn't break through. Realizing this method wouldn't work, a hint of conflict flashed in Zhan En's eyes before he decided to try the second approach. He removed his armor piece by piece, revealing his muscular physique, each muscle perfectly sculpted like marble, with an ideal golden ratio. He handed a jar to the Red Rose Shield Guard number 1, commanding, "You draw it." The jar contained a fiery red liquid, bubbling like slumbering magma. Following his master's command, the Red Rose Shield Guard number 1 carefully began drawing on Zhan En's perfect body. Soon, the Flame Immunity Human Magic Array was complete, with fiery patterns covering Zhan En's skin. This magic array temporarily granted the user immunity to flames. Zhan En closed his eyes, his psychic energy surging, and with a roar, the fiery patterns were quickly activated, transforming into streams of molten lava that roared across his body. Confirming the Flame Immunity Magic Array was correctly activated, Zhan En opened his eyes, focusing on the ice crystal sealing the morning ash flame. With time running out, he hesitated not a moment and swallowed the ice crystal whole. Instantly, a chill invaded his stomach, and Zhan En closed his eyes again, concentrating all his energy within to envelop the ice crystal with his psychic energy. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he began to unravel the seal on the surface of the ice crystal in a specific manner. Once the seal was lifted, the ice crystal dissolved instantly, revealing the furious core of the morning ash flame. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, and the terrifying heat scorched Zhan En's body. His eyes shut tight, his body tensed, and his brow furrowed in pain. The molten lava patterns on his body boiled and roared, but fortunately, the pre-drawn Flame Immunity Magic Array prevented the horrific heat from damaging him inside out. At this moment, layers of hot sweat formed on Zhan En's forehead, evaporating before they could drip. He clenched his teeth, held his breath, and focused his mind. A golden sword-shaped rune from the depths of his soul appeared above the core of the morning ash flame. This rune symbolized the Solar King's swordsmanship. Under the golden light of the sword-shaped rune, the raging core of the morning ash flame began to calm, the fierce crimson flames receding into its core. Zhan En's pain significantly decreased, and seizing this opportunity, he summoned a blank rune, a skill rune intentionally left during his last spiritual enhancement. The blank rune quietly approached the core of the morning ash flame, which was entranced by the light of the Solar King's swordsmanship rune and remained oblivious. At the moment of touching the core of the dawn flame, boom, the blank rune suddenly unleashed a powerful devouring force, instantly swallowing the dawn flame. Boom. Inside the rune, the dawn flame realized it was trapped again and struggled angrily, but it was too late. One of humanity's brilliant creations, the mysterious power of the skill rune, instantly merged with the dawn flame. The shape of the blank rune rapidly transformed into a crimson flame. The dawn flame had reached its maximum level, symbolizing the resurgence of all things as one of the companion flames of the Solar King's sword. It possessed an extremely terrifying high temperature and was rich in vitality. Only by combining with the Solar King's sword could it unleash its true power, which might also attract the attention of the Solar King's sword. It worked. Zhan En opened his eyes, his green pupils burning with a crimson flame. He then took a step forward, boom. A terrifying crimson blaze erupted from his body, sweeping around with a terrifying high temperature, causing the air to faintly distort. Meanwhile, the vitality of the dawn flame flowed through his entire body, making the pain in Zhan En's flesh disappear instantly, and he felt warm all over, as if bathing in sunlight. After retracting the dawn flame, Zhan En's originally perfect body was covered with a faint glow, and a friendly sunlight aura emanated from inside out. The rich vitality, combined with his astonishing healing ability, filled Zhan En with joy. He donned a set of armor, put away his shield, and unfurled the golden feathered serpent wings on his back. Propelled by a storm, he transformed into a stream of light, flying towards the entrance, heading straight for a hidden basement in Yinsha City. In the dim light, two shadows sat across a stone table. "Hey Sawai, I need an explanation," demanded Shirimo of the Sands Guild, his face full of anger. The wolf-head parrot on his shoulder screeched. "Explanation. Explanation." The Black Poison Cult's bishop, Sawai, frowned, appearing somewhat impatient. "Explanation? Explanation for what?" he asked irritably. The camp in the Dead Desert had not sent over the necessary materials for days, severely delaying the progress of the life and death potion research. He suspected that the overseers sent by this guy had affected the camp's collection work. So even though this guy was a patron, Sawai's tone was still unfriendly. "What? You still ask me what?" Shirimo was furious. The damn traitor had requested the meeting, and it had been days before he showed up. What infuriated him even more was that this guy had completely forgotten his commission. The wolf-head parrot on his shoulder growled threateningly. Seeing his patron angry, Sawai had to consider that he still needed to obtain funds and materials from this old man. So he quickly put on a fake smile. "Just joking, my dear Lord Shirimo. How could I forget your commission? Rest assured that alchemical creation will soon be in your hands." Sawai remembered that Shirimo had commissioned him to eliminate a group of psychics in the Dead Desert and seize a giant eyeball. Hearing Sawai's assurance, Shirimo's anger only grew. He snorted coldly. "Soon? Those little things have already returned. Safe and sound." He emphasized the last four words. "Safe and sound. Safe and sound," the wolf-head parrot echoed. The bishop of the Black Poison sect looked awkward, clearly understanding what Salomo meant. Internally, he cursed the camp leader, Dun Luo, for his incompetence in disregarding the patron's commission. How was he supposed to keep up this charade? Scrambling for a solution, he cleared his throat and attempted to ease the tension. "Dear Lord Salomo, perhaps there was an unfortunate incident with the messenger, which is why the camp leader did not receive your commission." A glint of malice flickered in Salomo's eyes. It had been years since he had heard such a dismissive response. Realizing the excuse was flimsy, the bishop quickly added, "But rest assured, I will immediately dispatch someone to ensure that item is brought to you as swiftly as possible." Salomo's face twisted with a look of disdain, his anger barely contained as he snapped. "Idiot. Use your brain. If I could act within the city, would I have needed to commission you? Idiot. Idiot." The wolf-head parrot nearby cackled mockingly. Bishop Hasway, stung by the ridicule, struggled to maintain his composure, a hint of menace flickering deep in his eyes. The parrot's laughter ceased abruptly, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl as a warning. Bang! Salomo slammed the table, his powerful psychic force extinguishing the candlelight. Bishop Hasway smiled, though internally he was on high alert. "Of course not, of course not. Have you forgotten we are cooperative partners? Our collaboration is extensive, especially regarding the life-extending elixirs that you, Salomo, are particularly interested in, which now rely on the Black Poison sect." With this in mind, Salomo suppressed his fury, recalling their past collaborations, and decided to let it go this time. He said coldly, "I hope next time you won't fail again." With that, Salomo leaned on his cane and slowly left the basement. Shortly after his departure, the stone table crumbled into sand. A smile crept across Bishop Haswai's face, his black and green teeth clenching and unclenching as he squinted mischievously. At the desolate border between the desert and the poplar woods, a bloody aura lingered. Two figures, one large and one small, were closely huddled. "Lord Ziwo, I won't run away." Delia tried to pull her hand free, but the creature held her tightly, rendering her immobile. She grew increasingly agitated, straining to break free, but her lack of strength was no match for Ziwo's might. "Roar!" Ziwo growled, displeased at having his enjoyment disturbed. A ghostly purple force field sealed Delia's lips, preventing her from making a sound. She whimpered in panic, struggling violently as fear gripped her heart, envisioning a horrifying future where her flawless organs would be claimed by this monster. Tears silently fell. At that moment, a familiar voice called down from above. "You two seem to be getting along well. Good. No missing limbs, which means Ziwo has carried out his orders properly." Ziwo recognized the praise and felt a rush of excitement. Following Zhan En's signal, the ethereal violet force field retracted, allowing Delia to be released. "Master, you're back." Delia exclaimed with excitement in her eyes as she freed her hands from their restraints, which cracked audibly as she moved them. Looking at her, Zhan En fell into deep thought. He needed to return to the silent desert to find a space closely connected to the spiritual plane. Conducting the ceremony to summon the Sun King's sword there would significantly increase the chances of success. However, He couldn't take this burden with him, nor could he let her roam freely, so he had to leave Ziwo in charge of watching her. After issuing the order to Ziwo, Zhan En shot up into the sky and vanished over the horizon. Seeing Zhan En disappear without a word, Delia couldn't hold back her frustration. "Ah, my lord, don't leave me behind," she cried. A shadow loomed over her, and her recently freed hands were once again seized. The hungry gaze fixed on her. Delia gave up struggling and slumped to the ground in despair. "Fine, just watch me," she muttered, knowing that this creature wouldn't harm her. After several days of rapid flight, Zhan En arrived at a unique area of the silent desert, where the sand was not the usual dark brown, but rather pure white crystals, sparkling beautifully. This was the pure white salt pool. Tiny salt grains reflected multicolored light under the sun, but hidden within this beauty was a deadly trap. As Zhan En flew in, he felt the moisture in his body rapidly evaporating. At this rate, he would soon succumb to dehydration and death. The pure white salt pool was a concealed death trap, with the dry salt grains continually absorbing moisture from the air. Without prior preparation, one would become a desiccated corpse. Anticipating this, Zhan En calmly drank a potion, replenishing his body's moisture enough to sustain him for a while. As he continued flying forward, 4 black dots appeared in his field of vision. 3 psionics were attacking a 5-metal salt sand giant. A man named Gar shouted, "Shield Guardian," as a layer of earth-brown psionic energy erupted from the surface of his large shield, forcefully blocking the giant's heavy fist. "Quick! I can't hold on much longer." Gar gritted his teeth, and his 2 companions seized the opportunity to launch their attack, piercing the core of the salt sand giant. With a final roar of rage, the giant collapsed, transforming into a pile of glistening salt sand. Seeing the heap of salt sand, the 3 psionics were overjoyed and quickly crouched down to collect it. Suddenly, with a boom, a pair of massive salt claws emerged from beneath the salt sand, capturing 2 of the unsuspecting psionics. "Eld, Naden," Gal shouted anxiously, quickly drawing the greatsword from his back, ready to rescue his teammates. However, boom, boom, 2 sand giants suddenly emerged right before them. "Go, Gal, leave us," Eld and Naden cried out in despair, knowing full well that even together, they could barely handle 1 salt giant. Rushing in now would be suicide. Gal understood this, but abandoning his friends to escape alone was something he found hard to do. A massive salt claw suddenly clenched, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, and Eld and Naden screamed in unison. Gal's heart tightened. He couldn't help but swing his great sword at the sand claws. Bam! The 2 sand giants quickly surrounded him from both sides, their massive fists pounding down and sending Gal flying, crashing hard to the ground, his fate uncertain. Seeing this, the 2 sand giants grinned menacingly, their eyes filled with cruelty, seemingly ready for the final kill. Gal, Eld and Naden, enduring excruciating pain, watched in despair, regretting ever taking on this cursed mission. Just as they were about to resign themselves to their fate, a series of explosions erupted nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Salt and sand flew into the air as 4 great swords descended from the sky, followed by 4 towering red skeletal creatures exuding a terrifying aura. Boom. The towering figures moved swiftly, their sharp great swords slicing through the air. Within just a few strikes, the 2 sand giants had their limbs severed and their cores shattered, dying instantly. The remaining massive sand claws, realizing the dire situation, attempted to retreat into the sand, but the shield warriors were incredibly fast, their greatswords viciously cutting into the base of the claws. The claws let out agonized screams, releasing their grip on the psychics involuntarily. The shield warriors took advantage, twisting and lifting, severing the claws' foundations, which fell to the ground lifeless with a thud. All of this happened within mere moments. After completing their task, the 4 shield warriors stood like boulders on the salt surface. Eld and Naden, narrowly escaping death from the sand claws, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and fear. What are these creatures? And why did they save us? These thoughts flashed through their minds as they tried to get up, but as soon as they supported themselves with their hands, the intense pain flared up, making them realize they had likely shattered several bones. "Eld, Naden, are you okay?" Gal, who was less injured, crawled over, his face full of concern. "We're not dead yet. Just some broken bones." Gal quickly helped his teammates up and assisted them in taking alchemical healing potions, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked toward the 4 skeletal creatures. In the sky, Zhan watched everything unfold below. Sand giants and sand claws. How did they end up here? These creatures were minions of the Black Mist Node boss, the one-eyed sand giant, usually only roaming the core areas of the pure white salt pools, where the finer salt grains were more conducive to their growth and feeding. This was the edge of the area, and such creatures shouldn't be present. Zhan considered this briefly before dismissing it, knowing there were more pressing matters to attend to. In the distance, a large number of sand giants appeared, charging towards them. On the salt flats, 3 psionics leaned on each other, recovering from their injuries. Nighting, with his keen eyesight, suddenly noticed a mass of black dots on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, his face changed dramatically, and he pointed towards the distance with a trembling hand, exclaiming, "A lot of sand, sand giants." What? His two companions followed his gaze and felt a deep sense of dread. Countless sand giants were stirring up clouds of white sand as they rapidly approached. Escape. They had to escape. Without hesitation, the three made a unanimous decision, helping each other to their feet. Before fleeing, they shouted to the four skeletal creatures who had saved them, "Skeleton brothers, a massive number of sand giants are coming." However, the Red Rose Shield guards remained unmoved. Without their master's command, they would not act. No response. Aren't they retreating? The three psionics exchanged worried glances. Though these four skeletal creatures were powerful enough to easily defeat sand claws and sand giants, this time they faced not just one, but countless monsters. In this desolate desert, such a force could obliterate anything in its path. After repeatedly calling out to the skeletal creatures with no response, the psionics gave up trying to persuade them. "Let's go. We retreat first." The three hurriedly fled in one direction. After a few minutes, they were forced to stop, their expressions grim. Another group of sand giants appeared on the horizon. Quick, change direction. But this time, instead of sand giants, they encountered a large number of wandering sand claws. They quickly turned to the last direction, only to see a swarm of sand claws rapidly approaching. "We can't get out. We're surrounded." Despair filled their hearts, but along with it came a puzzling question. Why were they worth such a large-scale assault by these monsters? High above, Zhan was equally perplexed. Such a large-scale deployment of subordinate monsters was certainly not for these three weak psionics. Without Zhan sending the Red Rose Shield guards to intervene, the three below would likely have already become desiccated corpses. Only the boss of the Black Mist node, the one-eyed sand giant, could mobilize such a vast number of sand giants and sand claws. But strangely, Zhan had not seen the one-eyed sand giant. What in this area attracted them? Zhan stared at the salt pool below, lost in thought. Below, the three psionics wore grim expressions and quietly retreated to the side of the Red Rose Shield guards. They knew they had no hope of escaping. Staying close to these powerful skeletal creatures might offer a better chance of survival. Do you think these four skeleton brothers can break through? After hearing Gal's question, the other two companions thought seriously for a moment. Probably not. The number of monsters surrounding us is too great. Even if these four skeleton brothers could kill 1, 2, or even 10 or 20, there are at least thousands of them in front of us. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.